Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter lost in Upside World, and Fallen for 11, Part 1, also I have removed adult stuffs from it. If you want to see uncensored version of this, join Patreon, exclusive content of Super Op stories, also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel. Because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Time, space, reality. It's more than a linear path. It's a prism of endless possibility, where a single choice can branch out into infinite realities, creating alternate worlds from the ones you know. I am the Watcher. I am your guide through these vast new realities. Follow me and ponder the question. What if Harry James Potter examined the being in front of him, wondering what the hell was happening? In 1 minute, he was being confronted by a Grim Reaper after a night with the Dimitrescu's, and now he stood in front of this shadow man, who was asking him to ponder the question, what if? Regarding timelines and infinite realities. He just wanted to go back to Claire in Raccoon City. But now he was stuck here without a way out, and he wasn't sure if he could fight this thing. After all, the shadow man seemed pretty powerful. I am the Watcher, the being repeated. The Watcher, so you watch things, Harry summarized. I witness all things, every reality, every timeline, even yours, the Watcher replied. Wait, mine, which one? Both. Your homeworld has fallen under Voldemort's control. Hermione Granger and the Weasleys are dead. The Order of the Phoenix has fallen. And the Muggle world holds no chance against Voldemort's ever-growing power. As for your recent home, things seem to have fallen into a chaotic sense of order. I fear that things may change the moment you return. Though fear not, that will not be. For some time, the Watcher explained. Harry sunk. His eyes drifted to examine his surroundings. Nothing but the cosmos, nebulas, stars, planets. He tried to keep it in. The pain. His world was gone, doomed, all because of him. Your desire for control, the Watcher spoke. How do you? I see all, Harry. Even your thoughts, the Watcher supplied. Why am I here? Harry asked. You were dangerous, Harry Potter. Not through power, but through your presence. There are infinite timelines with you in them. The main being one in which you never crossed the veil. One in which you defeated Voldemort and saved your world. But in the timeline you knew, you made a single different choice. A choice that changed everything. The death of Sirius Black. K was an absolute point in your universe, and yet you seemed to reverse it through unknown means. This tear in reality spread to the outside worlds, destroying some while damaging others. Your precinct, E alone in your second home resulted in another tear throughout that universe's timelines. You are here to repent. And hopefully, learn. Harry was absolutely stumped. He had unknowingly saved Sirius within the veil and had in turn ruined things more than he thought possible. He had ruined his own world and all others in that set of universes. And by being in Raccoon City, he had ruined so many more lives and events. How could he fix something like this? What was an absolute point? And how had he broken it? Could he reverse the effects from the start, ensure that he participated in the main timeline where he killed Voldemort? That time has passed, Harry, the Watcher spoke. The events that destroyed your world and many others have already occurred, and cannot be undone. Another absolute point in history. While you may not have gone down the path you were supposed to, another Harry Potter has, and is living within a healthy world. Great, so he had gotten the short end of the stick, Il another him lived happily with his friends and loved ones. Do not be envious, Harry. While your counterparts are happier, many others suffer as you do now. Though soon, that will not be the case. Come, walk with me. Harry cautiously followed the Watcher, the two moving over an infinite number of Earths. The Watcher grabbed hold of Harry's shoulder, motioning down to one Earth. Suddenly, everything seemed to become clear. Close. It was Hogwarts, but it was broken, covered in rubble. In the center of the main hall, surrounded by a crowd of wizards, witches, children, and Death Eaters were Harry himself and Voldemort. This Harry was older, seemed worse for wear, and was holding Draco's wand. The two wizards were locked in a duel, similar to the one Harry himself had participated in at the end of his 4th year. The red line of energy coming from Draco's wand overtook Voldemort's green line, causing the Elder Wand within Voldemort's grasp to fly from his grip. Voldemort was dead, and Harry caught the wand. The Watcher seemed stoic, watching the scene in what looked like boredom. He spoke. Here is the main timeline. Harry Potter defeats Voldemort, the wizarding world rebuilds. And Harry Potter lives on to live a happy and peaceful life. However, one small event can change the entire universe. You see, after the death of Sirius Black, Draco Malfoy would be tasked to kill Albus Dumbledore. He would fail to do so, only getting as far as disarming the old man. This was enough to gift Malfoy the Elder Wand. Many months later, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy would fight for Draco's own wand, transferring the power of the Elder Wand to Harry Potter. However, one small choice can change everything. For instance, what if Draco had not disarmed Albus that night? And instead, Professor Snape was forced to do the deed. And there they stood, watching Snape fire a killing curse right into Dumbledore's chest. Harry felt a pang of guilt, not knowing how or if he could help. Then it cut to the battle. Only hours before, with Voldemort confronting Snape over the Elder Wand. Snape was killed, and Elder Wand's allegiance changed to Voldemort. And now they watched the battle once more. Only the killing curse was not so easily pushed away by the other Harry's disarming spell. The fight went in the opposite direction, with the green light hitting Draco's wand. Harry was killed, and the battle was won by Voldemort and the Death Eaters. One small difference can make an infinite number of realities. One decision, made by anyone, can have immense consequences on vast realities that make up the known multiverse. Do you understand? I do. While I was responsible for the absolute point thing, others can be responsible for creating other universes, timelines, and realities, Harry summarized. Correct. Though there may be outside intervention, most realities are created through choices. Choices, events, and of course outside intervention. All of these realities are different in their own way. And the Watchers observe them all, the Watcher explained. Why though? Harry asked himself. We once intervened many years ago. For us, it has been too long to count by the calendar. For the species, it has been 1,000,000 years. Of course, they wouldn't know given their lack of existence. Harry still wasn't sure just how the Watcher could hear his thoughts. But he ignored that question to instead examine the new cloud that had appeared in front of them. Through the mist was an entire civilization. A primitive one, far within the woods of their homeland. But they prospered, in peace, but in hunger. And so, the Watchers appeared in their time of need, giving the civilization plenty of food. Too much food, so much that many began to eat in grand feasts. And soon, the food was gone. And so, the Watchers appeared once more. Only too late. By the time the second feasting period had ended, those on the planet began to fear for a third food draft. And so they began killing each other. And when the Watchers arrived the third time, they found a complete bloodbath. Thousands were dead, and only a few hundred survived. After a few more decades, a single family remained on the planet. And after 3 years, they died too. The species was gone, and the planet would forget its existence in a few centuries as it birthed new creatures. The Watchers obviously blamed themselves, deciding then and there that they would not intervene again. They would observe, but would never act. That is our story, silent witnesses in the cosmos, forever under penance for our actions. We have only interfered once since then. When? Right now, the Watcher replied. The Watcher's voice was quiet yet firm. The shadowy eyes possessed by the being fell on Harry's, whose eyes widened as invisible restraints fell into place. He was held still by his own fear. Fear of what would be said here. We have told you of your homeworld, and your newest home, but what we have not told you, is that you may not return to either. Not now, or ever. The Watcher held his hand up, silencing Harry's outrage at this new development. Both the Grim Reaper and the Watcher had lied to him. You are a detriment to all realities, Harry Potter. Those you're involved in or killed are highly damaged. It is best for all if you remained here, in the Watcher realm. And what? Just watch things for all eternity? Asked Harry. Indeed, the Watcher replied. All pass. Is that the door? The wizard pointed to his right, where a small white oval sat in midair. It appeared to be a rift. The Watcher waved his hand. closing it at once, much to Harry's disappointment. He was being kept here against his will, something he wouldn't allow to happen. He didn't know the Watchers, but he wasn't going to be held by another group against his will. It was as if he was destined to be kidnapped and held in terrible situations. First the Dursleys, then Grimmauld Place, Umbrella, and now the Watchers. It was a lot, and Harry was tired of it all. He wanted his life back. Unsure of how to do that, Harry decided he would go with the flow and try something. It may kill him, but it may not. He wouldn't know until he tried. It all happened so fast. His feet carried him forward, his arms outstretched as he wrapped his hands around the Watcher's throat. The two tumbled through a gray mist, falling through a void of black as they sped past something. It was in slow motion, and it seemed to be, the world was spinning and contracting. There were tanks surrounding them, a woman with red hair wearing a baggy sweater, and a giant green monster standing beneath them. The monster was huge and bubbling. Everyone seemed to not notice them, and it was weird. The two fell through the ground, traveling through another veil of mist as they fell down into another universe. They fell through a giant blue wormhole, falling right through floating debris as they slammed into the ground. Or through it. After passing through the third veil of gray, they fell into a world of bright blue and green. There were mass forests filled with trees the size of skyscrapers, with what looked like giant trolls strolling past each other. Their bodies were lanky and disproportionate compared to their heads, which were large and covered by the creatures, big eyes, wide mouths, and tiny noses. It was weird. They reminded him a bit of Grop but were much creepier compared to Hagrid's brother. The two fell through the ground once more, and this time the Watcher had had enough. The Shadow Man became intangible, causing Harry's hands to lose their grip on the man's neck. The Watcher kicked Harry away as they passed through the fourth gray veil. Potter. Plans that even the Watchers were unaware of. This would be something to watch. Chapter 2. Chapter 2. Arrival. 6 vans. 48 men. Heading southeast towards what they believed to be their next best experiment. It had all happened in an hour. An hour that would be remembered for the rest of all of their lives. An energy reading dwarfing the energy output of the sun had popped up on their equipment, originating in the southeastern part of the forest. 20 miles out from downtown Hawkins, Indiana. But what seemed even odder about the situation was that, impossibly, the energy emitted by this mysterious phenomenon hadn't affected the planet in any way. There was no sign of radiation. No raging fire or scorched land. Nothing from their satellite footage indicated that anything happened. The forest remained practically untouched. And thus, the attention of Dr. Martin Brenner was immediately caught. Dr. Brenner, the director of operations for the Hawkins National Laboratory. He was a busy man, leading dozens of projects that most men in the lab had no business hearing about. Yet he found the time out of his busy schedule to leave the lab in search of the mysterious cause of this strange phenomenon. But the question that tickled most of the men in the van's minds was, what will we find when we get there? An alien, a meteorite, or were our readings wrong, and nothing at all happened in the forest? They were scared, and rightly so. After all, failure to deliver results ended in harsh punishment. Sometimes it was a week's wage cut from your paycheck. Sometimes it was serving time in the lab's solitary confinement. And other times it was a letter in your resume, which stated that you were unfit for work. Many were stuck, knowing that if they left the lab they would be jobless and would be unable to provide for themselves or their families. It was a miserable existence for many, but it was never unexciting. After all, Hawkins' lab worked in many supernatural fields. But even that had been screwed up by B. Renner only 4 hours before when Subject 011 escaped from the facility after opening a very nasty hole in their facility. A facility that led directly into what seemed to be a parallel dimension. Only their probes had entered unharmed. And for the time being, there were no plans to enter the hole without careful planning. The convoy of vans pulled up beside what appeared to be a knocked-down stop sign. Swinging their doors open to reveal 8 men a van. Most wore mechanic uniforms to remain undercover from prying eyes, while very few of them wore real suits. Those were worn by the higher-ups, Drive, Brenner included. With everyone out in the open within the forest, everyone got to work at once trying to determine the exact location of the energy site, which was still being picked up by their state-of-the-art scanners. After an hour of searching through the forest, they found exactly what they were looking for. A crash site. Black smoke was rising into the trees, evaporating into nothing before they reached the sky. It explained the lack of visuals from their satellite. "What do you see down there, Doctor?" Brenner questioned, gazing down into the wide and deep crater caused by the crash. One of the men who had jumped down into the crater looked up to meet Brenner's questioning gaze and was frowning. "It's a kid, sir." Everyone stilled at this. A human was emitting from this type of energy. The men on this assignment had thought that the MK Ultra experiments and the GUI portal in the lab were a bit much, but this was very strange. The same man from before held up a small device blinking bright red, showing 4.8 times 10 to the 26. Everyone stared at the device in awe. They weren't kidding back at the lab. That was more energy than the sun emitted. "No signs of radiation or even burning, sir. And I'm picking up strange particles coming off of the boy." So it was a boy. "What kind of strange particles?" The man down in the crater elaborated. "Sir, I've never seen these particles in anything I've ever studied. The readings shouldn't even be showing up." Features. A lightning bolt scar ran along his forehead above his nose and his dazzling emerald eyes. This boy was strange. Almost immediately the boy reacted. But not as they expected. He merely shut his eyes and held out his arms in a motion that indicated, "Cuff me." Did he think they were cops? But they did cuff him and walked them out of the crater and towards their vans. All the while, drive. Brenner was taking notes, trying to make out just what and who this kid was. 2 hours later, November 6, 1983, Hawkins National Laboratory, Hawkins, Indiana. After nearly 2 hours of driving and paperwork, Martin Brenner entered the examination room with a clipboard and pen in hand, ready to interrogate his latest subject. He wouldn't stay here long though. After all, he had other matters to attend to in catching 011. But while they searched for new leads on that front, Brenner would remain here with the boy. Questioning him until they found something useful. And they would find something useful. The boy was seated at a white table, his wrists cuffed to the legs of his chair. Brenner took a seat across from him, studying the boy with watchful eyes. The boy never took his eyes off of the table. His breathing was the only source that indicated he was alive. After a moment of silence, Brenner spoke in a soft tone. "What's your name?" "Harry Potter, Doctor." Brenner smiled, writing down the name into the profile he was creating for the boy. Glancing up at the glass, he gave the scientist behind it a small nod, giving them the go-ahead to search for any record of a Harry Potter. Brenner hadn't heard of any Potter family in Hawkins. But perhaps this boy wasn't from Hawkins at all. Perhaps he was from somewhere especially far away. Good. Now Harry, can you tell me a bit about yourself? Where you're from, how old you are, that kind of stuff?" asked Brenner. The boy gave him a small smile, widening the one already plastered on Brenner's face. But the boy's smile slowly faded, his gaze falling to his lap. The boy was sizing himself up for some reason. "Are you okay?" How old am I?" Brenner frowned. The boy didn't know how old he was. "No, I know how old I am, but I don't know how old this body is." Now that stung like a blow to the chest. How old his body was. Did that mean what Brenner thought it meant? "So, if you don't know how old your body is, how old are you?" questioned Brenner. "I'm 18. Yes." Brenner was incredibly confused. This boy was claiming to be 18 years old trapped in some prepubescent body. If this turned out to be true and the boy wasn't crazy, then this was big. Bigger than big. Brenner moved to ask more questions but found himself cut off. "I was born in Godric's Hollow, England on July 31, 1980. I grew up with my aunt, uncle, and cousin until I was 11. And then I got a letter from a prestigious school called Hogwarts offering me a position to study there. I accepted and studied in Scotland for 5 years before falling into a dimensional rift that sent me to a parallel dimension. I lived there for 2 years before being killed and kidnapped by some guy named the Watcher. He threw me here," the Potter boy explained. "Threw you here? More like wrestled me here," Potter answered. Brenner took another look at the glass, unsure of what to make of this discovery. He got up to leave, closing Harry Potter's folder before stepping out of the room. He had a lot to think about, and the boy's odd responses didn't make understanding this situation any easier. But for now, Brenner would have to be patient. After all, this was a game of power. And if Brenner were to show any signs of irritation, of impatience, then his subjects would fear him. And he couldn't let them fear him. And yet, this boy seemed not to be a boy at all. Even despite his claims, the boy displayed the mannerisms of a young man. Speaking calmly, confidently, not like the timid child that he appeared to be. He would have to do a lot more research on the boy for more answers and several more interviews. But perhaps this subject was better than 011. Perhaps 011 was unnecessary for his goals. Only time would tell. 5 days later, November 11, 1983, Hawkins National Laboratory, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry Potter had gained a lot of experience in his 18 years of life. And had gained even more experience after being hurled through several universes in 5 seconds. He wasn't exactly sure what had happened after he had crash-landed in this universe. But he had woken up to find a dozen guns pointed at him. He saw a flashback to that night in the Veil room with Umbrella. Harry had been naive back then. He cast a spell at random and had killed one of Dr. Spencer's men. He had been taken hostage as a prisoner and was then turned into a weapon used for Umbrella's operations. But he knew better now. After he woke up, he had immediately closed his eyes to calm himself. To restrain himself from irrational action. Harry had then allowed himself to be captured and answered any questions asked of him willingly. He would keep no secrets because he didn't need to. He would ensure his secrets died with the men in this laboratory. That was certain. So he kept to himself, answering questions for 120 hours straight without any breaks or sleep. They had given him food and milk during the interview and asked many times if he needed to use the restroom or some rest, but he declined both. After all, he could go almost a week without sleep if need be. And this body was skinny and weak, and they were giving him food filled with protein and nutrients. It was a win-win for him. But after 2 days of the interviews and questions, Harry requested to use the restroom. They let him, sending an usher along to guide him and ensure he didn't get lost or run away. But the usher didn't last long. In a single strike to the groin, the man was down. Letting Harry run free, he followed an invisible force, which guided him down hallways and down staircases. That was another thing. His magic was gone. The reserve was still there, meaning he could draw on it to perform basic spells. But he would fatigue easily without access to ley lines, which this universe seemingly didn't have. Harry wasn't sure how that was possible, but it was the truth. He couldn't sense them, and thus he decided they weren't there. So he would have to rely on his second and third abilities. His bioweapons and Shadowman Psi abilities. But seeing as he didn't want to unleash his bioweapons powers to this world anytime soon, Harry would have to rely on his Shadowman Psi. And since he had only possessed the ability for a month, Harry wasn't entirely proficient yet. He would have to practice. Running to the right, Harry came to a stop. It was here, his exit out of this place. He couldn't just go out through the front door, he would need to get out strategically. Patiently, and the key to that exit was right in this room. With the flick of his wrist, a black mist slammed into the door, sending it flying backward. He entered the room with worry etched over his face, unsure now if this was the right decision. But like any other stupid teenager, Harry dived straight into the gooey-looking portal positioned on the wall. He tore through the slime, falling face first into black dirt. No, not dirt, vines, tendrils. But after a moment, Harry got to his feet and began to slowly examine his surroundings. He was in a large cave system covered in black vines. And around him were 9 paths, all leading into the distance. With another flick of his wrist, a line of black mist fired out towards the 4th path to the left. He followed it, knowing that this path led the furthest away from the laboratory. He followed it for a few miles, before reaching a dead end. It was time for him to climb up. Yet when he tried to grab hold of a vine for leverage, they would retract in fear. And after a few miserable attempts to try again, he gave up entirely and cast 2 spells. A cutting curse and a banishing spell. The first cut a wide hole into the roof of the path. The second slammed into the ground, propelling him upwards into the night sky. He landed not far from the opening in the path, his knees buckling slightly. With a deep breath, he set off through the forest, content with his progress. While he walked, Harry decided to at least be productive in trying to discover his true location. He knew he was in some town named Hawkins in Indiana. But besides that, he had no clue, so he sent out a few shadows in search of information, trying to discover anything he could about this universe and anything that could help his situation. Like where to get fresh food, fresh water, a nice bed that he didn't have to conjure before passing out from exhaustion. Harry discovered quite a few things while he walked along the tree side, including news of the disappearance of a young boy going by the name of Will Byers. No wait, the boy was dead. His body was found in what was known as the quarry just that morning. Another shadow told him of the disappearance of a young girl named Barbara Holland who had gone missing 2 days before after attending a party hosted by Steve Harrington, a high school student. Interesting. It seemed this odd town was filled with kidnappings, disappearances, murders, and experimenting on minors. A good combination for hell on earth. But one thing was clear. There were very few places he could go at the moment that would assist him without being cautious. His first thought was to visit the Byers' home, but he thought against it. After all, they had just lost a son, and the sight of a young boy asking for refuge would no doubt cut deeper into the fresh wounds possessed by the family. But he knew no one else by name, except for Steve Harrington, and so, he went there. It wasn't hard to find after placing a few well-hidden shadows. The Harrington residence was located a dozen miles out of downtown Hawkins, deep within the suburbs. Harry walked there for 2 hours, only coming to a stop as he reached their front door. Harry wasn't entirely sure how he was going to handle this situation, but he decided that he had placed himself in the best spot for this. His trek through the forest had left him dirty and muddy. He was still malnourished and tired. This would have to work. His fist hit the front door of the home a few times, alerting his presence to the Harringtons. It took only a few moments of silence before the door swung open to reveal Mr. Harrington. The older man seemed very tired and was dressed in adult pajamas. It was no doubt late at night or early in the morning, and immediately Harry felt a sting of regret overtake him. He didn't know why, but he needed shelter and rest. And he could get those things here. Harry couldn't waste time feeling childish emotions like guilt. While he was trying to survive the night, hypothermia didn't discriminate. "Dear God, are you okay, son?" asked Mr. Harrington, glancing behind him to where Mrs. Harrington no doubt stood. Harry summoned his inner child and gave the older man a timid nod. "Are you hurt at all?" the man questioned. Harry shook his head, his shoulders sagging to demonstrate exhaustion, which mixed well with the heavy bags under his eyes and the gaunt look on his face. "Come on in. It's cold out here. You might catch a cold." Harry was led into the Harrington residence, where he was met with Mrs. Harrington. She seemed like a nice woman, but she seemed both tired and concerned at the same time. "Ah, you poor thing. You must be no older than 10, the woman spoke, grabbing him gently by the shoulders. Harry flinched slightly but wasn't focused on that. He was focused on trying to figure out just how old his body was. After looking into a mirror at the laboratory, Harry decided he looked as he had at the age of 13. Only this body hadn't gone to Hogwarts, where there was plenty of food and exercise to let him put muscle on his bones. This body hadn't gotten that treatment. He spoke for the first time that night outside of the laboratory. "I'm 13, ma'am." 13. "Oh dear, you certainly don't look 13. Where are your parents?" "They're dead, ma'am," Harry replied. He answered her other questions before she could even ask them. "And all my other family are gone. My home's gone. I just needed a place to sleep. I can leave in the morning," Harry explained. "Oh no, don't worry about that. You can stay as long as you need. We only have one boy, so there's no overcrowding here," Mrs. Harrington explained. Harry smiled brightly, doing his best to portray himself as a young boy. With that, Harry was led upstairs to where a bathroom was located. They let him take a long warm shower, letting him sit in the steam before he eventually got out to find a set of clothes waiting for him. They weren't necessarily his style, but they matched the time of this universe, and thus he would wear them. And they were only a bit larger than him at first, but with a small shrinking spell, the clothes fit him perfectly. When he exited the bathroom with a large smile, Mrs. Harrington gently grabbed him by the shoulder and examined him. "I didn't think they would fit you. Steve was never quite your size." Harry only answered her with a smile, and he was led into the kitchen, where Mrs. Harrington went to work in preparing a late-night meal for Harry. It consisted of leftover fried steak and stroganoff, alongside a can of Coca-Cola. He ate and drank the meal in under 5 minutes, ignoring the concerned gazes that fell on him from the two adults. Mr. Harrington had already called the police, who were going to stop by the next morning to speak with Harry before calling child services. But he knew this was odd. There was something about the call that made the hair on Harry's neck stand up. But he ignored it, enjoying the food and beverages being provided to him by the Harringtons. And when he was done, he was given a mattress to sleep on in the family living room, where he quickly fell asleep. He slept well. Morning of November 12, 1983, Harrington residence, Hawkins, Indiana. "Honey, did Steve come home last night?" Harry's eyes shot open, his spatial awareness kicking in as he immediately regained his bearings. He was lying on his side on the mattress given to him by the Harringtons, facing away from the kitchen where the Harringtons were talking. He could hear them fine enough throughout the house, but he decided he needed to hear this conversation clearly. So, with the flick of his wrist, a small black mist wrapped around the mattress before sneaking into the kitchen. Harry placed his end of the mist beside his ear, listening closely to what the shadow heard. "Mr. Harrington," answered her, "I didn't see him. Do I look like his babysitter? Why don't you just ask Hopper to bring him down? No doubt he's off with his hooligan friends downtown." Harry frowned. "Who was Hopper?" "Well, can you go get him? He has a car. Steve can come home whenever he wants. I want him home now, so he doesn't get too surprised tonight. So call Hopper and see if he can bring Steve home," Mrs. Harrington explained. Harry frowned. What was going on tonight? His eyes searched his side of the room, and he saw it. A small calendar was positioned on the couch side table. It read, November 12/83, and beneath the date it read, movie night. Were they leaving him here alone in their house? Obviously not. So they were having Steve watch him, and Mrs. Harrington didn't want to have to wait until before they left to explain things to their son. Footsteps took Harry's attention back to the kitchen. Mr. Harrington returned. "I tried to call, but Hopper's out on personal business, and the department's busy dealing with Will's body and the quarry investigation. And of course, W.E. can't forget about that Barbara girl who went missing," Mr. Harrington replied. So this Hopper guy was a cop. And the names Will and Barbara popped up again. This town was odd. Harry sent out another shadow outside of the house, searching for a few people. Steve Harrington. Anyone with the name Byers. And this Hopper guy. He only needed 3 shadows, something that Harry found odd. Was there one other member of the Byers family? A sibling? A parent? He retracted the shadow within the house, and chose not to focus on Harrington's conversation. He instead focused on the 3 other conversations taking place. 3 groups that he found. One consisted of Steve Harrington and his friends. The second consisted of 2 young individuals named Jonathan Byers and Nancy Wheeler. And the T road consisted of Police Chief Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers. So it was Will's brother and mother. Interesting. And the third group consisted of Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers. They were in the home of Terry Ives, trying to investigate the disappearance of Terry Ives' daughter Jane. It seemed that the investigation was leading them to Hawkins' laboratory, which unnerved Harry. That place was dangerous, and he believed that he needed to bring it to the ground. But he once again calmed his thoughts and focused on the task at hand. Until he found a way back to Claire and his friends. This was his home now. And if this was his home, then he would have to do his best to protect the people that lived here. And it seemed that there were several instances in which the people of Hawkins were in danger. Harry began to slowly wake up, getting to his feet as he rubbed his eyes. The movement of the mattress alerted the Harringtons that he was awake, and they moved into the living area to greet him. "Did you sleep well, dear?" Mrs. Harrington asked. bending over to look at Harry as he sat motionlessly on the mattress. His hand was behind his back, quickly retracting his shadows back from their designated places. Once they had returned, Harry smiled brightly and nodded. "That's excellent, dear. Do you feel well enough to take a trip down to the police station? There are some people there who want to talk to you about where you came from." Quote, "England?" Harry asked, trying his best to sound confused. "You were born in England, Mr. Harrington questioned. Harry gave him a nod in response. The man frowned with uncertainty. "I suppose if you listen closely you can hear the accent. But you don't seem to talk much." "I don't like talking," Harry replied. It was easier to be silent so that he didn't have to keep acting like a dumb 13-year-old. If he talked too much he might give away his more adult tendencies. And that would ruin the cover that his body so stupidly provided. The two Harringtons gave a small nod in understanding. Before leading him out of the house and into their car, he didn't hesitate to get in. After all, they had provided him with food, shelter, and a nice warm shower. And they seemed honest and kind enough. He trusted them. Not enough to tell them anything. He didn't trust anyone that much, but he would trust them enough to help him adjust to this new universe. And this universe was odd enough as it was. He didn't need any more surprises. Chapter 3. The Stranger Point. Despite his young age, Harry Potter found himself facing a small amount of discrimination coming from those who watched him. He wasn't sure if this was because he was new to town or if he was in the presence of the not-so-popular Harringtons, but whatever it was bugged him. On the way to the police station, they had passed a bunch of kids riding bikes down the street. They were headed in the direction of the woods, which seemed odd seeing as there was nothing for miles going that direction. But they saw him, and the looks they gave him were surprising. They looked afraid, but not of him, of something else. Harry didn't have time to watch them. They passed by the car and biked straight into the forest while the Harringtons drove on. And the car didn't stop until it pulled up to the police station, where a few Hawkins cops were waiting for them by the doors. Harry was led into the police station by Mr. and Mrs. Harrington, who sat him down at a desk across from a guy holding his wrist. Harry immediately recognized him as Jonathan Byers, but Nancy Wheeler was nowhere in sight. It didn't take long for Jonathan to notice him, and his eyes widened. He examined Harry for only a moment, before shaking his head and turning away. There was a box in front of him as well, containing many things useful in a monster hunt. It seemed that Jonathan and Nancy were trying to prepare for a fight. A fight that didn't look like it would go in their favor. Harry decided he would offer his services. After all, he was a powerhouse of his own, and he believed he could go toe-to-toe with the monster they were fighting. And who knows, maybe he could make some new friends, as a 13-year-old. It wasn't the weirdest thing he had thought of before. "What's all that for?" Harry asked, motioning to the box. "This." Jonathan tapped the box lightly, his wrists bound together by handcuffs. Harry gave him a firm nod, getting to his feet as he grabbed his chair. He placed it next to Jonathan, who was watching him carefully. Harry took a seat once more and began to examine the contents of the box, which was difficult to do sitting down given his small size. He would need to grow fast, or find some way to boost his growth. Jonathan sighed. "We're monster hunting." He seemed incredibly nervous, and his hands were fidgeting slightly. "Monster hunting? What kind of monster?" Harry questioned, intrigued. "The imaginary kind." It was clear to Harry had Jonathan was extremely uncomfortable, and so he decided to risk doing something extremely stupid. He cast Legilimency. Harry began to see things in slow motion. Memories that were not his that played out in scenes. Jonathan and Nancy's voyage into the forest, their discovery of the nether, and the deer-eating monster. The box of tools was for the fight against the monster, which they planned to hold in the Byers' home. But Harry knew that this plan was dumb. This was a monster from another realm. Bear traps and baseball bats wouldn't work well against this kind of monster. Only like sheer force and magic could kill this thing, or maybe a good blow to the head. "Who knows? I can help you, said Harry, motioning to the box once more. "Help me with the monster." Harry snapped his fingers, taking joy in Jonathan's reaction as a white flame appeared over Harry's fingers. The flame was as small as one from a lighter, but Jonathan saw it. Harry ended the flame, and spoke quietly, his brow sweating from the exertion of performing magic. I can do things that can help you kill the monster. Because I don't think a bear trap and bat are going to do the job. What kind of things can you do? Jonathan questioned. He didn't seem to doubt Harry but was genuinely curious. It turned out that running into a monster from another dimension seemed to open someone's mind to new possibilities. Harry didn't have time to explain though, seeing as Nancy Wheeler had returned. She was carrying a small cloth filled with ice, which she had no doubt brought to deal with Jonathan's injuries. She noticed Harry immediately, frowning deeply. Harry leaned closer to Jonathan, speaking under his breath. I can do this. Harry reached up, tapping his finger against Nathan's bruised left temple before the guy could retract. At once, a small black cloud spread over Jonathan's face before disappearing, the bruise going with it. What just happened? Nancy asked, dropping the ice cloth down onto the table. Jonathan wasn't listening and was instead tapping his left temple aggressively, as if trying to see if he had just imagined the pain going away. Harry smiled, leaning back into the chair only for his head to hit the back. He had forgotten he was small, and it annoyed him. But he put it behind him and focused on the newest arrival. Chief Jim Hopper and Joyce Byers. They were approaching quickly, and their eyes were set on Jonathan. Harry, the young wizard's eyes shot to his left away from the commotion of Chief Hopper and Joyce Byers' arrival. There, he was met with Mrs. Harrington, who was beckoning him over. With a sigh, Harry got to his feet, his wrist flicking slightly to cast a shadow, which attached itself to Nancy Wheeler's right pocket. All he had to do now was wait. 5 minutes later, November 12, 1983, Hawkins Police Department, Hawkins, Indiana. The meeting with Child Services had begun only a few moments before Harry was forced to leave. He left a shadow in his place, but his attention was needed elsewhere. While the shadow he left behind would only be able to do basic functions, it didn't seem to bother Harry. After all, he had demonstrated his disliking of talking or even moving around, so the shadow would hopefully match his characteristics. Meanwhile, though, Harry traveled to his pre-placed shadow, emerging from Nancy Wheeler's pocket, where he had stealthily placed himself. The shadow fell to the ground, unseen from view due to its small size. He listened in on the conversation, watching everything carefully. Chief Hopper had just been given a large picture. Jonathan had no doubt explained his and Nancy's trip to the Nether, and now all was silent. Hopper spoke. You say blood draws this thing. We don't know, Jonathan replied. It's just a theory, Nancy added. A good theory. Everyone turned to the door, expecting to find someone entering, yet it was still closed. Even locked. Then they looked down, and finally spotted the tiny shadow lying on the floor. It was a mist blob no larger than a baseball, but they all saw it and were surprised to have heard a voice come from it. And then they realized that it existed. To begin with, and individually reacted. Jonathan and Nancy sprung backward away from it. Joyce Byers screamed in fear, and Chief Hopper had drawn his pistol, aiming it at the shadow. Harry was unfazed, emerging from the shadow slowly. It grew to the size of a small child, remaining misty and black before fading away to reveal Harry in his human form. It was a handy trick, being able to teleport using shadows. But it was dangerous, given that the shadow left behind could leave people suspicious, drawing questions. Everyone in the room frowned at the boy, unsure of how to react. I told you I could do things, Harry told Jonathan. Nancy scoffed lightly, no doubt believing that doing things was an understatement to rising out of a dark mist. Harry smiled brightly, motioning towards the large picture that lying on the ground, which had been dropped by Hopper in his haste to reach his gun. It rose from the floor and into Harry's grasp, which he then tightened as he closed his eyes. The monster is drawn to blood. But it doesn't get anything from eating anyone. It feeds for some other reason. It belongs to another realm that is accessible only through sheer force and will. Only 2 gates are leading in and out, and the second is inaccessible to anyone in this town. I'm sure with some time and patience I can get us in. Into that place. Where I saw that thing? Nancy asked, clearly frightened. Harry nodded. You want to go there? Can we talk about who the hell you are, and how you just did that thing? Chief Hopper asked, motion in. His gun, which was still unholstered and pointed forward, towards Harry. My name's Harry, Harry Potter. I'm 18 years old, yet I'm trapped in the malnourished version of my 13-year-old body. And I'm a wizard and shadowmancer. I come from another universe, or 2 universes. Not like that nether realm. I got here 6 days ago, Harry explained, seeing zero reasons to hide anything from them. After all, Jonathan and Nancy had experienced the nether realm. And Chief Hopper and Joyce Byers were both investigating Terry Ives' missing daughter and the corruption of Hawkins' National Laboratory. He gave a small demonstration with the wave of his hand, sending his Patronus out into the room. He was surprised to find that his Patronus was no longer the bright blue dog it had been, but was not a bright blue phoenix, which flew a few laps around the room before settling down beside Joyce. The majestic creature gently rubbed its beak against her temple, before disappearing. What the hell? Hopper questioned in a low voice. He had no doubt meant for the question to sound demanding, but he was confused. It's a Patronus. It repels darkness and brings out joy. A cool trick I learned years ago, Harry replied. He displaced a chair from the department's staff room into his waiting hand, placing it behind him as he took a seat. Everyone was watching him carefully now, waiting for him to do something else or to say something. After he was situated, he began. I don't know much about this creature given my short time here, but what I do know is this. Human weapons will mostly be ineffective against it, at least as long as it has access to wherever it gets its strength. So to kill it we either need to cut off its ties to the source, destroy the source. Or worst case scenario, we send it back to the source and hope it doesn't come back. Can you do any of that? Jonathan asked. I should be able to. But I'm not entirely sure. The closest thing I've seen to T.'s type of creature was a werewolf back home. And back then I could barely raise a wand. But I'm sure now I could discover a way to kill it, or at least find a way to return it to hell, Harry explained. But first I need to find it or its home. I won't be very effective from a distance. Right, okay, we don't doubt your abilities, but we don't know you, Hopper pointed out. Everyone seemed to agree, and even Harry frowned at the thought. He had been so careless to outright reveal himself to these people. The proper course of action would have been to introduce himself and get to know them before revealing his power. But he had already done the deed, and now had to face the consequences. Harry sighed, running his hand through his messy hair. He would need to prove himself to these people to reveal his loyalties. They wouldn't trust him if he didn't. But where would he start? By killing the monster, finding the supposedly missing Will Byers. Or was there something else he needed to do? Maybe he could do both of those things. Find Barbara Holland, and then they'd trust him enough. After all, he needed their trust if he was going to live in this universe for any amount of time. They knew his secrets, now, and perhaps they could help him settle down or find a way home. Wherever home was. Shaking his head to clear his thoughts, Harry looked up to find the room empty except for Nancy Wheeler, who was gazing down at her fingers. She was quite literally twiddling her thumbs, seemingly lost in thought as he had been. Chief Hopper was gone from his desk, and Harry could hear the low voice of Joyce and Jonathan Byers behind the door. Harry wanted to say something but found no words that would open a useful dialogue. And so, he closed his eyes and focused on his occlumency. His mind palace was an intricately designed one. It was a boundless world full of everything. Trillions of people roaming the surface of the world doing different things. Trillions of creatures roaming the jungles and the seas. There were so many things going on in his mind that one would no doubt have a brain aneurysm just entering it. But it was a necessary precaution. After all, if anyone saw the deepest depths of his mind, Harry would be screwed. What is your name, deputy? The voice was quite loud, even though it came from the lobby down the hall. Harry opened his eyes and didn't bother to spare a glance towards Nancy Wheeler as he got to his feet. He exited the office, passing the Byers family as he followed Chief Hopper into the lobby. He went unnoticed, having cast a shadow around himself to remain unseen. 2 officers were standing in front of a mother and her young son, who had broken his arm and was now wearing a sling. Well, I'm an officer. Name and badge number. Both of you, the mother demanded. What the hell is going on here? Hopper exclaimed, clearly fed up with the complaining. "These men are humiliating my son," the mother explained. There was talk about a psychotic child breaking the boy's arm, who ended up being a little girl. Harry was beginning to regret leaving the office over such a stupid complaint, when suddenly the boy spoke, describing a girl with no hair and a nosebleed. Harry froze. He had seen that girl on his way to the police station with the Harringtons. She was sitting on the back of a bike alongside a young boy. There were 3 bikes, 3 boys and the girl. The boy then explained the girl's abilities, explaining that she could make people fly and piss themselves. It sounded like telekinesis at a small degree, but it was enough to interest Harry, who sent a shadow out to find the girl. It found her almost immediately, in a broken down bus in the middle of a junkyard. Harry decided he wouldn't jump into this again. He would take this nice and slow, with a lot of planning and a bit of ingenuity. It took only 15 minutes to come up with a decent plan to help rescue the children hiding away in the junkyard bus. Harry learned many things from the shadow scouts he had sent off into the city, but only 3 of these things were important. 1. Chief Hopper, Joyce Byers, Jonathan Byers, and Nancy Wheeler had gone to the Wheeler residence in search of Mike Wheeler and his friends. 2. The officials of Hawkins National Laboratory were in Hawkins searching for the young girl, using maintenance vans as transportation. 3. The girl, named 11, was connected to the source of the monster as well, with the source providing her gifts. Harry discovered that the Nether Realm had been named the Upside Down by the children, with the monster being dubbed the Demogorgon. A rather stupid name for a creature, but Harry decided it fit well and left it at that. So there he was, trying his best to be in 3 places at once. He had a shadow puppet keeping the Harringtons busy in the Hawkins Police Department. A second more advanced shadow taking a trip to Hopper, the Byers family, and Nancy. And of course, Harry himself was traveling to the junkyard where he could rescue the kids from their current predicament. When he got to the junkyard, Harry was met with 4 very unobservant children who didn't understand the concept of constant vigilance. He had gotten into the bus without much effort, and due to the silence of his steps went entirely unnoticed as the kids tried to hide from view. Deciding to see how long he could sit there without being noticed, Harry displaced a chair once more and took a seat. And so he sat, watching them patiently as he took in their features, their quirks, their strengths, and weaknesses. It seemed the 3 boys fell into the normal criteria of friendship, their bond containing both deep brotherly love for one another and constant annoyance with each other. Ike Wheeler seemed to be the leader of the group, making decent decisions based on the situation. Lucas Sinclair was the rational mind behind the group, voicing his thoughts even when the group seemed uninterested or against his views. And Dustin Henderson was the neutral party, unwilling to take sides in arguments or decisions. He was a follower but seemed to show very minor hints of leadership that only Harry could spot. It reminded him of his trio. Harry being Mike, the irrational decision-maker. Hermione, as Lucas, the rational mind who believes they know everything. And Ron as Dustin, fool, lowing the 2 while expressing his annoyance, while sometimes showing signs of leadership. Yet the trio in front of him had a 4th. And a 5th. 11 and Will Byers. Harry didn't know anything about Will Byers. But he didn't particularly care at the moment. He instead focused on 11. Her behavior, her relationships with others, and most specifically her thoughts. From the legilimency he had done on her, Harry had found a very unorganized mind, filled with utter nonsense. But this wasn't the nonsense that he saw in the minds of those that were stupid. This nonsense was something else. Like an interesting yet unsolvable equation. He could see bits and pieces of memories, people, and events that even 11 couldn't remember, tucked away behind a cloud of nothing. An empty space with nothing between her reachable memories and the unreachable memories. It fascinated Harry. Of all the minds he had seen in his life, none had ever looked quite like this. It was a pitch-black void. Nothing but the essentials. No protections. Nothing. Whoa, what the hell? Harry caught himself staring directly into 11's eyes, something that he should have noticed seeing as she had spotted him. And the others had as well and were not beginning to panic. Lucas had been the one most startled and backed straight into the back of the bus. "How long have you been there?" he asked, pulling what Looked like a slingshot out of his pocket. Roughly 3 minutes. Give or take, Harry replied with a smile. He got to his feet, dispelling the chair from the bus as he stepped forward. All 4 children stepped away, hitting the back of the bus. They seemed to realize this, with Dustin doing his best to try to open the broken back exit. 11 stepped forward, no doubt to fight him with her powers. As much as he wanted to test her abilities against his own, Harry knew there was a time and place, and decided to raise his hands into the air in a sign of peace. He spotted his arms, and once again sighed, despising his small body. It was increasingly difficult to move around, and it was kind of embarrassing. I come in peace, with an invitation of passage. Invitation. Passage. 11 spoke. I heard about your situation and decided to offer my assistance in reaching the buyer's house, Harry explained. You wanna take us to the buyer's house? Who even are you? Questioned Mike, but he never got to answer, seeing as the walkie-talkie positioned on one of the bus seats suddenly went off. Nancy Wheeler's voice spoke from the other side. Mike, are you there? Mike, it's me, Nancy. Mike, are you there? Answer. Mike, we need you to answer. Everyone was silent for a moment, unmoving until Harry extended his hand. The walkie flew off of the seat, rushing into Harry's outstretch. Ed hands as the children stared in shock. But that was soon replaced by questioning glances, which drifted between Harry and 11. No doubt they thought he had gotten his powers the same way she had. If only they knew the truth. Don't answer it, Lucas shouted. It could be a trap. Mike added, rushing forward to grab the walkie out of Harry's hand. But Harry was faster and had cast 4 channels of shadows directly at the kids' heads. The shadows connected at once, and he was given entrance to their adolescent and untrained minds. He immediately got to work, speaking slowly and confidently, trying to ensure that they could hear every word he spoke. I'm going to say all of this once, and only once so that it is all clear. So pay close attention or you may miss something, Harry told them. None of the kids had ever been in their minds before and were trying their best to adapt to the new environment. 11, though, seemed to adapt the quickest. Perhaps her powers utilized aspects of her mind, making it easier to access. Who knew? He knew 11 didn't. When it was clear he at least had their basic attention, he began. My name is Harry James Potter. I'm 18 years old, thou. I appear to be 13 given a dimensional accident that brought me here. I come from 2 different universes and have experienced more horrors than several adults in their entire lives. And I possess great power. The power I plan to use to save you, your friend Will, and the whole of this depressing town. But for that to work, I need your trust and your help. I know nothing about this universe and need knowledge. Knowledge I'm hoping you would like to trade. Trade? 11 asked. To exchange. You 4 give me memories of events and any other useful knowledge I might need, and in return, I offer you memories of my life and the things I've seen, Harry replied. How? Asked Dustin. Don't worry, just think of things you might think I should know, and I'll do the rest, Harry answered. Mike and Lucas seemed hesitant, but 11 and Dustin seemed more open to the idea. Deciding that it would be safer to work with Dustin and 11 first, Harry stepped up to Dustin, placing his hand on the boy's forehead. His hand was much larger here, given that in his mind he still thought of himself as the 18-year-old man he had been in Raccoon City. The boy recoiled slightly at his UCH but soon stiffened as the exchange began. At first, Harry was only given memories of stupid things like toys and snacks, but he was soon given more important things. The history of the party, events that featured Will Byers. How they all met 11, their journey to discover the gate, 11's deception, their near capture, their escape, and then he was given Dustin's point of view of his arrival on the bus. It was good information, so Harry reciprocated, giving Dustin memories of Harry's early life at Hogwarts. When, like them, he was just a naive boy chasing dark lords and monsters far too powerful for him. What did you see? Questioned Mike, who had learned to utilize his inner brain far better than before. He didn't speak in one word like Dustin and 11 had, something that occurred often in new users of the mind. Dustin, who was still recovering from the massive brain dump, shook his head slightly, and turned to the others. I saw magic. Lucas asked, his gaze falling on Harry, who was watching 11. Harry didn't bother to respond. He would let them trade knowledge once he was done. What he needed right now was his part of the trade. And so he stepped forward, and gently placed his hand on her forehead. The exchange began, and Harry, for the first time since his lessons with Snape, was overwhelmed. He was met with the information he was sure that even 11 was unaware of. He saw Dr. Brenner, or Papa, and his role in the MK Ultra experiments. He saw the sensory deprivation tank and her ability to see things through the upside down, and he saw the creation of the gate. Her interaction with the Demogorgon had opened a dimensional rift through space of time between the real world and the upside down. A gate that now allowed creatures like the Demogorgon to enter the real world. Harry reached a bit further, seeing things beyond the handful she gave him. He saw a woman entering a bright white room while a much younger 11 watched. It was Terry Ives, only younger and saner. So she had met her mother, but was too young to realize. Deciding that he had seen enough, Harry shared his most dark memories. His time in Raccoon City, his abduction at the hands of Umbrella, and his transformation into the weapon they needed him to be. He then showed her his redemption, the events of the outbreak, and all that happened after. By the end of the exchange, tears had formed on 11's face. Tears she quickly wiped away as Harry moved on to Lucas, who seemed slightly more agreeable to the trading process, seeing as both Dustin and 11 hadn't lost their minds and weren't dead. So he let Harry grab him by the forehead, and offered his memories. He focused more on the world around him instead of the party, showing off the famo. Us movies and games of the past few years, his efficiency with slingshots, and his family life with his parents and sister Erica. Harry got a sense of just how wise the boy was by seeing Lucas's life play before his eyes. It wasn't centered around the Demogorgon, 11, or the Upside Down like Dustin's had, but it was necessary information to have. After all, it proved some form of trust was there, for the boy to offer so much in the trade. Returning the favor, Harry gifted Lucas with his early life, his past with the Dursleys, the death of his parents, his rough childhood with his aunt, uncle, and cousin. And he ended the exchange with his most joyous memory of his childhood. The day his acceptance letter to Hogwarts was given to him by Rubeus Hagrid. When the exchange concluded, it was only Mike that remained. He was watching the other three with interest, noting that they were in deep thought, seeing the memories Harry had given them in quick succession. Their minds were dividing the knowledge, deciding what in their memories was theirs and Harry's. It would take a while for the mind to clear, but when it did they would be fine. "What am I supposed to do?" Mike asked. "Think of things that would be useful for me to know about you, the party, the world. Give me anything you want to give, and I'll return the favor with memories of my past. I understand you, you understand me. Got it?" "Yeah, I think so." Harry smiled, and placed his hand on Mike's forehead, beginning the final exchange. Harry was met with a barrage of information, which once again overwhelmed him. He was so untrained in the arts of the mind that the floodgates had been opened accidentally. Memories of Mike's childhood emerged, showing memories of his time as a toddler, memories from his early adolescence. And then the good stuff came forward. The disappearance of Will Byers, the journey to find him, finding 11, hiding her in his basement, and the daring escape from Hawkins' lab. All useful information, and so Harry returned the favor by displaying the memories of his worst tragedies. The death of his parents, Sirius near death, Cedric's death, and the apparent death of Sirius Black at the hands of the Veil of Death. Harry then sprinkled in some happy memories of him, Hermione, and Ron, before ending the exchange. Reliving those deaths drained him. Before he could even think, why felt an odd sense of cold overtake him. He fell to the floor, his gaze falling into the dark abyss that lay around them. "Mike, what did you do?" Dustin exclaimed as the 4 children all surrounded Harry. He wasn't concerned though, and spent his last bit of energy tying together their minds so that they could put together his past and come to a conclusion. Trust him, or don't. In the meantime, he needed to rest. The world could wait a little while longer for Harry Potter and the party to return. Chapter 4. The Stranger Point. 2. The party members all sat around the mysterious stranger that had appeared in their hideout, and who had given them memories of what seemed like a dozen lifetimes. But the strain had taken a toll on the mysterious stranger, causing him to go unconscious on the floor of wherever they were. It was a pitch-black abyss, one filled with absolutely nothing but them. Mike Wheeler sat to the stranger's right, caressing his temple as he tried to process what had occurred within his mind. This Harry Potter guy was something completely different from the type of stories Mike had read or seen in his entire life. The magic used in the stranger's memories was unheard of but entirely practical in theory, and he had even displayed that magic on the bus, conjuring the chair and summoning the radio. It made him question if 11 was capable of those kinds of things. Or if the stranger's story of alternate universes was real. "Can you guys stop talking for a minute? I need to think," Lucas spoke. Everyone glanced up at him, unsure of what to say. No one had been talking out loud, only thinking. When Dustin brought this to Lucas's attention, his eyes widened in shock. "I heard you guys talking, in my head." Mike was talking about the stranger's powers. Dustin was talking about magic and Dementors. And 11 was talking about Umbrella. "I just got annoyed and told you to shut up," Lucas explained. Everyone was completely still. He had heard their thoughts. How was that possible? Had the stranger somehow linked their minds or something? Did that mean they were telepaths? "I can still hear you, Mike," Lucas winced. "Sorry," Mike apologized. "The stranger connected us somehow." "Connected our minds," Lucas concluded. "The stranger. His name's Harry," Dustin commented. "Does it matter? He's a stranger. It doesn't matter if we have his memories. We still don't know him. Not like we know each other. So he's a stranger," Lucas explained. Mike frowned. They barely knew 11 too, yet they had accepted her into their party after only a few days of quarreling, running, and hiding. And they knew almost nothing about 11, yet they all knew aspects of the stranger that he had gifted them. Mike had gotten the memories of loss and joy, something that led him to sympathize with the stranger. Perhaps they could give him a chance. He would probably never be a member of their party given how old he was, but he could help them. And maybe they could help him. If there was a way to help him get home, they would help him find it. But one question came to mind. "So, why did he connect us?" "Communicate," said 11. "To communicate with each other. But we could do that anyway," Mike pointed out. "Not words. His memories," 11 elaborated. Mike frowned. The stranger wanted them to communicate his memories with each other. For what purpose? Mike shook it off. Instead, he pushed the memories he had received from the strangers out towards the others. Remember them as if they were his own. And then a second exchange occurred, with Mike receiving 3 new sets of memories. The complete set of this stranger's life was in Mike's mind, as well as everyone else's. He witnessed the death of James and Lily Potter, the stranger's life with the Dursleys, his education at the magical school of Hogwarts, the supposed death of Sirius Black, and the stranger's life in Raccoon City. But something was missing. A gap. There were no memories of how the stranger traveled between alternate universes. It was a complete mystery. One they would have to bring up when the stranger woke up. November 12, 1983, Junkyard, Hawkins, Indiana. Chief of Police Jim Hopper quietly stepped out of his car, warning the others inside to stay put until he found out where the kids were exactly. He immediately got the feeling that they were CK in the broken-down bus in the middle of the junkyard, a feeling he received for several reasons. There were 3 men in suits carrying semi-automatic weapons aimed directly at the bus, though they were completely frozen, unmoving, and lifeless behind the eyes. The second clue was that there were children in the destroyed bus. Hopper spotted the shaved-headed girl among a group of boys. One of the boys. Hopper spun around and was met with a third surprise. The young yet old boy Harry Potter had gotten out of the car, which was now locked with Joyce, Jonathan, and Nancy inside, and was now joining Hopper near the bus. The boy spoke. "I've got them all contained. But you need to wake up the kids. Wake them up." Hopper turned back to the bus and realized that they were indeed asleep. They were completely still with their eyes closed shut. But across from them was another child. Harry Potter. His eyes were closed as well, and his skin was flaking. Hopper wanted to question it but decided from the strain in this Harry's eyes that they were running out of time. And so, he boarded the bus and stepped past the other Harry. Grabbing hold of the girl, Hopper shook her vigorously. Sigh of relief passing through him as she opened her eyes. But he had no time to greet her and instead moved on to waking Mike Wheeler. Then Lucas Sinclair. And then Dustin Henderson. When they were all awake, the girl let out a small cry of both surprise and fear. Everyone turned towards the source of the scream and then turned to face what the girl had seen. They were met with the still sleeping Harry Potter, whose skin was beginning to blow away in flakes. After another few seconds, a pile of ash spilled onto the floor. Is he dead?" asked Mike Wheeler. No, the real Harry Potter had entered the bus and was covered in blood. It covered the right side of his face, but he seemed unaffected. As if nothing was there at all. "They'll be here with reinforcements in a matter of minutes. I recommend we all get to the car now." Hopper agreed and followed the boy out of the bus and into the junkyard. There, they were met with the 3 men in suits, all deceased lying on the floor. It looked like their heads had been completely turned around 360 degrees, snapping their necks in two. The kid didn't bring it up and instead continued towards the car, where the others were waiting for them. The kids began to funnel into the car, which had an unusually large interior, with Hopper following close behind. When they began to pull out of the junkyard, Joyce leaned forward. "Did he just kill those people?" "Yes, I'm pretty sure he did," Hopper replied. It wasn't their top priority to question whether this kid, who claimed to be 18, had murdered 3 men in cold blood. EY needed to take these kids to a safe place, and right now they were down to only the Byers' house. It was where all of this started, and hopefully, it would all end there too. Perhaps the end could see. Own quickly with the help of this mysterious kid. 30 minutes later, Byers' house, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry Potter sat in the car owned by Joyce Byers, his eyes on the girl sitting in front of him. 11 was quite strange in culture, powers, and mind. He was taking a trip through her head, becoming quite amazed by what he found. The first place he had seen was something else entirely, but this place was her true mind. It was a pitch-black abyss with an inch or two of water lying on the floor. There was absolutely nothing there but darkness and water, and it was amazing. The most complex mind he had ever seen. As he traveled throughout the unrestricted mind, he couldn't see, touch, feel, or hear anything. He only felt and saw the water below his feet and heard his voice as he called out. And then it happened. Then he met her. Deep in the abyss, he found 11 sobbing to herself, clutching her knees tightly as she swayed in the water. He called out to her. 11 turned at once, and her eyes widened. He approached slowly, aware of the effects of one mind interacting consciously with another. Harry needed to be careful, or else he could do some very harsh damage. "Hi, are you okay?" Harry asked, kneeling so that he was facing her. His knee was soaked in the water, but he didn't care. This wasn't his real body, and it wasn't all that of an inconvenience. 11 gave him a timid nod, and Harry smiled. "It's okay. This is your mind. You experienced this place in the Upside Down, right?" Another nod. "Can you talk here?" "Yes," she spoke, for the first time. "Great." Harry was grinning brightly now as he slowly got to his feet, extending his arm out to her. 11 slowly took it and allowed him to help her up. "This is your mind, as I said before. And it seems to be connected directly to the Upside Down. It lets you find things and people across the entire planet, and it allows you to control your powers. But this is incredible. I haven't seen a mind like this in years. I can't seem to find any trace of your thoughts, your memories, or your sight." "It's extraordinary," Harry commented. "Extraordinary?" 11 questioned. Perhaps she hadn't heard the word before. "Really good. The best I've seen in my entire life," Harry replied. His hands had grabbed hers, guiding her through the abyss as he continued. "You've seen my mind briefly. It was like this, only filled with everything, not nothing. I have people, cities, life, all doing their own thing while doing nothing at the same time. All to mask my true thoughts from view. But you have all of this. Nothing. And yet with all of the freedom I have here I can't seem to find anything. Not even within this version of you. It's as if your thoughts don't exist." "My thoughts? I don't. You don't have to show me," Harry cut her off, knowing what she would claim. She barely knew him and didn't trust him yet despite her reaction to his past. But he wasn't interested in seeing her thoughts and memories, not anymore. Instead, he was more interested in how she had constructed this mind out of nothing, and how it worked. The two of them talked for some time, comparing their minds as Harry discussed how he had constructed his through years of effort and concentration. 11's only response was that she hadn't created it at all, and merely came here when taking trips to the Upside Down. Which led Harry to one conclusion. Her mind was linked directly to the Upside Down, which meant her powers must have come from the Upside Down too. Are you two coming or what? It was the voice of Jim Hopper. They had arrived at the buyer's house. Do you know how to get out of this place? Harry asked, separating himself from 11. She didn't reply and instead disappeared in a cloud of mist that fell to the water below. Harry smiled, and at once ended the connection the two had had through legilimency. Harry found himself staring directly into 11's eyes, but only for a split second before Hopper called for them again. The two lost eye contact at that point and quickly exited the vehicle. While 11 rushed to catch up to the others within the house, Harry was pulled aside by Hopper, who looked annoyed. What was that? Some kind of staring contest? A staring contest? No, nothing that childish. I was talking to her. Harry motioned between his and Hopper's head, before continuing. I saw her mind palace. And I was telling her how unique it was. I couldn't find anything. You saw her mind palace. And you couldn't find anything. Is that safe? Questioned Hopper. Well, it depends. Having nothing sometimes means your memories and thoughts are free for anyone to see. But her mind isn't nothing. It's a dark abyss with a floor covered in water. I searched for a while and found absolutely nothing. No sign of her thoughts. No memories. Nothing. Not until I found her very conscious thoughts. The thoughts she lets me see. We spoke for a few minutes, Harry explained. The chief of police still didn't seem to understand. But Harry didn't expect him to. The most supernatural thing these people had seen so far were glimpses of the Demogorgon and 11's powers. Things like magic, Shadoman Sai, and mind reading were foreign to them, outside of fiction. So, Harry decided to change the subject. What plans do you have for ensuring everyone isn't found by the lab? Plans? I don't have any, kid. All I know is that that portal thing is deep in that lab, and we need to close it. Right. I might be able to help with that, said Harry. He conjured to chairs, which he then placed on the front porch of the buyer's house. Hopper had seen him do this already, but the sight still shook the older man. But he took a seat alongside Harry and listened to the older, young boy as he explained the Fidelius charm. My parents used it before they died, trying to hide me from a maniac who was out to kill me from birth. It failed for specific reasons unimportant for today's situation. But how it works is like this. I cast the spell, I name a secret keeper, who will be me. And then everyone but us will completely forget the location of the buyer's house or wherever else we go. And after that, only I will be able to disclose the house's location. If anyone tries to get it out of you guys, you'll be unable to answer. Completely safe, as long as you don't talk, Hopper commented, clearly unsure. I won't. My parents' Fidelius failed due to a traitorous rat and they were killed because of it. There isn't a chance that I would. Spill the beans, Harry defended. Besides, I got here less than a week ago and was held captive by that lab for nearly 5 days. And their first impressions were less than good. So you don't have to worry. And as for someone breaking me, it's impossible. Bigger men than Drive, Brenner have tried and failed. Okay, so how do we do this Fidelius spell? Hopper asked. Fidelius charm. And the casting has to involve me and everyone who wants to know the location. I've only cast it a few times, but I should be able to do it without much trouble. But the problem that concerns me is that monster, Harry explained. The monster comes from a completely different realm outside of this one. And my magic comes from another universe outside of this one. This leads me to a few conclusions, one of which is that I'm unsure if the spell will affect anything that comes from the Upside Down. But if that thing or anything else comes, 11 and I should be able to hold them off long enough for a strike team to reach Will in the Upside Down. If that's the plan, something like that, kid. Hopper replied, still puzzled. I'm 18. The body's just a cosmic miscalculation, Harry spoke, annoyed. He hated being the size of a 10-year-old while being a technical adult. But it was something he would have to deal with until he could find a solution. Hopper gave him an equally annoyed nod, before telling Harry to get on with casting the spell. And so, Harry got to his feet and entered the house. There, he found that everyone had piled into the living room. The children were all piled onto the couch opposite of the door. Jonathan and Nancy were seated at the kitchen table not far away to the right, and Joyce was frantically pacing back and forth beside the right wall. Harry and Hopper's entrance drew everyone's attention to the door. Harry spoke. "We've got a plan." "You've got a plan?" Nancy questioned. "I said we. And it's a complicated one, so listen closely," Harry replied. He conjured a seat for himself as well as two others for Jim and Joyce, who both got the hint as they took a seat. When everyone had their attention on Harry, he began. "Hello, I'm Harry Potter. We all know this by now. And all of you should know that I possess special abilities that outmatch the abilities of the Demogorgon. With these abilities, Chief Hopper and I have created a plan consisting of two teams. Team 1's goal is to locate and retrieve Will, and the second team's goal is to kill the Demogorgon, and then locate and destroy the gate leading to the Upside Down. With any hope, we can end the threat in one solid strike. You want to split everyone up. Not immediately, Mrs. Byers. Team 2 will help with finding Will, and we should find the gate while trying to find him. But once he's safe and outside of the Upside Down, Team 2 will branch off, destroy the gate, and kill the Demogorgon," Harry explained. Everyone was silent, and so he continued. "It's a given that 11 will be on Team 1, given her ability to see into the Upside Down. Everyone here will join her on Team 1. When Team 2 is needed, it'll be me, Chief Hopper, Mrs. Byers, Jonathan, and Nancy." "How come you're on Team 2? Mike asked. Harry raised a single eyebrow, responding with the snap of his fingers. A spiral of black mist surrounded his hand, before expanding. The entire room transformed, the walls becoming brand new with the wallpaper repaired. The Christmas lights situated around the room were reorganized, cleaned, and recolored, and the furniture within the room was repaired as well. The living room and dining room looked brand new compared to the rest of the house. Jonathan and Joyce Byers both held expressions of amazement, far exceeding the similar expression on the others' faces. No one else questioned whether he should be on the second team, with that adding to some of their experience in seeing him kill those 3 men by the bus. Jonathan spoke. "So, where do we start?" 2 hours later, Byers' house, Hawkins, Indiana. Once the group had received their assignments and the call to Scott Clark had been made, they had discovered just how they were going to find Will in the Upside Down. A sensory deprivation tank. It whoa. Old blind 11 senses just enough for her to reach the Upside Down through her mind palace, and through there she could find Will. And they already knew the location of the gate through both Harry and Hopper's previous experiences in the Hawkins laboratory, meaning it was only a matter of getting in, finding Will, and getting out. So everyone stood in the gymnasium of Hawkins Middle School, EACH, doing their tasks to ensure that the tank was perfect for 11's L's powers. Meanwhile, Harry sat with Elle on one of the benches nearby, guiding her through a few processes he had used to navigate his own mind. Because her visions of the Upside Down took place within her mind palace, Harry concluded that she could control her mind as he did. When you enter your mind palace, you're in charge of the domain. You're the supreme leader. You can ensure that intruders are subdued, can't move, or can't enter at all. So when you enter the tank, don't think of the place you're seeing as the Upside Down. Think of it as your mind. Once you do that, try to create boundaries. They'll help you find Will. Understand? Harry asked. He wasn't entirely sure if what he was saying was 100% accurate. But what he had seen of Elle's mind led him to only a few conclusions, and this was the best one. "I think so," she replied. "If you can control your mind, why don't you join her?" Lucas asked. "What? You want me to use Elle as a conduit to find Will?" Harry hadn't considered the idea, mainly due to his belief that 11 had the strength to do the job and merely needed the path to do it. But the desperation on the faces of Joyce, Jonathan, and Will's friends told Harry that he couldn't rely on trusting 11's powers. They had to be accurate and precise. But a new problem emerged as Harry went through the possible outcomes of using 11 as a conduit to find Will. I can't. Not directly. I don't have a connection to Upside Down. I can't feel it and I can't access it with my shadows. All I could do is accompany Elle through her mind palace. Or give her a power boost. But both could be fatal if either one of us. What? Mike questioned, suddenly worried. The Demogorgon isn't the only of its kind. And there could be hundreds of other species in the Upside Down that just haven't crossed over. If Will's hiding far away, we could come across anything between here and there. And if my powers don't work in the Upside Down, then I'll have to rely on guns and magic. And if those don't work, then Elle will be by herself. The thought of more than one Demogorgon and more than one species in the Upside Down terrified them. And some refused to speak for several minutes as they continued to work. Elle was pulled away from Harry by Joyce, who wanted to speak with her before the bath was done. So Harry busied himself by displacing several weapons from across the world that he laid out on the benches. Hopper joined him. You can teleport things. Do you know how to use those things? Harry raised an eyebrow, and before the chief could blink had unholstered his right Desert Eagle and fired 5 shots into the wall. A single hole cut through the old bricks, making a sizable hole. Everyone stopped, turning to watch as Harry grimaced. He dropped his arm, the weight of the weapon putting strain on his small arms. This was much easier when he was an adult, and larger than Hopper. But he had a plan to compensate for the lack of arm strength. So he placed the eagle back in its holster before strapping a shotgun around his right shoulder. He then grabbed a Colt M16A2 and strapped that around his left shoulder, intending to use it as his main weapon. The others were just in case this one jammed or was destroyed. After all, his weapons were modded through shadows to hold unlimited ammo. So he was hoping they were at least somewhat effective against whatever sat waiting in the Upside Down. So, are we ready? Harry gave Joyce a firm nod, strapping all of his guns in as he prepared himself for the worst. He would be completely powerless and would have to rely on guns to protect Elle from danger. But he pushed it away and stepped beside Elle next to the small pool that had been turned into a makeshift sensory deprivation tank. With the wave of his hand, Harry's weapons disappeared, relieving the weight he had on his body as he began to slowly float into the air. Elle stepped into the water, slowly lying down as she placed a taped-over pair of goggles over her eyes. Harry positioned himself in the air directly above her, facing down so that they were level with one another. With a single movement, tendrils shot from Harry's back, reaching down as they slowly began to wrap around Elle. "What the hell are you doing?" Mike exclaimed, reaching for one of the tendrils to tear it away from a seemingly unaware 11. "Stop. I need them for this," Harry countered. "They connect us through the body. Without access to her eyes, I need another way to reach her mind. Now don't touch them and stay quiet so I can concentrate." They did as he asked, and quieted down, though Joyce continued to whisper motivational words to a distressed Elle. Harry pushed himself, trying his best to find 11 in the sea of minds located in the room. He hadn't tried anything like this, so he wasn't sure if it would work, but he needed to try. He sensed people with his shadows and found 11 lingering far away yet close. Close through the tendrils, he sent his shadows through those, and immediately connected to her in all but mind. He felt the water, the clothes around her, the goggles on her face. But couldn't see her mind. "What's going on?" Hopper asked. "I can't get into her mind. I can't find her without looking into her eyes," Harry explained. "Elle, do you think we can take the goggles off for Harry?" Joyce asked. 11 shook her head, clearly knowing that to do that would jeopardize the sensory deprivation process, and she would lose her progress. But Harry didn't have any other options. He spoke. "Elle, I need you to trust me on this. Close your eyes and take off the goggles." To Harry's surprise, she hesitated for only a few seconds, before reaching up to pull the goggles off. She had her eyes tightly shut, refusing to open them an inch. "Great. Now, open your eyes." Another moment of hesitation, and when she opened her eyes. To everyone else in the room, TWO clouds suddenly appeared around Harry and 11's faces. While to Harry and 11, everything else disappeared but them. With the eye contact he needed, Harry cast Legilimency and entered 11's mind. The mission had started. Chapter 5. The Battle for Will Byers. The entire party and its allies sat around the makeshift sensory deprivation tank, watching idly as Harry Potter and D11 navigated through the Upside Down. They watched with fascination as Harry floated above them all, with smoking tendrils coming out of his back. They gently wrapped around 11, who seemed unaware of their presence. She was too focused on Harry, who was, in turn, focused on 11. The eye contact was there, though the group only saw the black clouds of mist that surrounded their faces. It seemed Mike was the most affected by this, but Jonathan Byers had no time to think about that. Instead, he was focused on the flickering lights taking place outside of the gym. They drew his attention at once, and his change of attention seemed to change Nancy's as well, seeing as she noticed the lights moments after him. They knew what it was. The monster. It's here. What? How do you know? Look over there. Nancy motioned to the hallway outside. Lucas and everyone else turned to see the lights flickering madly, and everyone tensed. Nancy looked up at Harry, who appeared to be twitching slightly and was under a large amount of strain. She called out to him, asking if he and 11 were still in the school. His only response was the shake of his head. That told them all they needed to know. Chief Hopper sprang up at once, rushing to Harry's cache of guns that still laid on the bench nearby. He grabbed a few handguns and an assault rifle before tossing a shotgun to Jonathan, who barely caught it. Hopper took guard by the door, unaware of the glance exchanged by Jonathan and Nancy. "We need to draw it away," Jonathan proclaimed, passing the shotgun to Nancy, who was much better at using weapons than he was. No one had time to react before they were gone. The two teens rushed into the hall, with Nancy firing a few shots into the ceiling to draw the monster's attention. They ran out into the parking lot, rushing into Jonathan's car as the lights flickered after them. It worked. They were drawing the monster away. Now all they had to do was get their supplies from the police station and place their traps in Jonathan's house. If it all worked out, they could kill the monster and save Team 2 the trouble. But that was only if they killed it. After all, anything was possible now. November 12, 1983. 11's mind. Harry Potter was terrified as he stepped through the front doors of the middle school. 11's mind had been severely altered by Harry's shadow boost, allowing 11 to see more than she ever had before. And she knew this too, given how tightly she clung to his arm, accidentally restricting him to a hip-fire position. But the mind Harry could handle the weight, seeing as he was slightly taller now, and had muscle on his bones. It made it easier to hold the rifle, allowing him to maneuver in a way that would have been impossible in the real world. The two could hear a commotion coming from the real world but ignored it as they continued through Hawkins. Then it happened. A massive swarm surrounded them, a mix of dark mist with a dash of red here and there. It was the supreme ruler of the Upside Down. While it couldn't affect them in 11's mind, it could torture them enough to kick them out. After all, 11's mind was only a variation of the Upside Down. But it was enough to cause Harry to come up with a completely new plan. One that he was unsure would work. He turned to 11. "It's drawn to us by our power. It's afraid. I need to go." "No, it's all right. You've got this. Once you're back in the abyss, this thing won't be able to get you. Just find Will and Barbara, and get out of there as soon as you can. You got it." 11 gave him a nod in answer. And he didn't hesitate. He pulled away, retreating from her mind as quickly as possible. Harry found himself back in his own body, staring down at 11, who stared back emotionlessly. With a single movement, the goggles that had been discarded returned to 11's face, blocking her vision once more as Harry's tendrils returned to his back. He slowly drifted down back to the ground, landing to discover that Jonathan and Nancy were gone. Joyce spoke, her hopes high due to his sudden awakening. "What happened? Did you find Will?" No, we can't find him with me there. It's too much. Elle's on her own," Harry replied. He threw his guns to the ground, greatly annoyed. He had gone through so much preparation to help 11. In her mind, yet now he was back here in the gym. Useless. So all he had to do was sit there and wait while 11 maneuvered through her mind palace. She found Barbara first, but the older girl was long dead, buried in the tendrils of the Upside Down. And she found Will soon after, hiding in what was called Castle Byers. He was alone, scared, and dying. So they didn't have a lot of time. Harry took off with Joyce and Hopper, leaving 11 and the other kids alone in the school as they headed for Hawkins' lab. It was a boring ride, with Hopper pushing his truck to its highest speeds while Joyce pushed him to drive faster. Harry, meanwhile, sat in the backseat of the truck, glancing out the window. He felt useless here, unable to do anything of importance that wouldn't get in the way. His plan to escape Hawkins' lab had ended roughly. His plan to assimilate himself into Hawkins had burned when his shadow disappeared from the police station, and he had failed in helping Elle find Will in Upside Down. Harry was at an extreme disadvantage compared to the last trip through universes. While he was young once again, he was smaller than he ever had been before, and he remembered more aspects of his life that had once been inconsequential to him were now glowing dots in his mind, each showing themselves without care. Harry felt like he was going crazy, and he couldn't contain it. He felt sick to his stomach. It was saying something due to the size of it. Then his eyes widened in realization. The sickness, the crazy feeling, the loss of power, it had all happened to him before. In Raccoon City the day the Army had kidnapped Sherry Birkin and Leon Kennedy. The sickness had come quickly, followed by the crazy thoughts and memories that blocked his judgment. It made him weak that day, being taken down by 3 tranquilizers to the chest. It had been one of his worst mistakes, and yet he had left Raccoon City to keep his friends safe. And had never returned. And now here he was, feeling the same thing. The virus wanted out, and it was pushing hard against his frail body. It would push harder with more resistance. Pushing until he was either dead, or he gave in and let it out. So, seeing as he wanted to live, Harry decided to let it out. Pull over, he called out. What? Hopper called back. 5 feet 6, and weighing 90 pounds to a man with the height of 9 feet 11 inches, weighing 270 pounds, most of it being pure muscle. His growth had caused his body to curve into the ditch, which was quite uncomfortable all things considered. So Harry slowly stood up, glancing around for any sign of someone watching him. Nothing. The road was empty. The school and Hawkins' lab were both pretty far away on foot. He didn't want to risk apparating or displacing himself at this size, but the Byers' house was close. He knew that Jonathan and Nancy had drawn the monster there and away from the school. Perhaps it was still there. And perhaps he could kill it. At this size, it would be incredibly easy. So he set off for the Byers' house. Knowing his path was uncertain. He could either kill the thing or he couldn't. But he wouldn't find out until he reached the Byers' house. That was his mission. Outside of Harry's mission, all hell had broken loose over town. Jonathan, Nancy, and Steve Harrington had faced off against the Demogorgon within the Byers' home, resulting in quite a bit of damage. But the monster had escaped, and was headed straight for Hawkins Middle School. So when Harry finally arrived at the Byers' house, he was met with the new trio of teenagers in the group. Their reactions were far from normal. Why? Made sense given that he was almost 10 feet tall and massive. If he were in their shoes, Harry would have screamed and shot him too. But the bullet fired by Nancy had only lodged into the far left side of his abdomen, doing almost nothing to affect him. What the hell? Steve exclaimed, falling backward into the dirt as Jonathan and Nancy quickly backed away. Whoa, it's just me, Harry called back. He cast Lumos to reveal his face, putting on his best smile as he bent down to meet them. It wasn't easy, seeing as they were all 3 under 6 feet tall. It made bending down useless, seeing as they still had to peer up at him slightly. Jonathan and Nancy recognized his enlarged face immediately, but Steve still shook to his core. He slowly got to his feet, taking a step back, armed with the nail-covered bat ready for a fight. Jonathan, the intelligent human that he was, stepped forward to keep Steve from swinging, letting Harry explain. It's one of the powers I'm less favorable of. It takes over from time to time. Just happens to take over before Team 2 could make it to the lab. So, you're just like this now? A giant? Nancy asked. What the hell is happening? Steve exclaimed, still scared and unsure. Steve, this is Harry, one of my brother's friends, said Nancy. Bit of a stretch. Nancy ignored Harry's comment and continued. He's from another universe and he has superpowers. Kind of like 11. But he has more power. The explanation was short and sweet, and seemed to do its job in convincing Steve. He glanced between Harry and Nancy for a few seconds, before lowering the bat to the ground. Nancy shook her head and turned back to Harry. Is Team 2 still on? Yeah, I had them dump me on the side of the road when it took over. Being 10 feet tall isn't good for cars, Harry replied. She smiled, nodding as she reloaded her pistol. The plan is to head back to Hawkins Middle School and make sure the kids aren't compromised. Hopefully, the Chief and Mrs. Byers can get well out on their own. I'm not very useful at the moment. Not useful as a giant? Jonathan asked. I can't get to any buildings, and I can be spotted from 3 miles away. The fact I'm here with you three has probably drawn a lot of attention, and it doesn't help my other powers in any way. They all agreed, and the plan was set. With a bit of convincing, Harry K. knelt and held out his abnormally large hand. They all grabbed a finger, and Harry displaced them away from the Byers' house to outside Hawkins Middle School. Jonathan and Nancy immediately rushed inside to see if the kids were all right, leaving Harry to sit outside and wait. He took a seat in the middle of the parking lot, his body taking up half of a parking space. But it gave him time to think. Think of exactly why he was here. It was down to 2 possibilities. The fight between him and the Watcher had ended with him being thrown here, and it was completely accidental. Or the multiverse held its linear timeline of possibilities, and he was destined to be here. But it didn't seem that way. After all, the Watcher had described him as a plague on universes destined to lead people to death or fatal injuries. And there he was, questioning his role in this new world. His plans had time and again failed miserably, making him useless to these people, and he didn't know how to fix it. Not Foz T enough to kill the Demogorgon and save Will. But for all he knew, they didn't need him to do these things. Chief Hopper and Mrs. Byers were both capable adults, and Elle had enough raw strength to possibly kill Harry, and thus she could most likely kill the Demogorgon. Harry turned back to the school, watching as lights began to flicker on and off like crazy. It was the Upside Down. The Demogorgon had entered the school. He willed himself to shrink, trying his best to restrain the virus. It worked, and Harry's limbs began to shorten until he was small enough to get into the school. He took off down the halls, following the trails of blood on the ground until he stopped at the source. There were a dozen bodies piled up in the corner of a nearby hallway, all having been chewed to death by the Demogorgon. Dr. Brenner was among the pile. The lights continued to flicker, leading Harry to change his direction. He ended up in the science classroom, where he found an awful sight. Mike, Dustin, and Lucas were in the back of the classroom, with 11 at the front. She was facing the Demogorgon, who was pinned against the wall as the beast's chest cavity glowed cyan. 11 was holding it there with her powers. Yet it was fighting back too, pulling her into the Upside Down. Harry cast a shadow, attaching it to 11's pocket, just like he had with Nancy in the police station earlier that day. And in a flash of blinding light, 11 and the Demogorgon were gone from the world. And attached to 11's pocket was a small gift. A stowaway. 1 month later, December 11, 1983, Southwest Forest, Hawkins, Indiana. The box contained food. A Tupperware container filled with chicken tenders, with 2 single Eggos wrapped and placed above it. The food had been left by Chief Jim Hopper, who had discovered that someone was hiding in the woods in need of food. When 11 returned to her fire, Harry was waiting for her. The tiny cabin he had created around the fire was more than room for them to move around comfortably, and the Fidelius charm around it kept those on the outside from finding them. It was the safest place for both of them, though it was clear that 11W as annoyed at being confined to such a small place. But she didn't complain out loud for reasons unknown to Harry. Perhaps it was the appreciation for the shelter and food. Or maybe she didn't know the words to fully vent her frustrations. Ever since their little trip to the Upside Down that night, the two had been practicing in lessons. Lessons performed in Harry's mind, which allowed him to fully utilize his abilities. But after a while, they had switched to doing the lessons in 11's mind. After all, she was the one in need of practice, and without much knowledge of her powers, her mind was the best place to evolve her abilities. And so they practiced for a month, evolving 11's powers with intense practice. Harry would throw squads of shadow monsters at her, controlling them at a minimal difficulty level as she annihilated them. After the first week, a single squad wasn't enough, and Harry needed to increase the enemy unit to 2. He kept it there, watching as 11 began to tire more easily. Her powers were like his magic, wearing down the user with more usage. Harry examined their cabin, admiring the changes that they had made in the past few days. It was spacious and new, for them to move around freely and enough room to be alone if need be. But they were hardly ever separated. When he wasn't training 11 in her mind and they weren't asleep, Harry would teach Elle everything that he could. He began to teach her better English, American history, basic science, geography, art, basic mathematics, and some physical education. Physical education was important to increase 11's endurance, which would allow her to use her powers more often without tiring. The geography was useful for her, void walking, which would help her find people, things, and places much easier. Art was more for Elle to express her deeper feelings, and the other 4 main subjects were useful for other reasons. English to speak more clearly, history to understand the world around her easier. Science to understand the effects her powers have on the world, and math to understand her telekinesis, and how to push objects from her. All useful subjects that Harry carefully researched in the nighttime, trying his best to teach her before they went out into the world to gain hands-on experiences. 11 entered the cabin, placing her snow-covered boots down beside the door as she pulled off her large jacket. After shutting the door, she made her way to Harry on the couch and fell beside him, the food in hand. While Harry quietly studied his physics book, Elle began to unwrap the 2 Eggos left to her by Chief Hopper before taking several bites at once. This amused Harry. She wasn't exactly starving, seeing as he continued to stock the fridge and freezer with healthy foods that were nutritious for kids their age, and he even kept boxes of Eggos in the freezer. But she acted as if she was starving. "Someone left you those." He already knew the answer, due to the wards around the cabin. But he decided to ask anyway. Good communication was useful for any friendship, and they had become good friends in the past few weeks. Well, he had become a good teacher. Harry wasn't friend material. "Chief Hopper," Elle replied. "Chief Hopper left you Eggos." "Interesting," Harry commented, smiling brightly as he flipped the page of his book. From what he had gathered from shadows around the town, Hopper and the others had all been silenced by the Department of Energy, the punishment for speaking about the events of the month before being life in prison. At least for the adults and teenagers. The kids had all received a strict warning that action would be taken against their families, which had scared the 4 families into silence. Hopper, however, seemed to have done so. Detective work and had tracked them to the forest. Or at least had tracked Elle. After all, she was the only one that left the cabin to go on her walks. It was the only time she got outside, and so Ari allowed it after many protective charms had been placed on her. He was only slightly protective. "Do you want to see if he comes back tomorrow?" 11 gave him a nod in reply, having already started to eat her chicken tenders, which Harry had warmed with a single spell. Harry smiled, and returned to his book once more, flicking the page. 11 spoke. "Can I go see Mike?" That was it. Harry glanced to his right, where 11 sat, and smiled. She had never asked him about Mike since the first week of their living in the cabin. He had refused due to the danger it posed. But with Hopper having found their cabin, Harry knew it was time to relocate anyway. And so, this was the best time of any to go visit some friends. The look of contemplation on Harry's face seemed to brighten the smile on Elle's face. After all, his past responses had all been instant and said in confidence. But the delay showed he was thinking. And the thinking was good. It meant a possible yes. After a moment, he smiled. "Our location's been compromised anyway. So while we get ready to move, we can stop by and see Mike." "But, no, I have to." "No. Elle, you can't," she spoke firmly. Harry sighed. He had erased the memories of nearly 3 dozen people in the last month, most having seen Elle in her walks, or they had seen him as he bought food and supplies with his displaced money. It was one of the rules of the house. If they're seen by anyone, it was up to Harry to ensure their memories were erased. If Hopper could find them after only a few sightings from people who had gotten away from him, Harry wasn't going to risk Mike spilling the beans. Not that he didn't trust the kid, but children were easy to break, and if the Department of Energy wanted to break Mike to get Elle's location, they would do it. No matter who was in charge of that lab. I have to. If Mike shows any sign of knowing that you're even alive, then the lab will find out. And they'll have search parties going through the entire town looking for us. Harry explained. He would never tell, Elle defended. I didn't say he would. But men like Papa still exist in the Department of Energy. Maybe not Owens, the new director, but someone else. And if they learn that you're alive, they'll find ways to get the information out of Mike. And they might hurt him. If we go see him, then the safest thing for everyone in this town would be for me to wipe him. End of story, Harry spoke. This seemed to convince Elle, but she was still angry and sulked beside him for the rest of the night as she ate and he studied. Harry sighed. He didn't want to be a kid for much longer. Chapter 6. Return to normalcy. Harry Potter kept his promises as often as he was good and able. So when he woke up the morning of December 12th, Harry began to deconstruct the cabin piece by piece. 11 had taken a few possessions she wanted to keep out of Harry's shadow realm, and had taken a few steps away from the cabin as Harry did his work. It took 10 minutes to deconstruct the entire thing, and when he was done, Harry turned to Elle with a bright smile. Ready to see Mike? She responded with an excited nod, rushing forward to grab hold of his hand. With the count of 3, the two disappeared in a whirl of black, leaving the forest for good as they ventured through the interdimensional rift caused by Harry's disapparition. They reappeared just inside of the Wheeler home, or more specifically Mike's bedroom. Harry had seen the blueprints to all of the party members' homes, ensuring that he could get in and out at a moment's notice if need be. But Mike wasn't in his room, which was eerily empty. Harry cast several concealment charms around himself and Elle, who was still holding his hand as tightly as possible, and led her out into the hallway. They snuck past Nancy's room, which was wide open. Nancy was lying on her bed with Steve Harrington sitting at the bed's foot, reading flashcards to the oldest Wheeler sibling. Harry wasn't interested, and so he stepped down the stair with 11 behind him. She was very eager and had bumped into Harry on multiple occasions in her haste to reach the basement, where several youthful voices could be heard. When the two finally entered the basement hand in hand, Harry finally lowered the concealment charm on himself and Elle, instead placing several charms around the basement itself. The presence of others besides Mike complicated things, and he couldn't let their reactions alert the other Wheelers. It would be extremely awful if he had to erase the memories of the entire house. He didn't have the patience for more than 3 or 4, and so he was happy to see that Will Byers wasn't present in the basement. It was just Mike Wheeler, Lucas Sinclair, and Dustin Henderson. The creaking of the stairs alerted them first, and when the children turned to face the two, their reactions were priceless enough that Harry regretted not bringing a camera. The shouting, as expected, was loud, and would have alerted the Wheelers. Thank God for magic. Mike had gotten up from his feet first, sprinting forward as he pulled Elle into a hug. No doubt just to hug her, but also to make sure she was real. With Elle occupied, Harry stepped away and let the greetings happen. We thought you died, Lucas spoke. Not dead. In the Upside Down. You got pulled into the Upside Down by that thing? Mike asked, clearly worried. 11 gave him a nod in answer, not willing to explain further. She still remembered the Upside Down and hadn't told Harry anything about what had happened there. Harry spoke. She escaped a few minutes after the Demogorgon died. She ran into me outside of the school. Wait, you've been hiding her? Questioned Mike. Yes, the lab is still looking for her. Even if Papa, Harry sighed. He had gotten used to calling Dr. Brenner Papa, in the presence of Elle, and hadn't gotten out of the habit. Dr. Brenner is dead, so we've been living out in the forest in a cabin I built. I didn't bring her until now because it wasn't safe. Dustin frowned. So, it's safe now? No, Harry replied simply. He motioned to the clock on the wall, holding up 10 fingers. The laboratory had no doubt caught the readings coming from Harry's magic in the Wheeler house, and would be on their way in 10 minutes tops. They understood at once, nodding as they took 11 aside. Away from Harry, the stranger. He didn't take offense to this. After all, his own trio had refrained from bringing people into their close circle. It wasn't until the year Harry had left that they accepted Neville, Ginny, and Luna as honorary members. After all, they were competent, powerful, and had become good friends by that point. But these people had known Harry for only a day. And while they had his entire life inside of their heads, he hadn't been there to gain any real connections with any of them. And thus he was truly an outsider. Too foreign to be friends with people his age. And he was too young to be friends with the teenagers of the group, and especially young, even as an 18-year-old, to be friends with the adults of the group. So he was a stranger to everyone but Elle. She knew him best. She was the only one he had grown to know. Harry's mind raced, holding the line of thought about his being an outsider, while also paying attention to the clock on the wall. Before long, they had been there for 8 minutes. It was getting too close. They had to go. Harry got to his feet and moved towards the group. Elle, she turned at once, not to him, but the clock. She saw the time and turned to Harry. She held a stance of defiance, one that told him. And even then, the concept of her needs was off. But Harry contained his annoyance and displayed only patience. Elle, we need to go now. They're almost here, Harry spoke. Let them come, Elle replied. No, Harry moved forward, grabbing Elle's arm. Gently enough not to hurt her, but enough to indicate that he was serious. After a moment of glancing between the party members, 11 finally gave up on staying and pulled Mike into a long hug. One that allowed Mike to send a dirty look directly at Harry, who ignored it as he waited for 11. When she finally pulled away, she turned to Harry and grabbed his hand, something that only strengthened the dirty look Mike was sending him. Harry continued to ignore it and spoke. I'm sorry about this, guys. But for Elle's safety and yours, you can't remember anything about us being here. Lie detectors will indicate you're telling the truth when you say we weren't here. And my magic will ensure the energy readings they found here will disappear. Wait, you're going to erase our memories. You can't do that, Mike exclaimed. I can do whatever I damn want, Harry retorted, his annoyance spilling out slightly. But he took a deep breath. This is for you and Elle. In the future, when 11 isn't being hunted down, I'll replant the memory. No one else got to retort as Harry waved his hand. Without a wand, he had become a master in wandless magic, and with that mastery, he obliterated the entire group's memory of this encounter, instead, implanting a complex memory of the three continuing their Dungeons & Dragons campaign. And after a small whisper of goodbye from Elle, Harry spun on his heel once more, taking the two away from the Wheeler house. Elle clung to him tightly in the interdimensional tunnel, and Harry could tell that despite the calm breathing coming from the young girl, she was sobbing, leaving tears on his shoulder. Harry pulled her into a hug as soon as they hit the ground, pulling her close as she continued to sob into his chest. And there they sat for the next hour. And in the meantime, Harry planned for a way to end Elle's suffering. He would convince the Department of Energy to end their search. Through diplomacy or force, no matter what, he had a new mission. One he would make work. For Elle's sake. 10:43 p.m., December 12, 1983, Southwest Forest. Hawkins, Indiana. Chief Jim Hopper stepped out of his truck into the cold and snow-filled forest that he knew contained the young girl known as 11. When he had returned that morning to the box, the food container and Eggos had gone missing, meaning she had found them and had most likely eaten them. This was good, seeing as the girl had probably been living off of the forest's sparse wildlife and needed something real to eat. So there he was, carrying a new container with 3 Eggos wrapped on top. He took a trip through the forest, finding the box he had placed 3 days before still there. But when he opened it, Hopper was met with a small letter addressed to his name. The penmanship was neat, meaning it couldn't have been 11 who wrote it. She had been raised in a lab filled with lab rats her entire life, so Hopper doubted she had been taught to read or write. So when he opened it, Hopper began to read it to himself. Chief Hopper, you haven't heard from me in a month. But since you've discovered our location in such a short time, I find it necessary to bring you into the fold. My name is Harry Potter. You may remember me as the Stranger, the Magician, or the Shadowmancer, but you most likely remember me for my uselessness that night. I had several plans prepared, and all but one failed. And that single plan led me to find 11. She stumbled into me outside of the school after sacrificing herself for the others. I took her in, and together we lived in a small cabin that used to be less than a mile southwest of here. If you go there now, you'll find nothing. We've already departed, leaving nothing behind. But you can find us somewhere else. But I can't disclose the location here. A messenger will come for that. Hope to see you soon, Chief. P.S. This message will burn once fully read. As soon as Hopper finished the letter, it caught fire in his hands. He dropped it immediately into the snow, throwing more snow over it to snuff out the fire. But the letter had turned to nothing but ash. Hey, Hopper's reaction time wasn't the best, but it was good enough. In less than 2 seconds he had unholstered his gun, and had spun around to aim it at the voice, only to find Harry Potter in a more adult-like body. He had a hint of black mist around him, telling Hopper that this was a basic shadow. One that was weak and only intended to send a message. So Hopper lowered his gun and listened. The shadow spoke. Chief, you can find the Potter cabin exactly 8 miles northwest of Main Street. Follow Northridge Road, park at the Deer Crossing sign, and walk a mile north. You'll find the cabin there. At once, the image of the cabin appeared in Hopper's mind. It was a modest little home, but it was enough for 2 children to live in isolation. And the path was imprinted into the chief's mind, making it clear how to travel there. To be completely honest, Hopper had lost sight of his search for Potter after learning that 11 was still alive. As far as he was aware, the magical shadow caster had just returned home without warning, leaving them alone in Hawkins. But it seemed he had been taking care of 11 in the forest. And they had a way to move quickly if their quick move to the other side of town said anything. Not wanting to waste time, Hopper collected the food and marched back to his car. He had a nice surprise waiting for him in the northeastern forest. Or 2 surprises. He was quite excited. Potter Cabin, Northeast Forest, Hawkins, Indiana. With the location of the cabin revealed to Chief Hopper, Harry only had to wait for the man to get there. He busied himself with more textbooks, diving instead into English textbooks he had displaced from the library. Elle was in her room practicing her void walking and was no doubt watching Mike, but Harry didn't quite care who she was watching as long as she focused for at least an hour. If she could go that long without getting a nosebleed, they would push to an hour and a half. But for now, Harry focused on the educational aspects of Elle's teachings, writing a new lesson plan to match her progress. It was slow, but Harry expected that much. She hadn't grown up in an education system like Harry and everyone else, so her ability to retain information wasn't the best. But it was improving, which was what mattered the most. The goal was for her to grow and learn. And she was doing that well. After 30 minutes of waiting at the kitchen table, the wards warned him that Chief Hopper had discovered the cabin and was only a few minutes walking distance from reaching them. So, Harry got to his feet and made his way to Elle's room. He tapped on the door. He got the affirmative to come in, and he slowly inched the door open. 11 was sitting on her bed. Her legs crossed with her blindfold pulled up above her eyes. Her nose showed a hint of red in the left nostril, meaning she was still having trouble after 46 minutes. An hour would remain the time. Hopper's on his way. He'll be here in a few minutes, Harry explained. 11 frowned but got to her feet and joined him in the living room as they waited for Hopper to enter the cabin. They didn't wait long. Chief Hopper stepped through the front door at exactly 11:22 p.m., carrying his food in hand. The man frowned, taking in the sight in front of him. The cabin was still small, but it was decorated with Elle's drawings as well as a few Christmas lights to prepare for the upcoming holidays. Hopper then turned to Harry and Elle, but mostly Elle, and slowly pulled off his hat. "You two, all this time?" the chief asked. "For 4 weeks," Harry replied. "And the cabin? Built from scrap wood and fallen trees. All of the appliances were abandoned and ruined until I repaired them. I couldn't conjure anything or expand it. Not without telling the lab our location. They track my magic," Harry explained. Hopper nodded, accepting the answer. No doubt he had been tracked by the lab several times as well. With the small talk over with, Harry led Hopper and Elle to the kitchen table, where they all took a seat. For the next few hours, they discussed the past month and The effect Upside Down had on everyone who knew about it. The Byers family had recovered well enough, all things considered. Joyce had gone back to work as a retail clerk. Jonathan had gone back to his normal life attending school. And Will was attending sessions with Dr. Sam Owens regarding his time in the Upside Down. And everyone else had returned to their normal life. Everyone but the three in this room. Hopper had changed his life searching for 11. And Harry and 11 had no normal lives because the ones they had were lost. Harry often thought about his old life. And how fun it would be to feel like a kid again. He could grow up with 11 and her friends. Perhaps he could pass as Hopper's son. But it wasn't so. There was no way he could just act like a kid, and he didn't want to give up his memories. So he would have to live life as an adult, and either grow into it or find a way to restore himself to his adult body. Yet as he tried to counteract his last argument, he fell. Something inside of him shift and change. He felt different compared to how he had always felt. He felt younger. He felt lighter, faster, stronger. Harry wondered if his body was returning to its original form, but it wasn't. As he listened to Hopper speak, Harry never felt taller or larger. He just felt the same, only different. And then he thought of his behavior over the past month and began to notice things. He was less attentive before, but the paranoia was still there. His handwriting was as sloppy as it had been in his childhood, his vocabulary had weakened, his vision was blurring slightly. And the scar that lay on his forehead began to redden and sting from time to time. Something that infuriated Harry beyond degree, seeing as Voldemort was nowhere close to him. The maniac was 2 universes away. And yet the scar still burned like it had when Voldemort was close. It all led to a single sign. A sign that was so apparent that Harry wasn't sure how he hadn't seen it already. He was slipping back into how he had been a child. But he still had his memories. And he was happy in his new life. Maybe he could start fresh here. Again, he felt despair overcome him. He couldn't start fresh here. Not with Hopper and 11. They needed each other. And neither needed him. Sure, Elle might need him as a tutor, but that was it. Once she returned to her friends, their relationship would disappear. And Harry would once again become an outcast. And Hopper wanted a surrogate daughter. One to replace the daughter he had lost years ago. So Harry decided to remove himself from these people from today on. He would disappear when the time was right. The Watcher had stated how devastating his presence was for any universe but his own variations, and so he would leave, and set out to find ways to help. When the time was right, he would assist the universe. Whether it be through restoring it to its past health or improving it beyond belief. Harry turned to 11, smiling as he examined her face. He tried to memorize it because soon he would never see it again. The day that happened would kill him. Chapter 7. The Plague. Harry Potter had spent the past few months planning his disappearance and had almost every detail planned. He planned to fake his death, deciding that the best way to go would be a complete accident. He had found 2 hunters who continuously hunted deers in the forest every 2 days between 5 and 8 o'clock. All it would take was to get shot, create a fake but passable body, and flee into the shadows. Then he would go to Hawkins National Laboratory, where he would seek shelter from Director Sam Owens. He didn't need shelter or food, seeing as he could create those things himself, but he needed the lab's trust. And to do that, he would need to be creative with his powers by allowing the lab to use them. And in return for his powers, he would give them a deal. For his powers, they would stop chasing Elle and would give her a new identity, allowing her to live a normal life out of isolation. It came from months of preparation, both for the plan as well as Harry himself. He didn't want to leave, but he knew he had to. For the sake of Elle and everyone else in this universe. And perhaps he could do some good work with Dr. Owens. Perhaps he could make a positive change for the universe. So there he was, sitting in the living room of their new home. Hopper's family cabin. It had been expanded with Harry's magic to make room for 3 of them and was now filled with Christmas decorations that had yet to be taken down. Harry was too focused on Elle and her education, trying his best to motivate her into learning more. And she was doing surprisingly well. Her speech had expanded greatly alongside her word choice, and her powers had heightened exponentially. She could now void walk for 2.5 hours without getting a nosebleed, and she had gained the ability to use her powers to enhance her physical attributes. She was quicker, stronger, more agile, more durable, and held a decent amount of endurance. During one of their workouts, she had been thrown into the mat with the force of a truck 4 times before she decided to quit. It had all gone nicely. But it was almost time to go, and Harry was determined to make sure Elle got the most out of their remaining time together. He got up from his seat at the kitchen table after breakfast and stepped up to Eleven's door. She had finished her breakfast early and had returned to her room to watch TV. He placed his fist against the door and rapped his knuckles against the wood 3 times. The door immediately opened, and there she was sitting on the floor, silently watching the screen. Harry smiled, dropping to the floor with his legs crossed. Elle, want to go on a trip? She turned immediately, her attention fully on him. His smile only grew at her hopeful expression. I was thinking we could go somewhere new. Like Spain, France, Italy, maybe Japan. It's up to you, but we can go anywhere, Harry explained. And he meant it. She knew of enough places to choose several, and the map of the world on her wall would give her a few pointers. Anywhere, anywhere. Where is who going? It was Hopper. He had heard their conversation and was now leaning against the doorframe. Elle sighed, returning her attention to the TV. Isolation was already beginning to affect her, which was more than a good enough reason to take her on a trip. Harry sprang to his feet, motioning for Hopper to leave with him. They sat down at the kitchen table once more, and Harry spoke. Look, I agree that keeping Elle hidden is for her safety. And it was a good call to make. But the isolation is getting to her. She needs to get out. See new people, see new things. There are only so many things she can see or learn from textbooks and my shadows. I just want to go on one trip. Too dangerous, said Hopper. Not too dangerous. Not with me there. Across the world, no one would know us. And if someone somehow recognizes us or we get in trouble, then I can just displace us out of there. And if we stay in America, I can protect us with shadows. There's no danger. It's only here that going outside would be dangerous. So please, just let me take her somewhere. His desperation was deep, and Hopper heard it. It made the man glance at Elle's door, a look of contemplation passing over his face. After a few moments of complete silence, Hopper sighed a deep sigh. Fine. Harry almost leapt out of his seat in joy but was able to control himself enough that he remained silent. Only his breathing increased as he resisted the urge to rush into Elle's room. But you have to watch her at all times. If she gets out of sight, then you damn well better make sure you find her and make sure she's safe. And no funny business either. Harry rolled his eyes at the comment but ignored it for the sake of respecting Hopper's choice. Any lip may cause Hopper to change his mind. Once Hopper was done with the rules, he got out of his seat and rushed into Elle's room. He didn't bother to knock this time, and he closed the door behind him. Harry knelt beside Eleven, who was watching him with surprise. Kneeling beside her, Harry took Elle's hands in his and motioned to the world map on the wall. Hopper said yes, we can go anywhere you want. Elle's eyes widened in shock, no doubt unsure of how to process this. Leaving the house, unheard of. She hadn't even been allowed to continue her daily walks, spending all of her time indoors. So where do you want to go? I don't know. Well, we can go to Paris, London, Singapore, Tokyo, Rome. We can go anywhere you want, Harry explained. But not to Mike, Elle commented, her smile contorting into a frown. It broke Harry to see it, but he couldn't let her see Mike. The one time was dangerous enough. Not now. Not when they had a permanent home and a stable life. Right now would be the end of everything. Harry shook his head, taking her hands once more as he put on his best smile. Not to Mike, not yet, but in the meantime, we can go see the world together. We can climb the Himalayas, go to the top of Mount Everest, climb the Great Pyramids. Get to the top of Willis Tower, see the Eiffel Tower, meet the Queen of England. We can do anything you want, Harry explained. Some of those ideas intrigued Elle because she immediately glanced over at the world map again. London first, Elle spoke, poking England on the map. Harry smiled, reaching out his hand as he pictured the Big Ben in his mind. It was a somewhat simple structure to remember, which made shadow apparition easy. Elle took it immediately, and the two disappeared in a swirl of black and silver mist. The next few days were going to be fun. But Harry planned for the trip to last 2 weeks at most. Meaning Elle would be gone for half a month. Hopper would not be pleased. But it wasn't very important, so Harry took them to London. They started with a visit to Buckingham Palace, the Tower of London, the National History Museum, and even saw a show in the West End Theatre District. And when the day was over, Harry led Elle to a local restaurant near the best hotel in the city. They ate as much as they could handle, with Harry paying the restaurant a bill of over $100, before heading to the hotel. There, they took a swim in the indoor pool, ate dessert in the hotel's restaurant, and finally collapsed from exhaustion in their room somewhere around midnight. The day had ended with two children smiling to their ears as they lie down on their separated beds. Harry knew he had done something good. Elle seemed happier than she had been in months, and it only made Harry want to go somewhere even better than London the next day. April 5, 1984, the Langham Hotel, London. Harry was shaken awake by the 12-year-old girl accompanying him on their trip around the world. She had climbed onto his bed, and her energy indicated she was ready to move on and see more. So, Harry got to his feet, got both of them dressed in a wave, and subsequently frowned. He realized that the clothes she was wearing were those that Hopper had chosen for her. 11 had zero clothes over her own. And while Harry knew absolutely nothing about the female lifestyle and their clothing, he figured he could at least offer her the chance to buy something from her own personalized style. Once the two left the hotel, Harry led Elle off to the nearest clothing store. There, they were met with a woman who greeted them with a friendly smile. "How can I help you too?" Quote, "My sister wants to change her style a bit, but she doesn't know what she wants. I was hoping you could help her," Harry asked, motioning to 11, who smiled as she hugged Harry by the arm with a smile. They had rehearsed this the night before. Harry was 11's older brother, and they were with their family visiting London for a few days. When asked where their parents were, Harry always replied, "At the library." It had started as a joke in remembrance of Hermione, but it soon caught on and he used it all the time. And it worked well, seeing as Harry had recolored his eyes and hair brown to match Elle's. Though he removed the changes when they were alone. The woman frowned. "Well, of course. Follow me, dear. We'll find you something nice to wear. But could I first ask where your parents are?" "They're at the library down the street. And I was hoping to get a whole wardrobe for her. Mum and Dad want to make sure she's got enough for school," Harry explained. "Alrighty then. Come along, darling," the woman spoke, gently placing her hand on 11's back as she guided the young girl towards the girls' section of the clothing store. All the while, 11 turned to face Harry, a look of both anxiety and excitement on her face. She hadn't been in a situation like this before and was turning to him for help. But he would not. Elle didn't need him for this, and Harry would in no way be helpful if he had decided to offer his assistance. But he was there. She could see him, and the fact that he was there hopefully offered some form of comfort. The shopping lasted 3 hours, with Elle trying on every single article in the story tailored to girls her size. She wasn't entirely sure what she wanted, so it made sense for her to take a bit longer than normal. And Harry didn't mind. He spent his time planning and planning, trying his best not to change his mind. And when he wasn't planning, he was reaching into his mind to expand on his power. It was getting tricky to focus on just one thing at a time. And thus he decided to focus on his occlumency, determined to discover why he had multiple lines of thought going at once. It made things frustrating, and thus he felt more inclined to lash out at times. It was a shameful part of his life, but he got angry quicker now. It could have something to do with the fact he was trapped in a 13-year-old body filled with ever-changing hormones. But he had a feeling the mood swings and never-ending thoughts had something to do with his trip here. Falling through multiple universes couldn't be good for the human body if his de-aging was anything to go by. But Harry was unable to come up with anything concrete. Perhaps Owens could help him figure it out when Harry disappeared. The pain in his chest returned as he thought about it. He watched 11 with a smile, thinking of the day when he would leave. It wasn't going to be easy at all. Then he began to think about what exactly Owens would use his powers for. The war against Russia, a new space expedition, or maybe Owens would go down the path of creating energy and wealth in the world. Perhaps Harry could make a real difference in the world. But he didn't put all of his hopes in Owens's views and beliefs. Harry would just be disappointed. When Elle was done, she joined Harry at the counter, where, coincidentally, 11 bags full of clothes were waiting for them. Ari passed the woman $8 $20 bills, receiving a shocked expression from the woman, who had been expecting for them to return the clothes and claim it was a prank to waste her time. But the money was real, and so she watched as the two children walked out of the store carrying almost a dozen bags full of clothing. When they returned to the hotel, 11 decided that they would go to the Himalayas next. She wanted to see the view that she had seen in the books Harry had shown her, and so Harry decided to oblige. Only after 11 had dressed into one of her new outfits. The outfit was a black low-cut dress with red neon patterns all over. She wore a wide red belt around her waist and was wearing white and red sneakers. It was a nice outfit, one that he liked. Though the color red didn't seem to suit her. Though it could go nicely with the nosebleeds whenever she got them. He wasn't the judge of her fashion choices, and so with a smile, Harry took Elle's hand and the two paired in a flash of light and black smoke. And in only 3 seconds, the two reappeared within the depths of Asia, dropping down onto the snowy peak of Mount Everest itself. The signature signs of their location were gone. There were no clouds, no freezing temperatures. A perfect view that could be enjoyed without dying of hypothermia. Harry had cast heating charms over the two of them and had cast shadows over the area to remove cloud cover. A simple illusion, but perhaps eventually he could find a way to reverse the life cycle of clouds, removing them from the air. But the snow was still there, and when Elle slipped, she clung to Harry as tight as she could. But her eyes never left the sight ahead of them, and neither had his. Harry had seen many wondrous sights at Hogwarts and in his studies, but this was new. This was great. They sat there for a long time, merely admiring the view. But soon 11 turned to Harry and spoke. "Are we brother and sister?" Harry was taken aback by the question. So much so that he visibly frowned. While he most certainly loved 11, he wasn't sure if he was ready for a family. Not as he was planning to leave and retreat into the shadows. And then he watched her. Her hair hadn't grown much in the past few months and only fell past the middle of her hair. Her eyes reminded Harry of Hermione but were filled with an innocence that Harry envied. Her new sense of fashion radiated in the air, adding to her sense of self that had been lost due to Papa and Hopper. She was intelligent and a quick learner, but many would be unaware of that due to her late start at education. And she was powerful, the only other person Harry had met in this world capable of great things. And he loved her, not like a sister, not like a lover, but he knew he loved her. "I don't think so. We live together, but we haven't for long. So, we're more than friends?" Elle asked. Harry frowned once more. More than friends. Harry hadn't taught her anything to with romance or anything beyond her time with Mike. She had learned from Mike. After all, it was clear that she had feelings for the boy, and no doubt they had discussed it. Harry wanted to say no, and was going to, but was too slow. His silence had been misunderstood, and while they stood on the peak of Mount Everest, 11 leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. Her lips were soft, and the kiss was completely juvenile and bland. But Harry didn't care about that. He pushed her away, careful not to make her slip and fall. Harry felt disgusting. He felt criminal. He was almost 19 years old mentally. And here he was receiving a kiss from a 12-year-old. It wasn't right, and he knew it. And he wasn't going to let it happen. Besides, she belonged with Mike. Their connection was deeper, and the two reciprocated the other's feelings. No, not more than friends. Not siblings. Just friends, Harry explained. 11 was unable to process this and thus didn't speak. Harry signed, taking Elle's hand as he took them away from the Himalayas. He took them to Rome, where they took a seat in the Colosseum. Harry tried to brush past the odd moment that had taken place before and waved his hand. Hundreds of shadows appeared down below in the pit, reenacting gladiator battles from the past that Harry had researched and memorized. 11 watched the battles with interest, doing exactly what Harry had taught her to do. Watch, learn, memorize, and repeat. She was examining the moves performed by the shadows and was trying to formulate how to recreate the move in her own battle with her own powers. Elle had only done this once before in one of their training sessions, in which she had sent Harry to the ground using one of his own moves. It had been a major accomplishment and landmark in her training, leading Harry to the belief that she was almost done with needing him. After all, her powers would expand with age and practice, not training from someone who had no deep understanding of her powers. And when they were done with that, Harry took them to Brazil, Tokyo, Washington, D.C., New York City, the Great Wall of China, Cartagena, Spain, and Paris, France. The trip lasted almost a week, and soon the moment had passed into distant memory. But it was still there, and Harry remembered perfectly well what had happened, and would ensure nothing came out of it. He would be gone soon, and thus everything would fix itself. The plague would be removed, and the vaccine would be administered. All that mattered was time. April 11, 1984, Hopper's cabin, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry and Elle returned a full week after their departure, Shadow apparating onto the front steps of the cabin with a faint pop that seemed to alert the resident inside. The sound of a pistol clock echoed through the cabin, and the door swung open to reveal Hopper. The bags that had once been under his eyes were gone, but he still seemed restless and tired. He had slept in during their trip, but worry had plagued him. Harry regretted not sending word to Hopper that the two were doing fine, but he had gotten lost in the trip, and thus had forgotten. He would make it up to the man with an apology, and hopefully be forgiven. At the sight of his two housemates, Hopper sighed and lowered the gun. "Where the hell have you been? And what are you wearing?" He was motioning towards Elle's new outfit. Another dress with a belt. The trip lasted a little longer than expected. But it was safe. No one noticed us, and it was an all-around good experience, Harry explained, leading Elle into the house. He removed their groceries and souvenirs from the Shadow Realm and deposited them onto the couch. Hopper examined everything with an expression of disbelief, one that spurred Harry to speak. Elle wanted a bit of a change in style. I obliged. The rest are mementos and souvenirs we got from the places we visited. I'm sure Elle can tell you all about it, and she did. Elle and Hopper took a seat at the kitchen table once more. And Elle explained to the man all of the things they had seen and done throughout the world. Climbing to the top of the Eiffel Tower and Mount Everest, watching a battle in the Colosseum of Rome. And a dozen of other experiences that he led to an amazing week. But the excitement was over, and Harry was needed elsewhere. Somewhere where he could be useful and not a threat. So, Harry decided to set his plan into motion. I'm going out for a walk. It's been a while since I've visited the town, Harry spoke, getting up from the couch as he moved into the kitchen. He started by pulling Elle into a backward hug from her position on the chair, placing a kiss on the top of her head as he patted Hopper on the shoulder. Harry trusted the man to look after 11. After all, he had been doing a splendid job with the two of them. They took his leaving as just another one of his evening walks, with neither questioning why he would want to leave after just returning. And why he would want to visit the town of all places. But the chief and mutant were both engrossed in Elle's stories of their trip, and they never saw him leave. And they never heard the gunshot that would kill Harry Potter. A gunshot that would be heard by no one in the sparsely populated forest. So, you want to build the future. With magical powers. Powers you obtained at birth alongside other abilities gained throughout your life. Dr. Sam Owens wasn't a dumb man, and he couldn't be fooled easily with claims of witchcraft and sorcery. But the boy in front of him had been in the last files ever written by the late Drive Brenner, and the former director of operations had made many things clear. This boy wasn't a boy at all, but a man that could one day be used as a very valuable weapon. While the boy's magic or other abilities hadn't been seen by Brenner, Owens had to wait for the boy to show him for himself. He didn't have to wait long. The boy, a Patronus, a spell I learned when I was 13, Potter explained. But I can do so much more, and I have ideas. Ideas that will hopefully revolutionize science and technology. I can get us to space. To the moon. To Mars. I can make life easier for everyone if you just gave me the chance. The boy removed a small vial from his pocket. I developed this a few months ago, and I've developed others. This is the cure to the Spanish flu. I have another for Ebola. measles, and smallpox. I can help harness the energy of the sun. And I can stop the Russians. Those last two caught Owens's attention greatly. Harnessing the power of the sun would mean almost infinite energy for the entire planet. And stopping Russians. That was a very great thought. Perhaps it would garner attention from the higher-ups in the government, and perhaps Owens would receive a promotion. Okay kid, let's see what you've got. Chapter 8. Chapter 8. Innovations. 7 months later, November 4 Road, 1984, Hawkins Laboratory, Hawkins, Indiana. Ree's time at Hawkins Laboratory had been spent with nothing but work. Work, work, work. So much work that Harry contemplated faking his death once again just to get more than 4 hours of sleep each night. But it was good work. And so he stayed in his lab every day to continue his research. The research he did in the lab was complicated. So complicated that only 4 other scientists could be found who understood the concept of his work and were able to assist him. Harry had then been given his own department, the size of his team reaching the size for such a thing to be necessary. And so he Magical Sciences Department was born with Harry as its senior director. Together, the group worked on sciences that were once thought impossible for several decades or centuries. Their first project had been a working vessel capable of reaching at least the Moon, and at most Mars. They had achieved a usable design within a single month, delivering the design to Dr. Owens and his team of engineers. But it wasn't a simple construction, seeing as the vessel was supposed to be layered with complex runes, wards, and enchanted mirrors Harry had designed after the mirrors Sirius had given him in the past. The ship took almost 3 months to make with a lot of time and effort. But when it was complete, the ship, named the Firebolt, was a masterpiece. It could travel to the Moon in a fraction of the previous time. And at the right time, it could reach Mars in only 6 days. The hull itself was made of 7 layers. The exterior mirror layer, liquid plasma layer, which provided extra power to the rest of the ship, the second exterior layer, the wiring and piping layer, the interior layer, and finally the interior mirror layer. The liquid plasma layer had been now GHT of by the team's second lead scientist Drive, Maria Graves. She had gotten the idea from something she had read years prior and had suggested trying to implement it into the design. It worked magnificently, providing the ship with a backup power system that could be used in the off chance of a system failure. And the mirrors had been an ingenious stroke of pure luck. Harry had gotten the idea to use 2 enchanted mirror surfaces that were always calling the other, making it possible to see from the interior of a space to the exterior. And so the entire exterior was covered in mirrors, while the interior was covered in retractable mirrors that wouldn't get in the way during flights. There were no windows, and there were 0 ways to see outside without the use of the cameras or mirrors lining the outside of the vessel. All in all, it had been a masterful work of science and magic together, one that had earned Hawkins Laboratory a lot of prestige among those in the government, including President Ronald Reagan. And the more fame the lab received from Harry's team's work, the more funding that piled in from all over the place. And thus more projects began, resulting in Harry's constantly growing plus pile of work. But he pushed forward, relying on his occlumency to keep himself awake during the day. He now worked on the planetary defense ring, which would act as a large spherical shield around the planet, protecting the atmosphere and surface from solar radiation, solar wind, solar debris, and meteorite collisions. Harry also worked on his own variation of the Dyson sphere, which would involve colonizing Mercury and setting up several million reflective mirrors in orbit around the Sun. Those mirrors would then refocus sunlight towards specialized solar arrays that would then distribute energy to a special particle beam that Harry had designed himself. With the energy produced from sunlight stored on Mercury, that energy would then be catapulted off of Mercury in the form of a bright blue beam of light, which would then hit one of Harry's receiver stations on Venus or Earth. The receiver stations would then do the same as the solar arrays had, and would distribute the pure energy collected throughout the planet. Harry hypothesized that with only 3 receiver stations, humanity would be able to live off of the energy collected for at least 1.4 billion years. Meaning only one station provided almost 500 million years worth of power. And while he worked on these 2 enormous feats, his team was working on just as important projects. Dr. Graves was mock-ing plans for the first human colony on the moon, which would then function as a midway point between Earth and Mars. The colony would consist of main scientists, engineers, and workers at the start. But they hoped to one day allow civilians to move to Luna, the moon, and establish the first civilian colony. This would be a huge accomplishment for humanity, who had only stepped foot on the moon 15 years before. If all went well, the first colonists could be set up on the surface in just 6 months. But Harry suspected that with more to be done, they wouldn't have the colony up and running for another year or so. Dr. Talia Hallman was delegating her time towards setting up warehouses across the country filled to the brim with the best engineers they could find. They needed more firebolts to establish a functioning system. They needed ships to carry supplies, personnel, as well as ships to carry precious cargo that would be transported to and from the moon. So she and her division worked on those ships, and they had made good progress over the past few months. There were 4 firebolts completed after the original prototype, and all of them seemed flight-ready. After several ongoing tests, they would be sent on real tests within orbit before being sent off to the moon in a trip that would take roughly 8 hours. Dr. Jason Salgado was the 4th member of their team, and he was working on the medical aspects of Harry's research. He and his division were working on special vaccines and cures that could be used to benefit humanity, with most vaccines containing a success rate of 98%. And the newest member of their team, Drive, Robert Huber, was working alongside his security task force tasked to track down and capture Russian spies within the US government. Their team was responsible for the more heavy-duty work happening in Hawkins' laboratory, and thus they were rewarded well. They all received awards for the Firebolt and were given raises, bonuses, and pensions that would do them well upon retirement. And the best part, after the first few months, no one questioned Harry, his knowledge, or his power. No one questioned his being a 14-year-old boy. He was too smart to be considered a child. Harry sat in the center of his personal lab in the depths of Hawkins' laboratory, examining the display sitting in front of him. The planetary defense ring held an 81% chance of successfully preventing a meteor strike from hitting the surface of Earth. Which was good, but the 19% margin was something that worried him. If he couldn't figure out a way to strengthen the bonds between the molecules within the shielding, Harry would have to enter in a flawed design to Owens. And thus the president. And if the results were seen as they were, then the project would be scrapped for more reliable results. It all rested on discovering a practical solution that could be carried out with today's technology. Even 15 years in the future, technological advancements made life easier. But now without those advancements, Harry had to create innovations of his own. Potter, how's the PDR coming along? Harry was drawn out of his thoughts by Dr. Graves, who had entered the lab looking rather green in the face. She didn't care about the planetary defense ring, but Harry was going to reply anyway. It's going well. I'm hoping to have it completed in the next few weeks or so. Right, good. We have a situation on the cameras. She logged into her computer nearby, accessing the cameras as she pointed to camera C22. There, clear as day, was Will Byers. He was lying on a bed in the middle of one of their medical rooms, with several people around him. Dr. Owens is one, accompanied by Joyce Byers, Mike Wheeler, a man Harry didn't know, and Hopper. Harry frowned at the sight of them, unsure as to why they would possibly come here. Of all places, Dr. Graves seemed to have shared the same question and had a response. The chief, Joyce Byers, and Bob Newby were discovered in the depths of the upside-down tunnels below the city. They were accompanied by the 2 children, and the one in the bed started screaming like some crazed lunatic when we started the tunnel burns. So we brought them here. I figured since you knew them before you went Kia, you'd know something about this. I've never met Will Byers or Bob Newby, Harry spoke, watching the group on the camera with interest. But perhaps Will's time in the upside down affected him somehow. Perhaps a mental link is still open. A mental link caused the boy to go into a trance. Not the boy, the upside down, Graves said in understanding. So when the boy entered the upside down, it established some kind of link to the boy's mind and nervous system. So when we began the burn on the tunnels, Byers felt the pain the tunnels felt. Quote, what were the tunnels made of? Vines. Living vines that screamed when we started burning them. Right. So you're right, when the tunnels began to feel pain, so did Will. This means that whoever rules the Upside Down must have some kind of control over Will. Like its control over the Demogorgon and the tunnels, Harry hypothesized. The connection bet. Wean the tunnels and will scream some kind of hive mind, which would explain a lot. But what can't be explained is how the connection is formed. Have you run any tests on him? Graves nodded, pulling out a large file that she handed to Harry. Any viruses? Abnormal growths? Nothing we could see but increased brain activity all over. Graves motioned to the head scans, where abnormal readings were occurring over almost 80% of Will's brain. And it was spreading. What does this mean, Harry? Harry wasn't entirely sure himself, to be honest. He had formed several theories in the span of a few seconds. But each one seemed equally ridiculous. Until an answer seemed to show itself in the X-rays themselves. It's not his brain activity, Harry concluded, getting to his feet quickly. He waved a hand over himself, casting several glamours over himself as he and Graves entered the elevator. He continued, it's the Upside Down. Whatever rules that place has control of his mind, and is filling up the vacancy, Harry explained. If those X-rays are accurate, we won't have much time until Will Byers is nothing but a shell used to hold the Upside Down's ruler. Have you seen this ruler? Asked Graves. Only once, when I went into the Upside Down myself. But its shape was hard to make out, and it was made out of shadows. I wasn't impressed, Harry stated. Everyone on his team knew of his special abilities, seeing as they were the only reason his division even existed. So Graves nodded, understanding perfectly. He was the supreme shadowmancer in this side of the universe and thus wasn't impressed by a large shadow monster that seemed to get scared over two kids entering its realm. Hopefully with the help of a bit of magic and shadows of my own, I can rip this thing out of Will as easily as one might rip a branch from a tree. Good luck with that, Graves spoke, peeling to the left as soon as the elevator doors opened. Harry took a right, moving towards the medical section of the laboratory. He caught himself in the mirror, checking to make sure his glamour had been successful. He was now blonde, he had bright blue eyes, was 5 feet 11 inches, and he had a bit more muscle on his bones. It was a simple glamour. But he knew it would work to fool everyone in that room besides Drive Owens, who had seen this glamour many times. Stepping foot into Will's room, Harry quickly cast a glamour on his name tag, having forgotten. While it had once said, Harry Potter, Head of Magical Sciences Department, it now read, James Longbottom, M.D. Mr. Longbottom, can I help you? Owens asked, having spotted Harry at the door. No one turned to him, being too focused on Will. I have a hypothesis regarding the youngest Byers' condition that seemed to get everyone's attention. All eyes were on James, as he continued. He stamped the earliest and latest of Will Byers' X-rays to the wall, pointing towards the red growth occupying the boy's mind. I've been studying the Upside Down for quite some time, and have come to a conclusion regarding Mr. Byers' status. To put it simply, I believe he's being possessed. Possessed? Like a demon or something? Newbie asked. Perhaps, but not quite. Very thing within the Upside Down seems to operate from a hive mind. When the Demogorgon is hurt, the vines are hurt. When the vines are hurt, Will is hurt. And when Byers is hurt, the cycle continues to whatever else lives in the Upside Down. This would explain how burning the vines seemed to affect him. But that isn't all. While Byers is a part of this hive mind, the connection between him and host will continue to grow until the host is all that's left. The boy will be gone and the host will do with the body as it likes. I give it maybe 5 hours or so until the connection is complete. 5 hours? Questioned Joyce. What can you do? I can try many things that may or may not work. But I'll need to talk with my team before we can begin testing. That is if Dr. Owens would allow it. Of course. Of course. The quicker the better, Owens replied. Harry didn't need to be asked twice. He pulled a small needle out of a nearby drawer and quickly stuck it into Will Byers' arm. He ignored their protests. He didn't have time. He instead focused on the task at hand and proceeded to push Will's bed out of the room. The boy soon passed out, his weight pressing down on the bed as Harry maneuvered it into the elevator. There was no room for those who had followed him, and so they had to wait for the next elevator to come back down. It gave him ample time to prepare things down in the lab. He would need to stall until the time was right to remove whatever part of the host had lodged within Will. He knew he could do it with magic, but that wouldn't be possible. Not with Joyce Byers, Mike Wheeler, Bob Newby, and Hopper all hovering over Will for his entire stay here. And there was absolutely no way in hell Harry would reveal himself to them again. He had done so once before for a good reason. And he was doing good work here. So of course he needed to stall. Stall until he could either get Will alone or find a way to cover his magic up with medical science. Mr. Potter, what's the boy's status? Dr. Talia Hallman asked as she joined him. She had already replaced the sign leading into their office. Instead of Department of Magical Sciences it now reads, Department of Extraterrestrial Sciences. It was a sound cover. One that made sense given the past of Hawkins' laboratory. Graves, Salgado, and Huber were all waiting for the two of them at the center table, waiting patiently as Harry sighed. The mental connection is strengthening. I can sense it. If we don't remove the host in the next 5 hours or so, it will have full control. So what do we do? Huber asked. He was fidgeting slightly in his chair. The man had only been working with them for 5 weeks and hadn't grown accustomed to the more unique aspects of their work. But it was clear that the M.N. was trying his best to push through the nervousness he was feeling, and Harry had to commend him for it. This was not the easy work that they did, and the presence of the Upside Down only made it more difficult. Taking a small step towards his terminal, Harry switched it on. He keyed off of his work on the PDR and instead switched to an image pulled from the laboratory archives. It was a drawing from Will Byers, which displayed the same shadow monster that Harry had seen in the Upside Down. The shadow. It's the ruler of Earth in the Upside Down and is the host of the hive mind controlling the Demogorgons, Vines, and Byers. A piece of it seems to be within him like it is all of its subjects. So to save the kid we need to remove the host. That's simple. You just yank it out with your magical telekinesis, Tallman spoke. Not so simple. The kid's mother, friend, and 2 others will be down here in a matter of seconds. And they don't have the clearance necessary for me to reveal my magic to them. And I would need at least half an hour to perform the procedure, Harry countered. Talia knew what this meant. He would be completely spent after removing the host and would be unable to oblivate the guests or even keep them away with any type of wards. Meaning, as he said, they needed to discover a way for him to perform the procedure in a way that appeared like a Muggle procedure. A Muggle procedure that didn't exist. Graves, come with me. The older doctor followed Harry out of the room just as Joyce Byers, Mike Wheeler, and Bob Newby entered. Hopper and Dr. Owens were nowhere to be seen. When the 2 scientists returned, it was with a crash cart, electroshock therapy plugs, several restraint bands, a mouth guard, and a few other odd and end tools. Behind them were THR-EE guards who were members of one of the department's many subdivisions. The National Security Division. They were outfitted with pitch-black outfits made of upgraded dragonhide armor, which was able to resist most mid-grade firepower while being nearly impenetrable by melee weapons. They were also outfitted with black helmets, goggles, masks, stun batons, sidearms, and a semi-automatic rifle slung around each of their necks. At the sight of the shock therapy plugs, Joyce Byers yelled, "You are not using those on my son." "Ma'am, calm down, drive," Hallman warned. "No, I know what you did to Terry Ives with those things. I won't let you mentally kill my son. I won't let you," Joyce shouted, breaking free of Bob Newby's embrace as she ran towards Harry. He was able to quickly evade her tackle, grabbing her arm and spinning her around in one fluid motion. She tripped on a large cord leading to the crash cart, falling backward. Harry caught her quickly, holding her still as she tried to regain her composure. Her head was inches from the table holding Will Byers. A later catch would have ended in a fatal crash. She seemed to realize this, her eyes wide and her breathing heavy. "I assure you, Mrs. Byers, no harm will come to your son that cannot be helped. Dr. Brenner and his lackeys are gone. And the research we've been doing in the past few months has led us to many helpful conclusions regarding the shadow and the upside down, Harry explained. Joyce didn't seem at all convinced, but she quickly regained her temper and allowed herself to be helped into a standing position. Mr. Newby was conflicted, and Mike was watching the scene with wide eyes. He spoke. So, what are you going to do? We have two ideas that may allow us to remove the shadow from your son's mind. The first thing we'll try is physical shock therapy using the crash cart. With it, we hope to, well, simply put, we hope to piss it off enough to drive it out, Harry spoke, running his hand through his now neat blonde hair. If that doesn't work, we'll try shock therapy to the brain. We'll be giving him a new drug we've developed to keep his mind stable, but we're hoping for a positive effect, he finished. Anyone who knew anything about science knew this was bullshit. No kind of shock therapy cured parasites, and the thought of doing so like this was idiotic. But it was the only thing he could think of that would draw attention away from his magic and shadowman sigh. Because what he had planned for this evening wouldn't be pretty. Right. A new drug. A drug that protects the brain. You expect me to believe this? Questioned Joyce. We don't expect you to believe anything we tell you, because we're members of the government and the government is untrustworthy. But we're just doing our job, ma'am, Harry replied. His answer seemed to shock her, and he took that as his chance to get to work. He pulled the two defibrillators from the crash cart, setting the output to 150 joules. Dr. Graves pulled out a syringe filled with nothing but water and food coloring used for when small amounts of liquid were necessary for experiments, poked Will in the arm. She inserted the liquid, and Harry got to work. Chapter 9. The Shadow Point. November 4, 1984, Hawkins Laboratory, Hawkins, Indiana. The Magical Sciences Department within Hawkins Laboratory was in complete panic. The department's senior director Harry Potter had collapsed to the floor, his glamours disappearing suddenly to reveal his young appearance. Dr. Maria Graves was quick, pulling off her lab coat quickly before tossing it over his face. Harry had explained the plan to her but hadn't mentioned his glamours failing suddenly. Will's mind. Harry Potter slowly regained consciousness while filled with a feeling of both dread and determination. He opened his eyes, being hit with a barrage of images and colors that corrupted his entire body. But not his body, Will's body, because he had willed himself into the boy's body, hoping to push the shadow out. And it seemed to have worked. He wasn't sure how exactly, but he remembered the process. He had placed the shock therapy plugs directly onto Will's temples, using them to funnel shadows into the boy's mind and body. Once the boy's body was internally covered in Harry's shadows, he willed himself to take over. To leave his body and enter Will's. Because this wasn't a matter of the mind. It was a matter of Will's. And Harry's was strong. They barely held a physical shape. But in the center of that shape were bright lights. Lights that spread out with tendrils of smaller light to every edge of their bodies. They all held tints of blue. Were these souls he was seeing? Or were they minds, strung together from memories and thoughts within them all? Why looked down at himself within Will Byers' body and frowned. There were three lights all swirling around within the center, knocking each other around for control. One was a faint blue. The second was pitch black. And the other was bright white with hints of black. Harry realized then, these were indeed souls, and he was fighting Will and the shadow souls for control over Will's body. He glanced to where he had been before, and saw the same human shape as the others, lying on the floor. Only this shape held no soul. Nothing but emptiness. His body was dead then, and he resided within Will. But the deepest part of him didn't want to be here. It knew that those around him didn't want him here. He wanted to leave, to go home. But then another voice called out. It needed his help. It recognized him from the link. But that didn't make sense. The only link Harry had ever established was between the party and Will had been in the Upside Down by then. Did that mean they had found a way to DD him to the link and project Harry's memories to Will, or had they just told him? Then it spoke again. I recognize you. And again Harry internally questioned. How? Had the party mentioned me? The voice echoed back. No, I don't know how. I just do. That made even less than before. But he was here on a mission. And Harry intended to complete it. He glanced back down at himself. No, he looked at Will and focused solely on taking over. Taking the body while holding onto Will for dear life. On the outside, things had only gotten worse. Will had needed to be restrained due to the wild convulsions and didn't seem to be relaxing no matter how much diazepam they pumped into Will's body. Dr. Hallman knelt down beside Harry's body, reaching below Drive Graves' lab coat as she checked his pulse. She almost cried out in shock. Her gaze fell on Graves, who was watching her with wide eyes. He's dead, Graves wanted to react. She wanted to help him. But she knew that she needed to keep her attention on the buyer's boy. Dr. Hallman and Dr. Huber could help Harry, and they did. They lowered him onto a stretcher and hooked him up right there beside Will's table, trying their best to restart his heart. There was no luck. As if things couldn't get any worse than their current predicament, the facility-wide alarm began to blare. That wasn't good. Not good at all. What the hell is happening? Salgado explained. He was straddling Harry's waist, performing CPR on the boy's chest as several more guards flooded into the room. They were followed by Dr. Owens and Chief Jim Hopper, who both seemed on edge. That only got worse when the chief spotted Harry. What the fuck? All hell broke loose then as the guards tried their best to keep the chief away from the wizard. Graves approached Owens, who spoke. They're here. The monsters are here and we're on lockdown. We need to get everyone out of the building. It's the only place besides this room where we can monitor both of their situations, Owens decided. Graves agreed, and it was decided. They would begin the journey to the hangar. Within the body, he began to feel less and less like himself. Like he was melting into something completely different. Something that was new yet old. Shaped yet shapeless. Refined yet pure. But the voice called out to him. Help me, Harry. Harry Potter was his name. He had almost forgotten. But he then remembered everything. Seeing his life through someone else's eyes. He felt sad for himself, seeing all that he had once been through. Help me. Harry turned back to the task at hand, pulling even harder. On the soul that he believed to belong to the shadow. The original owner's soul was like everyone else's. A faint blue color, while his soul seemed to be white with hints of black. So he tugged on the pitch black soul, pulling on its tendrils with his own, attacking it while also clutching the faint blue soul beside him. But the shadow was stubborn and pushed back with enough force that Harry's attack did barely any damage. He moved to attack, digging his tendrils deep into the center of the shadow, trying his best to shove it out while using his leftover shadows to stay within the limits of the body's shape. But it wasn't working, because while Will's soul called to him for help and gave him strength, Harry didn't belong here. He wasn't needed here, he was needed somewhere else. And it was beginning to feel as if he were drifting through a river. A river that ran through a forest filled with green grass and tall trees the size of skyscrapers. It was a heavenly place. A place so peaceful that Harry reached out for it. Harry, he sighed, turning back to the shadow. He turned his back on the forest momentarily, kicking the shadow as hard as he could. Only a slight budge. I don't belong here, Harry spoke, and when he tried to pull away and reach for the forest once more, he was pulled back. Pulled so fiercely that Harry became blind with anger. He pushed as hard as he could against both souls, causing all three of them to spiral out of the body in a mix of black, white, and blue. But he grabbed the shape first. He clung to it, forced it to be his. He was tired. He needed it to end. Jim Hopper was emotional and confused. He held onto a stolen rifle as his life depended on it, his glance occasionally falling on the deceased form of Harry Potter when he wasn't gazing down the long halls of the lab. They had only made it down a floor before the entire facility lost power and the elevator stopped. This forced them out into the open, where there were likely hundreds of those creatures waiting to eat them. But only one question rang through Hopper's mind. He's alive. Well, he had been. But now he was dead all over again, and Hopper was forced to question everything. It was clear that Harry hadn't been shot and killed that night in the forest so many months ago. But how had he ended up here? Was he kidnapped and developed some sort of Stockholm syndrome? Or was there something bigger going on? And how had he died? Where had been when Hopper had visited this lab a dozen times in the past? Then he remembered. Harry was magical and had cast magic on himself several times in order to appear different. He had no doubt used one of those spells on himself when he was around. Hopper glanced at the lab coat around Harry's torso and confirmed his suspicion. The tag read, James Longbottom. The same name used by the doctor who had taken Will from his room upstairs. So Harry had seen them at least once and had refused to speak. Was he angry with Hopper? Or Joyce? Or the kids? Had they done something that would result in his faking his own death or allowing himself to be kidnapped? Why wouldn't he come back? Or at least come visit to tell Hopper and Eleven that the boy wasn't dead? They had buried his body for God's sake. Just as they had buried Will's fake. And it seemed the body beneath Harry's grave was fake too. Hopper pinched his eyes shut, trying his best not to yell. What would Eleven think when she heard about this? When she saw Harry's body for a second time during the second funeral they would eventually hold for him? She had reacted badly the first time, locking herself in her room and cried for almost a month, only coming out to use the bathroom. Even for meals, she ate in her room, refusing to eat at the table as they had before. It wasn't until 2 months after Harry's death that she finally began to come out of her bedroom. While Hopper had suffered the loss of someone close to him before, Eleven had not. Sure, she had killed people before, but none of them were her friends. Harry had been her best friend, her roommate, possibly even a brother of some sort. And Hopper, he had been hurt, not as badly as he had been hurt by Sarah's death, but hurt enough to admit that he wasn't fine. He sought sanctuary with Joyce Byers, who had her own experience with losing a child, and the two connected. Connected so much that Hopper had tried to make their friendship more than just that. But it wasn't meant to be. She was with Bob. Down this stairwell should get us right into the hangar drive. Graves spoke. But Hopper wasn't entirely focused on that as much as he should be. He was too focused on Harry. Hopper couldn't look at the boy's body without feeling a sense of failure wash over him. He had failed the boy, and now he was dead for the second time. I'm sorry, Joyce whispered, moving to his side as she tilted her head towards Harry. She obviously had questions like Hopper has dozens, but those could wait until after they were out of the lab. Hopper sighed, nodding his head slightly as the guards around them began to clear the path. They had run into only a few of those creatures on their way here, but Hopper had he feeling they would stumble into more before they reached their destination. It was a feeling so deep in his stomach that he couldn't ignore it. That and the screams of those below could be heard. Those creatures had traveled down first. That was not good. Help! Everyone who wasn't guarding the group turned to Will at once, whose table was being pushed along by Dr. Owens. But it wasn't Will's voice. It was someone else. Help! The voice spoke again. Harry, Hopper whispered, surprise etched over his features. Help! He had it. He had control. The body was his. The other two were nothing to him now. The blue one held onto him for dear life, but he didn't particularly care. He just wanted to rest. But he couldn't, not while the pitch black one hung onto him as well. He kicked it with all of his might, digging more and more tendrils into it as the black shape let out a wild scream. It retaliated, plunging its own tendril into him. Harry Potter, not Will Byers. Why was he here? Why was he doing this? Harry examined his surroundings and frowned. There were more souls around them than before, and they were all pulsing erratically. But there were more out in the distance. Behind invisible walls. They all held black souls just like this one. The Shadow's puppets. Its playthings. Its hive. Harry called out using his mouth. Help! He called out again. But this wasn't his mouth, he reminded himself. This was Will's mouth. He was only using it. He was his own puppet master. Harry, someone whispered. Harry recognized the voice. There were tendrils that had connected to it as soon as it drew close. He knew that person, and a few others here. Cords spring out and connect to several other souls around him. No, not right, not right. He retracted them at once. Harry Potter didn't belong here. Not in this body. It wasn't his. It wasn't his. How do we help? The same voice asked. Harry didn't exactly know. All he knew was that he didn't belong here. Will did. The Shadow was very close to being driven out. But it wasn't enough. Harry was tired and so was Will. The two were on the brink of collapsing, while the shadow seemed to be slowing recovering. Harry needed something to help him. To give him strength. He needed more. He needed to belong. He needed this body to be his. If only for a moment. He spoke. Need. This. Body. Harry. The stranger wants Will's body. A younger voice. Why? The voice from before asked. Only way. Only way to what? A different voice from the others asked. To end it. Harry replied through a dried throat. He couldn't see, couldn't feel anything, couldn't smell. He could only hear and see the souls of those around him. How do we give you this body? The first voice asked. Harry croaked. Need to belong. There was silence as Harry struggled to keep his hold on the body. But it was of no use. The shadow kicked hard and pushed him off balance, forcing him to lose his control over the body. But for a split second, he had felt them. Felt their love for Will. Their love for him, and the need in their hearts to see them both return. And they needed him. Not necessarily him, but they needed him to save Will. And that was enough for Harry. But then another voice spoke. I want you to have my body. Take it. It's yours. This body was his. He owned it. It belonged to him. With renewed courage and strength, Harry smashed into the shadow, pushing it out of the body's shape once more as he re-established the connection. But this time, he did not reject the connections he made to the others. He encouraged them, watching as he and Will's shapes suddenly wrapped around each other, giving each other strength as they both fought against the shadow. Help my son, Harry. Please. Bring him home, a whisper echoed. Home, home, home. Harry grit his teeth. He didn't have a home. But he knew Will Byers did. And he would damn well die before allowing another kid to be removed from his home. With all the strength he could muster, Harry pulled back several tendrils, forming them into a large fist as he prepared. With power and accuracy, he swung at the shadow, hitting the soul square in the center. At the same time, he retracted the tendrils holding the shadow monster still. The sudden surprise from the release and the punch sent the shadows spiraling away into the abyss around them. It was gone. Whatever had happened had worked. Will's entire body had begun to bubble and stretch as black veins spread to his neck. Everyone seemed to stop in the stairwell as it happened. And then it popped. Blah. CK mist shot out of Will's mouth screaming a high-pitched scream, spiraling around them. It then took off up the stairwell, screaming as it did so. Harry had done it. He had kicked the thing right out of Will. But then nothing happened. Will was still unconscious, and no amount of shaking, calling out, or medicine could wake him up. The only thing that kept Joyce from sobbing was the fact that a pulse could be felt. Her son was alive, but he just wouldn't wake up. And Harry, they weren't sure what had happened to him. These were developed by Mr. Potter and his department to allow us to travel to the moon as well as Mars. While those trips have not been completed, these ships hold technology that far surpasses anything we've ever seen. And as for your second question, the enchantments placed on the vessel by Mr. Potter allow the interior to appear almost 7 times larger than the exterior. I assure you, we will all fit inside perfectly. Drive. Owens explained. Joyce didn't know what to say to that. Harry had become a scientist and was working with the lab to make new technology. Why? To fight in the war with the Russians? Or was there some kind of deal going on here that they didn't know about? We've got incoming. One of the guards shouted, opening fire on the stairwell as over a dozen of those creatures funneled through the doors towards them. Go, 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 another guard exclaimed as they all began to shoot. Hopper was among them, firing his own stolen weapon at the creatures. Will and Harry were loaded onto the firebolt, and were secured beside 2 identical monitors, on either side of the ship along the wall. Dr. Owens and the other doctors soon followed before it was time for takeoff. You civilians need to get on board now. The same guard yelled. Hopper nodded, pulling Joyce by the arm into the ship. Only a few guards made it on board before the creatures got too close. They sealed the doors and took off. And when they did, it was spectacular. There was no feeling of takeoff. But Joyce knew they had taken off because of the way the metal of the walls peeled away to reveal windows showing outside. They were soaring away from the lab, but they were low enough for her to spot something. Wait, stop. After a moment, the ship slowed to a stop. Look down there. She motioned down to the ground just outside of the gate leading into the lab. There, they could see a car, with what looked like several people surrounding it. The car, it's familiar. Zooming, one of the older doctors spoke. Suddenly a part of the floor peeled away to reveal another window, forcing Joyce to fall back into Bob's arms. Then the windows zoomed in on the car. It was Jonathan's car, and she could see him there. He was with Nancy Wheeler, Steve Harrington, and Will's friends. What were they doing here? We need to go down there and get them before they try something stupid, Joyce spoke. And it was true. If they were here, then that meant they knew Will had been there. And if they thought he was still there, then they would break in to get him out. Something that would only get them killed. She couldn't risk losing Jonathan. Not after nearly losing Will tonight. The ship steered around, the windows disappearing in a split second as they descended to the ground. Joyce had to wonder just what Harry had done to this ship. The monitors on the sides were almost flat, and everything else on the ship seemed right out of the future. Had Harry's past timeline been set in the future? Or had he merely evolved the current computers to get these? Joyce didn't know, and didn't particularly care as the ship landed. The doors opened, and she saw them all. The kids were all watching the ship with shocked expressions, clearly having never seen something like this before. Jonathan. Joyce sprinted forward, pulling her oldest son into a bear hug as he worriedly returned it. She buried her head deep into the crook of his neck, holding him close. She smiled to herself. Thank you, Harry Potter. You've helped me save both of my sons. Mom, where's Will? He's fine. Harry saved him, Joyce replied, pulling away. Nancy Wheeler was the first to speak. Harry Potter. The stranger, Lucas asked. The giant, Steve clarified. Joyce frowned. Giant. She had never heard anything about Harry being a giant. But she would ask Jonathan about it later. She needed to make sure these kids got onto the ship. We can talk about it later. Right now we need to get away from here. The creatures are in there. She motioned to the lab. The demodogs, Dustin whispered. Right, them. Come on, Joyce shouted as she jogged back towards the ship. They all whispered among themselves as they did so before they fell silent within the ship. Some were shocked at the technology within, but they were more shocked by the two motionless kids lying in beds on either wall of the ship. The kids all ran off towards Will's prone form, and the older kids, seeing that it was crowded on that side of the ship, joined Hopper at Harry Potter's bedside. Steve was a bit cautious, holding onto his nailed bat rather tightly. But Jonathan and Nancy weren't worried about their safety. They were concerned for Harry, whose heart monitor didn't seem to be working. As if seeing their eyes trained on it, Hopper spoke. It works. But that meant he was. I'm sorry, Nancy spoke, placing her hand on Hopper's shoulder as she looked down at Harry's body. His skin was starting to peel and fall, and some of his hair was beginning to fall onto the pillow. It looked like he was about to disintegrate. I thought he had passed. Before, Nancy remembered the funeral. It had been a private one, held between Hopper, the Byers, Wheelers, Lucas, Dustin, and Steve. They had buried the body, found in the forest in the local cemetery. She remembered that day. It was a fake. He faked it, Hopper spoke. Why? Jonathan asked. Mr. Potter is a very selfless young man, Drive. Owens said. He's been to other universes. And in each one, his presence has caused some sort of shift. A shift so devastating that he was either forced to leave, or many died. He understood that he could return to his original universe without first finding a safe way to do so. And so he decided to remove himself. Refrain from personal attachment with anyone. Only living to work on improving the world. Or at least that's what he told me. And so the only people he sees are his own department leaders within this room and myself. He's been working to improve the world. And he did a fantastic job while he was with us. Hopper seemed at a loss for words. Everyone had turned to listen to him, and everyone seemed to take it differently. The kids had called him the stranger. Steve had called him the giant. This was why the boy seemed so lost. He didn't feel like he belonged anywhere. He was an outcast, never belonging to anyone or anything that he truly cared about. Except for Eleven and Hopper. Anne. Yet the boy had separated himself from them to save them from whatever the universe threw at them, and place himself into a strict environment. One he could control and care about. Science and magic, two things he seemed skilled enough in beyond degree. Nancy smiled, taking Harry's hand in hers as she smiled down at him. Her other hand remained on Hopper's shoulder, offering him support. This was going to be hard for him. But even worse when 11 found out. Chapter 10. The Aftermath. November 5, 1984, Byers' house, Hawkins, Indiana. They had established themselves in the Byers' house, seeing as it was one of the safest places for them to be at the moment. They had Huber's guards stationed all around the perimeter of the Byers' land, around the exterior of the house, and they had a few guards inside ensuring if those outside became casualties they would still have protection inside. Both Will and Harry had been placed on Joyce's bed, which was the biggest one in the house. They were being monitored by the doctors in Harry's department, which they had been told was named the Magical Sciences Department. They had been told these doctors were the best the U.S. had to offer regarding knowledge of extraterrestrial events, and magic seemed to fall under that category. So while they waited for any sign of Will waking up, or any sign of Harry miraculously coming back to life, they all met in the kitchen to talk. Mike had found the picture Will had drawn of the shadow monster. Hopper spoke. Harry mentioned that it was some kind of host. It controls all of the things in Upside Down. The vines in the tunnel. The Demogorgon thing. The monsters at the lab. Even Will when he was possessed. Right. A hive mind. Hive mind, questioned Steve. A collective consciousness. It's a super-organism, Dustin explained. Mike motioned down at the drawing. And this is the thing that controls everything. It's the brain. Like the mind flayer, Dustin realized. The what? Steve and Max asked at the same time. Mike quickly darted out of the kitchen, tossing himself under Will's bed. He rumbled around down there for a good minute or so before pulling himself out, a book in hand. It was a Dungeons & Dragons book, one with labels sticking out of it filled with notes and names. He moved back into the kitchen, dropping the book onto the table as he opened to a page near the middle, pointing to one of the alien-like creatures on the page. Above the image of the alien was a name. The Mind Flayer. The Mind Flayer, Dustin spoke. A monster from an unknown dimension. It's so ancient that it doesn't even know its true home. Okay. It enslaves races of other dimensions by taking over their brains using its highly developed psionic powers. Hopper scoffed. Oh my god, none of this is real. This is a kid's game. We never thought magic could be real. Or telekinesis. But Harry's in the other room and Elle's out there somewhere, Mike spoke. Hopper glared at him but didn't argue. Dustin spoke again. Besides, it's not a manual. And it's not for kids. And unless you know something that we don't, this is the best metaphor. Analogy, Lucas cut in. Analogy. That's what you're worried about. Fine. An analogy for understanding whatever the hell this is, Dustin continued. Harry's dead, Hopper spoke, cutting right to the chase. What? But he can't be dead. Not after coming back the first time, the boy defended. He faked his dead the first time. This one was real, Joyce explained. So, he's dead. Hopper nodded alongside Joyce. The kids didn't know how to feel about this. They had been sad to hear that Harry had been killed in a freak accident in the forest, and had even gone to his funeral. But they hadn't been particularly close with him in the few days they'd known each other. But with 11 supposedly dead by the Demogorgon, and now with Harry having died for the first real time, it was a bit much. And they all began to feel the weight of it all. 11 and Harry had been their strongest weapons against the Upside Down. And now they were both gone. What do? We kill the son of a bitch. Harry Potter sat within the shape that was Will Byers. He was accompanied by Will's soul, who was clinging to Harry with dear life as the two tried to untangle. It was difficult, but the two definitely didn't want to become one person. And so they had to sit there for what felt like years as they pulled their tendrils from one another. They had been wrapped together so tight that Harry now saw hints of white in Will's blue soul, something that seemed odd. Harry didn't have any blue in him. Did that mean he had left pieces of himself within Will? What would that do to him when he returned to his own body? Would he forget things? Would he act differently? Harry didn't know, and it scared him to think about it. When they were separated and free from each other, Harry pulled himself away from the body, speaking softly. This body is yours. You deserve it. It's not mine. It belongs to you. And it worked. Will's soul took back its place in the shape, glowing brighter than ever as it began to shoot out tendrils towards other souls nearby. It was establishing its connection to those that it found familiar. Harry then turned to his own body lying beside Will's, a slightly larger shape compared to the boy. But it was off. It was wrong. While it had once belonged to him, Harry found himself unwilling to settle down in this body. There was something wrong with it. Something that would surely hurt him if he took it once more. So he turned away, turned to the only thing left to turn to. The forest. It was the most beautiful thing he had ever seen. It reminded him of something familiar yet distant, as if he had seen these trees yesterday, while only seeing them for the first time within this very place. He reached out for everything. He touched the trees, the grass, the birds flying over them. He reached for the sky. He touched absolutely everything he could get his tendrils on, but then he was pulled away. Pulled from the forest and shoved into a different place. A new place filled with other things like him. He saw millions of them. Billions. Trillions. He could see them for what he thought were miles. They were other souls, only they took on a translucent color. No blue, no brown, no black, no white, just nothing. Then a voice called out to him. Take them. They're yours. Mine. Yours. Why? Because you need them to live. Don't these belong to someone else? No. These are free for anyone. I call for them at times as well. Call for them. I use them to create new life. So I can create. What exactly? Anything you want. Right. A new body. Yes. A new world. Possibly. A new galaxy. Perhaps. What if I don't want any of that? Then you can leave this place and return to the forest. But you are aware that you have people there that need you. Right. So, how many do I need for a new body? Take as many as you need. How many? They are yours. You are theirs. You are one. The voice explained. Harry frowned. These didn't belong to anyone. Apparently not, which meant that they were essentially free-use souls. The thought disturbed him, but he accepted the word of the voice and accepted the new souls as a part of him. Now go. Work needs to be done. What do I do? Do what you do best. Save the world. With that, Harry was led back to Joyce's room in the buyer's house. There, he tried his best to focus on creating a new body. One that was healthy and new. But one question came to mind. Should he make it young or the age he had been when he was in Raccoon City? His choice was made in the span of seconds as he willed a new body into existence. He took everything into account. Every measurement, every function, anything specific that he would need to worry about. And then it happened. His tendrils fired out towards nothing, before coming to a stop. The tendrils, tips then glowed brightly before, quickly spreading out with their own tendrils. Before long, a shape began to appear made of his tendrils. A human shape. And when the body was finally completed, Harry quickly moved to inhabit the shape. It felt perfect. It was his. It belonged to him. And he belonged to it. Mom. Joyce Byers spun her head so fast one might think she would get whiplash. But she didn't care. Her eyes were on her youngest son, who appeared as if nothing had changed since a few days before. He actually seemed better, something that made her both smile and feel concerned. She and Jonathan ran to him at once, pulling him into a very tight hug that seemed to take the breath out of him. Oh, I'm so glad you're okay, Joyce whispered, her smile beginning to hurt her face. But once again, she didn't care. She was too focused on holding her boy. When she finally did pull away, she spoke. Are you okay? Will smiled, nodding as he accepted excited hugs from all of his friends. Once the greetings were over, Will sighed. The shadow was angry when Harry arrived. But we were able to push him out together. The shadow? Dustin asked. When he arrived. What does that mean? Hopper asked. The shadow monster, Will clarified for Dustin. Who whispered, Mind Flayer. I was about to give up. I'd been fighting it for a while and I was so tired. But then Harry came in here, he motioned to his chest. He only got confused expressions. I was fighting the shadow for control of my body and mind. And then Harry showed up and fought too. But after a while, he got confused and kicked us both out. I got scared and held on to him. Then he kicked the shadow out and let me take back control. After that, he left. Left where? Hopper asked, his face hardening and his voice shaking. I don't know. I just felt him and the shadow with me. Subconsciously, I mean. But then the shadow left, and all I felt was me and Harry. And then after a while, he left too, Will explained. Soul fight? Nancy asked. Yeah, Will's soul owns his body and mind. The Mind Flayer was fighting for control over his soul. And then Harry showed up and took control. We already know the Mind Flayer is in everything he controls. Maybe a piece of his soul is in everything too, Mike theorized. So you think that Harry kicked out the Mind Flayer's soul, helped Will get his back in control, and then, what? Passed on. Went away. If he went back to his own body, he'd be in here right now, Lucas explained. Maybe he did pass on, Steve suggested. No, he wouldn't, Hopper spoke, shaking his head. Not with that thing out there, and those demo things. He would come back, really. Because he left us before, Lucas said. You heard the doctor. He had good reasons, Nancy retorted. Good. He left us here to die, Mike exclaimed. He was working with the laboratory, where everything started. He probably figured if it started again, he could stop it at the source, Nancy defended. Why are you defending him anyway? Mike asked. Well, someone should. None of you seem to care about him other than how he could be beneficial to you. None of you care that he's a human being like the rest of us. Did you ever think that he left your party because he simply didn't like any of you? Besides of course, Nancy explained. That seemed to hit them. You treat him like an outcast when he killed people to save you guys from that bus. He connected with all of you, shared his entire life with you, and you still sometimes call him stranger. She shot a glare at Mike. Or giant. She glared at Steve. But he's just a man who's been abused all his life and is looking for some belonging. And he found it with Hopper. Then he ran off and faked his death, said Lucas. He didn't want to budge. You heard Owens. Harry probably figured that with his luck they'd be better off without him. I'm sure none of you would be selfless enough to do that for any of us, Nancy bit back. No one spoke for a while as they digested her words. She was right. They had treated Harry quite badly while he had been here. They treated him as an outcast, just as Mike had with Max, who was still being filled in as to who Harry was by Dustin and Lucas. But looking back, the kids didn't see how they could have come to like Harry. 11 had been kind, young, fragile, and a trustworthy friend. But Harry Potter had been rude, older, hard and stern, sarcastic. And an untrustworthy person due to his very odd nature. But they could have tried, and the kids began to realize this as they sat quietly in the kitchen. And then it happened. Screams cut through the house and the lawn outside, startling everyone. Doctors ran out of Joyce's room, fear in their eyes as some fell into the wall opposite of the door. Hopper and the others rushed forward, entering the room to find that Dr. Owens and those in Harry's department were the only ones to remain beside Harry himself. Hopper's eyes widened as Joyce let out a gasp of shock. He same could be heard from those behind them. Everyone cluttered into the room, where they watched with wide eyes. Harry's body was flaking apart, his skin flying off and turning to dust as it fell onto Joyce's bed. Before long, nothing was left but a handful of hair on the pillow. What happened? Hopper shouted. We don't know. We were monitoring him, and then he just... Dr. Graves covered her mouth, her eyes tearing up slightly as she watched the scene in front of her. This was the worst thing that could happen. The body was gone. There was no hope for a miraculous survival. And even if he had truly been dead, they could no longer study his remains. Harry Potter was gone. Joyce was quickest, grabbing a nearby towel as she tossed it to Jonathan. He caught it and covered Harry's waist. The boy was only slightly taller than he had been before, but he no longer had a slim form or skinny arms and legs. He now had a leaner physique, matched with a bit of muscle that showed quite well. His eyes showed a brighter shade of emerald green. His hair was longer, reaching past his ears on the side and nearly reaching his shoulders on the back. And even better, the bright red scar that had once been on his forehead was gone from sight. When he finally seemed to calm down and catch his breath, he began to sob, doubling over as Jonathan and Nancy held him. Hopper was at his side in a second, placing a hand on his shoulder. "It's okay, son. It's okay." Harry Potter had enough time for a long shower before he was called out by Hopper. He didn't want to leave. The water felt nice, not as nice as the river water in that forest, but it was good enough for him to want to stay forever. But he couldn't stay. He needed to face his demons and confront the past. His self-exile hadn't lasted nearly as long as he hoped it would. But there was the universe for you, always finding a way to screw him over and force him down the wrong path before correcting itself, mainly by kicking him out. But he did suppose that of all the reasons to be brought back into the fold of the party, dying was a pretty good one. But it was a bit too coincidental that he just so happened to die the same day that Hopper, Joyce, Mike, and Will are all in the lab. And of course, he would interfere. It was in his nature. His saving people thing, as Hermione called it. He felt a sting of pain. Hermione. He missed her so much he would do anything just to get back to her in his old life. The one where he belonged somewhere. With his friends. Hermione, Ron, Neville, Ron, Ginny. But they weren't here and he was. So he was forced to make do with what he had. A bunch of kids and adults fighting against a creature with a hive mind trying to take over everything it came across. A smile slowly creeped across his face as he stepped out of the shower. He could live here, as much as he had once fought himself against starting something new here. The new. Harry realized that he couldn't go back. Not even if he wanted to. So he would start a new life here with the chance he was given. And he'd already set the starting blocks. All he needed was to repair a few before building higher. There were N.O. clothes that fit his size according to Joyce's note on the bathroom counter, but he didn't mind. He simply displaced a pair of clothes that would fit him and made adjustments to ensure everything fit nicely. Harry then took a minute to examine himself. It had worked. He had decided to remain the same age he had been as at 14, but he reconstructed his body as had been in his original universe when he had really been 14. Harry hadn't noticed back then how much good Quidditch had done him. It had provided a lot of needed muscle to his bones and allowed him to keep his lean and muscular physique. He would have to keep training regularly if he wanted to keep everything the way it was. When he was done, Harry exited the bathroom to find everyone watching him. They all seemed relaxed except for Hopper and the kids. The kids seemed awkward around him, and Hopper was hiding something. No doubt he was angry at Harry for leaving, something Harry had expected. He took a seat next to Will, smiling brightly towards the boy who smiled back. Harry closed his eyes for a moment to think but quickly frowned. He could still see light. It wasn't very bright, but he could see things. He almost panicked. He could see blue souls, along with Will's white blue soul. When he opened his eyes, he saw normally. Harry shut them, and the souls were there. After experimenting for a moment, he came to a conclusion. When he inherited those blank souls and this new body, he must have also inherited some sort of altered version of mage sight. When he told them this, there were mixed reactions. "So you can see souls?" Max Mayfield asked. "Only when I close my eyes." "Some sort of altered mage sight I must have gained in my time outside," Harry explained. Outside. Harry wasn't sure he had gotten the name for where he had been, but it had come to mind like any other name. It was the outside. That's all he knew. Harry nodded. "As far as I understand it, the outside is a place completely outside of the Omniverse. Existing outside of any single universe. I know because I've traversed through universes before. They're all crammed together, taking place in the same space while being invisible to each other. But this place, it was dark and filled with empty souls. I grabbed a few and came back here. That's when I made the new body." Harry motioned down to himself. "I must Avenue gain some added benefit from visiting the outside, including my new soul sight." "Right, so you fought the Mind Flayer's soul, Mind Flayer?" Harry questioned. "A stupid character from their game," Hopper supplied, earning offended looks from the kids. Mike continued. "You fought the Mind Flayer's soul, took over Will's body, then kicked the Mind Flayer out, gave Will's body back, and then left." "Pretty much, but it wasn't that simple," Harry replied. How did you even get into his body like that? Lucas asked. I'm not entirely sure. I was sure it wouldn't work, but I had to try. Something. So I pumped my shadows through his body and willed myself to take over. And then I felt this tug. Like an old portkey. Before anyone could ask, he supplied the answer. It's a magical transportation technique. We charm an item to transport us somewhere, and when we use the incantation, portus, it pulls us through a tight wormhole of sorts that takes us to our destination. It pulls you by the navel and sometimes causes you to throw up. This felt like that. I was tugged through something, and then there I was. Standing in the same room, only it was different. It was how I see things with my new soul sight. Everything's black. I see an outline of everyone. Their basic shapes, and at their center is a soul that reaches out. Most are blue. Some are different. Different how? Joyce asked. The shadows was black. It was evil, and it uses its powers for evil. Its soul was as corrupt as possible. Mine is white with hints of black. All of yours are a hint of blue, while Will's changed. Changed? How do you change your soul? Dustin asked. When we were, wherever we were fighting the shadow together. But we weren't strong separately, so we clung to each other. Pushed everything we had at it. But we had clung so tightly to each other that some of me got stuck in him, and some of him might have gotten stuck in me. While Will's soul remains blue, it now has hints of white. I haven't seen blue in mine yet, but I could just not be seeing it, Harry explained. But when we untangled, I knew I couldn't stay. Will had his body, and mine was dying. So I left. To go, where? Hopper asked. Well, I tried to pass on. But something pulled me back. Pulled me into the outside. It told me to take the souls and come back. And so I did, Harry replied. Everyone was watching him carefully. Clearly, they didn't like hearing that he had almost allowed himself to die. But they weren't him. At the time he had been so tired. And the thought of staying in that forest was the best thing he could think of doing. And then the voice took him away and led him back here. He couldn't even blame it. He was glad to be back. Harry had a lot to do. So, we need to kill the shadow. Mind Flayer. Right. That. What's the plan? Harry questioned. We figured you'd have won, Nancy admitted. Well, I proved last year that most of my plans don't work and fail spectacularly. So why don't we figure out a plan together, and I'll go with the flow. Everyone seemed to approve, and they were about to begin when gunshots began to be heard outside. There were screams and roars as the demodogs drew closer. Everyone shot to their feet, arming themselves with everything at their disposal. The guards and Hopper readied their guns, Nancy was given an old rifle, Steve readied his bat. And Lucas armed himself with his slingshot. Harry stood in front of everyone else, two black orbs forming over his palms, growing energy as they did so. He was ready for war. And if they did go to war, he would win it. That he was sure of. But then the cries for help stopped, the screaming died down to nothing, and the roars turned to animalistic screams. Before they could even blink, a demodog was sent hurling through the window directly into the living room. It was dead, and it slowly slid into the corner of the room with its mouth wide open. Everyone stared at it in relative shock, before the door swung open. And then she stepped through. Harry's eyes widened at the sight of her. And he was met with equally wide eyes. And then he let a smile cross over his features. 11 was back. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Back from the dead. November 5, 1984, Byers House, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry. 11. The two rushed towards each other, meeting in a large hug that made Harry smile all the more. He pulled her close, taking in the smell of a new perfume he knew she hadn't worn before. She had never worn perfume before. But he wasn't going to complain, it smelled nice. Nice. When had that become such a major word in his vocabulary? He summed it up to his new mind and body and pushed it away as he continued the long hug. But it ended too early, with Elle pulling away from him. She grabbed both of his cheeks, gazing into his eyes as she entered his mind. Harry was surprised for a moment but soon smiled. She had been practicing from his lessons book, which he had left behind in the Hopper cabin the day he had faked his death. He had left behind lessons for her legilimency and occlumency, though he was only sure she could practice occlumency. But it seemed she had manipulated her telekinesis in a way that allowed her to make a connection to his mind. It was great. You're here, she spoke again. I am. You died. I faked it. Why? The heartbreak behind her eyes broke Harry's heart. He pulled her into another hug, placing his lips right beside her ear. I needed to keep you and Hopper safe. I couldn't do that if I was with you. Apparently, I'm destined to make life miserable for anyone I come across. But don't worry, I'm not leaving again. At this, she tightened the hug, burying her face into his neck. He returned the hug, entirely aware of those behind him that wanted to greet 11. After all, she had been dead to all of them but him and Hopper. But he had done one very large, yet dumb, selfless act and felt he was entitled to a selfish moment between the two of them. And she seemed to agree with him, given how she didn't let go of him until Hopper moved forward to greet them. Mike joined him, pulling 11 into a tearful hug. But he soon pulled away. I never gave up on you. I called you every night for 353 days. I heard. Why didn't you tell me you were there? That you were okay? Mike asked. Because I wouldn't let her, Hopper spoke. Harry clarified. Hopper ignored him and moved towards Elle. He took in her new appearance with a disapproving look. Harry was examining her as well, taking in the whiplash he had received from the change of style. The most notable change was her hair, which was combed and gelled back down to her neck. Then there was the large black overcoat, which while looking like it was twice her size apparently fit her perfectly. And underneath it, she wore a black t-shirt, blue jeans, rolled down white socks, and white sneakers. The bottom half of her attire hadn't changed, but everything above her waist had changed drastically. The hell is this? Where you been? Hopper asked. Where have you been? 11 shot back. Harry frowned. Clearly, there were some communication issues going on here. But Hopper pulled Elle into a one-armed hug. Everything would be okay. Until Mike opened his mouth. You've been hiding her. You've been hiding her this whole time. He shoved his hands into Hopper's back, sending the man forward slightly. The kids turned to Harry to see what he would do, but he wasn't paying attention anymore. He was focused on more important things than Ike's hormonal and emotional discharge of anger. What he cared about was how to close the gate leading to the Upside Down, and how he could kill the Mind Flayer, once and for all. Nancy and Jonathan seemed to see this shift in attention and joined him at the table alongside Harry's team. Okay, we have 3 goals. 1. Close the gate to the Upside Down. 2. Liberate the lab and Hawkins of Demodo GS before they spread beyond reasonable control. 3. Kill the Shadow. If we're lucky, we can do all of these things by simply closing the gate to the Upside Down, which is what we're doing. But the question is how we would be able to do it, Harry explained. I'm assuming from the planning that you can't just teleport in there and close it. Jonathan asked. While I can displace myself or even apparate into the building, I wouldn't be able to close the gate. I'm not connected to the Upside Down. His gaze fell on 11 and Will, his smile broadening as everyone else at the table turned as well. Jonathan shook his head, ready to argue, but Harry spoke. I'm not suggesting going into the Upside Down. But we've established that 11 and I aren't capable of fighting it alone. And if 11 can close the gate, then she'll need all the power and support she can get. I'm a powerhouse waiting to explode, and Will's connection to the Upside Down is still there. Deeply rooted in his soul like mine. Only his is stronger, Harry explained. If we want to end this here and now, we'll need to do it together. Right, Jonathan spoke, swallowing deeply. I know you want to protect him, Jonathan. But look at it this way. I was doing much more dangerous things at his age and I'm still alive. That got a grin out of the young man. And it was true. Fighting a giant serpent at the age of 12 was scary. Much scary than a bunch of evil wide-mouthed dogs. Nancy smiled between the two, before bringing forward her own thoughts. So you will go with 11 and will to the lab in order to shut the gate. While a group of us stays here. What are we supposed to do while you're gone? Cause a distraction, drive. Huber spoke. All eyes turned to him. He shrugged. It's classic warfare tactics. Cause a distraction to draw away enemy attention, and then sneak a special ops unit to do the job. Once they're done, you extract them and get out. The same thing applies here. Mr. Potter and his associates will go to the lab to shut down the gates. The group staying here will cause a distraction that will draw the attention of the remaining demodogs, allowing for Mr. Potter and the others to get in unobstructed to complete their task. Were you in the military or something? Jonathan asked. Marine Special Forces. Served a tour in Vietnam, Huber replied. Right. Thank you for your service, Doctor. But we need to stay on topic, Harry spoke. Huber nodded, fixing his posture as he turned his attention to Harry. It made Jonathan and Nancy glance towards Harry. It wasn't every day that you saw an ex-marine scientist old enough to be your dad suddenly divert his whole attention to a young boy. But Nancy had made a good point earlier. Harry wasn't a young 14-year-old anymore. He was a 19-year-old man stuck in the body of his 14-year-old self. It was a tad bit confusing, but the two brushed past it to listen to Harry as he spoke. Dr. Huber is correct. They established that the shadow is a hive-minded creature, meaning that when the vines feel pain, so do the demogorgons, demodogs, and even the shadow itself. So you'll go down to the tunnels and do whatever you can to draw the demodogs and demogorgons to you. But once you do, get the hell out of there. I don't want to see anyone hurt. Right. We'll figure out something, Nancy agreed. It would be up to her, Jonathan, and Steve to cause a distraction capable of drawing the upside-down creatures away from Harry, and Will. She wasn't sure if she could do it, but she would most certainly try. So when do we leave? An hour later, Harry sat at the table once more. Only now, it was occupied by himself, the kids, Hopper, Joyce, Bob, and the older teens. The doctors had all moved to set up shop in Joyce's room, where they had put the backup equipment that had been stowed away in Firebolt 1. They had been discussing the mission to Hawkins' laboratory, and the plan to close the gate using Harry, and Will. Joyce had refused at first, but after Jonathan expressed his trust in Harry's ability to protect Will, as well as Harry's promise to die before letting harm come to either or Will, she decided to let it go. After all, Harry had saved her son's life and his creation has helped her save her other son. She trusted him to protect them. Hopper stated he would be joining them on their trip to the lab. And Harry didn't argue. It was smart. If anything happened to Harry or Will would be defenseless against anything the shadow threw at him. He would need Hopper. So it was decided. Just like they had a year prior, the group split into teams. Only this year there were 3. Team 1, Harry, Hopper, and Will. Team 2, Nancy, Steve, Jonathan, Drive, Huber, and a few members of his squad. Team 3, the remaining doctors, Joyce, Bob, and the kids. At this announcement, they began to complain that they couldn't sit on the sidelines. Not while they waited for their friends to come back alive, injured, or worse. They wouldn't. You will. It's not safe, Harry spoke. Says who? Mike asked defiantly. Something's too dangerous. This seemed to silence the kids. But Mike was still visibly frustrated. Harry ignored the kid and focused on the task at hand. He readied himself, trying his best to focus. But it became increasingly difficult as fear began to spread through his body. Harry didn't want to die so quickly after being reborn. But despite the fear running through his mind, Harry's exterior showed nothing but calm. Something that seemed to help the others push past their own fear and nervousness. Nancy joined him on the couch after several moments. So what are the doctors doing while we're gone? They're well informed on extraterrestrial and magical biology. They'll be examining one of the demodogs' remains to determine a way to kill them all in one fell swoop. That is if shutting the gate doesn't do it, Harry explained. His gaze fell on his team, who had the dead demodog positioned on the dining table. It would take a few hours to perform the autopsy in such a condition, but they had time and nowhere else to do it. How are you so calm? Calm. I'm absolutely terrified, Harry replied with a slight smile. She returned it, but Nancy clearly had questions. But they could be asked and answered at a later date. It was time. Slowly getting up from the couch, Harry addressed the 3 teams. The job is simple. We split up and get this done as quickly as possible. Dr. Huber and Dr. Owens each have mirrors tethered to my own, so we'll be able to stay in contact with each other. When we've reached the lab, it will be up to Team 2 to cause the distraction. Once the Demodogs are gone, we'll close the gate and end this. Mirrors. They're enchanted, Harry replied. He pulled out his own small mirror and spoke. Dr. Huber. At once, the mirror within Drive. Huber's pocket began to vibrate, only stopping when he removed and answered it. Everyone gathered to look and was shocked to see that they could see each other through the mirrors. These have been spelled after the mirrors my father and his best friend used during the First War. They can be used from any distance, so you don't have to worry about connection issues, Harry explained. They all seemed to understand, though a few had caught on to his saying, First War. Kids and Hopper knew about the Second Wizarding War that had technically begun at the end of Harry's 4th year, but he hadn't told anyone about the First War. So, everyone ready. Team 1, November 5, 1984, Hawkins Laboratory. Hawkins, Indiana. With a swirl of black and a faint hop, Harry Potter, 11, Hopper, and Will Byers appeared within the hangar of Hawkins' lab. The Demodogs were gone now, but there were a few that could be heard in the stairwell. Harry loaded them into the Firebolt 4, entering the pilot seat as he shut the doors behind them. It was a new part of the plan, but he was genuinely curious to see if this would work. 11 took a seat in the co-pilot seat, while Will and Hopper strapped into a seat in the cargo bay. What are we doing, Harry? 11 asked. Harry answered her question a moment later when the enchanted mirrors appeared in front of them, revealing the outside. Elle's amazement at the display only increased when Harry pressed the blue button on the center console. Everything began to shift and change, and before they knew it they were the size of a small rock. They sat still in the center of the hangar, but now everything appeared gigantic. It had worked. 11's scared expression only made Harry chuckle lightly as he went into an explanation. This is our latest model. I outfitted it with exterior magical runes that powered a massive shrinking charm. With the push of this button, I can shrink and enlarge us. I'm not sure if it enlarges from the base form into something bigger, but I'm sure we'll have time to test that eventually. With a turn of the gear and step on the pedal, Harry lifted the ship off of the ground. They flew out of the hangar with ease, flying up the stairwell. The presence of artificial gravity seemed to ease Elle and Will's mind, seeing as there were no G's pushing down on them as they flew upwards within the stairwell. Why are we going up? Will asked. This stairwell is designed to get down to the hangar. We need to get to the second-floor stairwell to get down to the gate, Harry replied, leveling the ship as soon as they reached the large door labeled 2. It was open, which wasn't a good sign, but Harry pushed on further. He pulled them up to the ceiling, being careful to ensure that the Demodogs below them could not just jump up and swallow them whole. Of course, he would be able to get out if they did. But it wasn't something he wanted to see through the enchanted mirrors. Status Team 1, Drive. Huber called out through the mirror. Hopper answered, we're in the lab and are on the way to the gate. What about you guys? Quote, we've just reached the tunnels with Mr. Potter's portkey, and have decided that a fire should do the trick. We're repelling now and waiting for your signal, Drive. Huber replied. He turned the mirror around and showed them the tunnels, where there were a dozen of Huber's guards standing around several tanks of gasoline. It seems they came prepared. Then the connection ended, and Hopper returned the mirror to his bag. Harry continued flying, reaching the second-floor stairwell. Only it wasn't open, and the radar caught almost 15 Demodogs within the stairwell. If they were swallowed by one, sure he could get out. But Harry wasn't sure how the ship would handle being eaten more than 5 times. Hey, Hopper, any chance you know how to fly? What's the plan? Harry Potter jumped out of Firebolt 4 with a parachute strapped around his chest. From this height with the shrinking of both him and the ship, he wasn't sure if he would regrow outside of the ship's wards and runes. Or if he would have to regrow himself back too. He quickly opened the door, keeping it open only long enough for the ship to get through. Harry then took a step down the stairs, black orbs returning above his palms as he took each step slowly and carefully. Then it happened. A dozen Demodogs all swarmed up the stairs towards him, while more jumped up the middle at high speeds using the railings. Harry didn't waste time and opened fire. He hit 2 of them on their way up through the middle, kicking them back into those behind him. They fell all the way to the bottom, a yelp of pain running through the air. 6 down, 13 to go. He tossed a ball of fire towards the closest, before firing a green curse he knew all too well at another. He continued throwing SPLs as the demodogs drew closer until one came too close. He was forced to remove a knife from his belt, slamming it into the underside of the demodog's neck as it let out a loud roar. He then kicked it away, watching as it too fell to the depths of the stairwell. With the demodogs solely focused on Harry, Firebolt 4 took a nose dive down the center of the stairs, reaching the lower levels easily. He just hoped they made it to the gate with no trouble while he made his way to join them. Conjuring a burning whip of white flames, Harry swung towards the stairs below him, watching with joy as the whip cut clean through the concrete staircase. With another whip, the section containing most of the demodogs crumbled and fell, producing more painful yelps as they fell to the ground below. Taking a page out of their book, Harry leapt over the railing, soaring down the middle of the staircase before he caught himself on a lower railing. He swung his legs forward, letting go as he was sent flying. Through an open doorway leading into sub-level 3. Harry sprinted forward, getting déjà vu of his running through this corridor a year earlier. But this time he wasn't running away. Harry was inting towards the problem that haunted this town for over a year. And he would finish his goals this time. He wouldn't fail them again. Team 2, November 5, 1984, Upside Down Tunnels. Team 2 paired just over the tunnels with a loud crack, appearing within the Upside Down along with all of their supplies. The team consisted of Dr. Robert Huber, his squad of 8 guards, Steve Harrington, Nancy Wheeler, and Jonathan Byers. They all carried their own jug of gasoline, while the security squad was outfitted with the lab's flamethrowers. It had been the only thing the team could think of that would cause damage to the vines, and thus cause damage to the demodogs and the shadow. So they readied themselves for the signal, waiting in silence as his team worked on repelling more fuel due from the trucks that had been left behind the night before. It had been a long day, and they hadn't slept. Robert was sure the day would last even longer. After several minutes of waiting, Robert pulled out his mirror and contacted Mr. Potter. Status Team 1. It was Chief Hopper that replied. We're in the lab and are on the way to the gate. What about you guys? We've just reached the tunnels with Mr. Potter's portkey, and have decided that a fire should do the trick. We're repelling now and waiting for your signal. Robert turned the mirror up towards the hole in the ceiling, where they were repelling the fuel down. Robert didn't receive an answer as the mirror shut off, the connection ended. He placed the mirror back into his pocket and took a look around him. Wheeler seemed stressed and was being comforted by the eldest Byers' child, and the Harrington boy was clutching his nailed bat with white knuckles. But his team was calm and collected, something that was gained from years of military expertise and training. But even with his own training, Robert couldn't help but be a small bit afraid. This was something they had never faced before, and Robert wasn't sure what to expect. Anything could happen. Team 2. This is Team 1. We're in position, the voice of Chief Hopper spoke. Robert retrieved the device once more and replied. You got it, Team 1. Team 2 is in position. Just waiting for the go-ahead. Do it now, Hopper called out. Robert didn't need to be told twice. He motioned for those of his men that didn't have flamethrowers and the kids to beggy and to dump their several gallons of gasoline all over the large hub area. And while they did that, those who had flamethrowers began to burn into the paths leading away. It soon started the chain reaction they were looking for, seeing as each path soon caught fire. The entire underground was filled with wild screams as the vines either died or pulled away towards safety. They're coming, one of Robert's men shouted. And they were. Hundreds of shadows could be seen around the corner, and the shadows only grew larger and closer until the first demodogs rounded the bend. They were sprinting right into gunfire and a blaze of flames. Evacuate now, Robert shouted, but when he turned back to the hole, he began to panic. The rope had been cut. They had no way out. What the hell? Steve Harrington exclaimed, swinging his bat into the head of one of the few demodogs that had broken through the fires. Robert picked up one of the spare rifles, and fired out towards the boy, putting 3 rounds into the thing's head. The boy seemed grateful, but the two soon turned back towards the army of demodogs sprinting towards them. He had lost 3 men already, and there were still more coming. They wouldn't last more than a few more minutes down here without some sort of way out. Robert had to find a way. Team 1. Harry jumped down the large opening that had become present within the large lab room. The makeshift elevator had already been taken down, meaning that they were already in the process of closing the gate. Once he spotted them below, Harry banished himself into the wall, tendrils firing out of his back as they shot into the wall. He skids to a stop, his tendrils digging into the wall as he gazed at the sight in front of him. The elevator was positioned in front of the massive gate. 11 had her right hand outstretched, while her left hand clung to Will's right. Hopper was searching their surroundings with a rifle in hand. With a great leap, an arresto, momentum, and a bit of accuracy, Harry landed softly on the elevator, surprising Hopper and Will. "We're clear." The diversion worked, Harry spoke. Hopper gave him a firm nod, before turning back to his surveillance. Harry turned towards 11 and smiled. She was doing it. She was closing the gate. It was slow and steady, but it was working. He grabbed her right hand, pulling it down as he outstretched his own. 11 understood and began to focus her power on Harry and Will, who both outstretched their hands. It was then that Harry understood what exactly had happened to Will in the other place. He had been gifted with Harry's power. Because while Harry began to glow a faint white color due to the magic radiating off of him, a similar yet far fainter glow appeared around Will. He wasn't sure if Will was intending to or not, but he was channeling magic towards the gate. Single quote. That was astonishing. Did that mean he could give magic and power to anyone as long as they had a previous connection? Or was a connection necessary? Questions flooded Harry's mind, but his main train of thought was focused on the gate. 11's power was beyond what it had been many months before. It's as if it had doubled or tripled. And it overwhelmed Harry as she used him as a conduit. But he allowed himself to be used, his hand acting as a guide for 11's power as she tried to shut the gate. And they were close. They had closed nearly half of it when the shadow began to fight back. Elle took her hand from Harry's, outstretching it just in time to stop the line of shadows swirling towards them in its tracks. Rai quickly grabbed her shoulder to re-establish the connection. They continued to fight. Gunshots ran out around them, though Harry chose not to focus on that. They were almost done. The gate was almost closed completely and the swirl of black was retreating. Except for a tiny sliver. But everything happened so fast. For Hopper, it took only a second. The demodogs all went still and fell to their deaths below. 11 and Will both collapsed onto the floor of the elevator in exhaustion. The gate closed shut, and Harry was gone. The shadow had pulled him through. It was the only explanation he could come up with. Harry was trapped in the upside down. Team 2, we need to get the hell out of here. Jonathan Byers exclaimed at the top of his lungs as he began to fire wildly towards He demodogs using one of the many rifles that had been dropped or left behind for backup. By now, everyone had a gun. They were all holding a tight semicircle below the hole, trying their best to fend off against the demodogs that continued to funnel towards them. Hey, Robert's eyes shot up towards the hole, and he couldn't help but smile. The Wheeler boy was there with his friends, holding a spare rope that had been in the van. He tossed it down, grabbing hold of the top end as the kids began to wait for a pull. "Tie it to the wench," Robert exclaimed. He would feel a bit more comfortable putting his weight on the wench than on a bunch of kids. They did so, tying the rope into a knot around the wench. Once they were done, Robert instructed the kids to go first. Nancy Wheeler pulled herself up first, followed by Steve Harrington and Jonathan Byers. Once they were safe above, Robert followed. But that was it. His men were being overwhelmed and it didn't look like they would make it. One of the demodogs let out a loud roar, and like clockwork, the other demodogs all roared as well. And then they all collapsed. Everything slowed to a stop. All was silent. They had survived the worst of it all. Team 1 did it. They did it, Nancy Wheeler breathed. Yeah, they did it, Robert replied. He pulled out his mirror. Harry Potter, Chief Hopper replied after a few moments. He wore a facial expression that Robert couldn't make out, but it was clear something was wrong. Status. The gates closed. But Harry's gone. Jonathan asked. That thing took him, Hopper replied. Mike frowned. The Mind Flayer took him. Yes. How do we get him out? Lucas asked. I don't know, answered Hopper. We need to open the gate and get him, Dustin decided. No, not even an option, Hopper countered. He wouldn't want us risking letting that thing back out just to get him. It's Harry. He'll find a way out. And if he doesn't, and becomes one of the Mind Flayer's slaves? Mike asked. Everyone stilled at the prospect. Harry Potter as their enemy would mean the end of everything as they knew it. 11 wouldn't stand a chance, and there was no way that Hawkins' lab or the government could stop him. But even after bringing up that possibility, the team still seemed split. They wanted to get Harry out of there before anything dangerous happened, but there were many who understood the risks. They would be reopening their world to the shadow immediately after closing the gate. And several there knew well enough that Harry could take care of himself. After several minutes, a decision was made. They would keep the gate closed, and wait for Harry to return. And in the meantime, they would prepare for the worst. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. The Shadow Point. 2. The Upside Down. Motherfucker. Harry breathed, trying his best to regain his composure. But he didn't get a chance. The shadow was towering over him, its red eyes glaring down at Harry's emerald green one. Harry thought of Voldemort and his red eyes and smiled. If he killed this thing, maybe he could make it feel like killing Voldemort too. Bury the hatchet with his universe by getting his revenge on a red-eyed creature. That was the plan. Kill this thing, end the threat, and get home. It had all happened so fast. The sliver of the shadow that had remained free of Elle's grasp had grabbed Harry by the wrist. It then proceeded to yank him off of the elevator and through the gate. And now he was alone in the Upside Down with this ugly-looking thing. Harry sent a banishing charm outward, catching T. He Shadow's rear legs as Harry was sent catapulting along the grass on his back. It gave him a bit of distance from the creature, something he needed desperately. Getting to his feet, Harry tried his best to think about how he would do this. Despite the lack of ley lines on both Earth and in the Upside Down, Harry still felt magic pouring into him. He still had his Shadowman Psi, which may or may know work against this thing given its own affinity with shadow casting. And he was still a bioweapon despite the change in bodies. So he had a lot of options at his disposal, which was good all things considered. He decided he would go with Shadowmancy first, then magic, then try the bioweapon abilities last. Pressing his hands to the ground, Harry sent his shadows out into every direction with the purpose of creating an army strong enough to fight the shadow. And to his surprise, he didn't get the usual army of shadow humans. Instead, 5 giant shadow dragons flew out of the ground at high speeds. They immediately began to roar and shoot black streams of fire down onto the shadow. But they couldn't hurt it enough. It merely regenerated after taking damage, pulling its own shadows through the ground in order to constantly heal. Constructs wouldn't work, and neither would any basic spells. Harry needed to break the shadow's connection to the rest of the world. Draw it away from its domain in order to weaken it. He needed to go home. But he needed to, and so he tried. With a wide swing, Harry cast a cutting curse that severed every single one of the shadow's legs. It collapsed, inches from the ground when Harry cast a very high-powered levitation charm on it. Once that was done, he sent out shadows to wrap around the beast, who was already trying to raise shadows from the ground to grab it. Harry wouldn't allow it. With a drained yell, Harry threw the shadow up into the air, banishing himself upwards along with it. As they rose, Harry started over, casting a sphere around them again. He thought of home. 11. Hopper, Will, Nancy, Jonathan, the Hopper cabin, the buyer's house, and then everything turned warm. The cold that had been pressed on his neck vanished, and it was suddenly warm. He had done it. No, a voice exclaimed within his mind. And before Harry could react, a wide leg slammed into his front, sending Harry flying backward into the forest. The only thing that stopped him was 2 trees. The first one he plowed through and the other stopped him in his tracks. Harry fell to the ground in a heap of clothing and blood. He was coughing red from his mouth, and he swore he probably broke more than a few of his bones. But he willed himself to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth as he slowly moved forward. The shadow was waiting for him a few hundred yards from the forest edge. Visibly angry, A black mist was coming out of its odd-looking nose, and its red eyes were still glaring towards him. Harry, his head shot towards the left. He spotted the firebolt for a few dozen feet off. Hopper, 11, Will, Joyce, Nancy, and Jonathan were on board. They rushed towards him, with 11 slamming into him at high speeds. After letting out a pain-filled whimper, she let go and began to examine him. "You're hurt," she noticed. But the shadow had other plans. With an ugly roar, it spun around and lashed out at him. It jumped into the air, colliding with Harry as the two fell to the ground with a boom. The entire town shook from the impact, with some trees behind them even falling. The shadow proceeded to stab Harry in the sides, draining him of his shadows while making its own. The shadow continued to grow while Harry shrunk until the beast was at least 250 feet tall. And Harry remained on the grass, gasping for breath as the beast snarled down at him. It then turned away, using its height to grab onto the top of Harry's shield. It pulled itself up and was about to drop down when Harry shot to his feet. He cast a moaning charm on the creature and watched with satisfaction as it lost its grip on the wall and shot backward. Once it was close, Harry apparated away to avoid being crushed and took off into the sky. With the power of shadows, he flew, flying high into the air as he looked down at the creature. Grinning to himself, Harry watched as the shadow slowly got to its feet, continuing to glare at him. It fired several shadows out of its neck, which took the form of over 100 birds that began to soar towards Harry. He had no intention of letting them reach him. With the flick of his hand, fire burst forward. Harry swirled it around him, spinning in circles as he followed the epicenter of the flames. After a moment, a distinct figure took shape within the fiendfire. It was a phoenix, just like his Patronus. He worked it around into a tight circle, watching with delight as the birds that tried to enter burned into a crisp. With precision, Harry concentrated the fiendfire towards the shadow. The phoenix flew forward, flapping its wings as it let out a joyous thrill. And then it hit. At once, fire erupted all around the shadow, enveloping it in flames as the beast began to scream and roar. After only a few moments, the shadow had shrunken down to its original size. Once that was set, Harry went for Plan B. He let himself fall to the ground, catching himself with a cushioning charm that let him take off at an easy sprint. Protega Diabolica. He wasn't comfortable with the curse to cast it wordlessly. At once, black fire flew from his palm in a circle around him, only changing when Harry whipped it towards the shadow. The curse had the desired effect. The fire spread over the shadow in the span of a few seconds, reducing the beast to nothing more than a tiny worm. It was something else, seeing this thing go from the size of a skyscraper to the size of a small worm. Harry approached it, leaning down to grab it before it tried burrowing into the ground. It tried to attack him to no avail, going as far to squeal and wiggle in his grasp. He ignored the futile attempts to escape and conjured a small bowl. After tossing the worm inside, Harry set it down. "Stay dead, asshole," Harry spoke. With a blinding flash of green, the worm was dead. November 6, 1984, Byers House, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry had been completely exhausted. Even with a new body and a fresh start, the long battle and complex spells used had magically exhausted him. So when he got back to the Byers house, Joyce let him pass out on her bed. And he did just that, falling asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. And when he woke up, Harry was met with an odd sight. 11 was in the bed with him, her eyes wide open as she watched him sleep. It caught him off guard, and he moved away. She didn't seem to mind, and instead just continued to watch him. "Are you okay? You left again," Elle spoke. Harry sighed. He had left again, but it wasn't as if he had intended to be yanked into the upside down by that ugly creature. He voiced this to her. "You're going to leave again," Elle replied. "I'm not. I'm here for good," Harry defended. He got to his feet. Not feeling like changing, Harry cast a clean-ing charm on himself as he got to his feet. Elle shot to her own, clearly having not been there long if she was so energetic. She sat on the bed, watching as Harry moved into Joyce's side bath. He read a toothbrush and began to brush his teeth, all while being under the watchful eye of 11. He finished a minute later and moved back into the bedroom. Harry knew the distrust was deserved, but he also knew she would never see his leaving as he did. To him, he was protecting her. To her, he just left and died without a word. Taking a deep breath, Harry sat down beside her, placing his arm around her shoulder. I promise, I'm not going anywhere, except maybe work, she asked. At the lab, I have a job there, Harry answered. The lab, Elle repeated. She tensed slightly. It's not bad there anymore. We're doing good work there now. We've built ships, cured a few diseases, and are trying to go to the moon. They don't experiment on anyone anymore, Harry explained. While Elle visibly relaxed at the explanation, she was still tense and conflicted. If you want, you can join me sometime and see everything I do. I don't promise you'll understand everything we do, but you'll see that it isn't at all bad, Harry offered. Promise, Harry answered. He planted a kiss on her temple and got to his feet, moving out of the room to leave Elle to her thoughts. He stepped into the kitchen and found that the doctors had all left. The house was clear of technology, and what could be fixed without. Special tools had been fixed and restored. All of the kids had gone back to their homes, meaning all that remained in the house were Harry, Elle, Hopper, Joyce, Bob, Jonathan, Will, Nancy, and Steve. Jonathan and Nancy were asleep on the couch, with Nancy's head resting on Jonathan's shoulder. Steve was asleep in the chair beside them, facing the television as he snored. Will was asleep in his room. Joyce and Bob were sleeping in Jonathan's room. And Hopper had fallen asleep at the kitchen table, his head resting on the table. It was as if the night before hadn't happened. He would think it hadn't, if only for the fact that there was dried Demodog blood on the floor, and a broken window from where the Demodog had been thrown in by Elle. Harry turned towards the hallway leading to the bedrooms and saw Joyce standing there. She appeared very tired, her clothes were wrinkled, and her hair was a mess. She stepped up to him, pulling him into a hug that he awkwardly returned. He wasn't entirely sure what was happening, but he couldn't say he didn't appreciate it. Everyone loved a good hug. Joyce pulled away, cupping both of his cheeks as she smiled. Thank you for saving them and ending it. Harry smiled through her hands and accepted the second hug that she initiated. He hadn't saved anyone but Will, but he was certain that was more than enough for her to thank him. Though he didn't feel he was worthy of being thanks. Sure, he had killed the Shadow and saved Will, but 11 closed the gate. She cut him off from his army. She was the one to save the town again. I was just doing the right thing, Mrs. Byers, Harry replied. Joyce. Right, Joyce, Harry said with a smile. Harry and Joyce took a seat at the table, accidentally waking up Hopper as they did so. And the three merely sat there for a few hours, enjoying a long conversation that had nothing to do with monsters or shadows or powers. They talked about everything they'd missed. How Will was doing after everything that had happened the year before. How Joyce met Bob, Jonathan and Nancy getting together. Then Hopper told Harry about Elle. How she had grieved his death for 2 months before showing any signs of moving on. She had continued her education using Harry's notes and lesson plans, practicing so often that she could now void walk for almost 4 hours without getting a nosebleed. Then Hopper told him of Elle's latest ability, the power to turn one thing into another, some form of molecular manipulation, like transfiguration, only permanent. It astonished Harry to hear about something so drastically different from Elle's other powers. Sure, molecular manipulation fell under the subset of telekinesis. But this was great. It opened a whole new door into 11's abilities. If she could perform any type of molecular manipulation, then that opened the gate to organic manipulation, atomic manipulation, and even galactic manipulation. 11 may one day be able to even manipulate the strings making up the entire universe, bending things to her will however she saw fit. The possibilities were endless, and Harry couldn't be more proud. I'm happy that she worked hard when I was gone. Yeah, she followed that book of yours pretty closely. But she got stuck when she reached the end. Hopper explained. I hope not for long, Harry spoke, suddenly worried. No. She started practicing some things she read about in one of your old science books. She's been using those for a while now. Harry smiled. What about you? What have you been doing at that lab? Hopper asked. Oh, we've been working on a lot, Harry spoke. You see, my team is made up of 5. Me, Drive, Graves, Drive, Hullman, Drive, Salgado, and Dr. Huber. I'm the senior director of the Magical Sciences Department, which means everything related to magic and science combined goes through me. Dr. Graves is the junior director. Dr. Salgado and Dr. Hullman are both lead scientists in their fields, and Dr. Huber is a junior scientist, having come out of college only last year. We all have different jobs that involve different projects. I'm in charge of planetary defense and energy. And what does that entail? Asked Joyce. Well, it's my job to use magic and my knowledge of both future and present technologies in order to build better technology than what I have. So I build everything from nuclear warheads capable of reaching deep space to microchips for computers capable of holding several terabytes of data. My current 2 projects are the Planetary Defense Ring, a sphere of pure energy designed to protect Earth from any outside collision, energy, radiation, etc. And a Dyson sphere, which would go around the Sun. It would collect the Sun's energy, and send it here to Earth for us to use. That's possible? Hopper questioned. Surprisingly, yes. The planetary defense ring is only barely possible without magic. But the Dyson sphere could be made completely in 2 decades without magical interference. All we need are mirrors capable of orbiting the Sun that could then redirect the Sun's light towards a group of solar arrays on the surfaces of Mercury and Venus. Then you put that energy in batteries or nuclear cores and ship those back here for use. But my Dyson sphere is different. It still uses mirrors and solar arrays, but it also uses 2 types of structures I developed myself. Solar distribution stations and solar receiver stations. The solar distribution stations take the energy gathered by the solar arrays on Mercury and catapult the energy out in a single direction using a concentrated runic circle. When the beam of energy hits either Venus or Earth, it'll be hitting a solar receiver station, which catches the beam and distributes the energy through the planet. What does this do for us exactly? Joyce asked. It would provide free energy for the entire planet. That means no more power bills. No more power outages. Energy could be accessible from anywhere on the planet for millions of years. Because only one receiver station powered to max could power Earth for several 100 million years, Harry explained. That's amazing. And how close are you to finishing this? Well, we're at the end of the development stage. We're just waiting for the outpost on the Moon to be set up and operational. Hopefully, by then, we'll have the supplies needed to make the outpost on Mercury. Once both outposts are done, we can start constructing the mirrors, and each receiver station on Mercury, the Moon, and one here on Earth. The only problem is that we'll have to send energy directly from the Sun's mirrors to either planet or Moon. Because I need to be there to mark the runes within the distribution station. They'll be incomplete until we have the outpost settled. And when I have time, Harry explained. What would that even look like? Energy in a tight beam, Hopper wondered. The runic structure would push it into a tight beam of hopefully blue light, which would travel all the way from the Sun to its destination. In the night, you'd see a bright line among the stars. In the daytime, you'd see a fainter line of light. If it's going to the Moon or directly here to Earth, well, let's just say it'll be a lot more noticeable, Harry replied. How does that work exactly? Wouldn't a beam of pure energy hitting the planet affect the atmosphere or something? Asked Joyce. It would normally, but the case is simple. We have 2 failsafe. 1. We direct the beam into the planetary defense ring, which would then redirect it down to Earth safely. Or 2. We send the beam towards vessels capable of absorbing the energy, which would then vel down to the surface to fire a smaller concentrated beam into the receiver stations. But luckily for us, we would only ever need to resort to the first failsafe. We've calculated the projected orbit and rotations of Mercury, Venus, Earth, Mars, and the Moon. We've planned over 100 receiver and distribution stations for each, and we know exactly where to put them for the desired effect. And, due to the runic circling around the distribution station, they'll only ever activate when positioned in a straight line with its partner receiver station. Once they're connected, the transfer begins. This is all a lot of good coming from that lab, Hopper commented. You haven't even heard what my team does, Harry smiled. Dr. Graves works on the most important project of them all. The Earth Dispersal Project. Earth Dispersal Project. What does that mean? It means this. Dr. Graves is working on starships. One's far bigger than any vessel humanity has ever created. But the first IEs will start with simple and enlarged firebolts. The first colony will accompany the outpost on the moon. The second will go to Mars. Then Venus. If we can do Mercury as well, we'll do it. And once we have those planets filled with humans and other flora and fauna of Earth, we'll spread out. Take starships filled with people in stasis, prolong sleep where you don't age, and send them beyond our star system in search of more planets. We want to spread out as far as possible. We've established that we're not alone in the multiverse. The Shadow and I are evidence of that. But if the evolution of life can occur at least once in every universe, then perhaps it can happen twice in one universe. Or 3 times, or 4, or 5, or 100 times. We need to be prepared for when we run into one that's more involved than we are. One with better ships and weapons. Ones who are smarter than us. We want to make sure that even if something happens to us here, or on Mars, or the moon, then humanity will live on in those starships that we sent off into space looking for a new future. Hopper and Joyce were silent at this. They were moved by his speech, and even more shocked that humanity had progressed more than they thought. Hawkins had created a movement of progression in sciences, and there were dozens of other countries alongside America willing to push things further. They were making a positive change in the world. Harry had fulfilled his goal. Even if Hawkins was shut down tomorrow, there would be millions of other laboratories around the world that would be willing to either fund or continue their work. But that wasn't likely. Hundreds of millions of dollars were being funneled into Hawkins. Most of it went to the Magical Sciences Department and its massive workforce. After all, the PDR, the outposts, and the Dyson Sphere weren't going to appear on their own. They needed workers, drones, automated vehicles, functioning computers, all things Harry planned to make. Before they even started putting together the PDR or the distribution receiver stations. What the hell? At Joyce's voice, Harry snapped himself from his thoughts and followed her eyes to the window. There, a paper airplane flew through. It soared over Steve's sleeping head, before crashing onto the table. It wiggled slightly, before settling down. Harry eyed it for a moment, unsure of what exactly to do. They reminded him of the Ministry of Magic memos. But as far as he knew, there was no Ministry of Magic. He hadn't seen any sign of it in his time in London. And even the leaky cauldron was invisible to him. As far as he knew, magic didn't exist here, and yet his reserves continued to cap out and grow. He found it very confusing. "Well, kid, are you going to open it?" Hopper asked. "Open? Right." He reached for the paper airplane, picking it up awkwardly as he began to open it. It was blank. Until it wasn't. The paper straightened with the creases disappearing. Then ink appeared. Harry read it out loud quietly. "Dear Lord Potter, it has come to our attention that you have been selected to participate in the upcoming Triwizard Tournament." Harry's voice cracked there. He couldn't speak. "What the fuck?" he continued in his head. "And we wish to congratulate you on your participation in this most joyous event. We are aware that you most likely were unaware of this occurrence due to your residency in America. But unfortunately, your name has been selected to attend a tournament taking place this year at Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry. While your participation is required by wizarding law and magical contract, you will be allowed to forfeit the first 2 challenges before participating in the third and last challenge. As another requirement, you will be required to report to Hogwarts School within 1 week of receiving this letter. Please come to me with any questions. Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Dumbledore had sent his. "What the fuck?" "Well," Joyce asked. It's from my school. My school from before. My first life. I thought. I didn't. Wait, so you're not the only wizard?" Hopper questioned. Apparently not. His mind wasn't working. He was in shock. Hogwarts was here. Dumbledore was there. That would mean his friends were there too. He could see Hermione, Ron, Neville, Ginny, Luna, all of them. But they didn't know him. He lived here in America. And according to Dumbledore, he had always lived there. He didn't know that. Had there been a Harry Potter alive before he got here? Or did the timeline Recorrect itself so that he was here from the start. Harry couldn't answer any of these questions. Not while his bones trembled. The letter fell out of his hands, quickly being picked up by Joyce. She and Hopper read it together. Lord, I don't know, Harry spoke. And then it happened. Another memo arrived. Harry shakily picked it up and began to read out loud once more. Dear Lord Potter, we have been informed that you have been working with the American Muggle laboratory known as Hawkins National Laboratory for some time. It has also come to our attention that you have knowingly broken the statute of secrecy on several occasions. While this has been your only known offense, we will be holding a hearing on the winter solstice. Please report to courtroom number 10 within the Ministry of Magic that evening at 5 p.m. in your time. Failure to appear will result in the use of extreme force to ensure you meet your next hearing. Have a good evening. Minister for Magic Rufus Scrimgeour. That was odd. Scrimgeour had been the head of the Auror office before, not the Minister for Magic. A hearing for using magic, Hopper asked. The experiments at Hawkins, and the magic from last night. But that doesn't make sense. I don't use a wand. And the use of a title leads me to believe I'm legally seen as an adult. Why would the Trace still see that I'm using magic? Harry questioned. Trace, a magical enchantment placed on wands back home. Wizards and witches under 17 can't do magic. If they do, then they suffer legal consequences. But I don't use a wand, Harry explained. Winter solstice. That's on the 21st, right? Yeah, Harry replied. Then it hit him finally. I need to go back to Hogwarts in the next week. Is that bad? Joyce questioned. Of course that's bad. If the time is right, which it isn't seeing as the tournament's a decade early, then my friend might be there. But they don't know me. I'll be a stranger there. Just like here, he said sadly. Joyce and Hopper exchanged a glance, which soon fell on the sleeping Nancy. They remembered what she had said the day before about Harry, and it seemed to be true. He truly did feel alone here. You're not alone, Harry. However we can help, we will, Joyce spoke. She placed her hand on Harry's. He smiled. That did make him feel a bit better. But he couldn't shake the feeling of sheer panic that passed through him. He would need to leave again to go to the Muggle-warded Hogwarts. He would have to break the promise he had made for at least a little while. Maybe he could find a way to take Elle with him. Find a way to get through the wards, or even break them if necessary. He would find a way to keep his promise. If that was the last thing he did. Chapter 13. Italicized. Excerpt from Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. Chapter 13. The Triwizard Tournament. October 30, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland, Great Britain. Almost a week before the events taking place in Hawkins took place, the entire student body of Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry welcomed the students of Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. The boys and girls of each school were talented, which was apparent from their entrances. The students of Beauxbaton had run into the hall transfiguring goblets into swarms of doves, which flew around the great hall gracefully. Then the Durmstrang boys and girls entered, twirling staffs with fire tips. Some of the boys were even doing flips and cartwheels, something that amazed the rather unathletic student body of Hogwarts. When everyone was seated at their tables, Headmaster Albus Dumbledore stepped up to his golden podium, beaming with pride and joy. Hermione Granger sat among her fellow students in Ravenclaw House. She was seated next to Padma Patil and Sue Lee, and she was quite excited to hear about the tournament everyone had been talking about for the past few weeks. After all, the House Cup and Quidditch Cup had been cancelled for this year. Whatever could do that was most definitely a tournament. The headmaster spoke. As you may remember, I announced at the beginning of the term that both the House Cup and Quidditch Cup would sadly be cancelled this year. This is due to an event that will be beginning tonight, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teachers' time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. I have great pleasure in announcing that this year, Hogwarts will have the honor of hosting a very exciting event over the coming months, an event that has not been held for over a century. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts this year. You're joking, Fred Weasley exclaimed. I am not joking, Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, though now that you mention it, I did hear an excellent one over the summer about a troll, a hag, and a leprechaun who all go into a bar. Professor. McGonagall cleared her throat loudly. But maybe this is not the time. No, said Dumbledore, where was I? Ah yes, the Triwizard Tournament. Well, some of you will not know what this tournament involves. So I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation, and allow their attention to wander freely. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the three largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the three champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young WITC he's and wizards of different nationalities, until, that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. Death toll, Hermione whispered, looking alarmed. Su Li just shrugged. Hermione glanced around the Great Hall, but her anxiety did not seem to be shared by the majority of students in the hall. Many of them were whispering excitedly to one another. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, Dumbledore continued, none of which has been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is ripe for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. And as a part of the tournament, an impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. I'm going for it, Fred Weasley hissed from the Gryffindor table, his face lit with enthusiasm at the prospect of such glory and riches. He was not the only person who seemed to be visualizing himself as the Hogwarts champion. At every house table, Hermione could see people either gazing raptly at Dumbledore or else whispering fervently to their neighbors. But then Dumbledore spoke again, and the hall quieted once more. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts, he said, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. Dumbledore raised his voice slightly, for several people had made noises of outrage at these words, and the Weasley twins were suddenly looking furious, is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will pay Rs only be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. His light blue eyes twinkled as they flickered over Fred's and George's mutinous faces. I, therefore, beg you not to waste your time submitting yourself if you are under 17. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang have just arrived and will be remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. Now, let us get started. As I said, the Triwizard Tournament is about to start. I would like to say a few words of explanation before we bring in the casket just to clarify the procedure that we will be following this year. But first, let me introduce, for those who do not know them, Mr. Bartemius Crouch, head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. There was a smattering of polite applause. And Mr. Ludo Bagman, head of the Department of Magical Games and Sports. There was a much louder round of applause for Bagman than for Crouch, perhaps because of his fame as a beater. Or simply because he looked so much more likable. He acknowledged it with a jovial wave of his hand. Bartemius Crouch did not smile or wave when his name was announced. Mr. Bagman and Mr. Crouch have worked tirelessly over the last few months on the arrangements for the Triwizard Tournament, Dumbledore continued, and they will be joining myself, Professor Karkaroff, and Madame Maxime on the panel that will judge the champions' efforts. At the mention of the word, champions, the attentiveness of the listening students seemed to sharpen. Perhaps Dumbledore had noticed their sudden stillness, for he smiled as he said, the casket, then, if you please, Mr. Filch, who had been lurking unnoticed in a far corner of the hall, now approached Dumbledore carrying a great wooden chest encrusted with jewels. It looked extremely old. A murmur of excited interest rose from the watching students. Dennis Creevey actually stood on his chair to see it properly, but, being so tiny, his head hardly rose above anyone else's. The instructions for the tasks the champions will face this year have already been examined by Mr. Crouch and Mr. Bagman, said Dumbledore as Filch placed the chest carefully on the table before him, and they have made the necessary arrangements for each challenge. There will be 3 tasks, spaced throughout the school year, and they will test the champions in many different ways. Their magical prowess, their daring, their powers of deduction, and, of course, their ability to cope with danger. At this last word, the hall was filled with a silence so absolute that nobody seemed to be breathing. As we have established, 3 champions compete in the tournament, Dumbledore went on calmly. 1 from each of the participating schools. They will be marked on how well they perform each of the tournament tasks, and the champion with the highest total after task 3 will win the Triwizard Cup. The champions will be chosen by an impartial selector, the Goblet of Fire. Dumbledore now took out his wand and tapped 3 times upon the top of the casket. The lid creaked slowly open. Dumbledore reached inside it and pulled out a large, roughly hewn wooden cup. It would have been entirely unremarkable had it not been full to the brim with dancing blue-white flames. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become a champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. Now, I think it is time for bed. Good night to you all. Excitement buzzed through the great hall as everyone began to stand. Hermione was slightly numb with worry. This tournament seemed extremely dangerous, and the fact they were holding it here after so long was concerning. Why now? Only a few weeks after dozens had died at the Quidditch World Cup. After everything that had happened with Professor Quirrell in her first year and the Basilisk in her second, Hermione was beginning to wonder just how safe this school was. After all, it had been only her 3rd year that was relatively safe. Even then, it had been discovered that Professor Lupin was a werewolf. And while Hermione held no prejudice in her heart for anyone, she understood the danger werewolves posed during the full moon. And to find out one had been in the castle was confusing and terrifying. If the professor had forgotten to take his potion once, anything could have happened. It would have been a disaster. Granger, you okay? Cho Chang asked, shaking Hermione by the shoulder. Yeah, I'm all right, Hermione shakily replied. Good, you should get some sleep. Right, thanks, Hermione took the older girl's advice and stepped through the Ravenclaw common room. After moving up the stairwell leading to the girls' dorms, she entered the room labeled 4, and found her bed among a half-dozen others. She sat down, gazing out the window. Hermione could swear she saw a faint hint of green in the windows. Like eyes watching her. But before she get up to inspect them they were gone. Perhaps some sort of trick with the lights. Or her eyes were beginning to fail her. She would have to get them checked during winter break. That was a plan. October 31st, 1984. Hermione had slept through the name-entering part of the day. There were no classes, and so all she had to do was either study or sleep. And while her mind continued to push for a bit of studying, her body was complete. Fine lying in bed lazily for the day. It wasn't until lunch arrived that Hermione was pulled out of her bed by Padma, her best friend. She wore a worried expression on her face. Come on, Hermione. You haven't showered or eaten today. We're going to miss lunch if you don't get up, she warned. Fine, just give me a minute, Hermione grumbled. And so she got up, took a quick shower, and moved to lunch with Padma. They then traveled to the library and began their studies. Sure, they had no classes, but that was no reason to be completely irresponsible. The most eventful part of their day or the choosing of champions took place an hour before dinner. A group of Hufflepuff and Gryffindor girls were sitting in the corner of the library, talking to themselves. Then the name, Harry Potter, came up. Hermione hadn't heard that name since her first year. It had been believed that Harry Potter would be in their year given his birth in 1970, but he hadn't been on the Hogwarts Express, and he hadn't been sorted. But many still believed he would show up. With all of the press about him from his defeating you-know-who, as an infant and all of the books about his adventures as a child, many theories began to spread. During her first year, many thought he was in hiding somewhere. Some believed he was being trained to fight the next Dark Lord when he rose. Some thought he may have even moved away, possibly to America, but many assumed he was dead, and a few figured he never existed and was just a folk tale made up to bring hope to the wizards of Britain. But Hermione, she didn't know what to believe. She hoped that if Harry Potter was real, that he was safe wherever he was. After all, the boy had lost his parents at the age of 1 and had been hailed the boy who lived. And she hoped he would never return because the positive and negative reaction would be too much for anyone to handle. Hermione wouldn't wish that on anyone. When dinner came, the entire Great Hall began to overflow with suspense. Everyone was eating rather quickly, even those from Durmstrang and Beauxbatons. Everyone wanted to know just who would be the champion of their respective schools. Many in Hogwarts believed that the Hogwarts champion would be either Cedric Diggory or Roger Davies. The Durmstrang champion was unanimously agreed to be Victor Crumb, and everyone believed that Fleur Delacour, he resident Vila of Beauxbatons, would be the Beauxbatons champion. When dinner was concluded, Dumbledore vanished the food from the tables within the Great Hall and stood up to address the students of the 3 schools. On either side of him, Professor Karkaroff and Madame Maxime looked as tense and expectant as anyone. Ludo Bagman was beaming and winking at various students. Mr. Crouch, however, looked quite uninterested. Almost bored. "Well, the goblet is almost ready to make its decision," said Dumbledore. "I estimate that it requires 1 more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them to please come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber." He indicated the door behind the staff table, where they will be receiving their first instructions. He took out his wand and gave a great sweeping wave with it. At once, all the candles except those inside the carved pumpkins were extinguished, plunging them into a state of semi-darkness. The goblet of fire now shone more brightly than anything in the whole hall, the sparkling bright, bluey whiteness of the flames almost painful on the eyes. Everyone watched, waiting. A few people kept checking their watches. The flames inside the goblet turned suddenly red again. Sparks began to fly from it. The next moment, a tongue of flame shot into the air, a red piece of parchment fluttered out of it. The whole room gasped. Dumbledore caught the piece of parchment and held it at arm's length so that he could read it by the light of the flames, which had turned back to blue-white. "The champion for Durmstrang," he read, in a strong, clear voice, "will be Victor Crumb." "No surprises there," yelled Ron Weasley from the Gryffindor table. A storm of applause and cheering swept the hall. Victor Crumb rose from the Slytherin table and slouched up toward Dumbledore. He turned right, walked along the staff table, and disappeared through the door into the next chamber. "Bravo, Victor!" boomed Karkaroff, so loudly that everyone could hear him, even over all the applause. "Knew you had it in you." The clapping and chatting died down. Now everyone's attention was focused again on the goblet, which, seconds later, turned red once more. A second piece of parchment shot out of it, propelled by the flames. "The champion for Beauxbatons," said Dumbledore, as Fleur Delacour. The blonde girl who so resembled Avila got gracefully to her feet, shook back her sheet of silvery blonde hair, and swept up between the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff tables. "Oh look, they're all disappointed," Hermione said over the noise to Padma, nodding toward the remainder of the Beauxbatons party. Disappointed was a bit of an understatement. 2 of the girls who had not been selected had dissolved into tears and were sobbing with their heads on their arms. When Fleur Delacour too had vanished into the side chamber, silence fell again, but this time it was a silence so stiff with excitement you could almost taste it. The Hogwarts champion next, and the goblet of fire turned red once more. Sparks showered out of it. The tongue of flame shot high into the air, and from its tip, Dumbledore pulled the third piece of parchment. "The Hogwarts champion," he called, "is Cedric Diggory." The uproar within the Great Hall was too great. Every single Hufflepuff had jumped to his or her feet, screaming and stamping. As Cedric made his way past them, grinning broadly, and headed off toward the chamber behind the teacher's table. Indeed, the applause for Cedric went on so long that it was some time before Dumbledore could make himself heard again. "Excellent," Dumbledore called happily as at last the tumult died down. "Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real." But Dumbledore suddenly stopped speaking, and it was apparent to everybody what had distracted him. The fire in the goblet had just turned red again. Sparks were flying out of it. A long flame shot suddenly into the air, and borne upon it was another piece of parchment. Automatically, it seemed, Dumbledore reached out a long hand and seized the parchment. He held it out and stared at the name written upon it. There was a long pause, during which Dumbledore stared at the slip in his hands, and everyone in the room stared at Dumbledore. And then Dumbledore cleared his throat and read out, "Harry Potter." November 1984. All hell had broken loose the night before. The reveal that Harry Potter was the 4th champion of the Tri-Wizard Tournament shook the entire school to the core. Everyone knew the implications of this. Harry Potter would be forced to come to the school and participate in the 3 tasks. After all, it was required by wizarding law and the magical contracts tied to the Goblet of Fire for all champions to attend the 3 tasks. But in the first week of November, Harry Potter remained absent from the castle. People were growing skeptical, wondering if Harry Potter's name had only been chosen as some sort of joke. The student body had all agreed that it wasn't the teachers who had done it. They had been too surprised for that to be the case, so it had to be one of the older students who entered the name. Hermione didn't necessarily care. She wasn't interested in the tournament at all and had decided the night after the champion announcements that the whole thing was stupid and dangerous. So on November 11th, she stuck to her studies in the library, accompanied by Padma, Cho, her friend Marietta Edgecombe, and the odd girl in 3rd year named Luna Lovegood. They were sitting in the Great Hall during lunch, trying their best to focus on their herbology homework when a presence reached out. She felt him enter before he even stepped foot into the Great Hall. Hermione turned, watching as a cloaked figure stormed down the middle aisle headed straight for Headmaster Dumbledore. Gloves, and dragonhide black-tinted goggles. His black hair fell down to his shoulders on the back, with several strands falling over his goggles, though he didn't seem to care. And his mouth was covered by a black cloth, obstructing his identity. Hermione could hear people at the other end of the table gossiping. "Is that Harry Potter?" one girl asked. Hermione wouldn't be surprised. Harry Potter was apparently a lord, and thus he could afford something as expensive as a full set of dragonhide armor. When the figure reached Professor Dumbledore, he outstretched his hand. Dumbledore took it, shaking it with a happy smile spread across his face. Then Dumbledore led the man down the aisle past Hermione and her group. She tried to get a good look at the eyes behind his goggles, but he had tinted them well. As soon as he had entered, the man was gone alongside the headmaster. And the group was left to speculate if Harry Potter had arrived within their school. If he had, then it would be a most joyous occasion and opportunity. If not, then they would have to keep waiting. November 11, 1984. When dinner came, it was announced that a special guest had arrived at Hogwarts that evening. That pretty much confirmed it. Harry Potter had arrived during lunch and was now within the castle. Hermione and Padma rushed to dinner after the announcement along with the entirety of the other Ravenclaws. While Hermione wasn't necessarily a Harry Potter fangirl, she had done her research. She didn't believe all of those stupid fairy tale books about him that most kids read during their childhood, but she had read about that Halloween night in 1971. How at the age of 1 he had killed the Dark Lord Voldemort, freeing the Wizarding World from the Second Wizarding World. And then he was sent into hiding for his protection, where he would stay until he was old enough to re-enter the Wizarding World. A bit too late, seeing as admission to Hogwarts was at the age of 11, and Harry Potter would be 14 along with everyone else, but it was close enough. But perhaps he had been receiving training during his childhood. After all, he was wearing dragonhide armor and seemed to know Dumbledore personally. Maybe Hermione could ask him a few questions when he wasn't busy. No, That wasn't appropriate. Harry Potter wouldn't want to talk to her. He had other things to focus on, especially the tournament. She would just have to run her questions by Padma, who would probably have just as many questions and few answers. As she took a seat at the Ravenclaw table, Hermione took note that the figure she believed to be Harry Potter was sitting at the staff table. What position had been opened? The defense position had been filled by Auror Alistair, Mad-Eye, Moody. Nothing else was open, and of course, everyone else had heard the speculation that Harry Potter had arrived, and thus all eyes were on the figure at the head table. The cloth around his mouth had been lowered, allowing them the opportunity to see his slightly chiseled jaw and mouth. But it wasn't enough to confirm it was him. After all, no one knew what Harry Potter looked like. Only the artist renditions featured in those fairy tale books could be used for reference, and those could hardly be accurate. No one had seen him in 13 years. After dinner, Professor Dumbledore slowly got to his feet. Stepping behind his golden podium, he spoke. All were silent. Students of Hogwarts, Durmstrang, and Beauxbatons. As you may already be aware, a visitor has arrived today, and he will be remaining with us for the remainder of the term. While I'm sure you all have many questions, I ask that you treat this individual with respect and that you consider his privacy. I would like to introduce to you the 4th champion of the Triwizard Tournament. Harry Potter. Everyone leaned forward, and several gasps could be heard throughout the utterly silent Great Hall. Hermione was leaning too. She was curious to see his face, to see what he looked like. The armored figure got to his seat, shaking hands with Professor Dumbledore as he smiled. It was a charming smile, though it lost some effect without being able to see his eyes. That problem was soon solved. R.R.Y. Potter pulled the cloth off from around his neck, and carefully removed the goggles placed over his eyes. And after wiping the hair away from his face, they all saw him. Harry Potter was roughly 5 feet 10 inches or 5 feet 11 inches. Despite the baggy and large dragonhide armor, Hermione could make out a lean physique, and the muscle tone in his neck and shoulders. His skin was smooth and shiny. But the most captivating part of him was his face. His emerald green eyes shone brightly in the Great Hall, flickering over everyone in the hall with great speed. His smile was mesmerizing, and Hermione could tell he had captured the hearts of several girls with only that small smile. Then his eyes flickered onto hers, and Hermione felt her spine shiver. His smile seemed to grow ever so slightly before he looked away. But she had seen it. He had looked right at her. And he had smiled. Why, now, as I said, I'm sure you have many questions, but Lord Potter has arrived from a long trip and is in need of rest. I am sure he would love to answer your questions in the morning, Dumbledore spoke. Harry Potter gave the room a small wave and a smile, before disappearing in a crack. He had apparated out of the Great Hall. That was impossible, and even Dumbledore knew it if the expression on the professor's face was anything to go by. And then the gossiping began. After a few minutes, Hermione got tired of it and left for the library. She would have to reread Hogwarts, a history, and see if it was possible to bypass the school's wards. But from memory, she knew it wasn't possible. Who was Harry Potter? The question rang through her mind the entire night. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Boy Who Lived returns. November 7, 1984, Byers House, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry was distracted, as anyone would be when faced with so many bombshells dropped on them in a single week. After the incident in the Upside Down, he had begun to think that perhaps life could become somewhat normal. He had hoped to move back into the Hopper cabin, continue his work at Hawkins' laboratory, and continue to train Eleven in the use of her abilities. But now everything had changed. He was being forced back into the Triwizard Tournament after discovering that the wizarding world was somehow alive and well. Nothing made sense. How had he not detected any magic being emitted anywhere here in America or the UK? How come whenever he cast point me towards Hogwarts, the Ministry, or the Leaky Cauldron, nothing seemed to show up? And how did people know about him? How had he become a member of this wizarding world after being here for only a year? None of his questions could be answered in his lab, so he decided he would go to MACUSA, Magical Congress of the United States of America. But not without some backup. So, The day after receiving the letter, Harry set off with Hopper, 11, Will, Joyce, Jonathan, and Nancy. He had only planned on bringing Hopper, Elle, and Will. But the others had refused to stay behind, claiming their interest in seeing the wizarding world for themselves. Harry couldn't blame them for their interest and allowed them all to follow him. They took a portkey directly to New York City, where they spotted the Woolworth Building. He hadn't done that much reading about the American wizarding world in his time at Hogwarts, but it was common knowledge among most wizards that the Woolworth Building acted as the MACUSA headquarters. It was a very large building, and upon entering they discovered that it was even larger within. The interior was covered in gold, emerald, maroon, and black. Witches and wizards were swarming the large atrium doing their own business. It reminded Harry of the Ministry of Magic. But this place was bigger. As Harry and his group moved through the large lobby, Harry took note of many things. The paper airplane memos and owls flying overhead with letters attached to their legs. House elves were polishing wands in the corner with a wand pulley. Shing machine Harry had never seen before. And around the entire atrium, there were black-colored elevators transporting wizards and witches up and down the several hundred levels within the complex. And at the center of the atrium was a monument similar to the fountain in the Ministry of Magic. It was made of 4 columns adorned with phoenix statues. And in the middle of those statues were even more statues with the names of witches who lost their lives in the Salem witch trials. On the base of the column, Harry read out the words Integritas, Unitas, Virtus, Magia. It means integrity, unity, valor, and magic, he explained. You can read Latin, Joyce asked. You need to if you want to make spells. And I can read, write, and speak over 100 languages. The perks of being programmed by psychopathic murderers. Harry replied cheerfully. Joyce frowned, with Nancy and Jonathan adopting the same expression. Once Harry had reached an empty elevator, the entire group funneled in. They took it up to level 101. There, they were met with the Wizarding Recourses Department. It wasn't his first stop, but he had questions, and this was the department where questions were answered. So he moved up to the front desk, where he was met with an older witch with a name tag that read, Spindle. Harry politely rang the bell, waiting to be noticed. She glanced up at him, a look of boredom etching across her features. Can I help you? Yes. My name is Harry Potter, and I had a few questions I would like to ask regarding my status, Harry spoke. The woman perked up upon hearing his name, her eyes shooting up to his forehead. No doubt looking for a scar that he had long since removed. She frowned a suspicious one that seemed to point to her not believing him. Harry sighed. I haven't stopped at Gringotts, yet. I was hoping that I could ask a few questions and talk to the president. It's an urgent business that can't wait. We need proof of identity and an appointment before allowing meetings with the president. The woman replied, I made an appointment last night. As for proof of identity, Harry had to thank the wizard who had sent them those forms of identification in Raccoon City. One of them was the Potter ring, which was proof of the title. Harry pulled it out of his pocket and deposited it onto the counter. The woman's eyes widened, her hand reaching forward to scoop up the ring. She examined it for a moment, before letting out a small sigh. I apologize, Lord Potter. Of course, we would be willing to answer any questions you might have. As for the meeting with the Madam President, when will you need to arrive? My appointment is in 2 hours. I wanted to stop by here first to ask a few questions, Harry replied. Well then, we'll have one of our advisors meet with you in the meeting room. Just take that door to your left, and enter the 3rd door to the right. He'll be joining you there. Have a wonderful morning, Lord Potter, the woman spoke. Harry smiled and entered the hallway with his group behind him. They all filed into the meeting room in the 3rd door to the right, with Harry conjuring enough chairs for everyone to sit. He was positioned between Will and 11, who were both marveling at all they had seen in the atrium. Harry smiled warmly, leaning to talk to them both. If you think that's cool, wait till you see Diagon Alley. We'll be going there after I meet with the president. The two grinned, having heard him talk about the magic of the alley a few nights before. After only a couple of minutes, a young man wearing a 3-piece suit stepped into the room. When he turned to them after closing the door, his face took on a hard frown. I was under the assumption that this building was warded against the No Mage's presence, the man said. It is. I've ensured that the wards don't affect them. Harry motioned to the bracelets around each of his companions' right wrists. They were made of gold, and held a bright red rune stone at the top of each one. They negated the wards against no mages. These people are my friends. I expect them to be treated with respect while within my presence. Of course, Lord Potter, the man bowed. He took a seat across them at the desk and reached down to remove a small folder. After he had dipped his quill in ink, he began. You said you have questions. Yes, of course. But before we begin, I am going to have to request the use of confidentiality. The things I discuss here cannot be told to anyone outside of these walls. Except for the president, of course, but I will be meeting with her after this to inform her of everything going on. The man gave Harry a firm nod, scribbling down confidential on Harry's file. Once that was done, Harry continued. I will not tiptoe around this subject, so I will just come out with it. I am not of this universe. I was not born here, and I have only lived here for a single year. Yet here I am, with people acting as if I have been here for my entire life. And even worse, I have been pulled into a tournament that I have already participated in. I was hoping that you could help me understand why people seem to know me. The man was floored by what Harry had seen. He was completely still, and his quill was beginning to drip ink onto the wood of his desk. After a full minute, he shook his head and cleared his throat. Do you have proof of your being from another universe? If you wish to see for yourself, all I need is permission to enter your mind. I'll show you all you need to see, Harry replied. The man seemed unsure, but he nodded nonetheless and lowered his occlumency shields just enough for Harry to make a connection. Once he was within the man's head, Harry began to show him everything. Harry's entering Hogwarts, participating in the tournament in his 4th year, going through the veil at the end of his 5th, his time in Raccoon City, being taken by death, and his time in Hawkins. When the trip down memory lane was over, the man was stunned. As you can see, I have lived a life in the wizarding world. And I have lived here for a year. I hadn't even noticed that this world existed until I got the letter stating I was to participate in the tournament again. I'm not even enrolled in Hogwarts, Harry explained. And that's the strange part. I've been to both London and New York City before. There was no sign of the Leaky Cauldron, the Ministry of Magic, or even Hogwarts. And the Woolworth building was the same as it is to the Nomage. Nothing to show signs of magic. And even weirder, this earth doesn't have ley lines like mine. I have no idea how you get magic here, said Harry. Ley lines? The man asked. Lines of magic that surround the entire planet. The Nomage call them longitude and latitude lines. They pump life into the planet and allow magic to take place. But this world doesn't have them, Harry explained. We most certainly don't have ley lines. But our magic comes from the sun. Hundreds of wizards and witches have done tests, and the source of magic seems to be within the sunlight. We're not sure how it originates, or how it travels alongside light, but it just does. The sun. How the hell did the sun produce magic? And how had he never noticed when he was studying the energy readings of the sun itself? Perhaps magic was tethered to sunlight, clinging to it until it reached its destination. If that were the case, then it would be unreadable in any Nomage devices. The perfect disguise. Harry's smile widened. That's brilliant. It's as if magic is hiding within the sunlight, using it to reach anywhere and everywhere. With ley lines, magic was only possible on the planet's surface or by using your magical reserves. But here, magic is possible from anywhere with access to sunlight. Which is everywhere. That's bloody brilliant, Harry spoke. This opened a whole new world of possibilities. If magic was hiding in the sunlight being projected by stars, then that would mean that magic was an integral part of planetary and galactic evolution. And if that were the case, then that would mean that everything was connected through magic. Because magic would be everywhere except within dark matter. And even then, that was untested. Magic could be throughout the entire universe, and they wouldn't know it. Thank you very much. You've helped me a lot, Harry spoke. He got to his feet and enthusiastically shook the confused man's hand. Then he left, not waiting for the others to catch up. When they did, Nancy grabbed his arm. We hardly learned anything back there. I learned more than I thought I would back there. A lot more, Harry said with a smile. Nancy let go of his arm, frowning as she turned to discuss things with Jonathan, who along with the others were very confused. Elle ran forward and grabbed his hand. What next? We speak with the president. The president of Makusa, Rosemary Hatch, was having an excellent day. Her legislation for E.L.V.I.S.H. rights had been passed within Congress. Her young son had said his first words. And Harry Potter was in her office. The first two were very excellent things. But the third thing was the brightest part of her day. The young lord had vanished off the face of the earth in 1971, and here he was 13 years later sitting across from her in her office. He was exactly what she had expected him to be. A tall, lean young man just like his father. He had long, black, unruly hair. Bright green eyes. But no scar. She distinctly remembered the fact that he had a bright red scar running across her forehead in the shape of a lightning bolt. But his forehead was smooth and scarless. Odd. But she couldn't deny his identity. He had shown her the Potter rings after all. I won't keep you long, Madam President. I promise, Potter spoke. I've spoken with the Wizarding Resources Department, and have had many questions answered for me. But I have a few more that can only be heard by your ears. Firstly, I would like to ask you about my title. I am aware that my family originates from Great Britain. But I have noticed even people here refer to me as Lord Potter. I was wondering why. Well, you hold no power in the American magical government. You hold great prestige around the world for your defeating Lord Voldemort. Many people recognize that and recognize you despite your lack of a scar. Why is it that you have no scar? I had it removed several years ago with no-mage surgery. I was treated differently from other kids, and so I went to have it removed, Potter replied. And the Barrows. The family that took you in, Hatch clarified. Oh, right, I am unsure what happened to them. The earliest memory I have was in Hawkins, Indiana. Far away from Pennsylvania. Whatever happened to them, I'm unsure. Potter explained. Hatch frowned. The Barrows too had dropped off the face of the earth to raise the Potter boy. And here he was stating that they had forgotten him somewhere in Indiana. She would have to launch an investigation regarding their whereabouts. You are aware that you are the sole heir to the Barrows title as well. As far as I am aware, they never had children, Hatch commented. That's good to know, Potter spoke. He was most definitely telling the truth about not knowing the Barrows. The boy showed no sign of emotion at the prospect of their deaths, and it made sense. He hadn't known them and thus felt nothing. Potter seemed to come to from his thoughts and spoke once more. I also wanted to speak with you regarding the Triwizard Tournament, with which I was recently entered. I am aware that I must compete in at least the third task, but I was wondering if perhaps an exit was possible from the binding magical contract in place. I'm afraid not, Lord Potter. I know nothing about the contract in question, but all magical binding contracts are unbreakable unless both parties agree to dispel it. And seeing as the Ministry has stated you must compete, I'm afraid an exit is impossible, Hatch explained. Perfect. Thank you for your time, Madam President, Potter spoke suddenly. He got to his feet and outstretched his hand. Och, surprised, reached out to shake it, and watched as he and his entourage of no-mage friends left her office. She was very confused. He had requested a meeting with her just for that. To ask ABO. His title and if he could exit the stupid tournament. He was very strange. More strange than she had thought any wizard could be. But not as strange as that Lovegood man. He was as strange as they got. So you're telling me you got something from that? Hopper spoke, motioning back to the office. You asked her 2 questions. I got all I needed, Harry replied simply. Which was, answers. All of my other questions will have to wait until I get to Hogwarts. Only Dumbledore will believe me anyway. That man upstairs only believed me because I showed him everything. And if I know the Ministry of Magic, they won't believe me if I went under Veritaserum and showed them my memories through a pensieve. They would just claim that I was immune to Veritaserum and that my memories were fake. Dumbledore was there that night my parents died. If anyone can answer my questions, it's him, Harry explained. So, to the alley. Will asked. To Diagon Alley. They all placed their hand on Harry's shoulder and he displaced them directly into Diagon Alley. Or at least what he remembered was Diagon Alley. It partially worked, seeing as they appeared directly within the center of the leaky cauldron. No one seemed to care though. After all, it was the entrance to the alley, and people probably portkeyed here often. Harry led them out of the much cleaner version of the inn and stepped out in front of the brick wall leading into the alley. Jonathan sighed. I don't suppose you know what to do here. Of course I do, Harry replied, slightly offended that the young man would ask such a question. He examined the rubbish bin, and followed it up to 3, and across the right 2. He then pressed down on the brick and watched with satisfaction as the magic went to work. Bricks peeled away from the wall, creating a small passageway that led into the relatively calm alley. There were few people here. After all, the school term had begun 2 months before, and people were only here to pick up odd and end things for their homes. Harry smiled. Everyone else was grinning. Okay, we can all look at the different shops after we've stopped at Gringotts. After all, we'll need some money if we want to get anything. We can get stuff, asked Will. Sure, once we get access to my vaults, you can get whatever you want, Harry shrugged. Elle frowned. Vaults. Magicals carry their money in vaults down in the depths of Gringotts. But magical currency is different from yours. Americans have pennies, nickels, dimes, quarters, and dollars. We only have galleons, sickles, and nuts. Galleons are gold and the highest currency, being worth roughly $6 each. Sickles are worth 40 cents or so, and a canute is worth a single penny or 2, Harry explained. My trust vault was filled to the brim with galleons the last time around, and I haven't seen the actual Potter vaults yet. And I have no idea what the Barrows have in their vaults. I'll have to ask the goblins. Goblins? Joyce asked. Yeah, you remember that creature who was polishing wands? They all nodded. From Harry's reaction to the creature, they assumed it was normal, but they had all been slightly freaked out. Well, that was a house elf. They perform magic and serve under families or organizations. Then you have goblins. They're a warrior race that rose up and eventually took charge in organizing magical currency and banking. Then there are hundreds of other creatures. Merpeople, dragons, phoenixes, thestrals, all sorts of things. But I warn you, don't do anything to anger the goblins. They'll likely display your head on the steps up there. That seemed to get Hopper's attention, who had begun to puff out his chest during the goblins' explanation. He deflated immediately and followed Harry up the marble steps. They stepped into the goblin-run bank, walking up to the bank teller watching over them from his high desk. Name and purpose, the teller called out. Lord Harry James Potter. I'm here to properly claim my inheritance and to enter my vaults, Harry replied. The goblin frowned but motioned to his right. There, another goblin Harry found familiar was waiting for them. Harry bid the teller a good day and followed the goblin that he identified as Griphook led Harry into a small room. They all piled in, with Harry once again conjuring chairs for everyone. Griphook removed a small bowl and knife from somewhere and passed it across the table. Harry understood immediately and reached out to grab the knife. Without hesitation, he slid the knife across his palm and let his blood pour down into the bowl. What the hell? Hopper grabbed Harry by the shoulder. Calm down. It's for identification, Harry spoke. Once the bowl was half filled, the wound healed without a scar, and Harry was given a blood-replenishing potion. He downed it in one gulp, biting back against the poor taste. He had forgotten how bad magical potions tasted. Griphook took a piece of parchment and carefully headed into the bowl of blood until it was completely submerged. Then he pulled it out, and set it down on the table. He vanished the bowl and the blood, and instead watched as the blood carefully draw in from the parchment until there was lettering visible. Harry read it silently to himself. Profile: Harry James Potter. Age: 19. Blood type: O+. Blood status: half-blood. Titles: Lord Potter, Lord Potter, Lord Potter, Heir Barrow. Harry frowned. Why was Lord Potter on there 3 times? Griphook explained. It seems you are the lord of 3 different Potter inheritances. Though I am afraid to saw why we only protect one set of Potter vaults, Harry grinned. He had been a lord in 3 universes. Despite what he had heard from others, the magical contract tied between him and the Goblet of Fire labeled him a legal adult. Even if the Ministry of Magic disagreed. If he had known, he could have gotten into his vaults the summer before his 5th year. And of course, the mysterious person behind T.He letter sent to him in Raccoon City had claimed that Potter's inheritance for him. So that made 3 Potter families and 3 titles. What does that mean, having 3 of the same titles? Joyce asked. Normally, this would not happen. But the blood states that he has 4 titles. He will thus receive all of the benefits of being Lord Potter 3 times over. And will be able to claim the inheritance left to him by the Barrows before their passing, Griphook explained. When asked what the benefits of each title provided, Griphook took on a wide grin. The Potters were a very wealthy family. Thus, they had many shares within wizarding businesses across the world. Something that your mother tried to broaden. As such, you will be able to claim 3 times the worth of those shares. You'll receive 3 times the number of seats you hold in the Wizengamot. And you will receive 3 times the interest on all of your annual investments. But those will be the only benefits. Those are very good benefits. Harry spoke with a matching grin. Griphook's grin increased even further as he pulled out a set of papers that he handed to Harry. After taking a seat, Harry proceeded to sign over 3 dozen papers that would finalize his inheritance. And when it was done, Griphook removed a small bag from his desk and emptied its contents onto the desk. There were 2 lordship rings there, along with 2 golden cards. And a ring with 2 keys. The rings are your lordship rings. We will be working to create a second one for your 3rd title. The cards are for shopping. There, each connected to the Potter and Barrows vaults. And the keys are used to enter your vaults. I would advise putting on the rings now, to ensure the claim is successful. We will call you back when your 4th ring is created. Harry gave the goblin an understanding nod, reaching down to grab the 2 rings. His original Potter ring was placed on his right ring finger, so he placed the new Potter ring on his right middle finger while placing the Barrows ring on his left middle finger. A small golden light surrounded the 2 new rings for a single moment before all was normal. Harry then pocketed the TWO cards and the ring of keys and got to his feet. Thank you, Griphook. May your vaults flow with gold and your enemies bleed by your sword. He gave the goblin a deep bow, one that was returned by the grinning goblin. May your vaults overflow, Lord Potter, Griphook replied. With that, Harry exited the office. He was examining a small paper given to him by the goblin, which displayed all of the assets owned by the Potters and the Barrows. It read, Current Head of House. Harry James Potter. Current Members. Harry James Potter. Current Galleon Holdings. 475,830. Current Sickle Holdings. 6,940,285. Current Canute Holdings. 12,590,392. Current Properties. Potter Manor, Scotland. Potter Cottage, Godric's Hollow. Potter Cottage, France. Potter Apartment, USA. House of Barrows. Current Head of House. Harry James Potter. Current Members. Harry James Potter. Current Galleon Holdings. 0C New York Branch. Current Sickle Holdings. 0C New York Branch. Current Canute Holdings. 0C New RK Branch. Current Properties. Barrows Manor, USA. So the Barrows held no part of their fortune in the London branch of Gringotts. He would have to go back to New York in order to get to that. But it surprised him to see that much in the Potter vaults. He had only ever had less than 500,000 galleons in his trust vault. But that made sense after all. It was a trust vault for a reason. Harry stopped in front of the carts, seeing that there was only one left. And there were only 4 seats. 5 if you counted the conductor's seat. And there were 7 of them. 11 and Will wanted to go on the cart first. And because Harry had to be there to go down to his vaults, Joyce decided to join them, leaving Hopper, Nancy, and Jonathan in the lobby. The cart ride was exactly like Harry remembered it. Though he couldn't really peer down to see the caves with a terrified 11 clinging to his arm, no doubt terrified by the speed of the cart. But Will was having the time of his life, shouting with glee as Joyce smiled. But the cart trip ended, and they were now within the small alcove labeled Potter. Harry recognized the trust vault instantly. But there was now another vault door to its left. The main vault. Harry pulled out one of the keys on his ring, carefully sliding it into the keyhole before turning. At once, the door popped off of its lock, swinging open to reveal a large room the size of a warehouse. It was split into 3 neatly organized sections that Harry easily identified. The library, which consisted of over a dozen shelves filled to the brim with books belonging to the Potters and his mother. The relics, a small section made of shelves and chests filled with odd trinkets that had been kept over the centuries. And the last section is the largest. A mountain of gold the size of the Great Hall was sitting on the right side, filled to the top of the room with gold, silver, and brown coins. "Holy shit," Joyce whispered. "Agreed," Harry replied, while Ryan moved to admire the mound of gold piled in the corner of the room. Harry turned to the goblin who had accompanied him. "How much money is in the trust vault?" "The trust vault caps out at 500,000 galleons. If it's lower than that by January 1st, money will be transferred to ensure it's reset," the goblin replied. "Good. I would like to rename that vault. Could you produce a new key and card specifically for it?" Harry asked. "Of course, Lord Potter. And the name for the vault?" "Buyers," Harry replied. The goblin smiled, nodding as he stepped back up to the cart. With that handled, Harry turned back to the group and smiled. Perhaps after his hearing, he could kill Voldemort and set things right. Maybe even live a normal life filled with magic, science, and exploration. But even then Harry scoffed. Harry Potter would never live a normal life. It was his destiny to forever be thrown to the forefront of whatever conflict arose next. But perhaps one day he could die in the peacetime between conflicts. Then he would really be able to rest knowing that he hadn't left people behind. Because it was that which haunted Harry the most. That he left behind his friends in the war. And he left his friends behind in the aftermath of an apocalypse. But he had a chance to make amends now. And he would make amends. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. The Boy Who Lived returns. Point 2. November 7, 1984, Gringotts Bank. Diagon Alley, London. Once Harry and his group exited Gringotts Bank, Harry pulled out a brand new golden card and a brand new key. He stepped up to Joyce, who was admiring Diagon Alley once again. He handed out the card and key. When she carefully took them, she wore a questioning expression. "I set up the Potter Trust Vault for you. It's yours. Feel free to spend whatever you like." Joyce appeared ready to reject the offer when Harry cut her off. "It's already done, Joyce. Besides, I feel like you're going to need it sooner than you realize." With a wide grin, Harry left the group. Everyone had taken a bag full of galleons filled to the brim, with Harry's permission of course, and were now on their way to explore the shops. Jonathan and Nancy had gone off to the ice cream shop. Will and Joyce had gone to the Quidditch store. And Hopper and Elle had gone to the pet shop where owls and cats were present. But Harry had business to attend to her. He would visit all of those stores soon. But first, he needed a wand. It was required for the tournament, and to not have one was an offense against the contract. So Harry entered Ollivander's shop for the first time since he was 11. And he found the older man in the back of the shop, shuffling through boxes of wands. As soon as the bell rang, the old wizard jumped and began to move back into the main room. He then stopped, his gaze falling and staying on Harry. Then Ollivander smiled. "Mr. Potter, I'm afraid you're 3 years late." "I was busy," Harry shrugged with a matching smile. "Saving the world and all that." Yes, of course. The world is in dire need of saving nowadays," Ollivander stated. He had begun to pile a dozen wand boxes onto the counter. Harry stepped forward, grabbing the first one offered to him by the old wizard. And so the process began. Harry waved wands for almost an hour before they got around to his old wand. It had never paired to anyone else. And once again, the bright yellow light and a kick of wind announced that this wand was his. Ollivander clapped his hands together with a wide smile. But Harry wasn't done. "If you don't mind, I was hoping for a staff. Perhaps built to place the wand inside. I'm not too fond of wand waving," Harry explained. "A staff? Well, you're not the first to request such a weapon, but I must say from someone so young." Ollivander nodded his head. "It would be possible to get you one in the next few nights. Is there anything specific you wished to add to your staff?" Harry removed a small piece of paper that he had stored in his coat, and handed it to the man. It was covered in a diagram of a wooden staff. It was custom made by Harry, of course, and it was designed to function however he needed it to. At the tip of the staff was a glass sphere intended to be filled with runic stones. And the top of the sphere would be cut out, ensuring that Harry's phoenix feather wand could fit nicely inside. Ollivander stared at the paper for a long time, before letting out a small chuckle. Yes, I knew you would be a peculiar case, Mr. Potter. I must say, this staff is beautiful, but I don't have the materials for this, Ollivander spoke. That's completely fine. I'm having the materials shipped to you later today, a favor between himself and the goblins. Well, that's wonderful. I will get started as soon as the materials arrive. Harry expected nothing less, and paid 11 galleons for his wand and a special sleeve holster. It made life easier, being able to grab your wand with the flick of your grasp. He left the shop with a few new agendas. He needed a new trunk, a new set of books that he couldn't order online, his cauldron and apothecary set, a new broom, even though he didn't need it to fly, and a few other things he could only get here in the alley. He knew the others were occupied in their respective shops, and so Harry knew he had time. So he started by going to the trunk store. His first instinct was to get the same type he had gotten before, but he knew the new trunk would be filled to the brim with new items. So Harry decided to go bigger. His new trunk had 5 different enlarged sections. One for books, potions, parchment and ink, personal items, and clothing. He started filling it with each store. He filled the potions compartment with his apothecary set, his new cauldron, and a crate full of pre-brewed potions that he could use on the fly. Then he bought parchment and ink to fill that space. And then he traveled to Flourish and Blots, where he got the entire curriculum of Hogwarts and a few dozen other books that he used to fill his library. Harry proceeded to stop by Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. He bought several robes for walking around the alley, a set of dress robes for the inevitable Yule Ball, and when he stopped at the front desk to pay, he requested something unexpected from Madame Malkin. He requested a full set of dragonhide armor. Something unheard of, mostly because no one could afford it without putting a large dent in their bank account. Besides, he would make what he spent today back in the next few years through the investments his family had made in the past. Madame Malkin had the entire set in stock gathering dust in the back of her shop, but she dusted it off and handed it to Harry after he paid the hefty sum of galleons it cost to acquire it. And after buying a firebolt and a broom cleaning kit, Harry met the group within the Elops Owl Emporium. They were all gathered around a bright white snow owl. Elle was petting the owl's head affectionately, while Hopper examined it suspiciously. Harry, however, wasn't focused on them. He was focused on the owl, on the patterns on its back. The black eyes seemed all too familiar. It was her. How had no one bought such a magnificent owl in the years he had missed? Hedwig, Harry whispered. They heard him, and everyone turned. Hedwig, Will asked. My familiar. From before, Harry replied. Pet, Nancy clarified for Will, who didn't know the word familiar in regards to animals. Harry took a step forward, gently caressing the owl's fur as she leaned into his touch. Hey, girl, I've missed you. He had truly missed her. She had been his second true friend after Hagrid, and the only friend he saw during his time at the Dursleys. She had pushed him through those hard times, providing Harry a sense of companionship that he so desperately had needed. How much for the owl? Harry asked gently. 10 galleons, the shop owner replied. Do you guys want any of them? Har. Why motion to the variety of owls around the shop? By the time they left Diagon Alley, the group was carrying several cases that each contained an animal. Harry was carrying Hedwig's cage. Both Elle and Nancy had gotten measles, with Elle's being a black-furred male with a white abdomen and whiskers. And Nancy's was a sandy-colored female with white whiskers and a gray underbelly. Elle had named hers Frosty, while Nancy had named hers Delphi. Will was carrying his case with a red orange-colored Runospore imported from America. Harry was unsure if he could still talk to the snake, but he didn't want to try it in front of everyone. That wouldn't be fun explaining. November 10, 1984. When Harry's staff arrived, he was forced to admit that Ollivander was a genius. The wood was crafted perfectly. The scale was exactly how Harry had envisioned, and the runestones were drawn spectacularly and placed within the sphere. His holly wand fit perfectly into the top of the staff, which was great. He had planned it specifically for that. He had ordered an extra case of wands from Ollivander as well, testing out several by himself before reaching the end of the case. 2 of the wands reacted positively, leading Harry to use them as his second and third wands. The second wand was constructed out of pinewood and a dragon heartstring, was 13 long, and was pleasantly springy. And the third wand was made of black-dyed mahogany wood, and the core was made of imported White River monster spine. It was 12 inches long and was slightly bendy, an odd change from his other wand. Harry was ready for the tournament, and he would do whatever it took to ensure that Cedric never reached that cup. When the time came, Harry would kill Voldemort, capture Pettigrew and Crouch Jr., and free Sirius once and for all. It was his newest mission, and Harry would do whatever it took to correct the mistakes he had made the last time around. But for now, he had 7 months to prepare for the third task. Until then, he would focus on other tasks that had been laid out for him for months. The PDR and the Dyson Sphere. The error margin of the planetary defense ring had dropped from 19% to 16% in the few days he had been working on it, which was a definite plus. But at the moment, he was focused on the Dyson Sphere. There wasn't a way to transmit energy directly from the mirrors around the sun to the solar arrays waiting on Mercury. Not without breaking the laws of physics and wizarding law. "How long are you going to be gone?" Hopper asked, taking a seat next to Harry at his workstation. The large tall desk had been added to Harry's room in Hopper's cabin a few days before. He had been using it only during the night, using the day to spend time with Hopper, Elle, Nancy, and the Byers. He hadn't seen much of the other kids or Steve, but he wasn't surprised. They were still in school after all, and it would be difficult to come out into the forest every day just to visit. Harry wasn't concerned. He would see them all eventually. "Normally I would go to announce my participation and come back. I don't need to be at the school until the tasks. But Hogwarts library is vast, and I could try to find a way to access the restricted section. I'm sure there are a lot of answers to my questions in there. So I'll likely not be back until Christmas break. So between the 16th of December and January 1st. But I'll stick around past that. I don't need to be there the entire year," Harry replied. "Cool, and I'm assuming you've got everything ready." "Yup, I've got my staff, my spare wands, my mirrors set, and I've got my books, potions, and broom in the trunk. All I need is the invisibility cloak and the Marauder's map," Harry explained. "Good. Just don't do anything stupid," Hopper warned. "Me, never. I'm more worried about you guys," Harry confessed. "But we'll all be fine. I'll be there. Elle will be here. Everyone's in capable hands. And the gate's closed, that too," Harry grinned. November 11, 1984. In the late morning of November 11th, Harry was finally ready to go to Hogwarts. He had been putting it off for several hours but decided that he should just get it over with. Rip the bandage off, as they say. So there he was in the living room of Hopper's cabin, surrounded by everyone. Hopper, 11, Joyce, Will, Jonathan, Nancy, Steve, Mike, Dustin, Lucas, and Max were all there to see him off. And while it wasn't platform 9 3/4, Harry felt an odd sense of déjà vu creep over him. Yet he had never had anyone but the Weasleys be there to see him and Ron off on the train. No one that he would call his family had ever been alive to see him go. Not even Sirius, who had left the train station early in fear of getting caught. "So, you'll be back on December 16th? Nancy asked. "At the earliest. I'm trying to work my schedule around the school. But if something comes up I may not be back until after that," Harry replied. Joyce frowned. "And when are the tasks?" "The first task is on the 24th. The second task is on February 24th, and the third task is on July 24th, Harry explained. "Can we come to those?" Mike asked. "I don't see why not. Those bracelets let you hero any anti-no-mage wards constructed anywhere. So you should be allowed to enter and see the tournament uninhibited." "But I'll have to ask Dumbledore," Harry answered. "Are they dangerous?" Dustin questioned. "Not really. For the past yes. But for me now, not at all. The first task is quite easy, the second task will be a bit more challenging, but the third task will be the easiest." I've been planning for that one. Isn't that cheating? Lucas asked. Not at all. Not when it comes to the fate of the wizarding world, Harry replied. He had explained everything to them. How Voldemort used the third task to come back to life, kicking off the Second Wizarding War. It all started with Cedric's death and Harry's capture. But he wouldn't let those things happen this time. Harry would be prepared, and when the time was right he would strike. But I need to get going. It's around lunchtime there. I need to talk with Dumbledore first before I settle in and get started on my research. Right, Hopper spoke. He stepped forward, pulling Harry into a hug that was quickly returned. When Hopper stepped back, Joyce pulled him into her own hug. When she pulled away, a worried smile spread across her face. Be careful. I will. He was pulled into another hug by Nancy, followed by handshakes with Jonathan, Steve, and the kids. Then it was down to 11. She pulled him into a bear hug that Hermione would be proud of. It lasted for several moments until she whispered into his ear. Keep your promise. I will. Don't worry. Harry smiled, backing away. And after grabbing his staff and trunk, Harry was whisked away from Hopper's cabin in a swirl of black and dust only to reappear at the front gates of Hogwarts. There, he was different. Mid-transit, Harry had changed with the wave of his hand. He was now completely covered in his dragonhide armor. A black cloth had been tied around his mouth, and his goggles were pulled on to cover his eyes. When Harry finally set down on land by the front gates, he was met by Argus Filch and Rubeus Hagrid. Harry Potter? Harry questioned, examining Harry with a large frown. I'm expected for the tournament, Harry replied. Right. Follow me. Filch and Hagrid were exactly how Harry remembered. He followed them into the castle's entrance hall, before coming to a stop beside the open doors of the Great Hall. Harry didn't wait for instructions. He stepped into the Great Hall, unwilling to stop and take in his surroundings. Harry had seen the hall a million times before, and he didn't want to focus on those within it at the moment. He was on a mission to speak with Dumbledore. Once he was done with that task, then he could focus on his past. But for right now, he was busy reaching the head table. There, Albus Dumbledore stood to greet him. Albus Dumbledore, it's a pleasure to meet you at last. I'm Harry Potter, truly. Of course, I was hoping to talk with you up in your office. Feel free to bring the head of houses as well. I'm sure they would love to hear what I have to say, Harry explained. Dumbledore exchanged a look with Professor McGonagall and allowed himself to be led out of the Great Hall. When they reached Dumbledore's office, everyone took a seat. Dumbledore, Minerva McGonagall, Phileas Flitwick, Severus Snape, and Pomona Sprout were all present. And it was only then that Harry allowed himself to remove his face coverings. He peeled off the goggles and removed the black cloth from his mouth, revealing himself to them. Hello, you really are him? McGonagall asked. Harry pulled off his right glove, revealing the 3 Potter rings on his pointer, middle, and ring finger. The third had come in the night before. She gasped. 3 rings. But they're the same. A legal loophole that allowed me to claim 3 titles. Harry shrugged. I see. How are you? Asked Professor McGonagall. I've been doing well, studying, learning, but I was quite surprised when I received the letter stating my entry into the Triwizard. What exactly happened? Harry questioned. You know what happened, Potter, Snape sneered. I actually don't know what happened, Snape. This is why I asked. The goblet of fire malfunctioned on the night of October 31st. While selecting the 3 champions of the Triwizard Tournament, your name was selected as a 4th. Unfortunately, due to the magical contract binding both you and the goblet, you will have to compete. Dumbledore seemed anxious, as if questioning whether or not Harry was capable. The man had obviously noted the dragonhide armor but had pushed that aside. Harry knew none of them knew his skill sets. In time, they would soon learn just what he was capable of. That's fine. I've already discussed the contract with Madam President Hatch of Makusa. I'm not worried about it. I just wanted to know where I was staying, and if anything was required of me while I stayed here, Harry explained. Of course, you'll be staying in one of the spare teachers' quarters on the 7th floor. As for anything required, there is of course the 3 tasks. However, we will be having a surprise Yule Ball in December. All, yes, and the champions are to attend. I am aware, Harry cut off. Dumbledore raised an eyebrow. Harry didn't bother to clarify how he had discovered this secret, and instead got to his feet. I would like to request access to your library's restricted sections. I am working on a project for my work, and I am in need of a magical theory I can't find in normal bookstores. And what is this project? Questioned Flitwick. I'm building a sphere of energy that can surround the planet in order to protect humanity from outside destruction. But I can't find a way to strengthen the energy bonds enough to receive clear results. I was hoping that perhaps magic could help boost my progress, Harry answered. You work with Muggles? Snape asked. No, Maj. And yes, I do. I've worked with them for several months now. We've done quite a lot for the world. Harry spoke. Pomona Sprout raised an eyebrow. Such as, I've constructed many cures for no-Maj diseases. I've created new forms of technology that are beyond anything anyone has seen. And as I've said, I'm working to protect the entire world from meteorite destruction. So, the restricted section. Harry turned back to Professor Dumbledore, who was examining him with interest. Harry kept his face emotionless, trying his best not to reveal anything. The headmaster soon smiled and gave him an affirmative nod. Harry too smiled and left the headmaster's office with purpose. His goggles returned over his eyes and the black cloth retied itself around his mouth. Harry entered the library of Hogwarts, heading straight for the restricted section. No one stopped him. They wouldn't be able to if they tried. And after setting up his portable workstation in the corner of the restricted section, Harry got to work on his projects. Chapter 16. Chapter 16. The First Task. November 19, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Hermione Granger was very confused. The past week had been filled with speculation and excitement for the upcoming first task. Many were questioning exactly what the champions would be doing, while most were wondering just how Harry Potter was preparing for the task. But even with the speculation, no one could get a clear answer. The only times anyone saw the mysterious wizard was in the hallways during the morning and night, and when he occasionally sat in on classes. He continued to wear his dragonhide outfit, refusing to show his face to anyone. Many began to guess that he was deformed somehow, and thus wished to remain hidden and protected within the black outfit. But no answers to their questions were ever answered. But it seemed he was preparing. Harry Potter spent most of his day between the kitchens and the restricted section of the library. Hermione hadn't been aware that guests could gain access to such a prohibited area. And she felt envious of the boy who lived. All of that knowledge was on his fingertips, and Hermione had nothing but the old books allowed for all students. But she assumed that Dumbledore had allowed it for a reason. Most likely to help Harry catch up to the other champions that were several years older than him. But that brought up more questions. How educated was Harry Potter in magic? Could he perform complex spells? Wordless spells? Had he had private tutors? Or had he been raised by someone knowledgeable in magic? She and Padma had even gone to Professor Flitwick to ask a few questions. But the professor didn't know anything. He had confessed to them that he knew nothing about Harry Potter besides what everyone else knew. The boy killed you at infancy and disappeared. And when they asked any other professor, they received the same answer. No one knew anything about Harry Potter. And it seemed that the only one who knew even a small amount of information was Professor Dumbledore. Yet even he refused to speak on the subject. It was infuriating. Do you mind? Hermione was yanked out of her thoughts by a gentle voice. She looked U.P. from her Transfiguration book and felt her jaw drop by a large margin. It was him. Harry Potter was standing right beside her, motioning to the empty seat towards her right. He was asking to sit by her. Hermione nodded dumbly, trying her best not to look shocked. She wasn't a fangirl, anything but the presence of previously unobtainable knowledge within her grasp causes Hermione to stumble a bit. But then everything calmed. Harry Potter was quiet. He was silently reading an ancient tome on runes he had gotten from the restricted section, still covered in dragonhide armor. It was very odd for her. What are you reading? Hermione asked. She immediately wanted to smack herself. Why would she talk? Why would she make things awkward by talking to the one person who clearly didn't want to be talked to? A book on runic structures created by Rowena Ravenclaw, he replied. He didn't sound agitated or annoyed. Harry actually seemed happy to answer. Or perhaps he was just in a happy mood. It had nothing to do with her. But then he turned and examined her book. And after a moment, he turned away. And they sat there for almost an hour before Harry got to his feet. "Thank you," and then he walked away, leaving a very confused Hermione in his wake. Why had he thanked her? Because she let him sit beside her. No, nothing that stupid. He was thanking her for something else entirely. If Hermione was to guess, it was that she wasn't asking him a million questions about his past. That was the most reasonable answer. She would have to talk to Padma about this. Harry was busy. Busier than he had ever been in his time in this universe. He was not only working on his Hawkins projects, which were now near the end of development, but he was also busy researching everything he could about this version of the wizarding world. But there weren't that many noticeable differences. Everything seemed to match Harry's universe's timeline, with only a few exceptions that didn't really matter. The main one was that things were taking place 10 years ahead of time. But this seemed to only affect the wizarding world. The world wars were still in the late 1910s and 1940s, and events in the No-Maj world seemed to stay within the old timeline. So there was hardly anything to be worried about. Almost everything was the same. But he wasn't so much worried about the stability of the timeline, as he was worried about something unexpected happening to him or his friends. He wasn't entirely sure what to expect for these versions of the tasks but was willing to wing it whenever he had to. RRY knew from basic common sense and exploration that the dragons were in the forest, meaning the first task would remain. But he was unsure if the other tasks would remain the same. Something that bothered him for over a week as he studied in the library, trying his best to ignore everyone that ever came near him. Harry answered no questions asked to him by anyone, and never bothered to open conversations with people from his past. No matter how much it hurt him to do so. He hated seeing them, knowing that even now he was an outcast to his home. Because this wasn't his home. This was theirs. Harry was just there, pushed into the action by the universe, Voldemort, and Crouch Jr. So he wouldn't talk to his friends. Not when they were so different in this reality. Hermione had gotten into Ravenclaw and was even more fierce in her search for knowledge than the last time around. Ron had been sorted into Gryffindor again, but he was different. He was kinder than Harry's Ron, and he seemed more sure in life. The same was true for Neville. Gone was the round-faced shy boy who had been within Harry's Hogwarts. This Neville Longbottom was tall, growing in muscle, and he was sure of himself. His parents had never been tortured in this universe. Yet some things seemed too off to be coincidences. Some influential people in the Wizengamot, the ICW, and Makusa were mysteriously missing from this universe. And in their stead were people Harry had never heard of. There were laws in the ICW that had never been passed or had once been vetoed that were now constitutional. And the statute of secrecy was stricter here than it had been in his universe. Over 70 people were arrested by Aurors the night of the Quidditch World Cup following the events of the Death Eater attack. Over 70 more than in his universe. If only he could figure out just what was wrong with this version of history and how the wizarding world had just appeared from thin air, then perhaps he could reverse it. That wasn't necessarily what he wanted to do. But if it came between a safe and stable universe with Hawkins and a crumbling and hostile universe plagued by the addition of the wizarding world, then he would choose Hawkins. But Harry hoped it wouldn't come down to that. He planned to completely change the wizarding world. Because his plans wouldn't work if the magical community wasn't behind him when it came to his interest in the human race and exploration. If they went against him, Harry would be forced to break hundreds of laws in order to accomplish what he needed to save everyone. If they followed in his footsteps and removed the statute, then the No-Maj and Magicals could begin to work on things that Harry and his team at Hawkins had only dreamed of doing. Colonization of planets, intergalactic travel, and limitless energy would be possible in a few years instead of decades if the magical community rejoined the No-Maj population. Together, the two subspecies of humans could do anything they set their mind to. So Harry devised an entirely new plan sewn from the back of his mind. He would use the hearing against him in 1 month to claim his Wizengamot seats. And when that was done, he would do anything he could to gain as much favor as he could in the courtroom. Once he did that, he would join the ICW. Harry would then gain favor there, and when he was trusted by all he would begin his plan. Deconstruct the Statute of Secrecy, reveal the magic to the world, and join forces with the no-mage governments to accomplish more than either subspecies could imagine. He had already gained prestige as a magical in the no-mage American government, mostly from President Ronald Reagan. So if he could do so much good as a magical and no one within the no-mage government care, then Harry could only imagine what the greater wizarding world could do. Mr. Potter. Harry was yanked out of his long-running conversation within his mind by Ludo Bagman. He was in the tent, waiting for the first task to begin. It wouldn't start for another hour or so, but Harry had decided to come down to the stadium early to prepare. He was waiting for his friends from Hawkins to arrive and was quite annoyed that Bagman was interrupting his important self-conversation. Yes, Mr. Bagman. Well, son, I'm sure you're ready for whatever is to come. But if you need any assistance in preparing for this task or the next, I'm sure I can find the time in my busy schedule to help, Bagman explained. You inquire if I want to cheat? Harry asked. It was stated quite evidently in He can track between the champions and the Goblet of Fire that we are not to ask or accept assistance. If I were to accept your help, I would be signing away my magic and my life. So please do not make a fool of yourself, Ludo. Return to the judge stands and wait for the task. Now see here, son. I'm not your son. Harry's voice had risen drastically. His staff appeared in his hand in a mild light of black and he slammed it into the stone foundation below him. Ludo visibly flinched, before fleeing from the tent. Harry grinned, sending his staff back to his trunk up in the castle. He wouldn't need it for this task. And if he did, then its task would be small. Harry had a backup plan to his backup plans and was ready for anything that might happen within the first task. He wouldn't do anything as foolish as getting chased by the dragon on his firebolt this time. No, he would do this easily and without trouble. Well, that was a clusterfuck, Harry commented with a grin. You didn't tell us it would feel like going through a 2-inch tunnel, Joyce spoke, breathing heavily. You also didn't tell us it would rip us away by our stomachs, Hopper added, still clutching his abdomen. Good to see you, too, Harry said, pulling Hopper into a hug. He then greeted everyone, being pulled into hugs by Joyce, Nancy, and Elle while exchanging fist bumps with the others. Harry was halfway through his hug with Elle when he spoke, pulling away. I wanted to warn you guys that while I'm planning for my task to be tame and boring, the others won't be. These are dragons we're talking about, so you'll see fire and tail slamming. I'm warning you ahead of time so that if something happens and my plans fall apart, you won't be too worried. You talking about dragons is making us worried, Max spoke. Dragons are real, Mike asked. Yeah, you should have seen the dragon at Gringotts. It was huge, Will replied, grinning. Yes, it was quite big, but this isn't the time. The task's going to start in a few minutes. And I need to be in the tent. Your seats are up there. Harry motioned up to the judges' boxes. He had arranged the seating with Dumbledore ahead of time, explaining Had his friends were no mage that were cleared by Makusa to have knowledge of magic and the tasks. But to avoid any questions, they wouldn't be sitting with the students. Just try not to ask too many questions or draw too much attention. People aren't fond of no mage around here. Right, purebloods and all. Will concluded. Exactly, Harry smiled. The youngest buyers had been reading it seemed. But with another hug from 11. The group made their way up the back steps leading to the judge box, taking their seats behind the judging panel. The kids were chatting away, with Mike motioning towards the alcove holding the dragons off in the distance. But Harry couldn't focus on them right now. He needed to watch the others and ensure nothing went wrong. So he spent the next hour doing just that. He was last again, meaning Harry had more than enough time to watch as Victor, Fleur, and Cedric battled their own dragons. While he hadn't actually watched the tasks himself the last time, Harry couldn't help but question the tactics used by his fellow champions. Cedric's tactic was almost laughable, using a stone transfigured into a dog to confuse and distract the dragon. But once Cedric had gotten the egg from the dragon's nest, the Swedish short snout decided it would rather have Cedric than the dog. So Cedric barely made it back to the tent, being covered in burns that had to be healed by Madame Pomfrey. Then it was Fleur's turn. She put her common Welsh green dragon into some sort of bewitched sleep. It was going quite well for her until she reached her own golden egg. It all turned shit from there. The dragon had fallen with its face pointed directly towards the dragon's nest. Then it began to snore. Bursts of flames shot from its snout right at Fleur, whose robes suddenly burst into flames as she rushed for the champion's tent. The damage done to her clothing and skin was much worse than what had happened to Cedric, but was equally as curable by Madame Pomfrey. And Victor Crumb's task was even more of a disaster. He used the conjunctivitis curse on his Chinese fireball dragon in an effort to swell its eyes shut. The spell worked, but only for a minute. The dragon, like all of the others, began to thrash around violently, swinging its tail in massive arcs that resulted in dirt and rock being flung into the stands. Luckily for the students and judges, there were professors near the front that were able to easily place shields above them to keep the debris at bay. But Victor wasn't so lucky. While he wasn't injured, the dragon's tail had slammed directly into her own nest, shattering several eggs while sending the golden one flying. Victor finished by scooping up the egg and running, letting the dragon tamers clean up his mess. Kill Voldemort and be done with it. All was silent as Harry carefully stepped forward. Each step was silent and calculated. The walk to the dragon took a long time, but as he stepped from stone to stone, Harry felt the Hungarian horn tail begin to watch him with interest instead of aggravation. That was good, and when Harry finally reached the dragon, no one expected him to outstretch his hands. Nor did anyone expect him to fall onto his knees. The entire stadium sat in silent fascination as the most vicious of the four dragons slowly stepped towards the boy who lived. There were even those who gasped, believing the dragon would lunge forward and swallow him whole. But Harry knew better. He knew there was a chance that this didn't work. But he wasn't planning on allowing that chance to occur. "I'm not your enemy," Harry spoke. He spoke in the same way he had with the mysterious voice from the outside. Only he spoke directly to the dragon. And the dragon seemed to understand him. As if he had spoken in dragon tongue. "The golden egg, it doesn't belong." The horntail turned its head back towards its nest, examining her eggs, until deciding he was right. Its tail, which had once been curled around its nest, suddenly unraveled to reveal the golden egg among many. Harry was given free passage to it, but he wanted to take his time. He cast Legilimens on the dragon, entering her mind with ease. It was a much different experience to the minds he had been in before, but it was possible. He showed the horntail memories it had never had before. Dreams of the bright blue sky, to which the dragon could roam free forever. The Hungarian horntail lowered its head right into Harry's hands, keeping its weight off of him. Harry gently rubbed the dragon's jaw, smiling as it began to purr and growl. They had a mutual understanding now. They were friends, and Harry had made her a promise that he would do his best to keep. But for now, Harry had another task to complete. He stepped away from the dragon, stepping up to the golden egg. He easily picked it up and heard only a few people clapping and cheering for him. Everyone else was silent in stunned shock. No one had ever tamed a dragon like that. But no one was quite as skilled in legilimency as him either. Will Byers was excited. He had never seen such a large amount of wizards and witches together in a single place. But it made sense. There was an entire school's population in this stadium, alongside 24 others belonging to 2 other schools. But it was still just as spectacular, just like the tasks. He watched the first task with amazement. TTING between Mike and Dustin as they watched the first champion, Cedric Diggory. Harry had told them all about the boy, who was described as a good, kind, and caring person who deserved a long and good life. Will wondered if Cedric had died in Harry's old universe, but Will didn't have the courage to ask many questions like that. It wasn't kind to remind people of their clearly troubled pasts. And then Fleur Delacour began her task. But Will didn't focus on her task. He focused on those around him. Almost every boy was leaning forward in their seats to watch her, even Mike, Dustin, and Lucas. But all of the girls were merely watching. Even Harry, who was watching from the champion's tent, wasn't leaning. He looked uninterested, as if he didn't care if she won or lost. Was she using some Sort of magic to draw attention to herself. But why would she? Fleur was clearly pretty and well educated in magic. She didn't need to use magic to attract boys' attention. What's wrong with you? Will heard Max ask Lucas, who looked ready to fall out of his seat. I think she's using magic to draw attention, Will told her. Correct, but not quite, young man. The old man in front of them had turned in his seat to face them. He had a long gray beard and was wearing spectacles that reflected the sunlight perfectly. This was Professor Albus Dumbledore. She's part Veela. They possess many great abilities, one of which is an allure. It is used primarily to find a mate, but it is often unregarded by Veela. It seems Ms. Delacour has not fully grasped how to control her own allure. So she's hypnotizing them? Max asked. In a sense, yes. But it is harmless, I assure you. Once she is done, your friend will return to normal, Dumbledore explained. This seemed to calm Max and Eleven, who were both watching Lucas and Mike with attentive glares. Will turned his attention back to the first task. It was soon Victor Crumb's turn, and he didn't fare much better to Fleur. By the time his task ended, half of his dragon's eggs were destroyed and the entire stadium was in ruins. It was Harry's turn. After several minutes of cleaning up the mess made by Crumb, Judge Ludo Bagman spoke. And now for our fourth champion. Harry Potter. Will had expected Harry to come out dressed in full dragonhide armor carrying his broomstick. Maybe he would be flying his broomstick, or flying without the broomstick. But instead, everyone in the stands was given a surprise. Harry stepped out of the tent in nothing but jeans. There were several gasps throughout the stadium as some of the students below them began to gossip. Will ignored them, though he couldn't help but blush when Max spoke. God, he's hot. He pushed that from his ears and focused on Harry. He had definitely rebuilt his body from scratch. The tiny body that had once been behind large jackets and jeans had been replaced by a tall and muscular body that must have resembled Harry's old one. There were no scars that were noticeable from this distance. And there wasn't a single marking that might indicate a tattoo of some sort. His skin was clean. Harry walked barefoot towards the dragon, taking careful steps as he reached the dragon and her nest. Will smiled. He was tricking it. When the dragon was sure Harry wasn't a threat, it would assume he was weak and strike. He was trying to make it underestimate him. Will leaned forward in his seat, anxious and excited to see how cool this fight would be. And then there wasn't a fight. Harry didn't pull out his staff and the dragon made no move to attack. Instead, Harry extended his arms and fell to his knees, completely at the dragon's mercy. What is he doing? The large French woman in front of them asked. I am unsure, Dumbledore replied. He's out of his mind, Hopper spoke, before being hushed by Joyce. Every eye was on Harry and the dragon. And then it happened. The dragon's tail slowly pulled away from the nest, and the golden egg was revealed. But Harry didn't go for it. Didn't run. He didn't move. Harry turned his palms up towards the sky, and the dragon leaned forward. It's going to eat him, Will thought fearfully. The dragon's mouth was inches from Harry's face, slowly moving closer. Before lowering, the dragon rested its head in Harry's hands and purred. Like some sort of cat. What the hell? He heard Steve ask. It was then that Harry slowly got to his feet, stepping up to the nest. He gently caressed each egg, before grabbing the golden one. The dragon made no move to stop him and even led its gaze. Follow Harry as he made his way back to the tent. His back was to the dragon, and it didn't move. What the hell? People were cheering and applauding in the stands, but Will felt oddly numb. Like something wasn't right. That had been easy. Too easy. Something wasn't right. Something was wrong here. Mom, something's wrong, he told Joyce. What? He won, she exclaimed, clapping her hands joyously. No. No. Will spun his head back towards the dragon and winced. His hand reached up to his forehead, feeling for the source of his pain. There was nothing there. Something was wrong. A roar and a burst of flames. Will snapped back, and watched as the dragon swept forward at Harry, whose back was still turned. Will winced, the pain returning to his forehead. He couldn't focus. Things were happening all around him, yet Will couldn't see or hear. There was a cloud of black, screaming, yelling, commotion. But Will paid it no mind. He wanted to pass out. To fall to the ground and sleep. His head hurt. Will Will felt someone grab him by the arm and pull, and he let himself be pulled off of the bench and down the steps. Before long, they were in the castle. But he didn't care. His forehead was burning. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. The Dark Lord's Right Hand. November 19, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Harry had sensed it coming. He had thought he had the Hungarian Horntail tea, armed with an understanding of mutual benefit, but then a feeling of dark magic passed over him. And before Harry could blink, the dragon was sweeping towards him. With the speed of only a seeker, Y spun around and sent out a massive shadow that stopped the Horntail dead in its tracks. But then something hit him. Literally, Harry was sent flying backwards straight into the champion's tent, dropping his egg to the ground as the entire crowd around him screamed in horror. Many were running for their lives as the dragon got free and began to breathe flames down on the wooden stands. The tent had collapsed around him, keeping him from getting to his feet. Help the dragon tamers handle the Horntail. I'll take care of the professor, Harry replied. The three champions took off towards the Hungarian Horntail, leaving behind Harry and a seething Crouch Jr. With the wave of his hand, Harry's staff reappeared in hand, along with his dragonhide armor. He dressed with another wave and grinned beneath his goggles. Barty Crouch Jr., to what do I owe the pleasure of your unexpected betrayal? He had most definitely expected something like this. But not so early on in the tournament. This was the first task, and there were another 7 months until the night of Voldemort's resurrection was to occur. It didn't make any sense to him whatsoever. But Harry digressed. Well, my master wants you dead, Potter. That blasted dragon can't do the job, then I will. Barty slammed the real Mad-Eye Moody's staff into the earth, sending a massive shockwave of dark magic in all directions. Harry acted quickly, waving his own staff as he placed shields around the shockwave. It blocked most of the wave's destruction, but it didn't stop the massive amounts of energy going directly into the earth. The ground beneath them shook, putting everyone but Crouch off balance. The Horntail broke free of its newly damaged restraints and soared into the air, ignoring the spells being sent at it by the dragon tamers and champions. It flew over Harry, headed straight for the castle. Shit, Harry breathed. It worked. And Crouch was sent flying backward in an ugly spin that ended in him slamming back first into the stands above them. He wasn't dead. Crouch got to his feet and raised his staff, blood pouring freely from his head and mouth as the entire stadium broke. Wood began to fly into the air, as the entire arena was disassembled before their very own eyes. It constructed a massive skull, which stilled for only a moment before falling to the ground directly over Harry. With the rise of his staff, Harry waved the large stick in a rectangular motion and focused as hard as he could on the transfiguration. The skull transformed into a large balloon, which then popped as a few hundred ravens shot towards Crouch with the intent to kill. He sent out a killing curse towards the first few, but couldn't stop the other few hundred that surrounded him. They flew into him at full force, penetrating his skin with their beaks. But it wasn't enough. With a scream, the ravens were dispelled with a single curse, leaving Harry and Crouch alone on the empty lawn outside of the castle. The arena was gone. The champions and the dragon tamers had left to handle the Horntail alongside Harry's shadow. It was just the two of them. Or maybe not. Barty. The two turned to face the new arrival and W.E. met with none other than Albus Dumbledore. He was carrying the Elder Wand in hand. End this now, and perhaps Mr. Potter will spare your life. Spare me. Stop deluding yourself, old man. It is I who will be taking 2 lives today. Crouch did the unexpected, firing over a dozen curses in quick succession at both Harry and Dumbledore, who both needed to either dodge or deflect the spells as they hurtled towards them. Crouch then jumped into the air, levitating a rock below him as he began to rise, firing curses down on the 2 wizards as they did their best to continue dodging and deflecting. Dumbledore was right. Harry wouldn't kill Crouch. But this had to end right here and right now. He was getting tired. The fight with the dragon was lasting longer than he had anticipated. So Harry begged, and to time the attacks and the pattern Crouch used. Spell, curse, curse, jinx, spell, curse, jinx. Repeat. Each one had roughly half a second between them. Half a second to catch the man off guard. Good. Harry could work with that. Harry took advantage of his half a second, firing an exploding curse directly at the rock Crouch was using to hover above them. It caught, and Crouch was flung into air as one of his disarming spells broke through Dumbledore's defenses. The older man's wand was sent spiraling into the forbidden forest nearby, and Dumbledore fell to the ground, clearly tired from the barrage of curses that had been sent at him. Harry wanted to join him on the grass and pass out, but he needed to finish it. With a short sprint, Harry found where Crouch had landed, and frowned. The man was still alive. No matter what anyone said, Barty Crouch Jr. was a tough bastard. But he was bleeding heavily. He wouldn't live long. Damn you, P.P. Potter, he spat, blood coming from his mouth with each word. Tell me why Voldemort wants me dead, Harry spoke. He grabbed Crouch by the throat, glaring down at him. Screw you. Tell me, and I'll save you, Harry offered. And never. Harry felt a sting hit him in the abdomen and growled in annoyance. With strength he didn't know he had, he gripped Crouch's neck tighter, satisfied in the way it snapped in his hand. He served N.O.U's to Harry anyway other than to provide a few names. Names Harry had easily grabbed from the man's tortured mind. When Harry stepped away, he looked down to find a sizable hole in his gut, which was the reason why he was bleeding down both his abdomen and back. It had gone straight through. Harry, yeah, Harry asked Dumbledore, who was now standing at his side. Harry leaned against the older wizard for support, his eyes growing slightly blurry as he tried to focus. But he didn't have it in him to heal himself. The power wasn't there anymore. He was exhausted. He wanted to sleep, to rest. Harry, we need to get you to the hospital wing, Dumbledore advised. Harry nodded in agreement and promptly fell to the ground in a heap. Dumbledore could levitate him to the castle. And if he died on the way there, then oh well. He had had a good life. Harry's shadow was having an equally rough time at the castle. Upon arriving at the astronomy tower, Harry was given a very difficult task. Kill or capture a murderous dragon that seemed to be immune to almost all magic. So he was left with 3 options. 1. Use extremely powerful magic that would make him pass out in seconds from the strain it took from concentrating on sustaining 2 bodies. 2. Use shadows to contain and possibly kill the dragon, possibly causing him to pass out in seconds. Or 3. Turn into a mutant bioweapon and tear the dragon apart. He decided that the third option was not a good thing to try. And the first would like to drain him faster. So he decided to go with the second option. Shadowmancy. He shot off of the astronomy tower, using levitating shadows below his feet to fly high over the castle. He was headed straight for the Hungarian Horntail, which was clinging to the bridge furthest east from the Quidditch pitch. It was the only covered bridge at Hogwarts, being the largest and deepest, a large valley appearing below. Harry remembered crossing this bridge regularly, and even remembered conversation he had had with Remus Lupin there. Harry destroyed it. He sent a shockwave of shadows at the bridge, attacking each and every support keeping the thing standing. And it came down in a crash of stone and wood. The Horntail was forced to jump into the air at the sudden loss of support, and that was exactly what Harry wanted. Just like the shadow, Harry grabbed the Horntail with a levitating shadow bubble, catching it inside as it tried its damnedest to escape. Potter. Harry spun his head to the left and spotted them. Oh shit. Snape was to his left below, standing on the edge of the entrance courtyard, looking down at the collapsed bridge below. But his gaze then shifted upwards, where 3 other creatures were flying towards the castle. The other champions' dragons. What the fuck was going on? They were getting closer, and Harry was feeling the drain settling in from his other self. This wasn't going to end exactly as he had planned. Do something. Someone yelled from down below. Spurring Harry into action, he took off, carrying the Horntail with him as he closed in on the other 4 dragons. When he was close, Harry chucked the bubble, watching with satisfaction. As the Horntail slammed straight into the short snout and Chinese fireball. They spiraled to the ground, their wings catching each other. But the common Welsh green had been untouched and slammed head first into Harry, who was sent flying backward through the air at high speeds, crashing through the defense against the Dark Arts Tower and landing face first into the courtyard at the center of Hogwarts. The students around him screamed, backing away as the common Welsh slammed down in front of them. It let out a roar, before breathing out a burst of flames down on the children, who were CTED by the appearance of Minerva McGonagall. The deputy headmistress ran from the bridge nearby, throwing up a large shield as quickly as she could. It worked, and the dragon's fire was useless as it hit the impenetrable wall. "Go to the dungeons, quickly," she yelled, motioning towards the central building to the west. The students didn't need to be told twice, leaving their belongings behind as they sprinted for the dungeons. Harry slowly got to his feet, throwing up his own shield around the beast as he joined McGonagall. "I'm tired, Professor. I can't go on much longer." "Tired, magically." "Something like that," Harry grunted. He grabbed the common Welsh green in its own shadow bubble and shot off into the sky once more. He didn't bother wasting time and decided to end it. Harry pressed his hand into a fist, watching as the bubble shrunk to the size of a penny, the dragon within. When he released the dragon, the penny-sized mound of flesh fell to the ground, hitting it with a boom, as the ground crumbled below. Right, the mass stayed the same no matter the size. Harry would have to remember that the next time he crushed anything down to the size of a penny. So he took off once more, flying high above the castle as he surveyed the situation. The Horntail had died in the forest. Its injuries from before, the massive collision with the other two dragons, and landing on a bunch of trees had seemingly ended its life. That left the Swedish short snout and the Chinese fireball. The short snout was terrorizing the astronomy tower, clinging to it tightly as it breathed fire into the interior, burning it down. And the Chinese fireball was circling around the Great Hall, breathing fire down onto the roof every so often. He decided to solve one problem easily. He sent an exploding curse at the base of the astronomy tower, and another north of the tower. The first explosion destroyed the base, sending it down to the ground. The second pushed it to the south, causing the tower to fall directly into the courtyard Harry had been in moments before. And it worked. The astronomy tower fell down directly onto the dragon, holding it still long enough for Harry to send a cutting curse into its skull. 3 down, 1 to go. With the speed of his firebolt, Harry shot down to the Great Hall, powering all of his magic and his shadows into one spell. A spell that he fired directly at the Chinese fireball's neck. The dragon let out a roar as its head suddenly snapped to the left, its wings falling suit as it began to spiral. It crashed into the bridge named Viaduct. It led out of the castle towards the apparition point and a back entrance to Hogsmeade and the train station. The bridge held strong under the fireball's weight, refusing to collapse as the creature stood to face Harry, who was flying straight down at an arc. He was fading. The original had been injured, and he was losing concentration. He would fade until he wasn't there. Harry wouldn't be able to finish the job. He crashed through the roof of the Great Hall before slamming through a window that led outside. He rolled onto the bridge, coming to rest not far from the Chinese fireball. It sensed Harry's weakness, his death. It was stomping forward, huffing and puffing. Harry had injured the creature greatly, but not enough. And he didn't have the strength to cast another curse or shadow, let alone stand up. So he stayed still, watching as the fireball leered over him. It was just like the shadow in the Upside Down. But this time there was no banishing charm to get away. There was no grand fight. It was over. The Chinese fireball leaned down, huffing a bit of steam directly into Harry's face, causing him to growl in pain. His skin had been burnt, though no one could really tell based on the fact that his skin was already peeling away in pieces of black dust. And when Harry was sure that the dragon would put him out of his misery, the Chinese fireball went still. Its eyes were on Harry's, but it was as still as a mannequin. And then Harry saw it. The blood. The blood poured out of the dragon's eyes. Harry gazed upwards and smiled. 11 stood at the edge of the bridge, extending her hand outward as she watched the dragon. Blood had collected underneath both of her nostrils, and she was clearly straining very hard. But after a minute, the Chinese fireball let out a small huff of smoke and fell over. Off of the bridge, and down to the depths into the river below. Good. Let the merpeople feast on its meat. Harry. 11 ran to his side, followed closely by Mike, Joyce, and Hopper. "Are you okay?" Joyce asked. "I'm fine. Just dying." The original. "He's going to the hospital wing," they understood. They remembered the trick from the year before and began to notice the way His face began to break away into fragments of dust. "Are you guys okay?" "We're fine. All of us. But Will. He collapsed at the arena," Mike explained. "Collapsed." He was clutching his forehead. "He said it burned," Joyce replied. "Burned." His forehead burned. Harry felt himself die a little inside. If it had been anyone other than Will, Harry wouldn't be concerned. But when Will said his forehead burned, Harry was inclined to believe him. It was a sign that something had transferred during the time that their souls were joined. Harry's forehead hadn't burned at all even when he had had the scar. But it definitely was a sign. A sign that Will now had a connection to Voldemort, as Harry had once had. It was the only reasonable answer. No. 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 I need to see him. Harry pulled himself to his feet with all of his strength, grabbing Eleven and Mike for support as they helped him. He can't. No. I need to see him. Wait. What's wrong? Joyce asked. You need to rest. Or let Harry rest. This can't be good for either of you, Hopper pointed out. It wasn't. But Harry didn't care. He clung onto Eleven, who guided him into the entrance hall. When they reached the Great Hall, everyone broke into applause at his winning the fight and his survival. But Harry couldn't be bothered with their cheering. He instead let Elle lead him towards the Hufflepuff table, where several injured students and teachers were lying down. They found Will easily. He was unconscious, and his forehead was bright red. Harry let go of Eleven, collapsing down onto the table beside Will. He needed to see. Harry closed his eyes, using his soul sight to examine Will's soul. The dark blue that it had once been was gone, replaced by a bright purple that shone throughout the boy's entire body. And within that purple were two other colors, black and white. He glanced down at himself and spotted that the black segment of his own soul was gone. It was gone from the original as well. Whatever the black soul was, it had transferred between the two of them. Harry had given Will some sort of disease. A plague, or worse, some sort of curse was placed on Harry before. But when he had only been here a year, and few magicals that had resided in his past home universe were criminals and didn't know he existed. And while he had had quite a few haters in his 5th year at Hogwarts, every year before that had been nothing spectacular when it came to hatred and publicity. So Harry concluded that the curse had to have come from one of 3 events. The night his parents died, the night he killed Quirrell, and the night he was infected by the basilisk. He crossed out the basilisk immediately. Its venom only affected the body, and not the soul, meaning it wouldn't have harmed Harry, let alone Will. So it was either cast on him by Voldemort or Quirrell, who had pretty much been Voldemort. But Dumbledore had been there that night in the hospital wing. If there had been any long-lasting effects, they would have known and would have had Harry treated at St. Mungo's. So the only logical conclusion was that he had received the soul fragment the night his parents had died. The same night he had gotten his scar. The events all seemed to match. So the fragment was related to Voldemort. But it couldn't be Voldemort, could it? Just a curse. He would have to meet Voldemort in person to decide. 7 months. Well, Hopper questioned. He's infected with something. I can see it, but I don't know how to help. I might be able to remove it when I'm not exhausted, Harry replied. He leaned his head against Joyce's shoulder, closing his eyes as took in a deep breath. 7 months. 7 months. Harry didn't hear Mike. In the blink of an eye, Harry Potter collapsed into a pile of dust that fell onto Joyce. The countless eyes that had been watching all widened, and many screamed in horror. They didn't know, but those who mattered to Harry most at the moment did, and they ignored those around them as they turned to Will. Joyce especially was worried. Will had always been a special boy for his imagination. But when was he going to be able to rest? It was first the Upside Down and the Demogorgon. Then it was the Shadow. And now it was this virus thing that Harry had discovered. And what was so important about 7 months? That was June, the same month as the 3rd task. Then Joyce remembered. The confrontation with Voldemort. Was Voldemort behind this virus? How? Voldemort wasn't here. Joyce was very confused, and the first question was this. Where the hell is the hospital wing? November 27, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Harry Potter was beyond exhausted when he finally opened his eyes. It didn't need a clock or a date. His internal clock was right on track. And he had been unconscious for over a week. He was in the hospital wing of Hogwarts, that much was for sure. His eyes opened slowly, and he couldn't help but smile. 11 was in a seat at his side, asleep in her chair. Hopper was in another chair at the foot of the bed, asleep as well. It was the middle of the night. Harry clenched his fists, frowning as he peered down at his right hand. There was a wand there. But not his wand. It was Professor Dumbledore's wand. The wand that had been lost in the Forbidden Forest after the duel with Barty Crouch Jr. The wand was placed carefully on the bedside table to his right, leaving Harry free to sit up. Everything felt a little fuzzy, but other than that Harry felt fine. So he got to his feet, careful not to wake either Hopper or Elle. And he left the hospital wing. He didn't explore the castle much nowadays, preferring to stay in his quarters or within the library. But he was interested in exploring the grounds again for the first time in 4 years. So he did just that. Over the span of 3 hours, Harry did nothing but walk, enjoying the views and the memories of his past. He came across the ruined debris of the damaged viaduct, the destroyed covered bridge, and the fallen astronomy tower. The smallest of the debris had been vanished and cleaned up, but the larger bits were to be cleaned by teams sent by the ministry. Once that was done, reconstruction would begin. It was standard procedure for magical building collapses. But Harry didn't need the Ministry of Magic to come to the rescue. Not after Ire ineptitude had caused the massacre in the first place. After a while, he would discover the names of all 4 casualties from the incident. 2 of them had been in Ravenclaw, 1 was a student from Beauxbaton. And the 4th had been a ministry official caught in the burning of the arena. A foolish choice to make it out of wood. From the shape in his hand, it was Dumbledore's wand, again, but he had left it behind in the hospital wing. How was that possible? He didn't much care. Instead, Harry focused on the bridge. He extended the wand, focusing his magic through it as he lowered it down into the valley. At once, the debris below sprung into the air. Banished and destroyed parts of the ruin were recreated from thin air, and Harry watched as the bridge slowly rebuilt itself. After several minutes, the bridge was there and intact. The stone supports were stable, and the roof was clear. It was as if it had never collapsed in the first place. He tried again with the viaduct. And again, Harry found himself successful in repairing the damaged bridge. And with the astronomy tower, the ruins were repaired within almost 5 minutes. All the damage had been repaired. There was no need for the ministry to interfere here now. Mr. Potter. Harry now found himself on the repaired covered bridge. His feet were dangling over the side as he sat on a window. The sight of the valley leading to the lake was beautiful. He missed seeing this every day. Even if his life was in danger every year, Harry could not deny that Hogwarts had been his favorite home. Its beauty and the people within it made it special. But Harry had a new home now. A new life filled with adventure and exploration. He didn't need his old life to be happy. But if he did succeed in removing the statute of secrecy, perhaps Harry could utilize his past to help his future. It was all a matter of perspective. And Harry perceived a bright future for humanity as a whole. The voice was that of Albus Dumbledore. I see you have woken up in full health. Though I must admit that I am surprised by your sudden magical strength. I believe that it's your wand, sir. It appeared in my hand and in my pocket earlier. I used it to repair the damage I did. Harry explained. Most interesting, Dumbledore spoke. He examined the wand being offered to him by Harry, before smiling. Harry frowned. I do not believe that that wand answers to me now, Harry. After all, its master changed twice that evening. Changed, of course. The wands switch allegiance twice that evening. Once from me, and once from the youngest Crouch. Because you defeated the wand's former master, it is now yours. It will no longer work for me as it once did, Dumbledore explained. If he won it by disarming you, why don't you just disarm me? I don't want it, Harry offered. Impossible. Wands are very mysterious forces in the laws of magic, Harry. Your intention to let me have the wand would make my stealing it useless. It is intent, you see. If you intended for me to not have the wand, and I took it, then perhaps it would once again be mine. But seeing as you have no such desire to keep it, I believe it is now yours, said Dumbledore. He slowly crawled into the window beside Harry, swinging his legs over the side as he too examined the lake. I must warn you, Harry. That wand is very dangerous. Many will wish to take it from you, for it has unimaginable power within it. You saw that power tonight, with the ease it took you to rebuild the damage to this castle. I've fought worse people than Voldemort in my life, sir, Harry replied. Dumbledore smiled. I assumed as much, Harry. Tell me your story. Harry didn't hesitate. He told Dumbledore everything, from being placed with the Dursleys to being told he would once again be forced to participate in the tournament. In the meanwhile, Harry fiddled with his new wand. He still didn't necessarily want it, but the power within it was enticing. At the end of his story, Dumbledore seemed to be taking in everything piece by piece. They went through almost 15 minutes of complete silence before the man spoke. You wish to change the world, it was a statement. Yes, and do you wish to do so by eradicating the statute of secrecy? Yep, you are aware I am the supreme mugwump. I am. I will assist you if you allow it. I believe you hold true potential, Harry. Quote, NTIAL beyond the scopes of Tom Riddle or Hogwarts, Dumbledore explained. I know. I aim to reach the moon soon, Harry spoke, motioning up towards the large spherical moon in the sky. Truly. Yeah, I'm working with a no-mage laboratory in America. We've already begun the plans to reach the sun. But everything's been on hold since the tournament started and my hearing was announced. This is why I've been working in the library. I've been trying to strengthen the bonds between molecules so that absolutely nothing can break through. A protective bubble around the planet, protecting us from anything and everything that might hurt us from space. After that, the only problems will be within the bubble, Harry explained. A very ambitious goal, an almost complete goal. I've gotten the shield to almost 88% efficiency. If I can get it up to at least 99%, then I can begin the real production. Based on my current timeline, we'll begin to start construction in at least 5 months. The entire thing might be done 2 or 3 years after that. It's all a guessing game. He waved the wand in his hand, conjuring a small globe that he had constructed himself. The was extremely light, having a feather-light charm placed on it. If not for that, the globe would have weighed somewhere around 20 pounds. After all, it was quite large and made of metal. It displayed an accurate depiction of Earth, with the planetary defense ring around it. It was actually 2 rings in the form of 2 crosses, one going from the north to the southern hemisphere, while the second traveled from the east to the western hemisphere. In between the metal rings was a layer of blue, which was made in plastic. This is the model. This would go around the planet. Dumbledore asked, accepting the globe as he mean the miniaturized planetary device. Harry nodded. How are you going to build something so large? We've been planning a few methods. I'm thinking of going with a shrinking charm. Split it down. The middle here. He motioned to the halfway point, cutting the rings in half, and take them both up to space. Once we're sure we have the distance right, we enlarge them and move them into their positions around the planet. Then we do repairs on the midsections, and start it. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. What other projects are you? Albus. Harry and Dumbledore turned to examine the source of the voice. They were met by Professor McGonagall, who looked like she had just gotten out of bed. She was clearly agitated. Mr. Potter, it is good to see that you are awake and well. But why? Our sudden disappearance startled your Muggle friends. They wished to see you. She examined the bridge around her, raising an eyebrow. May I inquire as to just how this bridge was repaired? Mr. Potter felt he owed the school a favor, and decided to repair the damage done during the first task, Dumbledore explained. Right, McGonagall commented, clearly not interested. Harry smiled, getting to his feet as he left the 2 professors on the bridge. He was still twirling the wand in his hand, amazed by the feeling of power that flowed through him. How it put him at ease with its mere presence. Harry felt like he could conquer a nation with this wand. But another part of his mind spoke against it, told him to drop it and run, to leave it behind and never come back to its resting place. It made Harry angry, knowing he felt such conflicting thoughts about the powerful wand. What was this wand exactly? And why did it come filled with so much determination and need to conquer? Harry wasn't entirely sure, himself. Harry. His eyes shot up towards the entrance hall doors, where he spotted Eleven and Hopper sitting on the steps. 11 had already jumped to her feet and was darting towards him. Quickly dispelling the wand to his trunk, Harry caught the girl in a tight hug, grinning widely as he faced a smiling Hopper. The older man patted Harry on the back. "Scared us to death there, kid. We thought something bad had happened. That nurse up there said you wouldn't wake up for another week or so." "I'm notorious for my quick recoveries," Harry spoke with a smile. "That you are, Mr. Potter." Dumbledore and McGonagall had joined them. "And while I am sure you three would like to catch up on everything you missed, I am afraid I must steal Mr. Potter for a short while. We must have a discussion that is long overdue." Harry didn't have any complaints. He needed to talk to Hopper and 11, but Dumbledore clearly had something important to say. So after a brief goodbye, Harry allowed himself to be led into the castle, past the Great Hall, and up the grand staircase to the 7th floor. There, they passed through the gargoyle statue and into Dumbledore's office. And then the discussion began. Chapter 18, italicized. Excerpt from Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince. Chapter 18. Days of Future Past Point. November 27, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Harry Potter sat across from Albus Dumbledore within the latter's office within Hogwarts, carefully listening to the man as he explained everything. Everything about Voldemort, He diary Harry had destroyed in his second year, which was destroyed by Neville here, the history of what Dumbledore believed to be Horcruxes, and the history of the Deathly Hallows. They went into detail regarding the Horcruxes, with Dumbledore believing that Voldemort created as many as 3. The diary and 2 others. Harry didn't count, seeing as the soul residing in Will Byers now was the soul of Harry's universe's Voldemort. They would need to kill that fragment soon. One Voldemort was bad enough, they didn't need 2. And the Deathly Hallows. Harry was more intrigued by those than the Horcruxes, seeing as he was now in possession of 2 of 3. The Elder Wand and the Cloak of Invisibility. Both were handed over by death itself to the Peverell brothers thousands of years before. The Elder Wand had belonged to the oldest brother, Antioch Peverell. The Cloak of Invisibility had been given to the youngest brother, Ignotus Peverell. And the third Deathly Hallow was the Resurrection Stone, which had been given to the middle brother Cadmus Peverell. As Dumbledore described them, Harry came to his own conclusions regarding their creation and the meaning behind them. All 3 Deathly Hallows were created in order to cheat death itself. That much was obvious, but Harry doubted the children's story that had become a legend in regards to the Hallows. He instead believed that the 3 brothers had created the Hallows themselves, trying their best to escape death. The oldest brother, being proficient and powerful in magic, constructed the Elder Wand out of thestral hair and elder wood, with the wand becoming the most powerful wand in existence thanks to its wand core and its first owner. But the wand had become a famously sought-after item by many wizards and became something many would kill for. And so, the Elder Wand gained a reputation of death, which mostly led to its owner changing every few years. Albus Dumbledore was one of its longest owners, having hidden it in his possession for almost 40 years. The Resurrection Stone had been created by middle brother to bring back the dead, but the experiment had clearly failed. According to Dumbledore, the stone only produced a shade, which resembled and held the memories of your loved ones. They could be called into the land of the living, but they would be unhappy here. They would feel unwanted, and would eventually disappear. It led Harry to believe that the shades called were deceased souls, returning from the afterlife. Because the description of not belonging reminded him of his time in Will's body. It was too similar to be a coincidence. This was the reason behind the middle brother's suicide. He had brought his wife's soul back to the living world, but she was unhappy, and eventually faded. The depression he fell into afterward led to the man's suicide. And the third brother, seeing the failure of his brother's inventions, decided to do the opposite. He did not search for death or a way to reverse it. He instead tried to hide from it, constructing the Cloak of Invisibility to remain forever hidden from prying eyes. And it had worked. The third brother had survived long enough to have a son, and when he died, the cloak was given to the son. Somewhere along the line, the Peverells married into the Potters and eventually landed into the hands of James Potter during his education at Hogwarts. Harry had received his own invisibility cloak during Christmas break of his first year at Hogwarts. He had left it behind in his own universe, gone forever from his reach. But here was the new cloak of invisibility, sitting in Harry's lap underneath the Elder Wand. Dumbledore had given it to him just minutes ago. After all, it was Harry's heirloom by blood. It had still belonged to this universe's Harry Potter, and because that Harry wasn't around anymore, this Harry would take it. He now possessed 2 of the 3 Deathly Hallows, and he had absolutely no idea what to do with them. Perhaps he could reshape the slot in his staff to fit the Elder Wand. Harry could even stitch the invisibility cloak into his dragonhide armor for stealth. That would be an interesting experiment. Harry was sure he could work out exactly how to incorporate the 2 Hallows into his current arrangement of powers and items. While he thought of the Hallows, he also thought of the second matter of that meeting. The Horcruxes. Harry hadn't heard of them in his own universe, but it made sense given what he knew of the diary. The questions were simple. How many did Voldemort make? Where were they now? And how could he get to them before the night of the 3rd task? Because if Voldemort somehow survived that night, he would not only be alive, but he would also know that Harry knew of his Horcruxes. He needed to run searches. He needed to study Voldemort more than anyone would sanely research anyone. Anything that could reveal the possibilities of more than 3 Horcruxes and their location. Harry brought this point up to Dumbledore. I've been studying Tom Riddle for many years since his death 13 years ago. I've tracked down several locations from his past that could lead to potential Horcruxes, but have refrained from searching. It would be most unfortunate if my search led me to revive the Darkest Lord in recent wizarding history, Dumbledore explained. Show me, said Harry. Dumbledore led Harry away from the desk, stopping at a small cabinet that held miniature trinkets that the headmaster had collected in his long life. But upon opening the cabinet, trinkets disappeared to reveal a small opening. Within the opening was a hovering bowl of water, which seemed to glimmer with golden light. This, Harry, is a pensieve, used to reconstruct and replay one's memory. They are not widely used given the charms needed around the bowl and within the water. But it is especially essential for one as old as I am. But I have been using it for other purposes in the past few years. One of which is the collection of memories related to Voldemort. Dumbledore produced a few vials from a case nearby, all labeled with the name, Tom. What you are about to witness is a memory belonging to Bob Ogden. Who is? He was employed by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. He died some time ago, but not before I had tracked him down and persuaded him to confide these recollections to me. We are about to accompany him on a visit he made in the course of his duties. Dumbledore tipped the silvery contents of the bottle into the pensieve, where they swirled and shimmered. Neither liquid nor gas. After you, said Dumbledore, gesturing toward the bowl. Harry bent forward, took a deep breath, and plunged his face into the silvery substance. He felt his feet leave the office floor. He was falling through whirling darkness, and then, quite suddenly, he was blinking in dazzling sunlight. Before his eyes had adjusted, Dumbledore landed beside him. They were standing in a country lane bordered by high, tangled hedgerows, beneath a summer sky as bright and blue as a forget-me-not. Some 10 feet in front of them stood a short, plump man wearing enormously thick glasses that reduced his eyes to mole-like specks. He was reading a wooden signpost that was sticking out of the brambles on the left-hand side of the road. Harry knew this must be Ogden. He was the only person in sight. And he was also wearing the strange assortment of clothes so often chosen by inexperienced wizards trying to look like muggles. In this case, a frock coat and spats over a striped one-piece bathing costume. Before Harry had time to do more than register his bizarre appearance, however, Ogden had set off at a brisk walk down the lane. Dumbledore and Harry followed. As they passed the wooden sign, Harry looked up at its 2 arms. The one pointing back the way they had come read, Great Hangleton, 5 miles. The arm pointing after Ogden said Little Hangleton, 1 mile. They walked a short way with nothing to see but the hedgerows, the wide blue sky overhead, and the swishing, frock-coated figure ahead. Then the lane curved to the left and fell away, sloping steeply down a hillside. So that they had a sudden, unexpected view of a whole valley laid out in front of them. Harry could see a village, undoubtedly Little Hangleton, nestled between 2 steep hills. Its church and graveyard clearly visible. Across the valley, set on the opposite hillside, was a handsome manor house surrounded by a wide expanse of velvety green lawn. Ogden had broken into a reluctant trot due to the steep downward slope. Dumbledore lengthened his stride, and Harry was quick to match it. The lane curved to the right, and when they rounded the corner, it was to see the very edge of Ogden's frock coat vanishing through a gap in the hedge. Dumbledore and Harry followed him onto a narrow dirt track bordered by higher and wilder hedgerows than those they had left behind. The path was crooked, rocky, and potholed, sloping downhill like the last one, and it seemed to be heading for a patch of dark trees a little below them. Sure enough, the track soon opened up at the copse, and Dumbledore and Harry came to a halt behind Ogden, who had stopped and drawn his wand. Despite the cloudless sky, the old trees ahead cast deep, dark, cool shadows, and it was a few seconds before Harry's eyes discerned the building half hidden amongst the tangle of trunks. It seemed to him a very strange location to choose for a house, or else an odd decision to leave the trees growing nearby, blocking all light and the view of the valley below. But he decided quickly that the location had been chosen for a purpose. Concealment. Definitely, something needed when choosing a home for a wizard. He wondered whether it was inhabited. Its walls were mossy and so many tiles had fallen off the roof that the rafters were visible in places. Nettles grew all around it, their tips reaching the windows, which were tiny and thick with grime. Just as he had concluded that nobody could possibly live there, however, one of the windows was thrown open with a clatter, and a thin trickle of steam or smoke issued from it, as though somebody was cooking. Ogden moved forward quietly and, it seemed to Harry, rather cautiously. As the dark shadows of the trees slid over him, he stopped again, staring at the front door, to which somebody had nailed a dead snake. Then there was a rustle and a crack, and a man in rags dropped from the nearest tree, landing on his feet right in front of Ogden, who leapt backward so fast he stood on the tails of his frock coat and stumbled. "You're not welcome." The man standing before them had thick hair so matted with dirt it could have been any color. Several of his teeth were missing. His eyes were small and dark and stared in opposite directions. He might have looked comical, but he did not. The effect was frightening, and Harry could not blame Ogden for backing away several more paces before he spoke. Good morning. I'm from the Ministry of Magic." "You're not welcome." I'm sorry. I don't understand you," said Ogden nervously. Tranger was making himself very clear in Harry's opinion, particularly as he was brandishing a wand in one hand and a short and rather bloody knife in the other. The man was speaking Parseltongue. Dumbledore seemed to catch on as well and turned to face Harry. "You understand him, I'm sure, Harry?" asked Dumbledore quietly. "Yes, of course. He's speaking Parseltongue," said Harry. Dumbledore smiled, nodding as they turned back to the stranger. The man in rags was now advancing on Ogden, knife in one hand, wand in the other. "Now, look," Ogden began, but too late. There was a bang, and Ogden was on the ground, clutching his nose, while a nasty yellowish goo squirted from between his fingers. "Morphin," said a loud voice. An elderly man had come hurrying out of the cottage, banging the door behind him so that the dead snake swung pathetically. This man was shorter than the first and oddly proportioned. His shoulders were very broad and his arms overlong, which, with his bright brown eyes, short scrubby hair, and wrinkled face, gave him the look of a powerful, aged monkey. He came to a halt beside the man with the knife, who was now cackling with laughter at the sight of Ogden on the ground. "Ministry, is it?" said the older man, looking down at Ogden. "Correct," said Ogden angrily, dabbing his face. "And you, I take it, are Mr. Gaunt." "'S right," said Gaunt. "Got you in the face, did he?" "Yes, he did," snapped Ogden. "Should have made your presence known, shouldn't you?" said Gaunt aggressively. "This is private property. Can't just walk in here and not expect my son to defend himself." "Defend himself against what, man?" said Ogden, clambering back to his feet. "Busybodies, intruders, muggles and filth." Ogden pointed his wand at his own nose, which was still issuing large amounts of what looked like yellow pus, and the flow stopped at once. "Mr. Gaunt spoke out of the corner of his mouth to Morphin. "Get in the house. Don't argue." It was Parseltongue again. Morphin seemed to be on the point of disagreeing, but when his father cast him a threatening look he changed his mind, lumbering away to the cottage with an odd rolling gait and slamming the front door behind him so that the snake swung sadly again. "It's your son I'm here to see, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, as he mopped the last of the pus from the front of his coat. "That was Morphin, wasn't it?" That was Morphin," said the old man indifferently. "Are you pure blood?" he asked, suddenly aggressive. "That's neither here nor there," said Ogden coldly, and Harry felt his respect for Ogden rise. Apparently Gaunt felt rather differently. He squinted into Ogden's face and muttered, in what was clearly supposed to be an offensive tone, "Now I come to think about it, I've seen noses like yours down in the village." "I don't doubt it, if your son's been let loose on them," said Ogden. "Perhaps we could continue this discussion inside." "Inside? Yes, Mr. Gaunt. I've already told you. I'm here about Morphin. We sent an owl." "I've no use for owls," said Gaunt. "I don't open letters." "Then you can hardly complain that you get no warning of visitors," said Ogden tartly. "I am here following a serious breach of wizarding law, which occurred here in the early hours of this morning." All right, bellowed Gaunt. "Come in the bleeding house, then, and much good it'll do you." The house seemed to contain 3 tiny rooms. 2 doors led off the main room, which served as kitchen and living room combined. Morphin was sitting in a filthy armchair beside the smoking fire, twisting a live adder between his thick fingers and crooning softly at it in Parseltongue. "Hissy, hissy, little snaky, slither on the floor, you be good to Morphin or he'll nail you to the door." There was a scuffling noise in the corner beside the open window, and Harry realized that there was somebody else in the room, a girl whose ragged gray dress was the exact color of the dirty stone wall behind her. She was standing beside a steaming pot on a grimy black stove and was fiddling around with the shelf of squalid-looking pots and pans above it. Her hair was lank and dull and she had a plain, pale, rather heavy face. Her eyes, like her brother's, stared in opposite directions. She looked a little cleaner than the 2 men, but Harry thought he had never seen a more defeated-looking person. "My daughter, Merope," said Gaunt grudgingly, as Ogden looked inquiringly toward her. "Good morning," said Ogden. She did not answer, but with a frightened glance at her father turned her back on the room, and continued shifting the pots on the shelf behind her. "Well, Mr. Gaunt," said Ogden, "to get straight to the point, we have reason to believe that your son, Morphin, performed magic in front of a muggle late last night." There was a deafening clang. Merope had dropped one of the pots. "Pick it up," Gaunt bellowed at her. "That's it, grub on the floor like some filthy muggle. What's your wand for, you useless sack of muck?" "Mr. Gaunt, please," said Ogden in a shocked voice, as Merope, who had already picked up the pot, flushed blotchily scarlet, lost her grip on the pot again, drew her wand shakily from her pocket, pointed it at the pot, and muttered a hasty, inaudible spell that caused the pot to shoot across the floor away from her, hit the opposite wall, and crack in 2. Morphin let out a mad cackle of laughter. Gaunt screamed, "Mend it, you pointless lump, mend it." Merope stumbled across the room, but before she had time to raise her wand, Ogden had lifted his own and said firmly, "Reparo." The pot mended itself instantly. Gaunt looked for a moment as though he was going to shout at Ogden, but seemed to think better of it. Instead, he jeered at his daughter, "Lucky the nice man from the ministry's here, isn't it? Perhaps he'll take you off my hands, perhaps he doesn't mind dirty squibs." Without looking at anybody or thanking Ogden, Merope picked up the pot and returned it, hands trembling, to its shelf. She then stood quite still, her back against the wall between the filthy window and the stove, as though she wished for nothing more than to sink into the stone and vanish. "Mr. Gaunt," Ogden began again, "as I've said, the reason for my visit." "I heard you the first time," snapped Gaunt. "And so what?" Morphin gave a muggle a bit of what was coming to him. "What about it?" "Then, Morphin has broken wizarding law," said Ogden sternly. "Morphin has broken wizarding law." Gaunt imitated Ogden's voice, making it pompous and sing-song. Morphin cackled again. "He taught a filthy muggle a lesson. That's illegal now, is it?" "Yes," said Ogden. "I'm afraid it is." He pulled from an inside pocket a small scroll of parchment and unrolled it. "What's that, then, his sentence?" said Gaunt, his voice rising angrily. "It is a summons to the ministry for a hearing." "Summons, summons. Who do you think you are, summoning my son anywhere?" I'm head of the magical law enforcement squad, said Ogden. And you think we're scum, do you? Screamed Gaunt, advancing on Ogden now, with a dirty yellow-nailed finger pointing at his chest. Scum who'll come running when the ministry tells 'em to. Do you know who you're talking to, you filthy little mudblood, do you? I was under the impression that I was speaking to Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden, looking wary, but standing his ground. That's right, roared Gaunt. For a moment, Harry thought Gaunt was making an obscene hand gesture, but then realized that he was showing Ogden the ugly, black-stoned ring he was wearing on his middle finger, waving it before Ogden's eyes. See this, know what it is, know where it came from. Centuries it's been in our family, that's how far back we go, and pure blood all the way. Know how much I've been offered for this, with the Peverell coat of arms engraved on the stone. Harry stopped dead in his tracks. Peverell coat of arms, Peverell. It was a black stone with the deathly Hallows symbol decorating the surface of the stone. That was it, the resurrection stone. It had to be. I've really no idea, said Ogden, blinking as the ring sailed within an inch of his nose, and it's quite beside the point, Mr. Gaunt. Your son has committed. With a howl of rage, Gaunt ran toward his daughter. For a split second, Harry thought he was going to throttle her as his hand flew to her throat. The next moment, he was dragging her toward Ogden by a gold chain around her neck. See this, he bellowed at Ogden, shaking a heavy gold locket at him, while Miroke spluttered and gasped for breath. I see it, said Ogden hastily. Slytherins, yelled Gaunt. Salazar Slytherins were his last living descendants. What do you say to that, Mr. Gaunt? Your daughter, said Ogden in alarm, but Gaunt had already released Miroke. She staggered away from him, back to her corner, massaging her neck and gulping for air. So, said Gaunt triumphantly, as though he had just proved a complicated point beyond all possible dispute. Don't you go talking to us as if we're dirt on your shoes. Generations of purebloods, wizards all, more than you can say, I don't doubt. And he spat on the floor at Ogden's feet. Morfin cackled again. Miroke huddled beside the window, her head bowed and her face hidden by her lank hair said nothing. Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden doggedly, I am afraid that neither your ancestors nor mine have anything to do with the matter in hand. I am here because of Morfin and the muggle he accosted late last night. Our information, he glanced down at his scroll of parchment, is that Morfin performed a jinx or hex on the said muggle, causing him to erupt in highly painful hives. Morfin giggled. Be quiet, boy, snarled Gaunt in Parseltongue. And Morfin fell silent again. And so what if he did, then? Gaunt said defiantly to Ogden. I expect you've wiped the muggle's filthy face clean for him, and his memory to boot. That's hardly the point, is it, Mr. Gaunt, said Ogden. This was an unprovoked attack on a defenseless AR. I had you marked out as a muggle lover the moment I saw you, sneered Gaunt, and he spat on the floor again. This discussion is getting us nowhere, said Ogden firmly. It is clear from your son's attitude that he feels no remorse for his actions. He glanced down at his scroll of parchment again. Morfin will attend a hearing on the 14th of September to answer the charges of using magic in front of a muggle and causing harm and distress to that same mug. Ogden broke off. The jingling, clopping sounds of horses and loud, laughing voices were drifting in through the open window. Apparently, the winding lane to the village passed very close to the copse where the house stood. Gaunt froze, listening, his eyes wide. Morfin hissed and turned his face toward the sounds, his expression hungry. Miroke raised her head. Her face, Harry saw, was starkly white. My God, what an eyesore, rang out a girl's voice, as clearly audible through the open window as if she had stood in the room beside them. Couldn't your father have that hovel cleared away, Tom? It's not ours, said a young man's voice. Everything on the other side of the valley belongs to us, but that cottage belongs to an old tramp called Gaunt, and his children. The son's quite mad, you should hear some of his stories they tell in the village, the girl laughed. The jingling, clopping noises were growing louder and louder. Morfin made to get out of his armchair. Keep your seat, said his father warningly, in Parseltongue. Tom, said the girl's voice again, now so close they were clearly right beside the house. I might be wrong, but has somebody nailed a snake to that door? Good Lord, you're right, said the man's voice. That'll be the son. I told you he's not right in the head. Don't look at it, Cecilia, darling. The jingling and clopping sounds were now growing fainter again. Darling, whispered Morphin in Parseltongue, looking at his sister. Darling, he called her. So he wouldn't have you anyway. Merope was so white Harry felt sure she was going to faint. What's that? Said Gaunt sharply, also in Parseltongue, looking from his son to his daughter. What did you say, Morphin? She likes looking at that muggle, said Morphin, a vicious expression on his face as he stared at his sister, who now looked terrified. Always in the garden when he passes, peering through the hedge at him, isn't she? And last night, Merope shook her head jerkily, imploringly, but Morphin went on ruthlessly, hanging out of the window waiting for him to ride home, wasn't she? Hanging out of the window to look at a muggle, said Gaunt quietly. All three of the Gounts seemed to have forgotten Ogden, who was looking both bewildered and irritated at this renewed outbreak of incomprehensible hissing and rasping. Is it true? Said Gaunt in a deadly voice, advancing a step or two toward the terrified girl. My daughter, pure-blooded descendant of Salazar Slytherin, hankering after a filthy, dirt-veined muggle. Merope shook her head frantically, pressing herself into the wall, apparently unable to speak. But I got him, father, cackled Morphin. I got him as he went by and he didn't look so pretty with hives all over him, did he, Merope? You disgusting little squib, you filthy little blood traitor, roared Gaunt, losing control, and his hands closed around his daughter's throat. Both Harry and Ogden yelled, no. At the same time, Ogden raised his wand and cried, Relatio. Gaunt was thrown backward, away from his daughter. He tripped over a chair and fell flat on his back. With a roar of rage, Morphin leapt out of his chair and ran at Ogden, brandishing his bloody knife. And firing hexes indiscriminately from his wand. Ogden ran for his life. Dumbledore indicated that they ought to follow and Harry obeyed, Merope's screams echoing in his ears. Ogden hurtled up the path and erupted onto the main lane, his arms over his head, where he collided with the glossy chestnut horse ridden by a very handsome, dark-haired young man. Both he and the pretty girl riding beside him on a gray horse roared with laughter at the sight of Ogden, who bounced off the horse's flank and set off again, his frock coat flying, covered from head to foot in dust, running pell-mell up the lane. I think that will do, Harry, said Dumbledore. He took Harry by the elbow and tugged. The next moment, they were both soaring weightlessly through the darkness, until they landed squarely on their feet. Back in Dumbledore's now twilit office. Well, Dumbledore asked. There was a lot to unpack in that memory, Harry spoke. There had been a lot. The Gounts. The man named Tom who Harry assumed was Voldemort's father. The Resurrection Stone. The fact that the Gounts descended from both the Slytherin and Peverell lines. But Harry was confused. Why this memory? What did the Gounts have to do with Voldemort besides the connection between the family and Tom Riddle? What did you learn? I learned a lot. The Gounts are the descendants of both the Slytherins and the Gounts. The ring and the locket are their ancestral heirlooms. Tom Riddle is Voldemort's father. And the ring, the stone inside, you no doubt placed the connection, Dumbledore stated. It's the Resurrection Stone. It has the Peverell coat of arms on it. Harry explained. It's the last of the three Hallows. But that's the least important thing. The ring and the locket are likely contenders for a Horcrux. But I don't get it. What do the Gounts have to do with Voldemort? Was he related to them? His mother is Merope Gaunt, Mr. Gaunt's daughter. And you would be correct about the locket and the ring. I am certain at least one of them is a Horcrux, Dumbledore stated. But I must warn you, the Deathly Hallows are dangerous. While they have never been connected by a single soul, there is a legend concerning the master of all three artifacts. The Master of Death. While this legend is mostly ignored, I cannot help but warn you. You were close to connecting all three, Harry. And connecting them only leads to death. It is in the name after all. Right, Harry wasn't concerned. The Hallows were something else to him now. The memory had given him a lot to think about. But it was only one of several vials. If they wanted to unpack the entire history of Voldemort and his Horcruxes, then they would be in Dumbledore's office for a long while. The old headmaster poured the second vial into the pensieve, and they dipped their heads in once more. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. December 1984 PT. December 1, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. Over 3 days, Harry and Dumbledore went over almost a dozen memories, going through almost a decade of Voldemort's life and the objects that might have become a Horcrux. Dumbledore himself had even confessed that he had seen only 3, meaning they were watching them for the first time together. It made for a truly awful experience, seeing as it tripled the time it would take to watch them and acquire all of the information they needed. But Harry prevailed in their search and did his best to not throw himself from the headmaster's tower in complete boredom and craziness. Yet he wasn't entirely crazy. Because he had a mission among many. He needed to study Voldemort, and he was succeeding. Harry had learned more about Voldemort in 3 days than he had in his entire life. And it was all very detailing. They saw several memories spanning throughout Voldemort's life, from his time in the No Maj orphanage to his disappearance before the First Wizarding World War in the 60s. The two watched memories from Morfin Gaunt, Dumbledore's 2 memories, Hepzibah Smith's house elf Hokey, and the memory belonging to Horace Slughorn. Receiving that last memory had been the most difficult. They had to track down Horace Slughorn in the depths of some valley in South America and had been forced to steal the memory from his mind. It sufficed to say that Horace Slughorn would not be happy with the pair for quite a while. That didn't matter though. They had gotten the memory, and it had held quite a lot of useful information. The memories had led to several conclusions. Voldemort had split his soul into 7 Horcruxes. Or he at least planned to. And more importantly, Harry and Dumbledore had tracked the Horcruxes down to several items. Slytherin's locket, Hufflepuff's cup, Tom Riddle's diary, the Gaunt ring. The lost diadem of Ravenclaw, Harry himself, Nowell Byers, and perhaps the sword of Gryffindor. They only had 6 completely counted for. But perhaps Tom had created NLY6 and had died before creating his intentional 6th and 7th Horcruxes. So with 6 of 7 discovered, they began their work on trying to find them all. The diary had already been destroyed. The locket and ring were probably still in the Gaunt shack. Hufflepuff's cup was probably in the Hufflepuff vault. And the lost diadem of Ravenclaw was most likely lost somewhere in some forest. After all, it was lost. It wouldn't be in some vault somewhere. Harry left Dumbledore's office that night and went to bed for the first time in 3 nights. When he woke up the morning of December 1st, Harry went onward to do his morning routine. He went out for his morning jog, got his breakfast from the kitchens, and returned to his hiding spot in the library to continue his research. Only someone was waiting for him. "Hi," she said. Harry stilled, his gaze passing right through the display on his workstation. He recognized her voice immediately. Harry remembered it vividly, as if it were his own voice inside his head. He had talked to her once before on his terms. But he wasn't ready to talk to her unprepared. He wasn't ready. "Hermione," Harry breathed. "Oh, yes, I'm Hermione. You remember me?" Hermione asked. "Of course," Harry replied. He wanted to run, to hide somewhere else. He wasn't ready for this yet. "Almost 2 weeks ago, I asked to sit next to you in the public section. The restricted section was closed off and every other table was filled. And here you are, in the restricted section. Do you have a pass?" Hermione seemed dumbstruck by his question, as if he had accused her of something. Well, he technically had. She thought he assumed she broke into the restricted section. But Harry knew she wouldn't do something like that. At least his Hermione wouldn't. She would always have a pass. Most likely from Professor McGonagall. Or Professor Flitwick in this case, seeing as Hermione was a Ravenclaw in this universe. "Of course, I have one right here signed by Professor Flitwick." Hermione revealed a small note from Professor Flitwick himself. Harry smiled, not caring to examine it. He knew it was genuine. "Well, care to take a seat?" Harry motioned to the table around him, in which there were 4 open seats. One next to him to the left, 2 across, and 1 at the end of the table. The window sat at his right. Hermione gave him an uncomfortable nod and took the seat directly across from him besides the window. They sat in silence for a long time, with Harry trying his best to not react badly. He was stronger than this. Harry Potter wouldn't fall to some kind of awkward silence between him and his best friend. No, This isn't your best friend. This is a stranger. She isn't the Hermione I knew. She's probably had a completely different life compared to my Hermione. She even seems slightly different. Her teeth were smaller than they had been even after she had had them shrunk by Madame Pomfrey. Her hair was slightly straighter, only noticeable by someone like Harry, who had seen her every day for 5 years. And someone who had advanced sight, like Harry. Harry smiled. What are you in here for? Oh, I'm researching something for ancient runes, Hermione replied. Harry remembered she took that class. But he had never been interested in attending it himself. If there was one thing he liked about Umbrella Corporation, it was that they were very particular about their teaching methods. Memories uploaded straight to his brain. All of the knowledge of runes he needed planted straight into his memories. Harry peered over at her work, frowning as he examined the wrinkled parchments that she held in her hands. He knew exactly what it was she was working on. You're trying to discover how to build a runic array designed to produce limitless amounts of parchment and ink. I've worked on that one myself a few times. Quite easy after a bit of research. Easy. We've been going over this for nearly 3 months, said Hermione. Well, I'm also a bit ahead compared to, well, everyone here, Harry replied. Right, tutors. No, I never had any tutors. I just, Harry froze for a moment. Learned, Hermione echoed. They sat in silence for the rest of the afternoon, until Hermione had to leave for dinner. Harry stayed in the library, getting his dinner from the elves. When he was done for that night, Harry went to rest in the spare teacher's chamber he called his room. And when he was an inch from sleep, Harry began to calm his mind, trying desperately to keep the thought of brunette hair out of his mind. December 11, 1984. So, let me get this straight. You spent 3 days tracking down everything you could about that Voldemort guy. Doing so by dunking your head in a bowl of water showed you a bunch of memories of the evil wizard's past. And by doing that, you were able to discover that the guy made 7 of those soul thingies, which are spread across the planet somewhere where you can't reach them. Harry was standing in the doorway leading into Hopper's cabin, holding his bag on his shoulder. He hadn't been let inside. Hopper was standing in front of him, crossing his arms in a way that made him seem more annoyed than angry. 11 was in her room somewhere, probably with Mike. Yep, Harry replied. So, why wait until now to come back? Asked Hopper. I had other work to do. I repaired the damage I did to the castle. I was finishing my studies in the library. If you were interested at all, I got the planetary defense ring shielding to 95% efficiency. Which means we're close to starting development. Harry pushed himself inside the cabin, dropping his bag down next to the kitchen table. I thought I'd stop here for a few days before I went back into London for my next project. He pulled out a large scroll of parchment from his back, unrolling it on the table to reveal an archway that Harry was all too familiar with. The Veil of Death. It's the Veil of Death. When I crossed through it, I was transported to my last universe, directly into the hands of Umbrella, Harry explained. Veil of Death. Some kind of portal? Hopper questioned. Sort of. The wizards of Bretagne found it buried in a cave sometime in the 2nd century. They knew it was powerful and knew it was dangerous. So to keep the No-Maj from getting to it first, the wizards of the time built the Ministry of Magic building around it. It wasn't the ministry at the time, only acting as a shelter for the veil. But over centuries and millennia, the building expanded as more wizards and witches were born and or migrated to Europe. And then they began to use it for executions. Harry ran his hand over the diagram of the veil, remembering the silky wall that was between the 2 pillars. He remembered it like it was yesterday. They saw its power against the living. Saw that those who passed through one side didn't come out of the other. And they heard them. Whispers of those sent through. Faint voices of serial killers and loved ones alike. So they used it as their capital punishment, only slightly worse than the Dementors. Kiss. Losing your soul, Hopper remembered. Exactly. But that doesn't happen in the veil. Harry pulled out another set of parchments from his bag, unrolling them over the drawing of the veil. They were notes. I stole these from a few of the unspeakables in the depths of the ministry. They highlight some of the pros and cons of the veil. Some of them are accurate while others aren't. He showed off the list to Hopper, who read along. The veil sucks you in at the touch. It can be a single fingertip. But it doesn't matter. Once contact is made, it grabs you as tightly as it can and pulls. I speak from experience. It felt like 100 arms grabbing at every surface of my body. I couldn't breathe. I couldn't scream. And all the while, my friends were pulling on the other side of me. I felt like I was going to tear at the waist. Lupin had grabbed him by the belt. Dumbledore had grabbed his ankles. He still felt their hands imprinted on the body of his soul. But they're wrong about the death part. You don't die when you go through a veil. Harry pulled out a blank piece of parchment and a self-inking quill. He drew a small circle. This is our veil. When you pass through, it acts as a gateway to all kinds of other veils. He drew a dozen other identical circles around the parchment, connecting them through lines. But when I was with Sirius in Romania, we were discovering ways to return home, and I learned. Harry pulled out another parchment, displaying the veil alongside a mirror, both appearing almost the same, that Sirius had arrived in that universe, not by the veil, but through a mirror. We learned that while the veils are all connected in any universe that one exists, they're also connected to all reflective surfaces. And any reflective surface large enough to receive something coming through the passage could be used as an exit or entry point. So, you're trying to get home? Hopper asked. No, my home's dead. I'm trying to learn the secret to dimensional travel. Because if I can figure that out, then I can discover interdimensional travel. The ability to travel throughout the universe at speeds faster than the speed of light itself. I have a few half-baked theories cooked that are not at all reliable. But the veil seems to have the same laws of a black hole, but the event horizon is different. It doesn't attract things from afar. It only attracts things that come in contact with it. If I can find a way to replicate that effect, I could perfect a way to slip in and out of space-time. Perhaps even find a way back to the outside without killing myself, Harry explained. It was a bit of a stretch, but he believed it was possible. Theoretically, yes. Not practically. Not yet. Anyway, Harry replied with a grin. December 14, 1984. Wait, what? Harry was completely stumped. He was seated in a DNER seat in the corner of the establishment, with two young girls sitting across from him. 11 and Max. The latter had just gotten out of school and had met with 11 here to corner Harry. Literally. And they were asking him to do something for him. To teach them how to dance. To dance for some kind of school dance named the Snowball. Max was to go with Lucas, while 11 went with Mike. But neither knew how to dance and were too embarrassed to ask Max's mother or Joyce. Understandable. Why me? Asked Harry. Why not? You said that corporation that owned you programmed your HEA. D with a bunch of memories and knowledge. I'm sure there was a dancing code in there somewhere, Max explained. Harry rolled his eyes, but she was right. Umbrella Corp had programmed Harry's mind with a lot of things. Dancing was one of them, ensuring that Harry could perform in any kind of undercover mission that was required of him. He knew how to dance better than he had ever had at the Yule Ball. Shit, the Yule Ball. He was a champion again. He would be forced to attend. With a date. He couldn't ask a girl his physical age, seeing as he still felt extremely awful about it, and he couldn't ask anyone his real age. That wouldn't end well legally for the female in question. Right, so, you want me to teach you how to dance, Harry commented. Exactly. Simple enough. I can give you memories, he shrugged. No, we want real practice, 11 replied. And you will get real practice. Tomorrow night at the dance, Harry spoke. We want to practice tonight. Before the dance, Max protested. Look, as much as I would love to humor your desire to be ready for a juvenile aunt's, I'm afraid I have better things to be doing. Like saving the planet, curing cancer, finding a way to send 1 billion people to Mars. That sort of thing, Harry explained. Come on, you can't have a little bit of free time to have fun. What's fun about teaching 2 little girls to dance? Harry asked. You're the same age as us. If you were a few mental years younger, you would be jumping at the chance to teach us, Max defended. If I were a few years younger mentally, I wouldn't be friends with you. Nor would I have the time to teach you to dance. I was still dealing with the tournament back then, and if I was any younger than I am now, I wouldn't be able to hold on to the mountain of responsibility I carry on my back every day. Harry explained. So, I think we should just go with the memories and leave it at that. Yes, Harry, Elle spoke, her eyes piercing into his own. Don't, Harry warned. And then it happened. Elle did that thing with her eyes. They seemed to soften in color and intensity, and her face dropped into a frown. It made Harry sick to his stomach. He hated when she did this. It was worse than Hermione's puppy dog eyes. They made him melt a bit inside, and he couldn't help but feel a feeling of guilt. He sighed. Fine, I'll teach you how to dance, the girls both squealed, causing Harry to cringe as he shielded his ears. On one condition. You don't mention this to anyone whatsoever. No one. Deal, Elle and Max replied at once. Dance practice was ridiculously stupid. It was spent within the reconstructed Potter cabin, with its living room expanded to act as a makeshift dance floor. Harry ran them through the two most important dances. The ballroom and slow dances. The slow dance was the only one they would probably use at the snowball dance, but it was good to teach them anyway. And when they had learned sufficiently enough that the two girls were satisfied in their abilities, Harry led them into the kitchen for dinner. It was getting late, and they had agreed to spend the night in the Potter cabin. The dinner was going well until Harry received a knock on his door. When he moved to answer it, he couldn't help but growl. Mike, Elle asked, getting up from the table. She was shielding herself behind Max. Right, she was in her dress. The bright blue one that she planned to wear the next night. Harry was quick, casting a shadow on Elle and Max while wiping the last 5 seconds from Mike's memory. He wouldn't normally do that, but it was necessary for the surprise. Harry hated himself. What are you doing here, Mike? He asked. Oh, I was hoping. I wanted to ask. I was wondering. Spit it out. Right, I wanted to ask you something, in private. Harry frowned but allowed himself to be pulled out of his cabin and into the small clearing in the woods. And there, in front of his house, were 3 boys. Will Byers, Lucas Sinclair, and Dustin Henderson. And then Harry noticed what Mike was wearing. For fuck's sakes, he breathed. The boy was wearing a suit. All of them were. Will looked uncomfortable. Lucas was smiling too much. Dustin seemed afraid, and Mike had a determined expression across his face. No. No, 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 no. December 15, 1984, Hawkins Middle School, Hawkins, Indiana. Harry Potter wanted to die. He had never felt so stupid in his life. And yet here he was in a suit and tie, sitting alone at the Hawkins Middle School snowball dance. Everyone was out on the dance floor dancing. Jonathan was taking the students' pictures. And Nancy was providing the student punch. Harry, though, wanted to be left alone. But he couldn't necessarily do that. He had been banned from using his workstation at the dance and was tasked to keep an eye on 11. But he didn't feel like doing that, seeing as she was pressed against Mike with the boy's tongue in her throat. Not something Harry wanted to keep an eye on. So, he busied himself like he always did. By planning. He had an appointment with the Department of Mysteries the next morning, where he would visit the Veil of Death for the first time in 3 years. Harry needed to see it, to study it, to figure out exactly what made it tick. But he couldn't necessarily examine the Veil as he was now. Not without all 3 of the Hallows. They were connected. He didn't necessarily know how he knew that, but it was true. The 4 mythical items were all connected, and he had to figure out how and why. And if the connection was strong enough, were the Deathly Hallows his key to interdimensional travel? Or was there something else that he needed? The upside down, the outside, what could he learn or use that could help him reach his goals? Harry, the voice of Nancy Wheeler snapped Harry out of his thoughts, his eyes traveling up to meet hers. What are you doing? Oh, chaperoning, Harry answered. 11. Harry gave her a nod in answer. Nancy smiled, nodding herself as she took a seat next to him. Their gazes fell on the crowd of children, silence overtaking the two as the music continued. But it was a comfortable silence, one rooted in understanding. Neither was interested in beginning a conversation, and neither was interested in leaving their seats. So they just sat there, with Harry continuing his mental rambling. The ball went all night long, until almost midnight. And when it was over, Harry and Nancy parted ways. Harry went home. He fell into bed with a sigh and began to ramble again. Life was only going to get harder over the next few years. He needed to be ready. Chapter 20. Chapter 20. December 1984 PT. 2. December 25, 1984, Hogwarts School for Witchcraft and Wizardry, Scotland. The night of the Yule Ball arrived, and Harry was completely prepared. He hadn't found a date and hadn't intended to. It wasn't necessary to have a date, and it wasn't in the contract. So Harry entered the Great Hall alongside Cedric, Victor, Fleur, and their dates. Cedric had taken Cho again. Fleur had taken Roger Davis. But Victor hadn't taken Hermione to the ball this time. He went with a girl from Beauxbatons instead. And Hermione, she didn't have a date. From what Harry had gathered, events transpired similarly to his own universe. Ron had asked her too late, and in such a way that Hermione refused. Even without her own date, she refused to go with Ron, and so she went alone to the ball. Harry took a seat at the champions table once more. His eyes fell on the crowd of students, he was taken back to 10 days earlier. His mind began to wander as he ate his food. He ignored the chatter around him, thinking about the Veil of Death. Harry had visited it 8 times in the past 10 days, studying it closer than anyone ever had. Minister Scrimgeour was beginning to ask questions and was definitely beginning to suspect that Harry had a not-so-subtle obsession with the Veil. He was becoming the talk of the Ministry of Magic, and many were beginning to worry. Many said he was getting too close, that he might accidentally or purposely touch the silver substance within. Some even thought he was suicidal. But Harry knew exactly what he was looking for. And he had found it. He had succeeded. It had been hidden so well and so subtly that Harry was certain no one had noticed. But Harry noticed. He saw the veil in his soul sight. He witnessed the pitch-black connections running through the veil, the same pitch-black within the Elder Wand's core and around the cloak of invisibility. Harry had been correct. The Peverells had ripped a chunk right out of the veil and had used that chunk to create the 3 Deathly Hallows. The magical stone ripped out of the veil had been cut into 3 different sized pieces. One long piece, a small cubed piece, and the rest were set aside. The long piece had been cut into the shape of a wand, which was then made weightless. Antio. Peverell had wrapped the weightless stone in elder wood, and had then placed a thestral tail hair within it. The smaller cube had been shaved down into the resurrection stone, and the stone that remained was turned into a thin fiber through magic, which was then threaded into the silky smooth cloak of invisibility. All 3 Deathly Hallows had been constructed out of the Veil of Death. But it only made him ask more questions. What made the stone so special? Was it connected directly to death itself? Or was the magic tethered into the universal transportation usable? How could that magic be exploited? And if Harry found a way to use that magic, what could he possibly do with it? Could he use it to make some kind of device? One which would allow him to travel throughout space-time. If he could figure that out, things would be much simpler. So Harry would set out. He would do exactly what the Peverells did. He would extract a fragment straight from the veil. He would experiment, test. He would do everything in his power to find a way to use its magic to the benefit of the world. Mr. Potter, I'm afraid you need a partner to participate in the dance, Professor McGonagall spoke. Right. Harry's eyes traveled into the crowd in front of him. Hermione was nowhere in sight. Neither was anyone else he knew personally. But he was forced to step down onto the dance floor, and seek out the first name that came to mind. And he immediately hated himself. His eyes fell on a blonde girl in the crowd, who was standing beside her friends. Her name slipped from his tongue. Daphne Greengrass. Before he knew what he was doing, he extended his hand to the girl. She visibly froze, peering towards her friends, who were all giving her mixed signals. Some nodded while others shook their heads. After a moment, she stepped forward and grabbed his hand. Harry pulled her into a dance, gripping her hand and waist as the two moved along with the song. Lovely night, isn't it? He asked. He wasn't exactly sure what to say. He was examining her. Daphne's eyes were a light blue color that bordered on silver. And her blonde hair had been dyed silver with purple highlights, the purple matching her purple dress. Which did her figure a lot of justice. Nope, don't go there, Harry thought to himself as the two continued to dance. Yeah, I've been having a lot of fun, Daphne replied. That's good. So, Is there a reason you picked me out of a random crowd? I thought you were quite beautiful. I like your dress." Harry wanted to smack himself. But he had gone too far. Daphne was begging to blush and had turned her face to peer down into his chest. It wasn't like she would embarrass herself by blushing towards the crowd. Harry smiled, looking up to avoid further embarrassment. "I'm sorry, I don't talk to people often." He spoke, and it was true. He only talked to the party, Hopper, Joyce, the older teenagers at Hawkins, his team at Hawkins' lab, and Professor Dumbledore. Why never talk to people he didn't know or wasn't comfortable with? It made things a lot easier for him that way. "No, it's okay. I figured you haven't met a lot of girls. You were in hiding, weren't you?" Daphne asked, a supposed rumor flying around the school, that I was hiding with the Nomage. Or with tutors. But the truth is, I was left in America alongside a family named the Barrows. They died after taking me in. And I was left to fend for myself. I lived on the streets in Indiana until I was 11. I was told of my lineage and given access to the Potter Trust. From then on I've been learning everything I can, Harry explained. It was all part of the cover story Harry and Hopper had created for instances like this. "Well, that proves my point that you're not around girls much," Daphne pointed out. Harry smiled. "Right, exactly." The dance ended, and Harry escorted Daphne back to her friends. They exchanged goodbyes, and Harry left the Great Hall to get some fresh air. He stepped out into the middle courtyard, where he looked up to examine the astronomy tower. It was standing tall as if nothing had knocked it down a month before. Harry examined it for a long time before something pulled his gaze off of it. A small noise, almost like a cough. He was drawn off to the side, where he spotted her. Hermione Granger was sitting on a bench covered in snow. Her eyes were on him. It was obvious that she had caused the noise. She spoke, nervous. "Are you okay?" "Of course. You, yeah. Do you want to sit?" Harry smiled, clearing the snow off of the seat beside her for himself with the wave of a hand. He took a seat and joined her in gazing up at the stars. "Beautiful night, isn't it?" he asked. Harry was amazed by the stars that could be viewed at Hogwarts. It used to be a pastime of his the last time around. He would go up to the astronomy tower or sit on the front lawns, merely staring at the sky. All he wanted to do was reach out and touch them. To grab hold of them and never let go. He grabbed Hermione's hands in his, partially startling her as he motioned up towards the sky. "See those stars there?" "Yeah, it's the Centaurus constellation," Hermione supplied. "Yes, and that brightest one, Proxima Centauri, the closest solar system to our own." "Exactly. I plan to reach it one day," Harry spoke. "You plan to go there?" "It would take thousands of years," Hermione argued. "Normally, yes, but not for me. I'm magical, remember?" Harry asked. Hermione frowned, and then it hit her. "That's why you're working with the Nomage. You're trying to explore space. Not just explore it, conquer it. I want the human race to stretch throughout the entire universe. So far out that no one conflict could destroy us. Our species, magic or not, isn't going to die. Either by aliens or nuclear warfare. Not as long as I live," Harry explained. "I've made it my mission to die only as soon as my work is complete. I won't rest until we're out there. I won't take my final breath until I've touched Proxima Centauri. Not until we've colonized as far as the eye can see it." Hermione giggled. "You'll live for a long time." "I don't want to live forever, Hermione. I want to die. I want to rest. But I can't until my purpose here is finished. Until I've done what I needed to cure the plague of not only my own but of all that exists. The world is a terrible place right now, Hermione. Voldemort lurks in the shadows. Tyrannical dark lords and national superpowers are cropping up from nowhere. The world is crumbling into pieces, and if I don't save it then no one else will. I need to be ready for when Voldemort comes back. I need to be ready for when everything comes back." "You sound like he's already back," Hermione spoke. "He is back. He never left, Hermione. The Philosopher's Stone, the Basilisk, the Dementors, and now this tournament. It was all him, clinging to strings in the shadows. He's manipulating everything in front of your eyes, and you can't see it. But I can. I can see the magic that flows through Hogwarts. The bright colors that fill its corridors. Cut beyond those bright colors are black stains. Stains that can never be removed. Stains placed there by people far more powerful than myself or Dumbledore. No one can be more powerful than you, Harry. You repaired the school in a single night, Hermione defended. Not without help. He pulled Dumbledore's wand from his pocket, showing it to her. Professor Dumbledore's wand. You stole it, Hermione asked. Of course not. I won it. Wands work through allegiance. If a wand is evil, it bonds easily with evil wielders. If it's purely good, it only bonds with those with purely good intent. But some wands are in the middle. They can be tamed. Turn to a new wielder. This wand is the center. The middle point of all wands. Its allegiance can change at a single disarming spell. And then it won't work for you anymore. That is what happened to Dumbledore. On the day of the first task, Barty Crouch Jr. disarmed the headmaster. And I disarmed Crouch. He wasn't even holding this wand, but my disarming him made me superior. It made me its master. And with its power, I was able to fix everything. But the wand only reacts to your power. No, the wands focus your power and add their own. Did you ever notice that I don't use a wand? You use a staff. Yes. Why do you think that is? It's a better focus. Not exactly, Harry said. I chose a staff simply for one reason. While they are better in most if not all aspects compared to a wand, my staff is made out of special materials that I chose myself. The wood bends to my will, turning the staff into any weapon I need. And the sphere at the point contains magical crystals I created that help focus and strengthen my power. And the core is made of the spine of a special creature that answers only to me. Those three components combined with my real wand make it the most powerful weapon in the world except for this wand here. But it can only be powerful with my power. If you were to use it, it wouldn't be any different compared to using your own wand. Worse, since it answers to me. But if I were to disarm you, still wouldn't work. The spine is that of a basilisk. It reacts to Parseltongue, the language of snakes. It has been ordered to react to only my voice and the wood to my hands. I would be surprised if you could use it at all, Harry explained. You'll have to show me how to make one, Hermione spoke. Harry laughed. Of course. Just tell me when. They turned back to the stars, with Harry gripping Hermione's hands in his own. He felt her eyes on him, but he didn't mind. His focus was on the stars. On the Proxima Centauri star. It was his furthest goal. The goal was so far beyond his reach at this point that it made him angry. He had done so much in so little time. And yet the most important mission wasn't even conceivable. Not until he found a way to develop faster than light travel. Only then would the star system so far away be close enough for him to grasp. Harry. The small amount of what felt like breathing that touched his cheek suddenly vanished, and Harry turned to the doorway leading into the corridor. Daphne was standing there, looking for him. Yeah, she turned at once, spotting him and Hermione with ease. She raised an eyebrow but smiled nonetheless. Can we talk for a moment? Of course. Harry turned to Hermione, but she was gone, an imprint of her former presence left behind on the snow-covered seat. Harry got to his feet and stepped through the snow towards Daphne, who was looking around warily. When he reached her, the eldest Greengrass sister grabbed hold of his hand and pulled him into the corridor. But she didn't stop. She pulled him far away and up to the third floor. She then yanked Harry into an empty classroom and pushed him against the wall. And then it happened. Her lips were on his, and her hands were already beginning to pull on his belt. Harry was frozen. He began to panic. Flashes of Miranda blurring his vision. No, she isn't here. This is Daphne. Daphne Greengrass. She's not like Miranda. Harry told him this a few times. And then found the courage that had left him when talking to Hermione. He grabbed Daphne's waist, pulling her flush against him as he deepened the kiss. His hand reached down, grabbing her thigh as he jumped up to wrap her legs around his waist. He proceeded to carry her to the desk at the end of the room, lowering her onto it as he began to trail kisses down her neck. She gasped, clutching his hair as he traveled down to her collarbone. Harry then broke away, kissing Daphne once again on the lips before smiling. Only live once, right? She giggled, pulling her into another kiss. You only live once. That had gone down to nothing but their underwear and her bra. But it was still clothing. He pushed shadows around his body, preparing the sore muscles and eliminating the numbness of his arm. Harry then placed his arm around Daphne's exposed waist and pulled himself closer. He breathed in the scent of her silver, purple hair, delighting in the cinnamon and lavender he smelt there. His ears perked slightly as he began to listen closely, feeling for the beating of her heart. It was steady and smooth. It was a beautiful rhythm. He could fall asleep like this. And he almost did. Then he felt her shift slightly, her heart losing that rhythm as it began to beat faster. She was awake. Harry peeked around her shoulder and noticed the smile on her face. Her eyes were still closed. "Good morning," he breathed. Harry felt her shiver slightly as his breath hit her neck. His smile turned to a grin. "Good morning," she whispered back. The smile on her face never disappeared. "I think someone's happy to see me," she added, referring to the part of him that had perked up before. "I've never woken up with a beautiful woman in my bed before." It was quite excited. Not exactly true, but it didn't matter. This moment mattered. Daphne's smile widened, her weight shifting over his arm as she turned to face him. Her left arm was pinned to the bed beneath her, but her right hand reached up to rest on his chest. Harry inhaled deeply. Her hand was soft and warm, a polar opposite to his scared and cold chest. Scars he had gained in the single month he had had this body. The battle with The Shadow and the fight at the first task had been damaging. She traced the largest scar, which went directly over his sternum. Her eyes were watching it too, while Harry's eyes examined her face. Her smooth cheeks, her lips were covered in faded purple lipstick, her bluish silver eyes, and her hair. He had been stupid to not know her before. But he knew her now. And he wasn't going to forget her. Even if this ended up being nothing but a fling enacted by her. Harry would remember Daphne Greengrass forever. He hoped she would remember him too. "What are you thinking about?" Daphne asked. "You," Harry replied, his smile permanent. Daphne smiled in return and leaned forward to kiss him, something Harry eagerly returned. He pulled her into him, his hand resting on the small of her back while they turned over. He now lay above her, slowly trailing kisses down her neck. She sighed in content, leaning back to allow him more room to work. Harry kissed down her neck, kissing along the inside of her bra before reaching her stomach. He continued kissing until he reached the seam of her underwear. When he tried to pull on them, a hand gently grasped his own in a warning. "Not yet," Harry obliged, and returned to kiss her on the lips. This was how it went for almost 6 days. Even after classes had resumed on the 1st, Daphne stayed in Harry's chambers. They would wake up, fool around, eat breakfast, talk, fool around. Eat lunch, talk and read some books, fool around again, eat dinner, talk some more. And then fool around some more until they fell asleep. Rinse and repeat every day. And Harry was happy. He enjoyed Daphne's company. She was kind, thoughtful, intelligent, witty. She could hold a conversation with Harry no matter what he discussed with her, and she seemed to easily grasp some of the insane concepts Harry thought of during their talks. And she was beautiful, stunning, so much more stunning than anyone Harry had ever met. She was almost perfect, almost. The only problems were large ones. 1. She was only 15, her birthday being in October, and Harry was mentally 19. Harry didn't plan on telling her his secret just yet, not after he grew to know her better. But the age gap made him feel a bit awkward and nervous. He expected Ors to bust down his doors, and yet when she kissed him he felt like he was 14 again. He lost all feeling of responsibility, and so he stayed. Harry reveled in the feeling of having zero responsibility and instead spent his time with Daphne. He didn't do any research, only bouncing ideas off of her. He didn't contact his team. And he talked to no one else. It was only her. And the second problem, her family. The Greengrass were a notoriously neutral family. In conflicts between the light and the dark, the Greengrass didn't choose sides. Not even if one of their own was aligned with a certain group. If Harry was to align himself with the Greengrass, in any way, he would gain no favors from the family and may even face opposition. It was a rough conclusion to come to terms with, but Harry resigned himself to the fact that it didn't matter. What were these feelings? Why was he focused only on Daphne? Why was he ignoring everything else in his life to focus on this girl? He hadn't done that with Cho. No, the only one he had done that with was Claire. And he had loved Claire. Had loved her until receiving this new body. Harry had rooted himself in this universe. His flesh and blood had been created here. This was his home. He would never see her again, and Harry had come to terms with that. But now, here he was. And the feelings he had had for Claire he now felt for another. Daphne. He knew the feeling. The need. He wanted to run. To leave this all behind and get back to the important work. But he couldn't. He wanted to stay. To rest in bed with her in his arms. Close your eyes. A voice echoed through Harry's mind. He was lying in bed reading a book, with Daphne at his side as she read her notes on arithmancy. His eyes shot up towards the door, but it was closed and sealed shut. Harry frowned. He turned to Daphne, but her eyes were engrossed in the book. She hadn't said anything. Close your eyes and see for yourself. Harry's frown deepened, but he did as he was instructed and shut his eyes. His soul sight kicked in at once, and he began to see the magic that ran through Hogwarts. It was as beautiful as always, but he had already seen it 1,000 times before. Nothing important about it. It wasn't until he turned to Daphne once more that he understood the voice. Daphne's soul was different compared to any other soul he had seen before. It was a bright blue like all of the others, but it had a layer of white and gold surrounding it. Almost like a shield. The shield was connected to a golden white tether connected directly to him. Harry peered down at himself and frowned. His soul was no longer purely white. It was now white with gold markings. They were connected through souls. He knew that souls connected based on human connection, but to be shielded by a bond. You two share a bond. One not seen by your kind for many years. It strengthens you both. Makes you more powerful than before. The voice explained. Go to the bank. The creatures will explain everything. The creatures. The goblins. The voice wanted him to go to Gringotts. What type of bond was this? He couldn't just say, soul bond. That was both obvious and real in anyone Harry met and established a relationship with, romantic or not. This bond was stronger, but he didn't know how it worked, or what it was. The two of them needed to go to Gringotts as soon as possible. Why wait? Daphne, the girl in question perked up at her name, gazing up from her book to look at him. I forgot that I need to go to Gringotts for business. Want to come along? Today? She asked. No time like the present, right? Daphne smiled, leaning forward to kiss him before getting to her feet. She was still in her underwear, and her walk to his wardrobe gave him a wonderful sight, especially given the way she swayed her hips like that. Harry shook his head, forcing himself to his feet. He needed to get dressed in fresh clothes, and he needed to get out of the castle without being seen by anyone. Harry got dressed in a classic white buttoned-up shirt, black jeans, and white sneakers. Daphne's hair had returned to its golden blonde, with her wearing a dark silver dress that she had brought from her trunk. It looked quite nice on her. So once the two were ready, Harry took Daphne's hand, and the two left the Hogwarts grounds beneath his cloak of invisibility. And once they reached the edge of the premises, they disappeared in a crack and swirl of black. Neville Longbottom wasn't stupid. Despite the rough start he had had during his first year at Hogwarts, the events that transpired since then had made him a powerful and competent wizard. The incidents against Quirrell, the basilisk had given him an immense feeling of confidence he had never felt before. Confidence that carried into his rather uneventful third year. And now here he was in his fourth, witnessing the events of the Triwizard Tournament with his own eyes. Neville was confident that all of the champions would survive the second and third tasks. After all, 3 of them were older and the 4th was Harry Potter. The boy had made himself a legend outside of the Boy Who Lived title. He was now a legend thanks to his sheer power and mysterious nature. But that mystery had only grown after the night of the Yule Ball. With the Marauder's map in his possession, Neville was able to track Harry Potter throughout the entire castle. But the boy never left the library or his chambers in the teacher's wing. But after the Yule Ball, he stopped going on runs and stopped visiting the library. He stayed in his room for a whole week, only moving around within the chamber. And the weirder part was the name beside him on the map. Daphne Greengrass. She had been missing from her classes in the Slytherin common room since the ball. But it made sense. Many students knew she had danced with Harry Potter during the opening dance. But spending a week alone with him. Was something going on? Was she in trouble? While Neville may be a Gryffindor, he was not brave enough to ask about it though. The Professor didn't seem concerned about Daphne's presence, and Neville assumed that Dumbledore was aware of the situation. And if the headmaster wasn't going to do anything, then Neville would stay out of it for now. On the evening of January 2nd, classes had just begun. It wasn't until after his evening classes that Neville could return to his trunk to check the map. But, when he checked Potter's room, he and Greengrass weren't there. He looked all over, going down each floor, but they weren't there. And then he saw them. They were on the viaduct, walking away from the castle. Why were they leaving? Had they gotten Dumbledore's permission? Neville found that sense of confidence inside himself and stood to his feet. Clutching the parchment, he left the Gryffindor dorms in search of Professor McGonagall. He had to warn her that Potter was leaving the castle. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. Questions are answered. January 2, 1985, Gringotts Bank, London, England. Harry Potter and Daphne. Greengrass apparated directly into the large hall that made up only a fraction of Gringotts Bank. The boy who lived was quick and made his way directly to the goblin teller. The goblin was watching him, and held out its arm to the right. Harry turned, grabbing Daphne's hand as he led her towards the hallway to his left. They were met by another goblin. Griphook. Lord Potter. The goblin bowed. Ari returned it and followed the old goblin into the office. After Harry and Daphne were seated, Griphook spoke. Well, how may we help you this evening, Lord Potter? I wished to discuss several matters with you, Griphook. Matters that concern both Daphne and me. Harry closed his eyes, glancing over towards Daphne. Griphook understood at once, having known for some time that Harry could see the souls of the living. Harry examined Griphook and noted that the goblin's soul was bright yellow. Once again it was different from any kind of soul he had seen before. It was oddly shaped, appearing almost like a solid sphere with spikes protruding from all angles. It was contained in the chest cavity and didn't go beyond that. I wanted to discuss the bond that has formed between Daphne and me. Daphne froze. Wait, bond. Griphook removed a small metal circle from his desk, which contained what looked like glass in the center. It was a looking glass. The goblin placed his eye behind the glass, examining both Harry and Daphne. After a few moments of silence, the goblin lowered the looking glass and cleared his throat. He spoke. It seems that Lord Potter is correct. The two of you have formed a bond. Yet that bond is one that we have never seen before. Griphook reached into his desk and pulled out a large book that he proceeded to slam onto the desk. He then began to flip through pages, thumbing through them before coming to a stop. There are several bonds that can take place between one's magic and soul. A bond of friendship, commonly formed with your friends. A familial bond. Bonds formed from birth or with those you consider family. And then there are the lover bonds. A soulful and magical bond between two lovers who both wish to and are destined to be together. There are two types of these bonds. Rare bonds and true bonds. The rare bonds are quite rare, cropping up in witches and wizards only a few times every few decades. But true bonds are even more rare, occurring once every other century. Explained Griphook. But the two of you don't show any signs of having these bonds. You hold a different kind of bond. A bond created subconsciously by Lord Potter. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, there is no doubt that you created the bond between yourself and Ms. Greengrass. But how? I am not certain. As for what this bond is, I cannot be certain. Though it looks as if it is. Shielding her soul. Yes, I noticed that, Harry spoke. Yes. It seems you are quite fond of her if you were willing to create a bond with the sole purpose of protecting her soul, said Griphook. Daphne turned to Harry, and then to Griphook. It was clear that she intended to say something, but the words weren't forming properly. There was an aura of shock and confusion surrounding her, and Harry decided it was best to stay silent. She wasn't him. She didn't have 6 trains of thought that allowed him to think at high speeds. Daphne was forced to think the way Harry used to. One thought blurred alongside many others. After a minute of concentration and thoughtfulness, Daphne glared at Griphook. Can we use the bond as means to get married? Harry wasn't expecting that. What? Of course. Griphook replied with a toothy grin. We could easily confirm this as a true bond. The claim would be strengthened. Because your bond has never been seen before. It is a handmade bond, after all. Wait, hold on. You want to get married? Harry asked, turning to Daphne. You're 15, and you're 14, but you're also Harry Potter, Daphne countered. Well, at the mention of his age, Harry frowned. Daphne adopted the same expression. Are you not 14? Lord Potter has a small secret, Griphook spoke, his grin maddeningly large. Harry shot the goblin a pointed glare. But Griphook's grin only grew wider because of it. Daphne raised an eyebrow, examined Harry closely. Well, what is it? She asked. I'm not technically 14. How old are you then? 15, 16, add 3 to that, 19. Daphne's eyes were widened so much that Harry was afraid they might pop, and then they narrowed into a glare. You can't possibly be 19. You were born in 1970. 1980, Harry countered. Then you would be 4. Daphne exclaimed. Lord Potter's secret is an unimaginable one, Griphook said. So, you're both 4, 14, and 19. Daphne asked. No, I'm 19 trapped in my 14-year-old body, Harry supplied. At her now dumbfounded expression, Harry launched into his story the same way he planned to tell Dumbledore. His birth, the prophecy. That Halloween night, the Dursleys, Hogwarts, the battle in the Department of Mysteries, the Vale of Death, Raccoon City, Romania, and then his time in Hawkins. When he was done, 3 hours had passed, and Daphne complained of a headache. So yeah, I'm 19 trapped in my 14-year-old body. I feel very odd thinking about marrying you. Yet you don't feel odd when I kiss you. Or when we're in bed. Daphne pointed out. I felt very odd at first. But I got used to it, so get used to us being married. Why do you want to get married so badly? Harry asked. Because despite knowing you for a week, you're the only person I trust and care about besides my sister. I feel the connection we have. I don't want to lose that feeling. Ever, Daphne explained. Harry sighed. She was referring to the bond. It was tethered strongly between them that Harry felt slightly guilty. Even though his subconscious had done this, he felt responsible for attack. Her to him more than either of them thought possible. Daphne continued, her gaze falling on Griphook. So, you can pass this to help us get married. Any potential marriage contracts within your files will be burned. Griphook replied. Harry raised an eyebrow, before smiling. She had been telling the truth before, but she had an ulterior motive. She wanted to get out of any potential CTS enforced by her parents and the ministry. It was very Slytherin of her. Harry smiled, and clapped his hands together, drawing their attention onto him. He still had things he needed to discuss. We can discuss a potential marriage later. For right now, I have a few questions I need to be answered. Daphne seemed slightly put off by the change in topic, but nodded alongside Griphook. Of course, Lord Potter. Ask away. Have you ever heard of the outside? Asked Harry. A dimension resting outside of the known omniverse. I don't believe I have, Griphook answered, frowning deeply. Right, that's fine. I wasn't expecting you to know anything about it, Harry said. But I know you know something about this. Harry slammed a small piece of paper he had collected onto the table. And it was a picture depicting an item of great importance. Helga Hufflepuff's cup. I have reason to believe that it resides in one of 4 vaults within this building. The Malfoy vaults, the Lestrange vaults, the Knot, and the Crouch vaults. I would like access to these vaults to seize and eliminate the dark item, Harry explained. Dark, a Horcrux, Harry answered. Within the walls of Gringotts, Griphook seemed almost angry. On the verge of tipping over. But then the goblin smiled. We can only allow access to those with ownership over the vaults in question. However, that will soon be easy with the magical strength you possess. It would not take much for you to obtain unlimited access to all 4. The goblin was grinning madly now, his face appearing savage as he looked at Harry. The youngish wizard wasn't frightened though. He was smiling. He understood at once. Harry had 4 targets. Lucius Malfoy, Bellatrix Lestrange, Tiberius Knott, and Bartimus Crouch Sr. were Voldemort's 3 most loyal followers. With Crouch Sr. being the father of a former Death Eater, Harry needed to find them and turn control of their vaults to him. Only then could he search them for the cup. Great. Thank you, Griphook. Harry spoke, his smile remaining. He continued, my last question is this. Do you have any magical artifacts here that have previously been Horcruxes? Anything affected by soul magic? You wish for an item so dark? Griphook asked. I'm testing new fields of magic no one has ever heard of before. I intend to use my soul like a field of study. But don't worry, it won't hurt me or anyone else. Griphook seemed unconvinced, but he nonetheless dug into his seemingly bottomless desk and produced what looked like a book. It was a book. No, it was a tome. Some sort of secret knowledge that had been used by an ancient people. Harry reached across the desk and grabbed the tome, examining it with careful eyes. And after some time, he placed it in his bag and stood to his feet. Daphne looked ready to object, but he spoke. Feel free to discuss a wedding. I have business in Diagon Alley I need to take care of. Oh, okay. Stay safe, Daphne replied. Harry smiled, leaning down to place a kiss on her forehead as he moved out of the building. His head was spinning. Everything was moving so fast. Too fast. Things didn't make any sense. He had gotten here, lived here for a year, and then suddenly his world was here. It was different, yes, but it was here. And then he was in the Triwizard Tournament. He was fighting dragons and dark wizards one moment, and then he was kissing a girl he had barely ever talked to the last time around. And now here they were a week later, talking about getting married. Harry couldn't focus on all of the events spiraling around him at once. It was too much. He couldn't get married. Not at 14. Not yet. Not for another year or two. His feet carried him into the center of the alley, where he took a seat on a bench near Ollivander's shop. He removed the once-infected tome from his bag and placed his hand on the cover. It was blank, and he didn't feel like opening it. Harry merely closed his eyes and peered down at the tome. Its shape was there. He could see it as clear as day, as well as the dead remnants of the pitch-black soul that had once resided within it. His eyes traced the entire tome, scanning it and memorizing its pattern as best as he could. And when he felt he knew it well, Harry pushed himself towards it. But not his whole self. Only a piece of him. He sent himself into the tome, trying his best not to slip all of himself in. And as he gazed down at the book, it happened. Harry watched as his pure white soul slowly pulsed towards the tome. Its irregular form shaped itself into a solid sphere, with a single needle protruding from it. And that needle grew outward, forming into its own sphere roughly 10 times smaller within the tome. And when he was satisfied with the amount within the tome, Harry snapped the connection in half. The sphere within the tome remained spherical, while the sphere within him went back to its erratic behavior of reaching out for anything and everything. Harry had done it. He had done it with ease. He had read a lot about Horcruxes during his lessons with Dumbledore, and it was described as a vicious, long, and cruel task. But the Horcrux Harry had just created had been made in mere seconds. Maybe even minutes. It was amazing. Yet he wasn't done with his experimentation just yet. Harry closed his eyes once again and reached out for the piece of his soul within the tome. He gripped it tightly and pulled as hard as he could. The tome fought back, holding the soul fragment tightly as the person and inanimate object fought. It wasn't a long battle. The fragment recognized itself and jumped from the tome within minutes. It slid back into the erratic soul in Harry's shape, and Harry felt a sense of calm overcome him. He was whole again. That was the problem. He hadn't been whole while it was within the tome. The most important part was that it worked. The Horcrux experiment had been a successful one. All he had to do now was test an object that had always been clean of a Horcrux. He would try smaller things like a quill, or a normal book. And then he would raise the level to a full person. He would try it on someone dead. But he wanted to test if, with the extra souls he had taken from the outside, if he could resurrect dead bodies with new souls, resurrect bodies with their past souls, or create new bodies with new souls. It was all exciting work. Exciting, a voice whispered. It was the voice he had heard in the outside. You may speak. How? Harry whispered. Through the link. It is faint, but it is there. Harry closed his eyes. He peered down at himself once more, intent on searching for links. He found several different colors branching off of him. Links tied to people far away. Some were very bright, while others were weaker. He recognized the souls of Daphne, Hopper, 11, Will, Joyce, Nancy, and his team at Hawkins. And he recognized the weaker links belonging to Dumbledore, Mike, Lucas, Dustin, and Max. But amidst the links, he found a single one so faint it appeared almost invisible. But he spotted it. It was gold, not like the blue, red, and brown he usually saw. Harry reached out, grabbing the link and strengthening it. Yes, feel it, be it, the voice instructed. Harry felt the connection and was able to trace it extremely far away. So far away that Harry doubted he could see the source of the voice's home in the night sky. The voice existed in this realm and universe. But it was unique, foreign. The feelings he felt through the connection were almost alien. Alien. You're an alien, Harry spoke. Speaking through the connection for the second time since the outside. He felt the alien's joy at being recognized. And he almost smiled. It hadn't been offended. Harry would have been. I am an alien by your standards, yes. But to me, you are the alien, the voice replied. You are the first human we have ever spoken to. It is a new experience. Yeah, I don't have much experience talking to 4IGN species either. That is very good for the both of us. We learn together. Indeed. What is your name? Harry asked. Name. Harry frowned. Your designation. What you call yourself. What other people call you, Harry explained. Then I do not have a name. I am the queen. Queen of what? My species. The Formix, right. So you don't use names. Names are unnecessary. My hive is me, and I am my hive. We all know each other. My sisters are also me. And I am them. A hive. You're a hive-minded species indeed. Interesting. So your followers. They're like ants. Ants. Harry imagined an ant. A hive queen and her workers. Ah, yes. We are much like the species known as ants. Yet we are also different. My sisters and I are the same. So you and your sisters share the same consciousness and memories. Yet lead different hives. Only memories. When my sisters act, I remember. When I act, they remember, the hive queen explained. As humans are more complicated than that. We are all like you. We are all individuals, capable of our own thoughts. Only we don't share our memories. Truly, yes, we are each individual, capable of thinking for ourselves. There are no human hives on Earth. Earth, the name of our home planet. I'm assuming your planet doesn't have a name, Harry guessed. It does not, Harry smiled. The hive queen cut right to the chase. Your experiment was dangerous, I am aware of that. You are aware of some damage, but not all. You are going into dangerous territory. You need assistance. You want to help me. Yes, I will contact you soon. Then IWILL begin to teach you all you need to do to understand and use these new abilities you possess. The hive queen explained. She didn't give him the chance to respond and ended the connection. Harry was left alone with his thoughts, which consisted of the sheer joy he was feeling. He had just spoken with an alien species. Mentally, his mind was racing. He needed to go somewhere and think where he could form good conclusions. He needed to go back to Hogwarts. Harry needed to breathe, and with a spin and a crack, Harry was gone. February 13, 1985. Christmas came and went, and the new year had arrived. And with the new year came new challenges. Harry left his job at Hawkins' laboratory, instead deciding to go for a part-time collaboration. He instead focused on his own new company. A company he designed so that he would have free reign over his creations. So while he still held full ownership of everything he had built at Hawkins, he would now be free to come up with increasingly wild ideas that no one in their right minds would approve of. He had named it Marauder Enterprises after his father, Sirius and Remus. The company was launching its first product launch at the end of the month, releasing its new Hollow line of products. The line would include many holographic display devices with touchscreen capabilities and first-gen hologram tech. The first was the Hollow Desk, which was a large tablet capable of acting as a highly powerful computer. They were easily collapsible and came with wall mounts that allowed them to be stationary. Easy for work, school, or a makeshift real desk to hold things. Pretty simple, reliable, and very cheap. The second on their line was the Hollow Tank. It was a stationary table that also used first-gen holographic technology. It could be used for simple games, watching movies, planning, and map viewing, which made it perfect for both civilian and military use. The two perfect tools to cure boredom. And both were extremely cheap. Marauder Enterprises wasn't looking for quick money. Harry and his board members knew that the money would come rolling in after the news of their good products broke through the public. Harry was certain they would, especially given that the other two products were also hollow tech. Hollow stills and hollow videos. The hollow stills were data chips that projected holographic displays of images. They were unbreakable, meaning pictures could no longer be shattered or broken. And the hollow videos were the same, being portable while the hollow stills were stationary. They were going to sell well, even if the technology behind them wasn't perfect. Harry had only figured it out in early January. And then February hit, and things were in full swing. Harry was planning his acquiring of the Malfoy, Not, Lestrange, and Crouch vaults. His relationship with Daphne was going steady, even with her disappointment over the postponing of the wedding. And his progress on his other progress was doing well. The planetary defense ring H had been kicked up to 99% efficiency and had been approved by the United Nations on January 27. Construction would begin sometime in March but would last decades at the speed of the mundane. All Harry had to do was convince the ICW to jump onto the project and allow wizarding engineers to begin helping the construction. They could take construction down from almost 3 decades to even years if all of the unemployed wizards in the world began to work on the ring. That was a good time difference. And the Dyson Sphere, that project was currently at a standstill. Most of the government's resources were going towards the ring, while almost all of the nations within the UN contributed their resources and manpower. While it wasn't anything astronomically different seeing as no new nations jumped into the UN to help, it was still progress. He was hoping that by 2000, he could have the magical and no-mage communities working together on a common task, with no-mage conflicts hopefully coming to a halt as technology began to progress for both sides' benefits. But this wasn't how reality worked. When technology got better, so did weapons. And the Russians would soon learn that the future of weapons was a lot better than the present. So while the second task approached, Harry tried to busy himself the best he could. He continued to hide in the library, studying his books, tomes, and scrolls. Hermione sometimes visited him and the two talked, but their conversations never got as deep as they had the night of the Yule Ball. And she never stuck around long enough for anything more than small talk. He was sure something had happened that he hadn't exactly caught or understood. She seemed distant compared to before, but Harry wasn't worried about it. If something was wrong, Hermione was smart enough to come and talk to him about it. So Harry decided to just ignore it and focus on everything else. Like the two new occurrences in his life, the Horcruxes, and the lessons from the Hive Queen. The lessons hadn't started yet, but he and the alien female creature had been talking quite a lot in the past couple of weeks. The two often discussed the differences and similarities between human and formic societies and cultures. There weren't that many similarities, but the few that were there were quite interesting. And the differences were interesting as well, letting Harry see things from a different point of view. And the Hive Queen was learning as well. She was learning how to understand things in the way a human mind would, and how to communicate with humans without shoving a barrage of images into their brains. One of the more unpleasant things that Harry had discovered after continuing to strengthen their bond. And the hunt for Horcruxes had turned out well enough. They had catalogued 7 Horcruxes. The diary, the ring, the cup, the diadem, the locket, Will Byers, and Voldemort's new pet snake Nagini. Neville had destroyed the diary in his second year. Harry and Dumbledore had discovered the diadem of Ravenclaw in the Room of Requirement, and Slytherin's locket had been found in some shelf in Grimmauld Place. Because Sirius hadn't broken out of Azkaban to protect Harry in his 3rd year, the man was still in the prison. Something Harry had to figure out soon. He still had awful memories about his own Sirius Black. But this wasn't his Sirius. This Sirius hadn't been in Romania for a decade. Hadn't been poisoned by Heisenberg and Miranda. Only Dementors. Harry had been able to use his newfound power to manipulate his soul to safely remove Voldemort's soul fragments from the 2 heirlooms. He had then torn the fragments apart and consumed their deceased life force, his own white soul expanding further than it had before. With 3 of 7 taken care of, Harry and Dumbledore were confident that the next 3 were easily obtainable. One was Will Byers, who was easily reachable. The 4th was in one of those 4 vaults. And the 6th, the ring, was in the Gaunt Shack. They could wait to get the 7th in the graveyard. Then Harry could kill Tom right there at his resurrection site. No need for a smear campaign from the Ministry. No need for Umbridge at Hogwarts. Everything would go differently. As for the diadem and locket, Harry had decided to keep them. The locket had been given to Daphne, only after being heavily inspected for extra curses and layered with 100 protective spells. And the diadem had been kept by Harry himself. He was trying to find a way to return the magic that had once been within it. Magic enhances the intelligence and wisdom of anyone that wore the diadem. It had been deeply suppressed when Voldemort made a Horcrux out of it, but the magic was still there. Harry only needed to yank it out to let it shine like it once had. So a month and a half after the meeting at Gringotts, life had gotten both increasingly rough and simpler at the same time. He was busy now, which was good. It helped him focus on important things. So there he was in the library, looking over more books from the restricted section. Daphne was in her potions class, meaning she couldn't join him as she usually did. He was studying bonds, and how he could bond with an inanimate object that contained no soul. It looked like it was impossible, but Harry was certain he could figure it out. It wasn't much about linking with an object as it was creating something out of nothing. He had pushed his soul into that tome, but he didn't want to do that here. He wanted to create something new within an object. Something free of his influence. A new soul. But he couldn't quite figure it out. Harry's head shot up immediately, his hand gripping the staff that lay beneath the table. But he immediately released it. It was Hermione. She seemed extremely nervous. She was messing with her hands, nibbling her bottom lip, and there was sweat developing on her brow. He could hear what sounded like faint whispers coming from the corner of the library, but even with his hearing, he couldn't figure out what was being said. He tuned the whispers out and turned his attention fully to Hermione, who had only grown more nervous as his attention wandered. Yes, I was wondering. Well, I was thinking actually. I wanted to know Valentine's Day is coming. I was wondering if you. Harry frowned. Was she doing what he thought she was doing? Harry felt his stomach sink alongside his heart as he thought of it. He wanted to say yes. But then Daphne appeared at the forefront of his thoughts. Her face, her smile. While they hadn't announced their relationship to anyone, they were still together. Hell, Daphne was beginning plans for a wedding in a year or 2. Harry couldn't. He wouldn't. Hermione spoke. I mean, you don't have to. I would understand. His head hit the table in frustration as he tried to think of ways to fix this. He could fix this. Harry could fix this. He would fix this. Chapter 22. Chapter 22. Correcting Mistakes. May 27, 1985. After his hearing for magical misconduct had been cancelled, Harry had only ever stepped into the Ministry of Magic building to examine the Veil of Death. Something he had continued long after February. But he was returning now for a Wizengamot meeting. He was required to attend, or have a proxy attend, due to the Potter and Peverell houses, in which he had recently claimed lordship of, having seats, and he was planning to make his first Wizengamot meeting a memorable one. Construction had begun on the planetary defense ring, and Harry was in dire need of magical assistance. And while he was hiring magicals within Marauder Enterprises to help with the construction, the ICW was beginning to notice, and he was afraid that his employees would be forcibly removed from the company. He was also hoping to capture both Malfoy and Nott at the end of the meeting. The 2 lords were due to attend, and it was the perfect opportunity to get the 2 alone. With Barty Crouch Sr.'s death being that evening, Harry could do either 2 things. Not intervene and figure out a way to claim the Crouch Vault. Or save the old man and convince him to let Harry look inside. It was an easy choice. So, Harry was left to claim the Malfoy, Nott, and Lestrange vaults. That or just find a way to enter them. It would probably be easier to claim them, but Harry was uncertain. After all, things weren't always easy for him. The Horcrux inside Will Byers had been successfully removed and destroyed without the boy's knowledge. Meaning that only 3 of the Horcruxes remained. The cup, the ring, and the snake. And then it would be between Harry and Voldemort. 1-on-1. Harry would be the one incapable of death, seeing as he had 3 tiny Horcruxes hidden across Europe, 1 in his cabin, 1 in the ruins of Godric's Hollow, and the last being beneath Azkaban prison. No one would dare go there in search of that, making it the perfect place to hide such a valuable item. And because of the nature of these Horcruxes, there were no negative side effects against Harry. No hair loss, no loss of nose, no paling, no red eyes, nothing. He was perfectly normal and healthy, seeing as he had taken so many souls from the outside that he now had a few to distribute. And because of that, he felt lighter than normal. He felt better, moved faster, thought faster, worked faster. He concluded that the larger your soul, the larger the toll on the body. And seeing as he had been lugging around 6, getting rid of 3 made things a lot easier. So he only had 3 left. His main soul and 2 that he had retrieved from the outside. He planned to do something with them, but he wasn't entirely sure. So Harry just kept them with him, tied to his soul, which was currently passing through an empty corridor leading into courtroom 10 beneath the Ministry building. Upon entering the room, Harry was greeted by the Aurors by the door and was motioned to his seat, which sat between the vacant black seat and the chair labeled Longbottom. He would be seated with Augusta, no doubt. And he was, though he was 20 minutes early to the meeting. Augusta was the second most punctual individual, arriving only minutes after Harry. And then more people filed in, taking their seats until eventually the entire courtroom was filled to the brim with adults in black and red robes. After a while, Albus Dumbledore entered wearing his oddly colored robes and took a seat at the high chair above them all. Harry sat through most of the introductions, only half paying attention until they got to the interesting part. Talk of werewolf, elvish, and even goblin rights were being thrown around in discussions, with many saying their inspiration for the ideas were the new pro-creature medicines and devices being launched by Marauder Enterprises. No one looked at Harry the entire meeting. Everyone who had a brain knew that he was the CEO of the company. After 3 months of being online with several different product launches, the magical Muggle hybrid company was bolstering more and more popularity in both communities. Though the no-mage community was the most excited, seeing as the holotech were so popular. And with the release of their new land vehicle, Prongs, they were getting even more attention. The CAR was the sleekest and most futuristic car on the market. It came with built-in computer systems, onboard GPS technology, and was able to hover a good 2 inches off the ground over the right surfaces. Not a lot, but it was great progress. So when the open discussions were near their end, Harry raised his hand to propose a new idea. Dumbledore smiled. Lord Potter, the floor is yours. Harry rose to his feet. He gently tugged on his coat to even himself out and spoke clearly and with conviction. As many of you know, I am Harry Potter. And in the past year and a half, I have been trying my best to spearhead the advancement of both the magical and no-mage communities through technologies and medicine. Marauder Enterprises has been doing a lot in the past few months, and we plan to do even more as the future grows closer. However, there is a great filter approaching the future of humanity. And that filter is 2 things. Distrust and dishonesty. We do not trust our fellow humans. And simple fact is what will halt all progression in the state of evolution and exploration. Excuse me, but what are you talking about? One man in black asked. I'm talking about the no-mage. And their lack of knowledge. True knowledge. While they grasp things that most if not all wizards will never hear of, they don't understand the single fundamental mystery to the universe. The factor that isn't included. The part of the equation that can't be solved. Magic. They understand that a strange force exists beyond their comprehension, but they don't know it's magic. I've been studying science, space, and magic for many years. I'm a hybrid of the 2 communities. And you have seen what great things I can do with both tools provided to me. But the no-mage and magical communities only have their tools. They aren't sharing, Harry explained. Are you proposing we break the laws of the statute? One woman asked. No, we don't break laws. We make them. So I propose we share our tools. I propose that we repeal the statute of secrecy in Britain. We start working with the no-maj instead of against them. We help each other, strengthen one another, and when we're the strongest nation, we can go to the ICW and convince them that it works. That the no-maj and magicals can work together for a common goal. This is outrageous, one man shouted, with many others murmuring their agreement. Is it? Harry exclaimed. With the help of magic, I've created many sciences that even the no-maj would never dream of. I've built ships capable of reaching the moon. I've created medicines capable of curing viral diseases. I've developed new methods of protecting this planet with the use of particle manipulation. Things that are only possible with magic. The things I've done couldn't be done by the no-maj without another few hundreds of years of evolution. But with magic, I made the leap. I hopped over the filter and made it work. I'm proposing that we leap over this great filter that is the statute of secrecy. I'm proposing that we end hundreds of years of secrecy, segregation, fear, and hate. I propose that we stand beside our fellow humans and fight alongside them in our journey. We join them. We join them in their journeys through evolution and the stars. Imagine, hundreds of years from now, the sky is filled with stars. Each one holds planets with humans on them. Humans that share both no-maj and magical cultures, living peacefully among each other for as far as the eye can see. That is what I see. Humanity ruling the known galaxy. With no prejudice, no secrets. The two communities working together to spread out and make this galaxy our home. Doesn't that future sound great? Asked Harry. Many people seemed to think so. There were nods and approving whispers, though some on the other side of the court still seemed resistant. The dark faction, Harry continued, but it isn't just fantasy. It's happening. With my help, the American government is already developing starships capable of reaching Mars. In less than a decade, humanity will have a settlement there. And then Venus, Mercury, the asteroid moons, and then out to the larger planets beyond. It's already happening, and the wizarding world is being left behind in the era of candlesticks and quills. This seemed to hit them. News that the Muggles were already beginning to reach for the stars was unbelievable. They had heard of the space races in the 60s, but those had ended and no one returned to the moon. The magical community assumed humanity would remain on Earth forever. Harry sighed. We're stuck in the 18th century. And while we remain stuck, the no-maj is progressing further and further at lightning-fast speeds. I'm not proposing we be afraid of their progression or that we should stop them. No, I'm proposing that we ask for assistance and offer our help. They help bring us out of the 18th century, and we help them. Both communities are propelled into the future. To the stars, that was his goal. The stars. Silence permeated throughout the courtroom. Everyone seemed to be taking in his words as if they were hearing them from the ICW itself. Their attention was focused purely on the proposal. There were no wandering gazes or distant expressions. Everyone was paying attention. After a few minutes of the continued silence, the courtroom was shocked when Tiberius Knott himself got to his feet. I second this proposal. Harry raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected that. Dumbledore smiled, clapping his hands together as he gathered a paper handed to him by a very pale Percy Weasley. Very well. We will vote on the proposal offered by Lord Potter, Barrow Peverell regarding the repeal of the statute secrecy within Britain. All those that approve, say aye. A chorus of ayes echoed throughout the classroom. Harry was perceptive. He counted 47 voices. Enough for a 3/4 split. Even a 2/3 split. Harry had won. And all those who oppose, say nay. A smaller group of the dark faction spoke at once. Dumbledore smiled, nodding as he turned to whisper into Percy's ear. The pale boy nodded and scribbled something down on a piece of parchment, which he then handed to Dumbledore. Chief Warlock let out a light cough and examined the paper. On a vote of 47 to 13, the vote has passed. There were many different reactions to this. Many Ho agreed with the repeal of the statute let out sighs of relief. Those who weren't sure let out undecisive coughs. And those who disagreed were eager to shout their beliefs. Dumbledore was quick to quiet them. The repeal will be done cautiously and slowly, with the approval of the ICW. And it will not go into effect until September 1st. It would be a shame if our youngest generation decided to say their newfound freedom to act mischievous. Wouldn't you agree, Lord Potter? Wholeheartedly, Harry answered. Very well. All those in favor of instating the repeal on September 1st, only after obtaining approval from the ICW. Dumbledore asked. 49 ayes, and 11 nays. The vote was passed. Now all Harry had to do was get into the ICW meeting in June and convince them to repeal the statute. Something that would prove significantly more difficult than this meeting. The ICW was filled with aged wizards and witches with their own deep and long-running beliefs. Convincing them would be difficult even with Dumbledore backing him. But a plus side came from the meeting besides the passing vote. Harry had access to the Knot Vaults. Harry had had a busy day on May 27th. In the afternoon he had succeeded in passing a vote to eventually repeal the Statute of Secrecy. And in the evening he was saving Barty Crouch Sr.'s life and exploring the Knot and Crouch Vaults. Hufflepuff's cup was in neither of them, meaning it was in either the Malfoy or Lestrange vaults. Luckily for him, Lucius wasn't very protective of his belongings. So Harry found himself in Malfoy Manor late in the night, casually entering Lucius' office where he knew the vault keys would be located. He searched every nook and cranny, sending shadows into cabinets and drawers. After searching the entire office, Harry was almost ready to give up his search and go home. And then a jingling of keys caught his attention. He turned at once, facing the doorway to find Narcissa Malfoy. She had her back to the doorframe, leaning back as she examined the set of keys in her hands. She was exactly as he remembered. Straight blonde hair with streaks of black, and a very nice figure hidden behind a large black dress. She was quite nice to look at. But Harry wasn't interested in her. He was interested in what was in her hands. Looking for these? She asked, swinging the keys in one hand while the other twirled her wand. She wasn't watching him. Only the keys. I am, he answered simply. And may I ask why? I suspect a very dangerous item is within your vault. I wish to retrieve and destroy it before it harms others, Harry explained. There are many objects in our vault that fit that description. You'll have to be more specific before I throw you out, Narcissa threatened. A Horcrux. I believe a Horcrux might be within your vault. Narcissa's breathing kicked up a notch, and she turned to face him at last. Her hands dropped to her side and she stared. A Horcrux, she whispered. For Voldemort, yes. Impossible. Not in our vaults. I wouldn't say impossible. Your husband carried another with him for years, Harry said. Narcissa's eyes went blank for a moment, and then a deep scowl passed over her features. The book, diary, Harry clarified. It was a Horcrux, she asked. Indeed. I destroyed it and 4 others. There are 2 more. The 7th is in Voldemort's possession. The 6th, is either in the Lestrange or Malfoy vaults. If I can destroy them all before he returns, he'll be mortal. I can kill him, Harry explained. Can you do it? Kill him? Definitely. How soon? Harry raised an eyebrow. Within the next year. Why? My husband is a fool for bringing such an item into this house. I am tempted to pack my things and depart with Draco. Leave him here to think about his mistakes, Narcissa explained. The Malfoys have been trapped in the clutches of the dark for many centuries. I do not wish for Draco to be sucked into the same void that his father has been taken by. I wish to save my son. What exactly are you saying, Narcissa? Harry asked, being as forward as possible. Narcissa rushed forward, dropping her wand and the keys on Lucius' desk as she grabbed Harry's shoulders. He tried not to pull back at her touch, but she held him still. Her breath was shaky and her hands were hot. But she spoke. I'm asking for protection, Harry Potter. I've seen your power. I know you can protect my son and me. And I can make it worth your while. I am not an old witch. And I am sure I can convince Draco to pass ownership of the estate to you after his father dies, Harry finished. Yes, Narcissa trailed off. Harry shook his head. I'm not looking for another partner, Narcissa. Daphne Greengrass and I are together, and we hold a soul bond. But if you help me track down and eliminate this last Horcrux, then I will offer you and Draco protection from Voldemort and his followers. Narcissa seemed ready to jump in joy. But was soon stilled again by Harry, who grabbed the vault key off of the desk. He passed Narcissa her wand and held out his hand. Picture the vault in your mind. Picture it clearly, and take my hand. She did so, reaching out for his hand. And in an explosion of black mist, the two were displaced directly in front of the Malfoy vault, right in front of the keyhole leading inside. After inserting the key and turning it, Harry and Narcissa entered the Malfoy vaults. Harry examined the massive vault, acknowledging the entire warehouse worth of galleons piled up on the right side. He took one look at the left side and frowned. There were a lot of artifacts. Even if Harry deployed shadows to catalog everything, the two of them would be here for a while. Narcissa seemed to agree. She rolled up her sleeves and marched towards the artifacts. Leaving Harry behind, he sighed, and after sending out several shadows to begin cataloging, he too joined her in the search. 5 hours later, it was an hour from dawn, Harry and Narcissa hadn't found the cup. There was no trace of a dark soul in Harry's soul sight, and they couldn't find anything by hand or in the artifacts catalog in the corner of the room. They were stumped, and resting in the other corner where a bench sat, Harry was thinking to himself, and Narcissa looked ready to pass out. But she seemed determined to stay awake and spoke. "Your soul bonded to Daphne Greengrass." Harry nodded, thinking about Daphne. She probably wasn't worried about him being gone for so long. She understood that he was busy. "A true bond. Something about lover bonds," Harry answered. "True bond. Those are very rare," Narcissa commented. Griphook thought so, Harry agreed. When the silence became too unbearable, Harry got to his feet, dragging Narcissa him as the two left the vault behind. They closed the door and headed for the vault not far down labeled, Lestrange. Harry couldn't be bothered to seek out either Rodolphus or Bellatrix Lestrange in Azkaban. He would do that when he got Sirius out. Right now, he only cared about getting the 6th Horcrux and destroying it. So he displaced himself and Narcissa into the Lestrange vault, and he spotted it right away. Hufflepuff's cup was resting on the very top of a high shelf stretching up to the vault's ceiling. "That's it?" Narcissa asked, motioning up to the cup. "Yep," Harry replied, with the flick of his wrist. The Horcrux flew off of its position on the shelf and landed directly into his waiting hand. Not one to waste time, Harry closed his eyes and examined the cup. Sure enough, the fragment of Voldemort's soul was there, clinging to the artifact for dear life. Harry concentrated, pushing his soul into Hufflepuff's cup. The fragment fought back, trying its best to push Harry away to no avail. Without much effort, Harry was able to suck the fragment in, crushing it into dust that was then assimilated into Harry's soul. It was gone. Harry opened his eyes and placed the cup into his bag. He turned to Narcissa, who was watching him intently. "It's done. Just like that?" Narcissa asked. "Open. I, Lord Harry James Potter Barrow Peverell, hereby enter Narcissa Malfoy nay. Black and Draco Lucius Malfoy into the protection of House Potter. So mote it be." With another flick of the wrist, golden light spread throughout the room. It went from the tip of Harry's staff to Narcissa's left shoulder, while another tendril of light went out of the room, no doubt going towards Draco at Hogwarts. The light touched her shoulder, and at once the Potter crest was sewn right into the left shoulder of her dress. It had worked. As Harry moved to fall asleep, another flash of light spread through the room, and Harry was forced to look up. He was expecting a person to be standing on the desk, but instead, it was only a ring. A silver ring that was spiraling around in the air without any kind of destination. Narcissa seemed shocked. "It can't be. It's too soon. I wouldn't have thought." She droned off, getting to her feet as she grabbed the ring from the air. After rounding the table, Narcissa leaned back onto the desk in front of Harry. She showed him the ring. It had the Malfoy crest on it. "The Malfoy Lordship ring," Harry commented. "It's yours." "Whoa, what? Mine. Yours. You entered the vault without opposition. You confronted Lucius in the courtroom. And you just adopted my family into the protection of your own. It is a rare kind of magic, but it happens from time to time," Narcissa explained. Before Harry could reject, Narcissa had grabbed his hand and placed the Malfoy ring on his left pointer finger. He now had 5 house rings. 3 Potter rings on his right pointer, middle, and ring fingers. The Barrows ring on his left middle finger. And now he had the Malfoy ring on his left pointer finger. He would need to get some sort of chain to wear them around his neck or something. You claimed the title from my ex-husband. It's yours now, Narcissa added. Wait, ex-husband? Harry asked. Then he paled. Oh shit. She confirmed his suspicions. When I was young, my parents entered me into a marriage contract with the next heir of House Malfoy. At the time, it had been Lucius. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Soul's Point. May 29, 1985. Harry Potter was breathing heavily. He had been overexerting himself quite a lot in the past 2 days. Spending all of his time awake with his apparent new wife Narcissa Malfoy. And when he wasn't busy showing her a good time in her and Lucius' old chambers, he was either asleep or he was watching her. She was a beautiful woman, and Harry would be a fool not to recognize it. But over the past 2 days, she had gotten more beautiful. Her hair had gone from black with white stands around the sides to pure blonde. The faint wrinkles that had been developing on her forehead, cheeks, and neck had mysteriously disappeared, being replaced by smooth skin. It was almost as if she was reversing in age. He would have to find a picture of her in her 20s or 30s. Harry was caught blindsided. He had assumed he would have to come clean. That she would be furious with him. But she knew that he and Narcissa had done a lot of things together. But she didn't seem angry. She seemed bored, as if the thought of having this conversation was a waste of time. Daphne produced a small parchment from the back of her book and showed it off to Harry. He read it. It was a document stating that his claiming the position of Lord Malfoy had become official. Daphne sighed. I'm not an idiot, you know. I know about the Black Malfoy contracts and what it means for you to become Lord Malfoy. She still didn't seem angry. Not even passive-aggressive. Harry was only growing more concerned by her lack of emotions. Daphne continued. And I felt it. The two of you. Through the bond. It was fascinating. Fascinating. Harry questioned. She had felt him and Narcissa through the bond. How did that work? I'm very confused. You're not angry? Harry asked. Angry? Why would I be angry? Because I cheated on you. It stung to say those words. He felt a pattern rising. Harry had cheated on Claire with the Dimitrescu girls. And now he had cheated on Daphne. Yet he never got to see Claire's reaction. But Daphne's was interesting enough. She wasn't angry. She wasn't anything. She seemed more supportive than anything. Daphne left out an annoyed huff, slamming her book down onto the bed as she turned to face him. Now she seemed angry. If you had cheated on me, I would be expelling your heart from your chest. But you didn't. I was aware of what was happening, and you didn't hear me knocking down the wards of Malfoy Manor, did you? As far as I'm concerned, you can do as you please with whoever you want. As long as you can spare some time for me. And vice versa, Daphne explained. Elle's relationship with Mike, the newfound love the two teenagers felt for each other, was too great to be put aside by things like training, chores, and common courtesy. Elle was becoming more aggressive and disapproving of the rules placed on her. She had Mike over at the Hopper cabin until 9 p.m. most nights, with the two doing nothing but making out for almost the entire day. It was kind of unsettling to listen to. He was disappointed. Elle had promised to keep up with her lessons while he was busy at Hogwarts. But in her haste to be with Mike, it seemed she had gone against her own saying, "Friends done lie." Harry would need to visit more often. He needed to get Elle back on track, if she ever wanted to control her powers. So that was Harry's plan. Finish the tournament, kill Voldemort, practice soul manipulation with the Hive Queen, and continue his lessons with 11. Simple. June 3, 1984. 3 weeks until the third task. And Harry wasn't stressed. He was completely prepared for anything that might be thrown his way. So he decided to channel that confidence into the art of teaching. He had taught a lot of children in his last year at Hogwarts, and he had been given a mountain load of information by Umbrella that was ready to be handed out. Only he didn't want to teach actual school. No, that would be too awkward. Instead, Harry channeled his confidence into teaching the young Jane Ives. 11. Elle for short. He had planned out the next 2 weeks perfectly. He would stay in Hawkins to train with 11 until July 21 when he would return to Hogwarts for the third task on the 24th. So Harry entered Hopper's cabin defiantly, carrying a small bag with him. Hopper was sitting in his recliner chair, looking as if he was contemplating suicide. The door that led into Elle's room was cracked about 3 inches, and music was playing. Harry frowned. There were 3 people in the house. Harry sneered in anger. He had chosen to come early on a Monday to catch 11 away from Mike. But here the boy was probably having snuck out of school to be here. And PPER seemed so out of it that he didn't realize it. Harry carefully stepped up to Hopper, pulling out an uncapped potion that he handed to the man. "Harry," he asked, half dazed. "Yeah, it's me. I brought you this. Drink up." Harry patted the man on the shoulder and left him to drink the disgusting anti-hangover potion in peace. As Harry stepped up to 11's door, he heard Hopper's faint coughs of disgust from the recliner nearby. Harry smiled. Hopper had a much better reaction compared to Harry's first time drinking that potion. Harry raised his hand to knock on 11's door but was surprised when it swung open on its own. And before he could react, Harry was pulled into a bear hug by Elle herself. "You came back," she spoke, her face in his chest. "Of course. I had to. 11 asked, pulling away. Harry gave her a firm nod, stepping past her as he entered 11's room. Mike was awkwardly sitting on her bed, trying his best not to wipe at his lips, which still probably had 11 all over them. Harry tried not to throw up as he turned his attention to 11, completely ignoring Mike. Her attention was on him. "I came back to do 3 things. All 3 of which concern you," he started. 11 nodded, indicating that she was listening. "Firstly, I have a mission I would like for you to accompany me on. It will be dangerous, but I think it will be a good learning experience. Secondly, I came back to begin my lessons in controlling the human soul. I assumed you would be interested in seeing if you could learn as well." "Definitely," 11 replied enthusiastically. "Great. And thirdly, I came back to discuss how you broke your promise to continue training in my absence," Harry finished. 11's eyes widened comically. Harry smiled. He motioned to Mike. "I'm aware that you would rather spend your time on other things." 11 looked away, visibly trying to hide her blush. "But you must know that continuing your training is necessary if you want to learn to control your powers. Without control, you are powerless, and I don't want you to be powerless. Not with me being gone a lot of the time," Harry explained. "Why does she need to train?" "The Mind Flayer's dead," Mike spoke up. "The Mind Flayer isn't the only threat out there. Voldemort is still alive in a deformed body waiting to be revived. There are mass armies of magical creatures waiting to strike at any moment. There are large magical and non-magical conflicts occurring around the world. And we can't forget about extraterrestrial life. If I'm going to be entering the field of battle, I want someone I can trust watching my back. And I can't trust someone who doesn't have control over their abilities," Harry explained. 11 seemed ready to object but stopped herself. She then gave him a firm nod, mimicking the way Harry had done it moments before. "Glad you agree. Now, as for our mission, I would like for us to be alone." Harry turned to Mike. "What? No, I'm not leaving you 2 alone," Mike refused. Harry raised an eyebrow. "Why is that?" Because I want to come too," Mike said. "Well, too bad." Harry snapped his fingers and Mike disappeared in a mist of black. 11 gasped, turning to glare at Harry as a smirk took over his features. "This is too dangerous for anyone non-powered. He would have been a liability," Harry defended. 11 still seemed angry and annoyed, but Harry decided to move on. "You're not a child anymore. You're getting old, experiencing older things, and with that new revelation comes responsibilities. You have certain responsibilities asked of you that you're expected to carry out so that those who rely on you can carry out their responsibilities. An endless cycle," Harry explained. "I have responsibilities with my powers, my company, and my role in the government. You have responsibilities with your powers, your training, and ensuring that your home is a non-hostile environment. But we both share a common responsibility, to protect the world around us." Harry spoke. "Voldemort is set to come back in 3 weeks. And the only 2 things keeping me from killing him are a ring and a snake. The snake will hopefully be easy to handle. But the ring is hidden in the depths of a forest within a shack behind a mound of wards and protective curses. Normally I would just fiendfire the entire shack to smithereens. But the ring, It contains an artifact that belongs to me. I need it for my research, and it would be a lot easier to retrieve it if you came along." While 11 still seemed annoyed, she relented, nodding. "Great. Get ready and we'll leave." Harry and 11 appeared within the forest not far from the Riddle Manor and Little Hangleton Cemetery. Harry hadn't been in the cemetery since that night. He couldn't bear to return until it was time. So he gently placed a hand on Elle's back, guiding her away from the cemetery and into the forest. There, they were met with the small gaunt shack Harry had seen in Bob Ogden's memory. It was completely different now. Half of the building seemed to have been set on fire, while the other appeared to have aged 1,000 years. The brick that was left to form the walls of the home was brown and covered in overgrown vines. The only normal part of the whole structure was the wooden door, which hadn't been burned and still contained the decomposed snake nailed to the door. But even with the state of the shack, they could not enter. The wards kept them out. 11 pressed her hand against the invisible wall of magic, frowning deeply. "How do we get in?" "Grab my shoulder," Harry spoke. Motioning to his left, 11 didn't reply and merely placed her hand as instructed. Harry continued, "I brought you here because according to Dumbledore, warding was one of Voldemort's specialties. Meaning that these would be quite strong. And they are. I could take these down in an hour or two, but that would drain me completely." "So," 11 asked, "so, if I were to be completely drained, and an army of Death Eaters showed up, you would be dead or worse, their toy. And no offense, but since you stopped training, my trust in your combat abilities has decreased. So together, we're both going to tear down these wards. By the end, we'll feel tired but not drained. Makes it easier on the knees, too," Harry explained. And without warning he started, pushing his magic on the wards while grabbing from 11's massive supply of upside-down energy. She gasped, stumbling backward only to find her hand stuck to his shoulder. "Sticking charm. This would be a lot easier if you gave me your power and didn't fight back," Harry ground through his teeth. "I don't know how," 11 shouted. "Feel it. You feel me pulling, right? Yes. Then find what I'm pulling, and willingly give some to me." "Not all of it, only a small portion. I'm not planning on adding your powers to my arsenal." 11 closed her eyes, no doubt trying her best to find what it was he was grabbing. And then her eyes shot open and she gasped again, this time stumbling forward. It seemed she did it. Harry let go of his grip, allowing her to willingly give him her power just as he had the night they closed the gate. Harry took a deep breath, smiling despite the strain. "See, much easier this way." 11 nodded in agreement, taking her own deep breath as the two began to push against the wards surrounding the gaunt shack. Within an hour the wards were down, leaving Harry and 11 free rein to enter the shack unharmed. Harry examined what was left of the little shack, and discovered that only one thing remained. A burnt desk. It was the only thing that remained, as if someone had pulled everything out. Yet no one had been here since Voldemort, and Harry doubted that the man took time to clean around. So he took a step closer and immediately felt it. The pull, the call, a silent scream for him to find it. The ring. But he was quick. Before it could take him completely, Harry closed his eyes and thought of the endless world he had created. The pure utopia, what he hoped to see when he opened his eyes in the future. A perfect world. Scream. It was loud. The silent scream had been just that, silent. This was different. Harry's eyes shot open, and he wanted to close them. 11 was standing by the desk, its only drawer open. The ring containing the resurrection stone was in her hand. Her hand. Elle's fingers had begun to turn pitch black, and her pinky. It had fallen off. Harry remembered the words told to him by Dumbledore. "Be very careful, Harry." Tom was a very cautious young man. Any protective charms and curses placed around the shack will no doubt be doubled upon the ring itself. It was one of the most important ones. A family heirloom, and the vessel of the resurrection stone. Be very careful. Harry's eyes widened and he ran forward, smacking her wrist. She screamed again but dropped the ring onto the table. 11 cried out, "CL," touching her wrist as she fell back into his arms crying. Harry himself was speechless. He was too busy to apologize or cry with her. He was examining the curse that was beginning to slowly creep up her wrist. It was slow, but it looked as if every second passed made it worse. Harry tried a lot of things over the next 5 minutes. He tried attacking the curse with his soul. He tried pushing magic at it. He even tried pulling it into him. But nothing worked. It was clinging to 11, intent on killing her. Harry didn't know what to do. "We need Dumbledore," Harry spoke. He'll know what to do." So he left the ring. Left it behind as he carried 11 outside of the broken-down wards. And then he disappeared in a crack, reappearing in Dumbledore's office with his arm around 11's waist. The old man was startled but recovered quickly when he saw 11. "What happened? Did she touch it?" Yes. I've tried everything, Professor. I tried everything. It won't go away," Harry explained, sweating profusely. He was panicking. The right side of her hand was completely black, only her pointer finger and thumb remaining free of the curse. And even then, it was beginning to spread to her pointer finger. It hadn't gone past her elbow yet. She was sweating, mumbling under her breath. It was like a fever. Her body was trying to fight off the infection. And it seemed to work a bit. The rate of the darkening slowed and came to a very slow crawl. Good. She was fighting it, buying them time to figure out what to do. Snape arrived. Harry spoke first. "Professor, the ring. It had a curse attached that infects the wearer. She's dying. I need help." Snape examined 11 for a moment, gauging just how bad the curse was. He sighed. "This girl is lucky that she possesses abilities such as our own. A normal muggle would have been killed instantly by the curse. However, seeing as she possesses no magic, the infection is spreading much quicker than it would within a witch. Why 3 of us?" Snape motioned between himself, Harry, and Dumbledore. "The curse would take anywhere from, say, 9 months to a year to spread. For her, I would say, anywhere from a month to 4. Harry slunk down into a seat. 11 fell onto his lap as he tried to think. It was progressively more difficult. Snape pulled 11 off of him, laying her down on the table as he began to run Gnostic spells to try to find a way to remove it or stop the curse from spreading. Harry felt a heavyweight pull on his chest. It was all his fault. All his fault. All his fault. All my fault. I should have been more careful. More cautious. More vigilant. Harry was sweating profusely now, his shirt wet. He couldn't breathe. He felt like he was going to have a panic attack. This wasn't supposed to happen. It was supposed to go well. Without much problems. All he had to do was get the ring, destroy the Horcrux, and keep the resurrection stone. Simple as that. Simple. Harry, you cannot blame yourself. Dumbledore spoke, resting his hand on Harry's shoulder. Harry shot to his feet, pulling away from the older man. "It is my fault. I should have been more careful. All my fault. All my fault. All my fault," Harry whispered. His eyes fell on 11, who seemed ready to pass out. Harry wanted to pass out. In all the stressful situations he'd ever had in his life, he wasn't prepared for this. This felt awful. She was going to die because of him. She would be gone from the world because he wasn't careful. Careful, cautious, vigilant. Careful, cautious, vigilant. Careful, cautious, vigilant, Harry whispered. He repeated the words, trying to calm himself down. But nothing worked. "Potter!" Snape shouted. Harry snapped back at once, turning to the professor. "What?" he shouted back. "The ring. Were you successful in retrieving it?" Dumbledore asked. Harry stared at the old man. That was what he was worried about. 11 was dying and Dumbledore could only think about the stupid ring. Harry turned from the old man and moved to stand at Elle's side. He took her hand in his, gently placing his other hand on her forehead. "Don't worry, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to destroy that ring. I'm going to go to the Hive Queen. She'll have answers. She understands the soul better than anyone. If someone can help me fix you, it's her," Harry explained. The weight only increased in his chest. He wanted to scream, but he restrained himself, taking a deep breath. "I'll call Hopper, and Joyce, and Mike too. I'm sorry about kicking him out the way I did. Harry couldn't speak anymore. He bent down and placed a kiss on her burning forehead, and disappeared in a cloud of mist, leaving Dumbledore and Snape to carry 11 to the hospital wing. There, Madame Pomfrey would be able to help. Nancy Wheeler sat in her bed at home, carefully looking over a postcard sent to her by Jonathan. He hadn't gone anywhere but had decided to send her a postcard anyway. One with a poem written on the back. It was sweet. She had read it almost 10 times and now held it against her chest as she looked up at the ceiling. She was thinking of him. His smile, his hair, his jacket, how kind he was, his passion in the art of photography. She loved him, and while she certainly wouldn't tell him that in fear of complete embarrassment, Nancy felt he was justified to tell the simple fact to herself. And so she did almost every night. She silently told herself that she loved him, so she would never forget. Nancy, she screamed in surprise, SPR. Inging up from her lying position to find Harry in her room. Harry Potter, in her room. How did you get in my room? Nancy asked, but then she watched him. He was sweating so much that she thought for a second someone had poured water on him. And his face. He was so distraught yet concentrated that Nancy knew something had happened. Was it Voldemort? Had he returned early? Or had something happened to his girlfriend Daphne? What happened? She asked, taking one of his hands as she guided him to sit on the bed. She would have to wash the sheets later though, seeing as he was sweating everywhere. It's 11. You slept with 11. Did Mike find out? Nancy asked, beginning to panic. Mike was so deeply in love with 11 that if anything like that happened, he would probably die of pure sadness. And it didn't help that Mike was more than a little jealous of Harry and 11's friendship. What? No, Harry exclaimed, annoyed. We went to the shack. To get the Horcrux. She touched it. So she's dying. Harry shouted. He was clearly out of breath, and not at all angry with her. He was projecting. Nancy's breath hitched at those words. Dying. As in, completely dead. No, she had lost both Harry and 11 at least once before, Harry twice. 11 couldn't die for real. No, if 11 cheating would kill Mike of sadness, then her dying might lead to Mike killing himself. Harry continued. The ring. It had a curse. It draws people in to touch it and kills anyone that does. I was using my occlumency. Trying to kill the temptations. In the second I wasn't looking. She'd grabbed it. I didn't even think. I knew her occlumency shields weren't up to speed. I knew. And I wasn't. He droned off, mumbling words to himself. She only caught a couple. Careful, cautious, vigilant. Harry, it's not. It was my fault. He was shouting again. Yet no one was coming to investigate. Then she remembered. Magic. Nancy assumed there was. A spell to keep people from hearing your conversations. I was supposed to protect her. It was my job to protect her. I failed, he whispered. Nancy was becoming increasingly worried. Harry wasn't talking like himself. The logical and fearless boy she had met wasn't in front of her. This older boy was frightened. Guilt-ridden. He was mumbling, coming across as somewhat crazy. Nancy wanted to reach out. To offer help. But what could she do? She wasn't magical. She didn't have powers like Harry and Elle. She was just normal. A normal girl surrounded by strange children and irresponsible adults. You need to help me, Harry whispered. How? I trust you, Nancy, Harry answered, grabbing her hands in his. She didn't resist and gripped his hands tighter. You understand me, more than any of the others. Even Hopper and Elle. That understanding. That respect that we have for each other. I need that right now. I need the connection. For what? Nancy asked, confused but determined. To reach her. The Hive Queen. She's out there. But I can't feel her like I can with you, Elle, or Daphne. If I wanted, I could track any of you through the connection. I can see and feel the links. But I can barely see hers. I can never feel it. I need to feel it. To feel her. To see her. To be with her. I need your help, Harry explained. His grip on her hands had loosened, as if ready for rejection. But Nancy was prepared to help him. What do I do? How do I help? Close your eyes. Imagine me. Try to picture me as clearly as you can, Harry instructed. Nancy nodded. CL. Opening her eyes as she tried to picture Harry. She thought of him the day he had slain those dragons, picturing him as he flew high above Hogwarts. It was beautiful to watch how easily he flew. She felt envious of his ability to do that. Now, Picture the two of us. Doing anything together. Watching movies. Playing a game. Anything. We're happy. We're together. We're stronger together than we are apart, he continued. Nancy did so. She pictured the two of them together at a park. They played games together. Saw a movie. They played go-karts. Ate ice cream on a bench. They laughed. They smiled together. And when they parted ways they were still happy, but not as happy. They were happier together. Keep thinking. It's working, Harry whispered. Nancy continued. She pictured the two of them doing everything that Hawkins offered. Roller skating, biking, drag racing, arcades, the movies, the small mall south of town. She pictured the two of them doing everything. And then she began to feel it. A small breeze in the air. It hit her spine, and Nancy couldn't help but shiver. She opened her eyes and gasped. A ring of yellow light had surrounded the two of them and was radiating around them. Harry's skin was covered in a yellow mist, and so was Nancy's. It was beautiful. It was magic. What is this? Nancy asked. A bond. A magical bond. Formed between us, Harry answered. Magical bond. Like yours and Daphne's. There are many types of bond. One's like Daphne and I's. But there are others. Ours is a bond of pure friendship. Your thoughts were pure. We love each other like brother and sister, Harry explained. Nancy grinned and leaned forward to pull Harry into a hug. He was no longer sweating. He was completely clean. Harry returned the hug, wrapping his arms around her waist as he smiled. After a minute, he whispered into her ear. I love you, Nancy. Thank you, and with that, he disappeared. Nancy fell forward, catching herself on her bed. When she sat up, she realized her door was open. Both Mike and Jonathan were standing there. Jonathan looked hurt and Mike was confused, but Nancy couldn't help but not smile. She had another brother. Chapter 24. A.N. Despite the next chapter being named Explanations, there are a lot of things that have yet to be discovered or explained regarding a lot of things going on in the story. A lot of these things will be clarified as time moves forward. As for the latest review, I skipped the second task for a specific reason. It had no reason to be here. I didn't want to waste time on something that wouldn't affect the story, and so I skipped it. The hearing was cancelled due to Harry's intervention during the first task, and replaced by the Wizengamot meeting in Chapter 22. That arc will close in Chapter 26 and 27. As for Harry's relationship with Hermione, I didn't feel like it was necessary to stay with that for too long given the direction of the story I'm going. This story will be shifting drastically with a time jump in Chapter 27, so relationships aren't my main focus. And in regards to Harry's shifting nerfed status, I've gone into a few explanations in early chapters to explain that. But I'll make sure to go into more detail in the future. Chapter 24, Soul's Point. 2. May 29, 1985. He loves you. Jonathan Byers was very upset. He had come to visit his girlfriend of 6 months and walked in to find her and another guy hugging. Normally, Jonathan would have thought nothing of it, but then the other guy, who happened to be Harry Potter, said, I love you, and proceeded to disappear. Jonathan didn't know exactly what to think. He knew Nancy and Harry were close. That much was apparent by how they interacted. But this was too much. He wanted to explode at her, to demand answers. She had to pick someone. Nancy had juggled around Jonathan and Steve once before. He didn't want to throw Harry Potter into the equation either. He needed to hear an explanation now. Yeah, Nancy replied, smiling brightly. And you love him? Jonathan asked. Yes, she replied again. Jonathan felt numb. He felt hollow suddenly. He wanted to hold on to something to keep from falling. Better yet, he wanted to hold on to something so he wouldn't rip Harry Potter's face off. No, that wasn't right. Why was he thinking so violent? That wasn't him. No, he loved Nancy. And if Nancy was in love with Harry Potter then Jonathan, he would have to accept that. Just like how Steve accepted Jonathan and Nancy's relationship. Swallowing the lump that had developed in his throat, Jonathan took a deep breath. Fine, if you're happy with him, then I won't get in the way. Nancy frowned. Why was she frowning? And then she burst into laughter. What was so funny about this? She was ending their relationship and he was willing to step aside only for her to laugh at him. She got up from the bed, walking towards him. And then she kissed him. Rap. Her arms around his neck and kissed him. Jonathan was extremely confused. He pulled away. Nancy spoke first. We don't love each other like that, idiot. We loved each other like siblings. He's my brother. He loves me like a sister. She explained. Jonathan's expression changed from confusion to a deep frown. What? Oh, but you're my sister, Mike pointed out. I am. In blood. I also love him like he's my brother. I can have two brothers, Nancy defended. No you. Mike seemed flustered, and he was turning red. He turned and stormed away, clearly angry. Nancy sighed. No doubt he was. Adding this is another reason to be jealous of Harry. She didn't mind. Harry had more important things right now to worry about, like Elle dying. Nancy wouldn't tell anyone. If anyone found out, they would freak. And things were beginning to return to normal. She didn't want to risk all of the progress anyone had made by telling people that 11 would be dead soon. She hoped Harry would figure out a way to save her. Nancy liked 11 and loved Mike despite his particular personality and attitude. And Mike loved 11. Who knows what would happen? Nancy sure didn't. But she had faith in Harry and his love for 11. He would probably die before letting her do it first. It was in his nature. Formic homeworld. Harry Potter couldn't breathe, not because of the panic attack he had been having minutes before. Now he couldn't breathe because the planet he was on barely had an atmosphere. He summoned a shadow from Earth, one that he placed around his head. It kept funneling oxygen in, allowing him to breathe. It also appeared transparent on both sides, meaning he could see out and anyone else could see in, but he didn't want to see. He closed his eyes. The bond. It was there. The others were too but were nearly invisible. The bonds with Daphne and Nancy were brightest. The same was true for the one with Narcissa. But the others were nearly invisible. They were connections, too weak to become bonds of love or friendship. But the bond with the Hive Queen was almost as bright as the one he shared with Nancy. It was bright yellow, signifying a familial love. She had strengthened it alongside him. While Harry had used the bond between himself and Nancy to find the Hive Queen, she must have strengthened her side of the bond, making it easier to reach her. Yet he wasn't sure how he had found her. He had just followed the connection, going through it until he found her. And he still wasn't with her. He was on the surface of a planet populated by aliens, and yet there wasn't anyone in sight. None of the Formics had come out in a while. We are here, the Hive Queen spoke. Her voice was clear in his head. Clearer than it had ever been before. She wasn't using images. She was speaking clear English. He was amazed. Follow the bond. It will lead you to me. Harry listened, closing his eyes as he began to follow the bond. It led him past several Formic shapes. Empty shells that he knew were buildings. And then it led him into what seemed like a tunnel system. He resisted the urge to open his eyes or attack when he felt things brush past him. He felt hair touch his skin. He saw them. Souls. But they were all the same. A light gold color. They were shaped like a box, held together by a transparent aura. But he could see it. It was still there, keeping the souls locked in. Harry frowned, but kept walking through the tunnels. He reached a clearing. No light hit his eyes. So when he opened him he could hardly see anything. But she was there. He knew it. One of them anyway. There were thousands of Hive Queens. But this was the one he had bonded with. Her soul among thousands looked the same. He could see her golden soul. She was with him. And then he heard it. A low rattling and a thrill of joy. And then a figure stepped out of the shadows. Her head first. Then her torso. Her 4 arms. And then her 8 legs. Her abdomen was also large, so while she was only 3 meters tall, she was roughly 5 meters long. She had large compound eyes, and what looked like reddish-brown skin. And she had wings, but those had hardened and were now unusable. She was beautiful. Hive Queen, Harry spoke. I need your help. You unlock instantaneous travel to request my help. Something you could have done from your home. I need you to teach me. Teach me how to fully manipulate the soul. I need to save my friend. I know very little on the subject. There is not much I can teach you. Teach me anyway. Anything can help, Harry replied. Very well. I will assist you in your trouble, the Hive Queen thrilled. August 2, 1985. The Hive Queen taught him everything she knew. She taught him how to reach the outside without losing his body. She taught him how to call unused souls from the outside, and how to willingly bring them back inside without assimilating them into yourself. She taught him how to create the soul. The soul was an Iowa or an intelligent phylote, and a phylote was the building block of all matter, the missing piece beneath the atom. The phylotes connected everything. Each phylote connected to every other phylote, creating an indestructible line between the two. She explained that despite the two methods of instantaneous travel he had already discovered, the Hive Queen hypothesized that perhaps the information could travel through the phylotic connection. Maybe even people. She thought this because of how Harry described how he saw souls and the connections between them. The Hive Queen explained that he was seeing Iowas and the phylotic connection between them twined together through love or friendship. When you knew a person so deeply that you loved them, whether platonically or not, you gained a connection with them. Magica. LS described this connection as magical bonds due to the light that surrounded those who developed the bonds. But no Maj received no light show. Their bonds were invisible, and all bonds formed by people could eventually fade. But the phylotes that made everything would never break their connections with other things. Those connections were invincible, so Harry came to a hypothesis 2 months into his stay on the Formic homeworld. He would leave soon. Snape had given her 3 months to 5. He needed to return so that if whatever he decided to do didn't work, he could spend time with Elle. Harry wouldn't give up though. He was determined. If the phylotic connections between all people and things are near eternal, then when someone dies, do the phylotes that make up their body and soul disappear? The Iowa disappears over the span of minutes, maybe hours if one is tethered to those around them. But the phylotes making up the body do not simply disappear. They untwine, unraveling themselves from every connection they've ever made. Some phylotes untwine quickly, while others do not. You call this process decomposition, the Hive Queen explained. So, if death is the disappearance of the Iowa and the breaking down of phylotes, then could one possibly reverse it by strengthening the phylotic bonds? Harry asked. Because theoretically, those bonds are connected to the Iowa itself, and so it should stay in place. It is possible to keep the death of one at bay by doing such a thing, yes. But death is inevitable. The outside will eventually call back the Iowa no matter the strength. Only the time it takes to do so will change. Harry frowned. Okay, that wouldn't work. Then he thought of something else. If you can't strengthen the existing bonds, then why not make new ones? I made a new phylotic structure to make my new body that connected to my Iowa. I saw the white lines. Even my friends saw it. This means it's possible to create a new host that the Iowa can occupy. All I have to do is create a new body for 11 and guide her Iowa there. Then her old body will die and her new one will remain healthy, Harry explained. The Hive Queen seemed to think for a moment. It is possible, yes. But she would have to be dead first for such a transferal to be possible. The connection between Iowa and phylotic structure must be broken. This is why you were able to occupy a new host body. Your former body was already dead, forcing you to create a new one by pure instinct. If you wish to save your friend, you must kill her first. I kill her first, Harry whispered. Indeed, you said there could only be minutes before the Iowa is called back to the outside. What if I strengthen the phylotic structure by 2 or 3 times its current strength? Is that even possible? Theoretically, yes. You were capable of twining your own phylotic structure, as I can for my workers. But to strengthen phylotic twines is unheard of. If you were to do so, I would give you an human hour before her Iowa would be completely lost. At that point, if you were to return her Iowa to a new body, she would lose every part of who she is. That's a possibility, Harry asked. The Iowas within the outside are recycled. Brother, when an Iowa is called to the inside, it gains personality and experience throughout its life. This is why newborn Iowas take on a transparent gold color. Or in your case blue or red. And when the Iowa is called back to outside, the personality and experience are stripped away to ready it for a new life. When your friend dies, you will have a limite D time before her personality and experiences begin to fade. You must act quickly and without hesitance. Swiftness and caution are key. Right, so the plan is this. I try to strengthen the phylotic bow. NDS within 11's body to increase the time it takes for her Iowa to leave her body. And in that time, I create a new body with a phallotic structure identical to her own. When the Iowa splits, I guide it into the new body, and then she'll live, Harry explained. That sounds like a logical plan of action. But perhaps you should decide on a backup plan. In the off chance that your original plan is unsuccessful. Of course, if I can't strengthen the phallotic connections, then I'll do what I do best. Improvise, he said with a smile. Thank you, Hive Queen. You've been a lot of help. More than you know. I'll have to repay you someday. And with that, Harry closed his eyes. He sought out Nancy, his connection with her, the bond they had formed. Then he pulled himself to the end of the connection. And then he faded away. June 19, 1985. Harry Potter reappeared within Nancy's room, scaring her once again. She was sitting at her desk and had nearly fallen back in shock at his sudden appearance. Harry moved to talk to her but frowned. His eyes settled on her calendar. He knew it was August 2nd. He had stayed past the night of the third task. But he hadn't much cared. Voldemort could wait. 11 didn't have much time. And yet Nancy's calendar read July 19th. It was 2 months before he had left. She must not have updated her calendar in a while. But he couldn't help but ask. What's today's date? The date, Nancy asked, motioning towards the calendar. June 19th. Where have you been? People have been calling me and sending me letters asking where you are. The tournament ends in 5 days. How's 11? Where did you go last time you were here? She was asking a lot of questions. I was, in the future, Harry replied. Nancy raised an eyebrow. I went to the Hive Queen for answers. She provided them to me. But I was there for over 2 months. I learned a lot, especially a potential way to save 11. But somehow, I came back here, 3 weeks after I left. 5 days before the third task. I'm very confused. So am I. And who is the Hive Queen? Some kind of prophet or something? Asked Nancy. No, I'll explain it all soon. When I can get everyone together. But right now I need to get to 11. If I can save her, I need to do it now, Harry explained. And then he was gone. He had gone back in time. Breaking through space and time by some sort of paradox. Harry didn't have time to think about that. He needed to get to 11. His shadows carried him into Street Mungo's hospital. He felt his connection to her, following the connection the same what he had with the Hive Queen. His legs carried him into the cursed wing. And then he entered 11's room and found that both Hopper and Joyce were there with Will and Mike. They were wearing the enchanted bracelets. The ones he had made so they could bypass the anti-muggle wards around the first task. His appearance drew silence. They all turned to him, different expressions on their faces. Hopper looked irritated. Joyce looked worried. Mike seemed angry. And Will looked guilty. Joyce stepped forward, pulling Harry into a hug that he quickly returned. She spoke into his ear. Are you okay? Harry pulled away and nodded. I am. I'm sorry I left. Again. Where the hell have you been? Mike questioned angrily. She's been asking for you. We had to lie. Tell her you were preparing for that tournament thing. I'm sorry. I was trying to help her. Mike shook his head. By leaving us here again. Where were you? Anyway, I was with the Hive Queen. She was helping me discover a way to help Elle. I found a way, Harry answered. Hive Queen. Who the hell is that? Some kind of wizard prophet? Asked Hopper. Harry laughed. No, you and Nancy had the same thoughts there. Look, I'll explain everything when everyone is together. It'll be easier to explain only once, Harry explained. He brushed past Joyce and Hopper, stepping past Will as he stopped beside Mike. He looked down at 11, who was passed out. Her entire arm had blackened now. Her hand had fallen off. Harry sighed, brushing a hand through his hair as he began to think. Think. How to do this? I need another bed in here. And I need Dumbledore. Joyce raised an eyebrow. Dumbledore. Get one of the healers to flow him. I need him here. Legally. Harry replied. Legally. What are you going to do? I'm going to kill her. Harry spoke simply. Utter silence, and then Harry had to handle a 13-year-old boy flying at him angrily. When that was handled, Harry took a deep breath. The curse is stuck to her body. There's no way to kill or remove it. The only way to do that is to kill the host. It will be quick, she won't feel any pain. And when that part is done, I'll start phase 2. Phase 2, reviving her. I stayed with the Hive Queen for 2 months trying to find a way to save her. We came up with a few ideas that I intend to use. By her calculations, there's only an 8% chance she doesn't survive. That's quite low, Harry assured everyone. More so himself though. He was shaking slightly and was beginning to sweat again. The mere thought of killing her made him sick. But 11 was dying anyway. There was no hurt in ending the pain early and restoring her to a fresh body. Harry told himself that it would be fine. She would be awake and moving in an hour. Dumbledore arrived. Harry explained, I'm going to use the killing curse. It will be quick, painless, and easy. It will help me with the time frame. But I need you here as a magical witness. If the Wizengamot or ICW tries anything, then you will have my word. Dumbledore spoke with a nod. Harry smiled. He turned to 11, his eyes narrowing. He studied every part of her. Even parts he wasn't too keen on looking at. Harry had to memorize every part of her. Her entire pattern, both inside and out. The pattern of her shape, or body, and the outline of her phallotic structure, or her inside. He stared for several minutes, committing every small detail to memory. And when he was confident that he knew both patterns perfectly, Harry opened his eyes. Reaching into the shadow realm, he removed his staff, clutching it tightly as he pointed it towards 11. Mike and Joyce turned away. But Hopper and Will kept watching. Will out of curiosity while Hopper, he was scared, ready to jump into action. And without a word uttered, a flash of green light spread through the room and hit 11 square in the chest. She slumped down, dead. Harry immediately closed his eyes and reached out to the outside. He pulled himself free from his body for the first time since his practices with the Hive Queen. He left an anchor behind, which clung to those in the room around him. His friends. He then peered down at 11. Her phallotic structure was weak. Dying. The thousands of white lines making up her right arm were gone, only the simple shape of the arm remaining. And the phallotic bonds were continuing to deteriorate, retreating up to the shoulder. Harry found her soul easily. It was a combination of blue and orange. An odd combination, but Harry wasn't concerned. He focused on his mind and body. He focused on 11's mind and body. Her structure. Her essence. And when he was ready, he got to work. The phallotic structure was untwining quickly. Too quickly. It started at the chest, the twining unraveling in a shockwave throughout her entire body. The Iowa that had been trapped in the structure suddenly snapped free, floating outwards. Harry reached for it. He was gentle, kind, and she responded, reaching out to meet him. She recognized him. Good. That would make this easier. He grabbed hold of 11, guiding her away from her body until the Iowa was almost entirely separated. And then it was cut loose, and they floated away. Harry didn't bother to look back at 11's old body. He didn't have the time. Instead, he focused on the new body he would be making for her. One free of the curse. I need to go, 11 called out. She pulled from him. She was speaking as the Hive Queen did. Through the outside. I don't belong here. No, you do belong here. With us. With me. With Hopper. And Mike. Think of them. Remember them. Focus on them, Harry instructed. He was piecing the phallotic structure now. He was twining the strings exactly how the Hive Queen had taught him. Weaving and weaving until he had an arm. Then a leg. Then 2 arms. 2 legs. And her head. The torso was the trickiest part. While the other body parts acted as the no outlet roads of the body, the torso was the crazy intersection. Ever since Harry learned to see the entire phallotic structure, he began to question why there were so many strings in the torso. And then he remembered, the body lives because of everything that occurs in the torso. The heart, the lungs, the kidney, everything resided in the torso. So he began to weave and weave, doing his best to remember the exact form of 11's phyllotes. And then it was done. The phallotic structure was finished. I don't belong here, 11 echoed. Harry reached out, clutching her tightly so that she could not leave. So she could not enter the outside. He motioned to the new phallotic structure. Harry guided her to it, gently sliding her Iowa into the chest cavity. He slid his hand over calmly. You belong here. This body is yours. It's always been yours, Harry instructed. 11 hesitated. The structure was new, odd. Had he not done it right? Had he missed something? Or had he added something? He had a very good memory, but it wasn't perfect in memorizing two entire bodily structures. Especially when one structure was manipulated outside of the Omniverse itself. Harry stopped making excuses for himself. It is yours, 11. Keep it. A small girl. And then slowly, the body was added to it. The bones, the nerves, the veins, the arteries. Harry conjured a blanket, reaching forward in preparedness. And when the skin was finished materializing, she took a heavy breath, as if resurfacing from beneath water, and fell to the floor. Harry covered her quickly, wrapping the blanket around her before she was embarrassed. He held on to her, trying his best to calm both her and himself down. After examining her phallotic structure again and witnessing the state of her arm, Harry couldn't help but smile. He had done it. It had worked. The curse was gone. But something was off. She had hair. She had had hair before, but it hadn't reached past her mid-ear. Her hair now was longer, reaching down past her shoulder. Harry frowned. He had made some kind of mistake, but he hoped any other changes would be as simple as long hair. Everyone swarmed the two of them, but Harry wasn't listening. He placed 11 onto Joyce, who gratefully took her as Harry got to his feet. He felt exhausted. Traveling to the outside hadn't been a problem on the Formic homeworld. But he had never made a structure larger than a stone for practice. This had been an entire human. Harry felt as if he had been hit by a bus. That was magnificently terrifying, Dumbledore commented, visibly shaken by the events he'd seen. Harry smiled, nodding in agreement. Dumbledore hymns. Elf smiled and placed a hand on Harry's shoulder. I believe it has been a very long and interesting couple of months for you, Harry. I recommend you go home and rest. I plan to Professor. I'll be staying in Hawkins for the next few days. Tell the other judges I'll be there for the tournament, Harry spoke. He then turned to everyone else in the room. He placed his hand on Will and Mike's shoulders, his smile still wide. He couldn't help it. He had done it. He had done the impossible and revived someone from death at the hands of an unforgivable. If 11 was lucky, she could keep hers. LF from being called the girl who lived for at least a few years. I'm very tired. Who wants to go home? Me. Definitely me, Will said. She needs rest, Joyce commented, nodding in agreement. I could use a beer, Hopper added, looking ready to throw up and cry at the same time. Harry smiled, instructing everyone to place their hands on Mike and Will. Joyce, who was holding 11 still, grabbed Will's hand. And once Hopper placed his hand on Mike's other shoulder, Harry sent them through a shadow that sent them back to Hopper's cabin. He needed to talk to everyone. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. Explanations. June 20, 1985. Harry Potter was worried. His eyes were trained on 11, who was sleeping in her bed. She had only woken up once since being revived, and that had lasted only for a few seconds before she passed out again. Harry was worried, very worried. He knew she was alive. And even after he scanned her 100 times, his magic seemed to decide she was perfectly healthy. Yet Harry couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't fine. That something was very wrong with her. A feeling that shook him so deep into his core that he hadn't left her bedside in almost 36 hours. So even while he slept using occlumency, Harry always had his attention on her, trying to spot any signs of something negatively affecting her body. Hopper soon joined him, taking a seat at Harry's side. He too began to watch 11. You need to sleep. I've been sleeping. Occlumency. It lets me sleep while being aware of my surroundings. Very handy for being on watch, Harry replied with a grin. Hopper smiled, shaking his head. Then his smile faded. Is she going to be all right? As far as I can tell, she's perfectly fine. But I'm worried. Something doesn't feel right. It feels like any second now she'll crumble to dust and I'll lose her. I won't be quick enough, and she'll slip out. I can't lose her, Hopper. Not when it was my fault she touched that ring in the first place, Harry confessed. He felt a deep sense of guilt weighing down on his chest every time he breathed. Harry couldn't close his eyes without seeing her corpse on the bed after he had been forced to kill her. She would never have been in this situation if he had just been more careful. Careful, cautious, vigilant, Harry sighed, running his hand through his hair. I don't belong here, Hopper. The Watcher told me as much when he pulled me from Romania. I'm a plague, and now I've shown just how dangerous it is for me to stick around the people I love. And yet you're here anyway, Hopper commented. I can't leave. That's the thing. I know I should go. I know I should leave and never come back. Some part of me has thought of just killing myself to fix the issue. But another part of me, the selfish part, tells me to stay. It tells me to stay because I love people here. I've bonded with people that I would have never thought I would meet. I've seen things in this world that I didn't think I would in Raccoon City. A part of me wants to stay for the action of it all. To see just what happens when I stick around. And then stuff like this happens, he motioned to Elle. And I feel an extreme amount of guilt. Guilt that wouldn't be there if I had just left. And here I am, repeating the cycle. You're human, Harry. You're just like everyone else. We're all assholes sometimes. And other times we can all be big softies. Joyce told me that once. Harry smiled. That seemed like something Joyce would tell Hopper. But I'm not completely human, Hopper. I'm different. Too different to be perceived the same way as you're. Or Mike, or Jonathan. I'm a bioweapon. A shadowmancer. I'm even something more. He peered down at his newest ring. It sat on his right ring finger, while his Ain Potter ring sat on the middle finger. The other rings were now sitting on a chain around his neck. And within the newest ring was a black stone, the Peverell crest written over it. The Resurrection Stone. He had gone back for the ring and had easily destroyed the Horcrux. Harry now wore it, yet he refrained from bringing it into contact with the Elder Wand and the Cloak of Invisibility. Because while he possessed all three, he had heard the legend. They had to be connected. Carried by the Master of Death at the same time for the title to be claimed. He wasn't too keen on titles, and so decided to keep them separated. All people are different. You're you and I'm me. That doesn't change just because you're injected with a virus or you gain powers, Hopper spoke. She'll hate me, you know. No, she won't. She loves you, Hopper replied. Right. Harry knew she didn't love him. Not anymore. Not after he had rejected her advances that day on Mt. Everest. With Mike now in the picture, he only saw him as another authority figure in her life. Another person trying to control her life. Harry felt the small amount of resentment Eleven felt for him. Saw it in her thoughts of him. Felt it in the way she looked at him. And sure, there was joy when she saw him too. But the fact that resentment was even on the list she felt for him made Harry feel awful. He didn't tell this to Hopper though. He knew it would sound odd. Too many questions would arise as to how much he could sense and feel. And Harry wasn't quite sure himself. Maybe one day, Harry whispered. Hopper heard him but did not comment. The two merely sat there in silence as they watched her. And then Joyce arrived. She led with everyone that needed to be there. Mike, Will, Lucas, Dustin, Nancy, Jonathan, Steve, and Bob. They all settled down in the kitchen. And soon Harry and Hopper joined them. Harry motioned for Hopper to take a seat. The man did so, with Harry choosing to stand. Everyone was ready to hear what he had to say. The tournament ends in 4 days. And before that happens, I wanted to make sure that all of you were aware of what's been going on the past few months. And I know you all have questions. But I ask that you keep them to yourself until I'm done with my explanation. We're listening, Nancy told him with a nod. Harry gave her a small smile and launched into his explanation. To start the explanation off, I need to start from the very beginning. When I first arrived, I was living in Romania with my godfather Sirius and several homicidal maniacs convinced that they were the saviors of the world. I was sold away by my godfather. Given to the leader of their cult, Mother Miranda. She used me, impregnated herself using me to birth a host capable of reviving her lost daughter Eva. And in return, she gifted me with a parasite, one known as the metamycete. It was a very tiny portion of a much large metamycete beneath the village. But she placed it within me, and it gave me the ability to manipulate shadows. I used my newfound ability to try and discover a way home but was unable. I had planned to leave my godfather behind after what he had done, but I never made it out of Romania. The Watcher had noticed my sudden appearance in that universe, and had noticed the way things were changing around my presence. He stopped it by sending a Grim Reaper out to kill me. And when I was dead, he tried to imprison me in the Watcher realm, where he and other Watchers watched over the entire multiverse. But I was unwilling to sit behind and merely watch. So I fought him. Him through several universes before I landed here. And then Brenner appeared and took me to Hawkins' lab. I stayed there for a few days being interrogated and managed to escape through the early tunnel system dug out by the Demodogs. I hadn't known about the Upside Down at that point, but something about those tunnels felt off. And then I ran. I used shadows to listen in around town. And the name Henderson popped up. Steve perked up from his slouched position at that. He hadn't known Harry had visited his house that night. His parents had never mentioned anything about a young kid. I went to your house and sought shelter. They let me sleep there my first night out of the lab, and even took me to the police station. Where I met you four. He motioned to Nancy, Jonathan, Hopper, and Joyce. I needed a way to get home. But I didn't know anyone or anything about this universe. So I decided to earn your trust. I would use that trust to find a method home. Whether that be through my own means, the lab, or through the mysterious girl with no hair I had been hearing about. But I also just wanted to help. I was a stranger here, and yet I recognized the struggles you were going through. Struggles I had once gone through. The struggle of being too young for anyone to take you seriously, he motioned between the younger kids, and the struggle of having no real authority, he motioned between everyone but Joyce, Bob, and Hopper. I was young once too, believe it or not. A naive young wizard with the belief that everyone was there for him. That he would live a full, long life after everything with Voldemort ended. And then I got that vision and ran to the Department of Mysteries. And then, I fell through the veil and ended up in the hands of Umbrella, Harry explained. I tried to help you all. I tried to help fight off the Demogorgon. I tried to save Will. But I had zero experience dealing with 11's powers and the Upside Down. I still don't. And so each time I tried to help, I only made things worse. And so when I turned into a giant that night and couldn't come to help Nancy and Jonathan investigate the school, I decided then and there that I would heed the Watcher's advice. I would separate myself. It was like a sign from the universe, my failures. As if everything was trying to push me away. And so I left, but when I was sitting there outside of the school, planning what I would do, I spotted 11. She had just gotten out of the Upside Down after defeating the Demogorgon and was covered in slime and goo. She looked distraught, and I understood. Better than anyone, I knew that they were looking for her, even with Brenner dead. I knew she would be taken back to the lab to continue the experiments. At the time, I hadn't won over the lab's trust. At the time, I hadn't kept them from going after her, because they didn't have me in return. So I went to her. I talked to her and reasoned with her that returning to the Wheeler house was dangerous. She agreed, and so we both ran into the forest. I built us a small cabin made from some trees in the area, and we lived there for several months. Then Hopper arrived, and we moved into his cabin. Despite my magic, our cabin was small. I couldn't enlarge the interior. That level of magic would surely draw the attention of the lab, which had begun to measure energy signals to track me. So we lived here for a few more months. Harry motioned around the cabin. Until I realized once again how dangerous my presence was here. I decided to leave, to separate myself from anyone I'd ever known here. I took 11 on a trip across the world, and I left without saying goodbye. I faked my death in the woods and left behind a perfect body double. One that wasn't filled with stuffing. And then I took a trip to Hawkins' lab, where I made an agreement. They could utilize my powers for anything they wanted, as long as they left you all, especially 11, alone. Dr. Owens took the deal. My separation didn't last as long as I would have liked. Within a few months, you all were creeping onto the lab's doorsteps, with Will visiting for his appointments. I was knee-deep in my research, but my curiosity got the better of me. I had never seen anything like what was happening to Will, and so I just had to investigate. I put glamours on and created my alias, James Longbottom. James for my father, Longbottom for one of my friends back home. When I ran tests, I received nothing. No sign of possession or anything. The Shadow, Mind Flayer, Dustin corrected. Harry sighed. Mind Flayer had hidden well. I was very curious at that point and requested for Will to be transferred into my care. I planned to do everything hidden behind my glamours and alias and hadn't planned on dying. But despite not knowing how I did it, I was able to access the in-between. The place between the outside and inside. I attacked the Mind Flayer and was able to save Will. You all know this already. But what you don't know is what exactly happened that day when we joined together. Joyce shook her head, concern etched over her features. Will and I were in danger. The Mind Flayer was still powerful despite being so weak. I wasn't a match for it on my own, and Will was ready to give up after holding it off for so long. But we fought together, connected our Iuas. We didn't become one, but we were close. Iua, Lucas asked. The Iua is the utmost important part of your being. The part that makes you human. The part that provides memories, personality, everything. Some call it the soul. Every being has at least one Iua, with a million Philotes connecting it. As for Philotes, those are the building blocks of the universe itself. The hidden variable beneath the surface of the atom. Everything is made of Philotes. And everything is connected through philotic twining. We here are connected right now through our connections. And yet we are also connected to this table. He ran his hand over the wooden table, smiling. It's an inanimate object, yes. But it's made of wood. And wood, on a tree or not, was once a living thing. Not sentient, but capable of processes impossible for non-living things such as a rock. We are connected to every living thing in the universe. But to continue, Will and I connected. We didn't know what we were doing, but we didn't care. We had to kill the Mind Flayer. Our philotic structures joined together as one, and as such, I was able to take over the structure within his body. I took control and spoke to you all. And when the Mind Flayer was gone, Will, L and I separated and he took back his body while I made a new one. But something happened during our connection. He took a part of me with him. Took a part of you. Is that dangerous? Jonathan questioned, worried. Normally, no, but in Will's case, yes. Very dangerous. In any other case, Will would have received nothing but memories and instincts that were not his own. Have you noticed that you're quick to react? Perhaps even paranoid. Have you been having dreams about a life you don't remember living? Harry was asking Will. The boy frowned, clearly not comfortable. But he nodded. I've been dreaming about Hogwarts. The castle, but it was snowing. I haven't been there when it snowed. And I hear screaming. A woman screaming, and a flash of green light. Sometimes I even see a tall creature. Like a dog, but a lot worse. All are my memories. Hogwarts during the winter. My mother's death at the hand of Voldemort when I was an infant. The last was Nemesis, a bioweapon designed by Umbrella to hunt down STARS agents. Especially Jill. We fought several times during the outbreak. In Raccoon City, Jill put an end to him with a prototype ray gun developed by Umbrella. Good riddance too. The thing was a bastard who couldn't take a hint and die, Harry smiled. In any case, that would be it. But something else is happening to you, isn't it, Will? Will frowned once more. Things have been happening. Strange things I can't describe. Things fly around me sometimes. I've ended up across town. Sometimes things appear completely dark to me. I can't see anything. I think I go blind sometimes. Joyce turned to Harry, a look of shock over her face. That's why you gave us the vault. You knew, Harry nodded. Knew what, Mom? What? Asked Jonathan. Will didn't just inherit my memories and instincts that day. He inherited my powers. He let that sink in for a moment. Everyone was silent in shock. I saw it immediately. His Iua had been blue before. A non-magical and non-powered normal boy. But then it took on a hint of white and black. And soon the blue turned purple. I've categorized the colors I see. I was able to tell immediately what had happened. Blue is for non-magical and non-powered people. Red and purple are magicals. White is for shadowmancers. Black are corrupted souls. And those with orange Iuas have non-magical powers, like 11. Will's was 3 colors. Purple, black, and white. Purple for magic, white for shadowman Sai, and black for corruption, Nancy commented. But not my corruption, Harry spoke. Voldemort's, Mike whispered. Harry raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Mike to figure it out. Mrs. Byers was talking about it. You said something about 7 months the night of the first task, right after seeing Will. 7 months from then is in 4 days. The night Voldemort gets back,